Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. La, 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 la. face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina, crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
It means a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's going to be a rampage! Overhead. Go, collapse! Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of the Riyadh Masters 2023. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, I do love your what is it? What even is that? What kind of shirt is that, John? Are those people on your shirt? It looks fantastic. Very flamboyant, Jonathan.
Thank you, Mikey. You're looking great as well. The flower's still rocking on. And we're rocking on with the Riyadh Masters, of course. Day number, what day is it for groups? Day number 3 for the group stage. Day 5 overall, including the play-ins. So it's been quite the journey here in Riyadh already. A lot of teams starting to shape up here in the groups. Second to last day today, Mike. Not too many games left, and every single one counts even more now.
Second to last day of the group stages, to be exact. Just in case anyone thought the grand finals were on tomorrow, they are not. There's still a while away for that. Plenty of games going on, like you said, Jonathan. The group stages are coming to a close, but still a lot of these teams fighting for the their position into the playoffs, as we are going to have a look at the schedule for the C stream today. It is, of course, 9 Pandas against LGD starting things off, and then you've got BBT up against Talon right after that. And, of course, right after that, Jonathan, OG versus Quest Esports. And then BBT back up against Aster to finish us off for the night of the C stream. But some hype games to happen. 9 Pandas versus LGD, which should be a real good one to watch. And, of course, even after that, your boys from Talon against BBT, which is arguably one of the better teams in the whole group stage.
That they
Very
are.
exciting.
It should be exciting. Talon right now at the same scoreline as BBT and Aster, although they have taken one additional draw, but dropping no losses. So that second series is certainly something to watch out for. Could determine where exactly the standings are in Group B for upper bracket start, of course, for both teams. A 2-0 for either side almost guarantees them an upper bracket start, but, you know, again, there's still a few more games afterwards, so not quite cementing positions, but certainly a 2-0 for any team today is going to be massive, especially for our first series. 9 Pandas up against PSG.LGD. LGD not doing the best, but they're still tied in for a lower bracket start, potentially. So a draw here doesn't save 9 Pandas, it doesn't save PSG.LGD, it just means perhaps we start to get some real possibilities for tiebreakers here, Mike, if we don't find those 2-0s today.
I mean, theoretically, for LGD, if they can 2-0 every series they still have left, they could even be in the upper bracket for all they know. So, yeah, if they can start getting those 2-0s, then things could change very quickly. But right now, they're tied in 6th place, which is not the greatest feeling because they're in that elimination zone right now, which is a little bit dangerous for them. 9 Pandas, on the other hand, of course, actually tied up with them, to be fair. So they're both in 6th place. So theoretically, there should be an even matchup between the two. Kind of like you said, John, both teams looking for a 2-0 victory to try and shoot themselves up through the group stages, because nobody wants to start in the lower bracket, and of course nobody wants to get eliminated before the playoffs even begin. So very, very important. If you were to pick a favorite in this series just before the drafts even begin, Jonathan, who would you lean towards between 9 Pandas and LGD?
Hard to say where I'd lean towards. Probably 9 Pandas just a tad bit more. I think their draws have been pretty impressive in some of their games. It's been maybe a little bit more up and down, but it's been a rockier road for PSG.LGD. Granted, again, they've managed to find a 2-0 over OG, but they did manage to drop 2 series, one to Extreme Gaming and one to Team Spirit. And I think when you look at how 9 Pandas performed up against some of those same teams, it does feel like the Pandas are a little bit more consistent in managing to take out draws rather than losses overall. So I would give 9 Pandas the edge, but I wouldn't be surprised again with a 1-1 here for either team. So could go either way. It really depends on what form of 9 Pandas we get for Game 1. I feel like it's always the Game 1s, which can be a little bit up and down for the good guys on 9 Pandas. You know, we've watched a lot of them, and sometimes it's a bad day. You can kind of tell early on if it's a bad day for the 9 Pandas, but if it's a good day, you can also tell very quickly if they're feeling themselves.
That is very true, Jonathan. So you can tell very quickly when those bad days are coming, and we'll see if that's going to be one of those days for them. But going back to LGD for a moment, I was watching yesterday. They were up against Team Spirit, which was that was a really nice matchup between those two teams. Of course, Team Spirit still ended up 2-0ing LGD, but it was a closer matchup to say the least. Thing is with LGD, like this new stack has been struggling from every tournament we've seen. I would say not living up to necessarily the previous results of PSG.LGD as an organization. You know, we're kind of used to them being the big bosses at the end of a playoff run for another team, but certainly hasn't felt that way as of late. Hopefully today they can switch things around. We are going to start our Game 1 draft, is what I was meant to say. LGD versus 9 Pandas. See what bands coming. Obviously, you know, heroes like the Broodmother, the Chen, the Ench. You know, we see these heroes getting removed all the time. The Undying as well, of course. Let's see.
Now, LGD just start off with the Broodmother ban, just preventing 9 Pandas, preventing Miero from maybe considering that pickup. I don't think we've ever seen him manage to pick up the Broodmother at all. Although we have seen Kiyotaka play it at some point. A respectable ban, you know, nothing too surprising. Are you going to ban the Undying here? You could ban something like the Darkseer, maybe the Enigma's worth banning, or the Chen Ench, as you mentioned. You go with the Undying for the 9 Pandas. Again, nothing too different to ban out. There are a couple of pocket picks starting to come out, though, that have been left through the banning phase. Stuff like, say, Batrider has been coming back in the Pause 4. So either team can kind of gun for that, although I do believe PSG.LGD leans into that a little bit more than 9 Pandas. We haven't really seen the Pandas try to pick up something like the Bat. They have leaned into the clinks a little bit more on the pandas though, when that option's left as well. Again, not high priorities to ban those two heroes, so you should be able to get away with one of those kinds of supports here. LGD taking care of the Enigma, which again, we've seen rise up since the play-ins here, Mike. Has had a lot of impact. And the laning of Enigma is just... It's just really strong, you know? Playing up against Malefice, playing up against one consistent creep denied, having an early creep army to just harass and trade hits with, being universal type as well for Enigma does actually provide quite the boon in early trades. You can start with like double branch a circlet, and you're pretty happy in trading right clicks with most supports there.
That you certainly are. We'll see the Bat Rider being removed as well by 9 Pandas, which has been another popular pick. PSG.LGD, how do they want to start their draft? I mean, I can tell you straight off the bat for 9 Pandas, they've got the Shadow Demon still sitting there for Solo, so chances are Solo will go back for the Shadow Demon. We either see him pick up Undying or Shadow Demon pretty much every game. LGD, on the other hand, it's a bit of a mixed bag with their own drafting. It's been very hard for this team again. Like, every game I've seen them, it's just so much pressure on the mid lane of nothing to say, it feels like. And I know the Chinese crowd in particular have been calling him the responsibility god as of late for having to kind of carry the team every time, as they are going to start with the Keeper of the Light, it seems.
And that can kind of set up for nothing to say's hero on the mid. Stuff like Storm Coddle has been highly effective. Leshrac Coddle is still there as well. Although they've been not really been picking up that Leshrac themselves here on PSG.LGD. But a stable start. Lots of combinations. Storm, Ember, certainly something they can tie in here for PSG.LGD. 9 Pandas will steal away the Storm though on Kiyotaka. And they'll just take the Skywrath Mage to combine with it. So you don't have a top up for the Storm, but you do have a stable combination to start to play with. And PSG.LGD instead will go for the Wind Ranger. They do bring it back. That should be a Wind Ranger mid up against the Storm. Not a comfy lane for the Storm Spirit whatsoever. You have to walk up for Static Remnant, free harass for the Wind Ranger. She can stand back with Power Shot. She has Wind Run to avoid your Overload charge as well. So this should be pretty easy to manage for nothing to say. There's always the threat of the early Skywrath Mage rotation, but gap closing onto the Wind Ranger before she can use Wind Run is a lot tougher than I think you'd expect. So it shouldn't be too tough for nothing to say overall.
That shouldn't be. You should definitely have the mid lane advantage. More bans to come. There's the Shadow Demon being removed from Solo, so Solo's not going to have that option to go back to. I think 9 Pandas usually assume that the Shadow Demon's a safe pick to be able to go back to for Solo, considering it doesn't get banned out that often, but the LGD know that they're going to go back for that comfort, so they just remove it immediately. See what 9 Pandas want to focus on. Now I do wonder as well, like, what do you pick up as the pos 5? Because I do feel like every game it's either Undying or Shadow Demon, or for 9 Pandas. So what else have they got here in the bag for themselves? Like, I think one game they played an Elder Titan pos 5, if I remember correctly. In fact, that was 2 games that happened in a row against Quest.
Yeah,
I suppose that could fly out.
Could. They've got stuff like Chen still available as well. Maybe even something cheeky like the Ench, although it's mainly been Antares playing something like Ench. But an Ench would fit pretty nicely though. Like instant Dispel for Wind Run, so you wouldn't have to worry about that early on. It still has impact on either 4 or 5. Just going for no impetus build, just trading right click and healing up, playing with your enchant slow is still great. So I wouldn't mind something like Enchantress here for either Antares or Solo. I think it fits in either way. You can have just an easy answer for what Nothing Say will want to do early on. You can just try to pressure with a Wind Run. Not going to feel that great for a Wind Ranger. Your undispellable Wind Run talent is locked way far in your talent tree. So you're not going to be able to counteract that anytime soon. And sure, you could arguably build up a Linken's in this game, I suppose, or just fast BKB, but the Wind Ranger does need some early output. Like, she does need some build up, like, say, the Gleipnir before you start to feel really comfy in trying to go for those pickoffs anyway.
That you do. One more ban to come before we can see some more pickups being made. 9 Pandas just focusing on a bit of a mixed bag. They get rid of the Timber, they get rid of the Medusa. You know, Medusa ban's interesting because we really just don't see that anymore. It does get removed just in case LGD were thinking about it. One more ban to go. Another hero 9 Pandas could think about for that pos 5 is the Oracle. Yeah, it's another nice way of kind of dealing with the Wind Ranger Wind Run with the Fortune's End. And Oracle has proven to be very strong. Like, after those initial changes that were made to the Fate's Edict, it has really been showing up quite a bit as of late. Doesn't seem like the worst pick either. Like, when you've got a Storm Skywrath, it seems like it just kind of fits the bill. Pandas, they're still thinking about this final ban before they do continue, and there's the Drow being removed as 9 Pandas. They're going to go down the Doom route instead. Which is that Miero has been playing a lot of offlane Doom, so you can't quite blame them for that, because it's a bit of a comfort pick for him.
That it is. He's been playing, I don't know how many times you've seen Miero play Doom across multiple tournaments, probably in the DPC as well. So it's something that he knows the ins and outs of. He knows that you can have a stable matchup. There's still a few heroes that like playing into Doom. For the side of PSG.LGD, I suppose something like, say, Bloodseeker can kind of deal with the Doom lane early on, depending on your laning partner. If you are running something like a Kotl 5, Bloodseeker Kotl might not be the scariest. You can try for some blinding light plays back into the Bloodright, but not the highest pressure for the first 2 levels at least, so you should be able to have some pretty manageable lanes here for 9 Pandas. The Mars does come out for PSG.LGD. And this is something that we also have seen a resurgence of. They've been very comfy in giving that to Niu. And Niu does deliver the goods when he does play his Mars. And we've seen some good plays from him before. So it ties in nicely. You get a good Mars-Kotl combination as well if you will run something like the Pause 4 Kotl. There goes the Bane as well for PSG.LGD. Just having stable lockdown on hand as well. It has felt like a pretty damn good hero. It's not been picked up too much, but you can do a lot. With just laning harass, you are, incredibly enough, you are a universal type. So again, like a couple of early stats, and yeah, you nightmare someone, you right click down. It's actually a lot of damage. You have to respect that. There goes the Silencer for 9 Pandas. They will just go in for another solo comfort pick. A lot of control coming out in terms of, well, silencing. It's never going to be smooth for the Bane to get that grip off, as Silencer will just ruin you. So even the Ags is not going to save you here for PSG.LGD. If you can even farm up the Ags on the Bane 5, your grip is just not going to last long. Love this counter pick from 9 Pandas. They don't opt for the Ench, but perhaps you feel confident enough in just having a Sky instantly silenced that you're not too worried about the Wind Run being annoying here.
Right. More curious about the Bane, because I haven't. Like, I'm a Bane enjoyer, Jonathan. I must admit I haven't seen much of it popping up as of late, but it has come up a couple times throughout the group stages. You seem to believe it's pretty strong right now. I mean, I don't disagree with you. I just haven't had enough experience with the new Bane to know exactly how strong. Yeah. My question is to you, Jonathan. How much emphasis do you put on a spell like Enfeeble? Because Enfeeble itself, since the changes, it feels so broken. But I don't feel as though you see it enough.
It really depends. I think in this lane, you're still likely going for your usual build-up with a Brain Sap trade. But there's a lot of value in Enfeeble. I think you can't discount it. And mind you, I've seen a lot of Bane, Mike, but none of my experiences are relevant because I've seen Bane in Turbo Mid. So none of it actually counts. I've seen Diffusal Mask of Madness Banes all too often, Mike. All too often. And sometimes it works. A lot of times it doesn't. Thank goodness it's not going to be. No chance of that happening in a pro game, as PSG.LGD do pick up the Terrorblade coming out.
Maybe nothing to say busts out the mid bane tech that we're hearing. No, from you. If nothing to say chose mid bane, I wouldn't know what to say to you anymore, Jonathan. NTS is watching the John X Fire Turbo games apparently.
No. God, no, I hope not. Certainly hope not. Nothing to say has better things to do, for sure.
Yeah.
Terrorblade coming out, 9 Pandas, not really the easiest solutions to something that big. And you've got the Doom, which is always good against transformation heroes. If you can get the Doom off first, you do have magic damage on hand as well from 9 Pandas, right? Like Skyrat Mage, Ancient Seal in lane. Skyrat Mage plus Doom in lane, that's a lot of early harass onto the TB. And like that 9 Pandas just to the for Ramses, we've seen him perform this hero before. A Jug Silencer lane can be somewhat aggressive, although it is maybe a little bit trickier up against the Mars, but if you can slow him down, spin on top, you've got the damage here to actually look for those early kills. Overall, in terms of drafting, it comes out rather even. I think you do worry about Shiro's game. This does feel like a very fast, I don't know, Manta BKB game for the Terrorblade, as there is a lot of spell damage here. Your lockdown for the Storm is somewhat there with Bane, but again, once you hit level 6 on the Silencer, gripping any of these heroes down, just not a possibility. Really great drafting overall, dancing around this on 9 Pandas.
Yeah, I think so too. I think 9 Pandas certainly look like they may have just come out with a better draft here against LGD, but it's hard to know, Jonathan. These two teams are tied up in the group stages, so this hope can kind of climb over the other. You would require a 2-0 victory for that. If it's a draw, then they're probably just going to sit at the exact same spot together. See how it all pans out. Game number 1 between 9 Pandas and PSG.LGD will be getting underway rather soon. See if these drafts can work out. I mean, personally, again, Jonathan, I haven't had the pleasure of seeing much Bane. So I'd love to see this hero pop off a little bit. Because I need a new hero to spam my pops, Jonathan. I've been lacking a new MMR kind of hero. So, you know, Bane hopefully is the one. Hopefully.
You know, you just play it if you feel like it's good.
You know why? Because I spent a day using Bane, and then they changed Brain Sap, and then I just got upset, and I just never played it again. And that was it. They changed so many things with Bane, I was just like, nah, I'm done. I'm one of those old men, Jonathan. Once I'm used to something, you can't change. You can't give me a new phone, John. I don't know how to use it. I'm old.
Get a new phone almost every other year, Mike. What do you mean?
Well, you get what I'm saying, Jonathan? Right? I'm just, I'm using an analogy. An analogy. Analogy is what I'm trying to say. I can't even say the damn word.
I'm loving this. We're this house coming out and that. Saying hello to each
Very
other.
good.
Tips out. So high spirits once more. You know, this could be a good sign, right? When 9 Pandas are feeling themselves like this, being all friendly, could mean a good game for them. Certainly have the draft to back it up.
I appreciate them using the, speaking Mandarin as well for the sake of being able to communicate with LGD. Very, very good sportsmanship from 9 Pandas, I would argue. Unless it's BM, but I don't think it is. Although,
yeah.
No. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see if they fight over the bounty runes. It seems like 9 Pandas are going to set up for the top bounties. LGD looking to set up for the bottom. Highly doubt we see a big team fight breakout here at level 1. 9 Pandas probably just want to avoid that altogether. You do have the chance for New to move in to try and steal this top bounty, but he's got God's Rebuke. He can't force them away. Very, very nice stuff either side, and we can start with the bottom lane because we're already here, as Untitled is going to do the Sentry Ward trick again. I do enjoy this trick. I think this is a great way of starting your laning phase. Untitled is now going to go for the body block on the creep wave. LGD, they're not really in position to try and do the same thing. Like, you do have YU Small trying to do the exact same thing with the Dire Creeps, but Mira is just going to intervene now with the Scorched Earth, and YU Small misses out. It's going to be a pretty nice start for Mira, which, to be fair, it's usually the Doom lanes that we see do this a lot, right? Because Doom is one of the heroes that doesn't like his level 1 timing very much. Would rather just have a big creep wave underneath this tier 1 tower if he can.
Yeah, should be able to set up for that. You do get almost all the creeps out for Shiro, so he's not feeling too bad. Just gonna have to accept the Doom's just gonna be able to build up a little bit more. But as long as you get your farm and Shiro, you're not gonna hurt too much. And as long as you can try to control the lane, get some denies going on the second wave, should still be pretty stable, although you will have to worry about the build up early on. Again, there's a lot of magic damage in this lane.
Miro, he's going to be left to leave. Miro not going for the chase down because he did run out of the Scorched Earth. But you do tend to see how fast it just stacks up the amount of damage here with Untitled. Why you Smile trying to trade harass with him? He might just be dead. It's kind of the weak point of the Bane, John. This is one of the reasons I stopped playing it. It just doesn't feel good trading harass anymore. Well, to be fair, YU Smile was out of position that time, but already a pretty strong start for 9 Pandas.
Just making great use of their initial mana pool, finding an early first blood, setting up that aggressive lane for themselves. Taking a look at the other lanes while we've got some time. Nothing to say up against Kiyotaka on the Wind Ranger and Storm. And this one theoretically is pretty good for the Wind Ranger, although Kiyotaka right now is managing pretty damn well. If you can land some Overload in, if you can land some static randoms up close, then it can still be tricky for the Wind Ranger. Not the healthiest hero, although as a universal type, it does love stat spamming here.
Oh, to say he misses out on the deny. He was mid-animation to deny that water rune off, but kind of cancelled a little bit early. A bit unfortunate. Kiyotaka's still going to take the water rune away from him. I think to say we'll get one of his own as well, to be fair, but just doesn't get the deny he wanted. I'll tell you, considering we thought the Wind Ranger would have a better time in the mid lane, it's not feeling that way. Kiyotaka's really pressuring quite hard. Nothing to say, constantly having to try and abuse the Wind Run. So Kiyotaka is the one winning out as bottom lane. Now Shiro's gone. Untitled. He'll find a second.
They're leveraging all of that magic damage down bot really damn well. There's just no way YU Small can stop it. No value point to Nightmare to try to cut off that chase from Miero. And Bane in early lane, it does feel pretty atrocious. You will need a lot of levels to start to feel a lot better. So they're really taking advantage of that quite nicely on the side of 9Pandas. Already a strong start across pretty much all their lanes. Maybe the top lane's a little bit better here for PSG.LGD in that you are getting some farm on you, but you're also not stopping Ramses from just doing what he wants.
Chasing them down bottom lane. That's a big curse coming out from Solo now, rotating through the twin gates, and it looks like they'll just chase down Shiro. Shiro, okay for now, but they need more heroes to come in to help out. YU Smile is still going to drop as Solo is still hanging around, still looking for another curse. He doesn't have the cooldowns yet, but he's waiting. 3 seconds away as Miero's rushing in now with the Infernal Blade. Shiro trying to survive through this, will juke through the tree line. The chase is still ongoing. They can see the TB. They've got the Scorched Earth. They'll chase him down, but more TP's coming in. Now from YU Smile, who has respawned onto Untitled. They'll at least take the Skywrath down. 9Pandas, they stuck around so long that YU Smile just ends up respawning. And now Solo denies himself to Rosha.
A major win for LGD. The fact that the Sky found all those kills means the streak is a pretty nice one to find. Maybe not the hero that you'd want it to really go out to, and Planet does pick it up, but you are relieving some of that pressure. It's still a ton of space created for 9Pandas, so Ramses is having the freest farm in the world, just getting the pulse off, clearing out the creeps, getting his farm up. Should have a decent timing into his Battle Fury unless some aggression starts to come out. You could argue the same for New on the Mars, who has been left alone. But it does feel like this plays into what 9Pandas likes.
Oh, bottom. Shiro, again, John, it just... the aggression never stops here. Shiro, though, surviving with the raindrops. Miero now, the one taking a lot of damage, but will be just fine. Again, they go. Concussive shot. The raindrop's going to save Shiro again. What are you losing 2 charges, though? And it's not going to take long for Antares to get through all these charges with the way this is going. Just look at this. Shiro, every time he shows, Antares just pops the W. Another charge got.
And there's just no relief from Y. You can't go for the Nightmare value point, is going for the Enfeeble, 2-1 on the build-up, but just not able to control the lane. And you're getting off with a strong start here for 9Pandas. You are starting to find more farm for Shiro. Despite all that harassment back, he is starting to see us a little bit better.
Bit of a shame for nothing to say, John. Kiyotaka got shackled, but it did not latch onto a tree. So the duration was very, very short. Nothing to say, could not finish off the job. Back down to the bot lane. 9Pandas again, very aggressively just posturing against Shiro, who can do nothing as the blood grenade from Solo does land. Shiro just cannot be left alone. He's gone. Planet rotating on the keeper, trying to help out, but it's too late. 9Pandas, they just have no remorse for this Terrorblade. YU Smile trying to run desperately, will not pop the concussive shot, but he's still dead. More in to go the way of Solo, who now has 4 stolen already. Rotation.
Ramses
incoming. Ramses in the meantime goes down to new top lane. They do it, they trade nicely against the Jug as bottom, and Tardas is going to go down. Miero being chased as well, but should be just fine. LGD showing signs of life, taking down the Jug and taking down the Skyrim.
Again, pretty big kills coming out from both sides. That solo kill onto Ramses is the more concerning one, as Yu finds another.
Beautiful kills here from New at the top lane, just doing all this by himself. YU Smile very happy from the safe lane. And this is literally all by himself. New has had no help this whole time. Quite impressive. Zip in though. Kiyotaka going to try and punish him now. A nice spear away. Ramses on the chase. Kiyotaka trying as well, but out of mana. Cannot chase the Mars down. So New will survive another day. Planet, on the other hand, cannot make it. Planet will go down.
Yeah, was looking for the Wisdom Rune steal. 9Pandas on point for the defense. Will be a 1-for-1 trade there in the end. But New, man, he's making so much space. Might fall now. There you go.
He goes down. Kiyotaka just not willing to give up on that kill, does eventually get it, but yeah, I mean, he has made a lot of space. He might need more though, because Shiro again is being chased. Every single time they see this guy show up, they go right after him, knowing he cannot be defended. Shiro may still survive just barely, but Antares is there with the arcane bolt and the concussive shot, and the raindrops will only do so much. Shiro has died for a third time. And you know, John, we were questioning the Bane pickup earlier. This is kind of what I'm talking about. Like, the Bane, if you don't get off to a good laning start, you can't help your carry when they just dive you like this.
And his positioning in that first blood was just way too far forward. Has to understand he doesn't have that much to trade with. Losing out there meant the EXP was just flowing in for 9 Pandas off the back of the sentry as well. And why still in danger here?
Dead. Yeah, he stuck around for the creep wave. So he's just as good as dead. Nightmare's going to delay it a little bit, but not for long. Miera will happily take the kill himself. 4 to 9 already.
Now it's a party.
I mean, Shiro has found some great CS at least, but you look at the net worth, he's sitting at 2.8k. Very, very low in the net worth department. And that is mostly due to the fact that he just continues to die down at this bottom. So, I mean, the bottom tier 1 tower's gone anyway. Shiro, it's time to jungle.
This is something that he can get done quite nicely with a Conjure Images at the very least. No forward vision just yet on the side of 9 Pandas to spot out that Terrorblade. There should be fairly safe farming up there. You also have Ramses kind of AFK farming now as well. He still maintains a slight lead. He would want to see the Jug start to get into that Battle Fury to really start to accelerate here, but the rest of 9 Pandas are ready to move as a unit. They've got the Doom threat ready from Miera, although he is going back to Midas. They're not going to have an easy angle to just blink forward just yet. But Antares is nearing 6 very early on for the Sky Rat Mage. Off the back of those kills, off the Wisdom Rune. Once you've got that threat of Ancient Seal plus the jump in from Kiyotaka and the Mystic Flare, it'll make short work of anyone to show us on the map. You'll have to watch yourself a bit here on LGD as their mid is being slowly pressured to push. Not the fastest from 9 Pandas, but it's a decent amount of pressure here.
It certainly is, forcing LGD to rotate both supports in to try and defend this. And Kiyotaka, he's not exactly afraid. It's a pretty free Storm game. Apart from maybe against the Bane, but the Bane's not having a good enough time to really have that impact yet, as now Planet getting dived past the tier 1 tower. Yu's gonna try and help out. Hits the spear, but Kiyotaka was out of the arena. Instead they'll try and go after Solo and we'll get it. Brain Sap and the final right click proving to be enough. Ensure why you smile claims the kill is Kiyotaka in the meantime, trying to find a way out of this. Could be okay. Miera even going to rotate now with the Doom out onto Yu. They want the Mars down. Nothing to say he's around to help. Ooh. A great Shackles out is going to buy a bit of time. They might have to deny though, but they will not get it. Antares still secures the kill as Kiyotaka. He's out of mana. This could be a big kill for Nothing to Say to claim. Kiyotaka, though, still running, does avoid the power shot. Is now Nothing to Say. Getting very, very low. Does stick charge up. Still surviving. Chasing down Kiyotaka. But the Storm is fine. He will zip away again. Smiero, maybe he's the one to go down. Maybe you kill off the Doom. The power shot will do the job. Onto Antares they go. The responsibility card. Trying his best to get as much as he can for his team. As he'll get a power shot. Ooh. And now a Shackle. Nothing to Say. He'll get the third. Kiyotaka's down. Oh, he played that perfectly on the Wind Ranger.
Oh, that he did. Finding these opportunities. The side of 9 Pandas playing really greedy and constantly hunting down between that tier 2 and tier 1. Does get punished in the end. And there is some room now for Shiro to show up for a little bit of a shove on that mid-tier 1. The early metamorphosis into the mid-tier 1 push. Good moving out. They know Doom's down. The respawn's a little bit longer on the Storm, but still have to be a little bit cautious here.
Chase is on for Shiro. Oh, they've got the Fiend's Grip now, but the Global Silence is going to come in immediately from Solo, and now a 3-man Blood Grenade into the zip-in from Kiyotaka. Shiro cannot survive. He has no Sunder up.
Oh, no.
Kiyotaka, he just cleans up. Oh, what a fight coming up from 9 Pandas. Everyone's just getting wiped. Yu's trying to run, but he will not make it. Planet the only survivor. And that's only because Kiyotaka's out of mana.
Yeah. Just gets away because they're out of juice here on the side of 9 Pandas, but and 9 Pandas executing so well, understanding that they had the spells. You know, it's such low cooldown on the Mystic Flare. You've got the Global Silence to counteract the grip. PSG.LGD maybe not expecting that level 6 to come out in Solo at that point. And look at this, continued aggression. There's another smoke out. 9 Pandas, Antares, Solo, Kiyotaka looking for more.
Mid lane again, they know somebody's going to be around. They can pick off Nothing to Say. That'd feel amazing. Smoke out from LGD now running right towards Kiyotaka and Solo. There's a haste rune on Kiyotaka, so it's not going to be the easiest kill. Kiyotaka now will break the smoke of YU Smile. He does go for the Enfeeble rather than the Nightmare though. YU Smile. Running back his way out. Planet's going to get jumped, but Solo does get jumped at the same time. Should be a 1-for-1. Solo will be left on the high ground to die. New even showing up at the last moment just in case they needed it. Meanwhile, bottom, Shiro. Say hello to Ramses. Ramses showing up now at the bottom lane. Will eventually back his way out. I believe he has the full Battle Fury on the way on the courier, so... Well, the Jug farm set to escalate quite quickly as now Kiyotaka shows up onto Shiro with the Mystic Flare. It's all too much. Shiro has the Sunder but can't get it off with the Ancient Seal out from Antares. And now Ramsey's just handing the tip over on the Jug. And Shiro, you're at that stage now, you just can't be around this area anymore. Kiyotaka's just too big.
No, he certainly is. Just the ganking squad of Sky plus Storm is just way too much. And again, you picked Terrorblade into this. It was an early Skyrat Mage pickup here. You knew you were going to have a tough time with something like the Terrorblade. Relying so much on the armor. Doesn't have a Self-Dispel on hand to deal with the silence yet. Long ways off from finishing up that full Manta. Needs so much more room to farm up. Room that he's not really getting. Inside of LGD though, will smoke up. I can say you and why. Moving out here, they've got the blink on you. And start to surprise 9 Pandas on their own terms here.
They might run into Antares. Nice vision. Oh, Ramses. You see him. Oh, he's just about to show on the vision. Ramses does get caught new with a great spear around, catching the Jug. Ramses trying to go for an Omni, can't make it. Will go down. They even got Solo. Solo just completely surrounded, slowed up by the Solar Blade into a great Shackles. Nothing to say. Landing another 2-man. Arena down as well, just to ensure Antares is not making it out. LGD off the back of the Wind Ranger, making the work happen.
Again, a great blink reveal coming out here from you as well. Finding the big target for that smoke, having the forward vision to get that done. They even bait out Global Silence. You're not gonna have that GS, and you've got the grip ready on Y. They could actually make a feasible play onto Kiyotaka without any sort of save here from the side of 9 Pandas. And see if LGD finds the opening down the line, but pretty big committal from the sports here on 9 Pandas. Again, Solo without Global Silence means Y is gonna have a bit of a game to play, at least for now.
No, absolutely.
He's going Phylactery Bane as well.
Oh, I love it. I mean, I'm not saying it's good, but when this Phylactery first came out, I automatically thought to myself, Phylactery Bane might be a build. Because you have a way of just... Enfeeble becomes a damage spell, you know, Brain Sap actually feels viable. I don't mind it, but at the same time, I don't necessarily think it's the item you need right now for YU Smile. That's kind of my issue with it, John. Like, does he actually need it? Ramses, he's gonna get speared up, but he has the Healing Ward out. YU Smile gonna get force staffed away by Planet, but is still just gonna die. Nice Shackles on Solo, gonna ensure they can try to follow up, and now the zip in with the Vortex. Nothing to say, trying so hard to get Solo, but he's gonna drop. Here, Taka now with the Orchid up, he's just causing even more issues. At least he won't get the regen room, because New will take it. But now you've got double silence available on 9 Pandas. This is where things get very tough for Nothing to Say.
And it does. And still a ways off from getting anything defensive coming out here on the side of LGD. Saw the effect of just the Pavis and Solo. More than enough to copy that initial damage from that Focus Fire. Level 1 Focus Fire. Doesn't feel the best. Trying to burst down some of these targets. Mid tower will fall now as well, 9 Pandas. A lot of back and forth, but 13 to 19, 3k up. They've gotten space out for Ramses, going back for the S and Y. And he's going to be able to have a pretty fantastic time. Is above and beyond Shiro's farm right now, almost about 500 gold ahead. Not the biggest as they jump for more.
Yeah, YU Smile's gone. Easy peasy. Antares, John, he's got a full Dagon coming out. There's a full Dagon on the Skyrat coming out. Now, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because you're against the Terrorblade, so you can burst down the illusions. You know, against the Wind Ranger, it's going to feel nice. And Well, to be fair, when you're in this much control of the game, you may as well just go for a Dagon in your Skywrath. Why not?
Yeah. Doesn't feel like they need anything defensive out of the Pavis. You can only really focus fire one target anyway. And you're not expecting Shiro to show up anytime soon with his own right-click damage. You've got more than enough magical nuke to take care of him. So I love the confidence from Pandas as they go for a 4-man smoke.
They do. LGD. I mean, they are hanging around the Radiant jungle at the moment. Pings are out towards Miro, but he is not the easiest target with that play. 9 Pandas in the meantime, controlling the bottom side of the map. We'll get some vision down. Get some D-wards down, rather. But it seems like it's all in the name of just buying more time for Ramses to farm safely on the Jug, to be fair. Because you've got a Storm Doom Jug core lineup. It's not like these guys get any weaker as time goes on. Mind you, you might feel a little bit afraid of the Terrorblade as the time goes on, but I dare say 9 Pandas are fairly comfortable scaling into the late game. Why you smile? Gonna find Solo. Miro is there to zone him out though. In fact, Miro rushing forward. Not gonna find anything. But does protect Solo.
Just ensuring that good old Solo doesn't have to be fed to the wolves here. And PSG.LGD still in position to make something happen. They've still got that Blink Arena to play with here.
Yeah, they're trying to the storm, but a quick zip out. Very, very fast into the Mystic Flare and Dagon. Surely doesn't die from this, but oh, he gets close. He gets very close to dropping. One more spell probably would have done the trick. But he does make it this time. My goodness.
That's just an argument for Dagon 5, Mike. Yeah, and Taurus at some point.
That's true.
Build it up. He
That's
is
true.
going for the Blink first as they try to get more here.
Why are you small moving in for a casual nightmare onto Miero, but it may cost him his life. Tares just slowly chipping away. Kiyotaka will happily zip in. Oh, but hold on a minute. The whole team was there.
Oh, no, it's not enough.
It's not enough anyway. Kiyotaka's fine. Miero, he might be the big victim though. 9 Pandas, they are sticking around. Miero gonna try for a TP attempt out. Actually,
No
just
way.
gonna make it. Are you kidding me? How does he just TP like that?
That is so dirty. That's just so dirty. They only do... Their stun is tied in to their Bane right now, right? They already used Shackle early on to pin down Kiyotaka. The Pavis coming in clutch once more to save Kiyotaka as well.
Yeah.
It's just not enough. It's just not enough coming out from PSG.LGD. And I don't know, like... It stems down maybe a little bit to, again, that first blood being fed by Y. And then the lane just kind of collapsed from there. But your hero choices as well. Like, nothing to say... Theoretically, again, we've seen Wind Ranger win up against Storm much more often than the Storm winning up against Wind Ranger. It didn't come out in this game. So he's off to a slower build-up. Even with the Gleipnir, just doesn't feel like he's bouncing enough damage out.
No.
They'll try with a smoke play here, though.
I accept this offer.
I think it also goes back, like, I'm looking at the item build of Why You Smile. I don't want to be too critical, John, but he went from Phylactery to Ag's Rush to now Glimmer Cape. And my whole thing is you're holding this point booster that just feels like it does nothing for you. Right? Like this 1.2k gold you spent, it could have been a Glimmer Cape, almost. You know, that you could have had made up as for Kiyotaka. Quick reactions to the Orchid. May not land as good as dead into the Nightmare and the Fiend's grip, but he'll be alright. But you get my point, right? Like, if you had a Glimmer Cape, you'd feel a lot better as the Bane.
Yeah. Maybe having your own force staff so you're not so reliant on Planet to just bail people out here. Heck, even Aether Lens wouldn't be too bad for Y.
Anything. Any support.
Literally anything. Beyond this point. So yeah, it's been rough for Y. It's been rough overall for PSG.LGD as the Roche does get started here, but aside from 9 Pandas. And it is fairly quick. They've got good damage coming out from Ramses. He's going for the Butterfly next, man. With a full SNY, he's going to be tanky and he's going to start dishing some big damage with the Omnis coming through here. Not that you need to really focus on the Terrorblade matchup anyway. You still have the Magical Burst. The Manta is up for Shiro, which will help, but you know, Manta alone is not enough. As long as they use one spell to force out the Manta, save another source of silence afterwards, you're still going to be able to magically burst down that TD.
There you are. Because the Aegis going to Kiyotaka. 5-man smoke immediately from 9 Pandas going through the twin gates, at least for Antares, but there's Kiyotaka going with him. They've got to know LGDs on this side of the map somewhere. And that they would certainly be correct with that assumption. Pandas slowly will start drawing the lines right towards LGD. it's very challenging as well, because you haven't gotten to the point where anyone's put a Lotus Sword against the judge, right? So you've got no easy way of duking out these Omni Slashes. As here, Taka, just look at this dive in. No cares in the world, but he does get Nightmare. So he will at least not be able to finish off the Coddle kill. But now Why You Smile gonna cop an Omni right into the creep wave, but eventually he will die. They've got it. It took a little bit.
Efficiency. That's
he
efficiency.
got some farmers for.
Yeah, you clear out the creep wave, you find a kill. You know, maybe not the biggest kill in the world, but you get that Omni Slash on cooldown, and you're building up into the butterfly. You know, you're happy. You're a happy customer right now in Ramses. And the side of PSG.LGD, again, it's still a little bit of a struggle, Mike. Like, even with this Scotty coming out for Shiro, without something like the BKB, it just doesn't feel sustainable. Yes, Manta's there, but again, you've got Orchid plus Ancient Seal. You're going to have to take care of one of those spells, and I'm sure 9 Pandas at this point are disciplined enough to hold on to the other piece of control until after the Manta's popped. It's not going to get any easier just yet for Shiro. We're looking at a BKB coming out for Nothing to Say as well. The Wind Rager's damage output just hasn't been enough. That one damn Pavise, man, more than enough to ruin a mid laner's ult. That's very nice.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is, Jonathan. There we go. LGD, I mean, they're still grouped up. They're still trying to find a way back into this game. And if they can pick off Miero, that could be a great start as the arena is going to go down. He got the pipe in time, though. So Miero's a bit tankier, but still in trouble. Nightmare is going to stop the TP. Miero's still trying to find a Doom target. Can't get one. So LGD, they get away with that kill. Very nice start for them. Maybe a bit more than they would have liked to commit in the end. But they can still try and pressure perhaps this mid tier 2 tower. But they're pinging up the top tier 2. They want that instead.
This is them playing into the Aegis as well. They're finding openings. They know that there's a safety net for 9 Pandas. But they find a pick off. They're taking what they can while they can. 9 Pandas, though. 3-man smoke once more.
Scotty's not up on Shiro yet. Shiro, he's going to TP out in time. Why You Smile, though, going to the outpost will get punished for this. And is unwilling to give the outpost away. Nothing to say now, revealing he's still around the area with that power shot. 9 Pandas looking to try and intervene and go into that Radiant Triangle, see if they can cut him off. Nothing to say, does run towards the Lotus Pool instead, so he's not going to be around that area. 1 for 1. Certainly in the favor of LGD, as they are getting away with murder, it feels like. Now Shiro. He's got the gold for the Scud. He looks like he's just holding on to his buyback gold as well, just in case. One bad team fight and they could just go high ground on you. Hold on to the buyback gold to boot. Ramses, on the other hand, just going straight for the butterfly pickup. Just needs about 50 gold. And this is where things are going to get very scary now for LGD.
The courier?
Dip in. Mid lane. Courier is going to make its way out with the Eye of Skadi. So there you go. Shiro picks it up.
Figured they saw that courier. They had ward, and they saw the courier going back and forth for a while. Don't snipe it. It's a nice pickup for Shiro. Gonna have the stats ready, the healing reduction ready on hand. Just need the positioning. If they can get a good arena, prevent that silence from coming out onto Shiro, then you can win a lot of these fights here.
Not many buybacks on the map either here, John. Like, there's one support buyback each team. It's Untarded. Oh, in fact, never mind. They've got some more buybacks now. Shiro just got enough gold for himself, and that's a big one. Taka now having enough gold for his buyback. We'll find a nice double damage rune for himself. That's going to certainly help in the next team fight. Speaking of, it may start soon because they've already found Why You Smile. Limmercape is going to buy him a little bit of time to get out. In fact, the Spear is quite nice. Another Shackle. Not going to land. The Blinding Light. They were perfectly lined up for that Shackle. But the Blinding Light knocked Ramses away. Now the Fiend's Grip onto Miero. They're still going to try. Into the meta they go, and now the Shackle coming out. Miero copping so much damage. Taka cannot save him, but maybe they can kill off Shiro. Shiro is not down yet, but is getting very, very low, and surely drops looking for a Sunder. He's going to get it onto the Keeper of the Light. Taka not done yet, though. Still trying to fight, but gets speared up by New. He'll zip back towards his team. Solo looks like he's going to be left behind. Taka getting stunned up. New finds him. Perfect spear from New. Taka, he will go down. Shiro to take the kill. And suddenly LGD are ahead in this game one.
find the openings. Again, they bait out all the spell usage from 9 Pandas quite nicely. They stack their protection onto Shiro. The 4 staff plays from Planet this entire game has been keeping them in these fights on the side of LGD. And you, again, a madman coming in with these spears. Spearing up the Doom, spearing up the Jug, spearing up the Storm. In that entire fight, like, he just gave all the openings out for LGD. And the side of 9 Pandas, again, they were forcing the fight in a really tight spot. They couldn't get the Doom off earlier onto the bigger target. They couldn't get the Doom off onto Nothing Say before the Focus Fire came out as well. So he's just free to do the damage and then back off. And 9 Pandas, maybe just feeling a little bit confident to rush up now. Still have to respect that if you don't gap close onto the Terrorblade, and if you just allow this control to come out from the side of PSG.LGD, it goes their way. They've got the output. And Shiro's #1 in net worth. He's managed to climb his way back up very nicely here. And does have his full butterfly up now as well. So you don't have anything like the MKB coming out anytime soon on Ramsey. He's going for his Ags first for the Swift Slash. And LGD, I mean, it was a slower start for sure, but their execution's been so tight. And just is the fact that Y now is, well, I thought Y had his Glimmer Cape up, but he is still going for the Ags. Glimmer Cape saves from Planet. Like, Planet's been doing all the work. Now, Glimmer Cape's 4 staff. This man's been on point on his coddle here.
He has. He's playing the real +5, I think, here for the side of LGD. Is why he's certainly playing a greedier game right now on the Bane for sure. Mind you, the Ags is super strong once you do get it on the Bane. Like, the 45-second cooldown is kind of the main point, but just having those illusions channeling the Fiend script to ensure they can't cancel that easily is going to be pretty nice. To be fair, Solo does have Global Silence, so it may not matter anyway, but the lower cooldown's always really good. ODD. Looking to defend this bottom tier 2 tower. Yotaka on the high ground waiting to jump in. Doesn't seem like they're going to find themselves a very nice angle. OGD now pressing forward. Miero put a blink away as he does have the vision on the high ground. That'll get dewatered immediately. Yu still hunting down. Miero trying to go through the twin gate with the spear. The spear's going to land. Yu getting the vision into the Fiend Script, cancelling the TP. Great guess from Yu. That's what you wanted to see. That's your position 3 Doom just going down for nothing.
Does take the grip, but you don't mind too much. These pickoffs massive for the side of PSG.LGD. And just Mew is just insane. His game sense just so on point. And 9 Pandas again dropping the ball a little bit. You know, they went with this really confident build up on Antares. Yeah, you still get some utility out with Dagon for sure. But now you start to wonder whether or not, you know, maybe an earlier Glimmer Cape, maybe an earlier Atrial Lens here would have helped the cause for Antares and helped the team a little bit more outside of just this burst blade, because right now it's not seeming feasible to burst down the back line. You're having issues in trying to just pin down Planet or Y. I'd argue that Planet's probably the bigger target. If you can find him first, take away that 4 staff and Glimmer Cape, a lot of your issues do disappear. There's your full Ags up for Y. So that lower cooldown Fiend's Grip ready. And that's massive because Global Silence it's always 100 seconds. Until something like the refresh is out for Solo, which is not something that you're going to be able to farm up in the Silencer this game all too fast for Solo. So you're always going to have an edge now in these prolonged fights. And these fights have been dragging for a while here for both sides.
Yeah, there's certain fights you certainly can pull off 2 Fiend Scripts, that's for sure, with that 45-second cooldown. Here we go. Charging in, 9 Pandas looking for that fight. Keep in mind, Ramses has his own Ags up, so the Swift Slash is available. They are moving into LGD, but LGD have got vision around the bottom lane. Miero, not breaking his smoke yet. Why you Smile just waiting in the tree line for that perfect moment to try and make a jump in. Definitely not going to hesitate with the Fiend's Grip at all now. Just smoke out. Roshan has started though. 9 Pandas. They're going to force the fight. Jiro is looking massive. Yotaka going to get caught by the Gleipnir. We'll be fine. Nothing to follow up with. They just didn't have the vision on the high ground. They'll try to get some D-wards out while they can. Looks like they will get away with that as Roshan's still half HP. Ramsey still trying, spear out, they've caught Miero. That's the Doom picked up. Arena down to block everyone else. They'll commit the Swift Slash into the Omni Slash. It's bouncing into the backside onto the supports though. They've at least got Planet down, and now they've got YU Smile down to boot. Buyback was immediate from Planet. He'll be back into the team fight, but 9 Pandas immediately retreating out of there. They've committed everything. So now Roshan might just go the way of LGD. But 9 Pandas, they can't let this happen for free. To be fair, they did force a buyback, but it doesn't seem to really feel like enough. Question is, can you actually fight this? Maybe you can try for a steal with Kiyotaka. Miero has a blink as well. Miero, he'll jump in and give the vision, though it's a bit too early. They are going to throw a Mystic Clear onto you, and now the Swift Flash coming out. Shiro, he's trying to go for the Aegis. He does pick it up. They've got it onto the Terrorblade. Shiro, he might be too big to deal with now. They do at least kill off Mew, but it seems like 9 Pandas need to leave the area. It is not safe. Solo's been left behind. Antares is going to try and stay around and help
Ramses?
out. Ramses rushing back in.
Ramses?
Bean's grip is out. Ramses.
What?
What was that? Well, he had the Swift Slash, but that was it. It wouldn't have been enough anyway.
Certainly not. And 2 lives on Shiro. Even with Metamorphosis down, that second life was going to be dicey no matter what without the full Omni on hand. Hey, you were relatively healthy on everyone else as well.
What?
I'm not sure. Just a little bit overconfident. 9 Pandas. It's starting to fall apart a little bit here. PSG.LGD, just on point. They've managed to hit their big item spikes. His full Satanic up for Shiro. He can sustain in the front line. He's going for his own MKB now. You've had your BKB up for nothing saying. Now with a full Ags up as well. Detection going to be massively important for the side of 9 Pandas just to pin down the Wind Ranger. And for 9 Pandas, it's all down to execution, right? Like, Miero's getting caught off guard first. He's not able to get the big moves onto these pivotal targets. He's not able to start these fights with the War Stomps.
Tier 3 tower is not going to last too long at this rate. Kiyotaka buying out a full sight device now in preparation for a big defense. They'll have the Crimson Guard to come out of 9 Pandas as well to try and protect these tier 3 towers and racks. Solo, realizing the hard way you can't get too close to Shiro at the moment. And they are doing a decent job of slowing this racks being taken, but ultimately Shiro does not look like he's planning to back off anytime soon. Maybe they can force the fight while the Metamorphosis is slowly expiring, but it still has about 1/4 of its duration left. GD, they're just casually going to back off towards the Dire Tormentor instead. I mean, why not? Now they're in just full control of this game. Props to LGD for making this happen, because it was a pretty tough start to this game 1. But they're in a position where they are certainly in the lead.
They are. They punished the overextensions from 9 Pandas. That fight in the high ground triangle on the Radiant side. Really the beginning of this topsy-turvy game for the side of 9 Pandas and slipping away. And it's their game now is contingent on Miero finding good initiation. Right? It's either something like the Ags for Kiyotaka coming out, which isn't something he's queuing up anytime soon, or just a big War Stomp into a proper Doom onto a big core. Without any of those, then it's just going to be tough to take these engagements, unless the side of LGD is very scattered, like they are right now.
Could find New. Keep in mind, New does have the Blink BKB and Lotus Orb all available. Nothing to say, he's an even better target, but he's found Solo first. Solo just dropping, and now the spear out onto Kiyotaka. Will be there, but they don't have the focus fire to follow up with. A very, very messy engagement by 9 Pandas. They will at least... Oh, they almost lost another. I mean, to be fair, he had plenty of mana. He should have been just fine. Your tier 3 top tower going to be under siege now. LGD, they've got the meta back up. They'll move right in. Aegis is still up for a minute and a half, so there's no reason to stay back. And even Planet has a full sight device now, the Keeper. This is such a tough defense to ask for from 9 Pandas. They have no buyback gold on Ramses either to make matters worse. Ramses is about 700 gold short at the moment. That's your top racks gone, LGD. They'll walk right down to the middle T3 tower. No T2s to protect. Ramses, he's been Beans gripped. Global Suns will be out to cancel. They'll try to go after the Terrorblade, but a nice 4-star away. There's now nothing to say, maybe target it, but it's just so messy. They don't commit the Doom, and now the Shackle's landing. The 9 Pandas, they look a little bit lost in this game 1 now. Ramses will back off. Shiro is going to run out of meta, so he does retreat to boot. it might be around that time to wait for the next Roshan, because you've only got 45 seconds of Aegis timing left. Unless you can get a good team fight. But either way, LGD, they are in full control of this game 1, and 9 Pandas looking just a little bit lost here at this late stage of the game.
They are. It's just so difficult for them to start these fights. And you need Miera to get a good Doom off. Either on the Wind Ranger, or probably better off on Shiro, just to stop him from doing anything with the Metamorphosis and Sunder. But then you worry about the backline saves. You have to have this angle for Kiyotaka to just instantly burst down someone like Planet, or even Y right now, being highly disruptive with Nightmares. It's not easy. And again, it just boils back to that overextension on the triangle. Kind of falls apart there. Shiro starts to really get his itemization online. That's the moment when he picks up the Scotty and starts to have a lot of stats to play with, in that your magical burst doesn't burst him fast enough.
Oh, Ramses! Ramses! He's been caught! He's been held down! The Fiend Grip is out! There's nothing to cancel this! They haven't got the global subs! He's gone! Ramses! He bought the MPV! He's got no buyback! It's GG! Antares, he just calls it GG and disconnect immediately. That has to hurt. This game 1. I mean, 9 Pandas, they were in control for the first 20 minutes of the game. They had a Storm, Doom, Jug core lineup, John. It felt like they were just going to completely outscale LGD. Props to LGD for pulling off the comeback here in this game 1, but a couple deaths for Ramses. Very questionable, and well, the Jug just never ends up popping off.
It certainly doesn't. He runs into that Roche fight after they've lost the Aegis, when the rest of his team backs off. The side of LGD finding those opportunities in that triangle fight on their end of the river. And nothing to say, kind of setting up for a lot of these kills. Landing a lot of big shackles, getting the aggression on early, along with New. Like, these two did a ton of work. New especially in cutting off some of these retreats from 9 Pandas. Just doing so much to salvage that really rough early game here. And just, man, the Pandas, the overconfidence coming out to bite them. Like the Dagon build-up from Antares. Sure, it looked like it could have worked. It made sense if they were just going to constantly apply this pressure, but they lose a couple of fights. Suddenly the Dagon's not doing enough work. You're stuck at the Dagon level 1 for the Sky, and he's not able to gap close. He's not able to just burst someone down. The initiations fall flat for Pandas, and again, the shackles, the spears coming out from PSG.LGD, cutting off these retreats. It's heavily punishing. I think the Pandas, they had such a good early game, which is strange, because we've seen a lot of games where the Pandas have a really rough early game, sit back and farm, and then Ramses comes on top. When they have this really strong early game, it looks like they just get a little bit too overconfident and they overcommit. Like, Ramses dying after buying the MKB is one thing, but that Roche, man, right by the portal, why was he running in? I don't know.
He had Spin TP and he had Swift Slash. He didn't have Healing Ward. He didn't have Omni. I'm not really sure what the idea was. Like, some people might argue, yeah, he could have Spin TP'd out. It's like, yeah, but why would you run in and then do that? You're not gonna kill anyone with it. I guess maybe he thought I can pick off a kill and just Spin TP away, but you probably would have still had the damage with Terrorblade. Like, he hits very hard by that point. Props as well to New. I want to say the offlane Mars just doing a lot of work for LGD. Like, we had some great shackles from Nothing to Say, but it did feel like when New started joining those team fights, that's when things started to really change. And at the early game as well, like, New found a solo Ramses kill, and then he kills off Solo as well. Like, he just by himself, he's just killing off everyone at the top lane. Just incredible performance from him, and I do think the rotations that he made for his team was what made the comeback happen in the beginning for LGD. So big props to the Mars in the offlane. Certainly the MVP of this game, I would argue. With that, though, we are going to head off to a short break, of course. And right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between PSG.LGD and, of course, 9 Pandas. We'll see you soon.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
to say where I'd run to, where I would lay if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are back here for our second game between LGD and, of course, Nine Pandas here for the Riyadh Masters 2023, and it is MLP Dota and Jonix. Jonathan, game one was a pretty interesting affair, I would argue, here between LGD and Nine Pandas. Nine Pandas having the lead for what felt like a solid 20-25 minutes. It almost felt like the game was somewhat unlosable for them. LGD, props to them making the comeback happen. But definitely some interesting engagements, to say the least, that really did cost Nine Pandas that game quite heavily. Game two, is there anything in particular you'd like to see change it up? Maybe in terms of drafting, perhaps, that might change the outcome here for Nine Pandas in game two?
I don't think the draft was really an issue. They had some good answers very early on. They played around their power spikes fairly well. Just the decision making, I think that it boiled down to. At some point, they didn't respect the counterfight potential of PSG.LGD all that much. No, nothing to say. Started to land some shackles. News started to really pop off in that Mars. Like getting those two solo kills up top, hammering in these spears every single time when they needed it. Like, sure, he missed a couple in Kiyotaka. That's a storm. He was landing them on every other target anyway, and managing to pin down the side of Nine Pandas from getting anything done. I think the big issue in the last game for Nine Pandas was, some of that decision making, and so honestly, it felt like Miero just didn't have the best impact on that Doom, right? He had a pretty stable lane, he managed to farm up, he got some decent Dooms early on, but as the game scaled on to the point where they relied on a lot of big Doom War Stomps and big Dooms coming out, it just didn't come true for Miero. Like, he'd hide in the trees, he'd be spotted first, he'd just instantly die without having to use Doom. You're down one big teamfight spell here for the side of Nine Pandas, and the follow-up fight tends to fall apart. You're forced to use Global Silence defensively when your heroes aren't in position to jump in on the offense and try to capitalize on it, and it just crumbled down. So I think, I wouldn't say you want to change Miero's hero, as he does love the Doom, but it certainly didn't feel like it worked out at all in that last game.
I kind of agree with you. I don't think we've saw the absolute best performance. Speaking of not having the best performance either, again, LGD was struggling quite a lot in that first half. I mean, props to you for making all the work happen, but certainly, like, some timings were very questionable. Like, the fact that Why You Smile, after having that bad of a game, still ends up getting to the point where he has the Ags up. And you saw the impact too, right? Like, when I was questioning the Ags in particular, John, I wasn't saying the Ags was bad, right? I just thought maybe go for a Glimmer Cape first, or a 4-star for a Pavis, or something supportive first, because he died 5 times in the laning stage or something as the Bane. Like, it was a pretty rough ride. And there was that down period where he had a point booster and nothing was happening for this POS 5 Bane. But then suddenly a couple good team fights, he's got the full Ags up. And then once the full Ags is up, you can theoretically Fiend's Grip twice in a team fight, and we actually did see that. In that strange turn of events where Ramses ended up running after that Roshan fight into the side of LGD and kind of feeding his life away. If I remember correctly, that was the second Fiend's Grip that came out, so he probably wasn't expecting that to be available. And it's kind of the thing, like, the fact that he got to that Ags timing on the position 5 Bane after such a start was not only impressive from LGD's end, but it does feel like 9 Pandas shouldn't have even allowed that to happen.
Yeah, just shouldn't have happened. And again, there were a couple of things as well, right? Like, Antar is going for the Dagon. Sure, down the line, they had no utility under supports outside of the Pavis, right? Like, Solo was very, very poor on that silencer, only really had a Pavis to play with. And I think, just again, that the overconfidence they got from the laning phase kind of caused them all of those issues. Not respecting that counterfight, not respecting the scaling coming out from PSG.LGD, and eventually just one bad fight, one bad position just cost 9 Pandas. Still, into this Game 2 draft we go. PSG.LGD starting off with the Timbersaw and Rubik. 9 Pandas starting off with the Enigma, with the Problem Beast and Elder Titan bands for the Pandas. PSG.LGD taking care of the usual Broodmother and Undying. Not going to be a smooth game for the Enigma already. I mean, it can still have a pretty strong time in lane, but you have a really good solution here from the side of PSG.LGD. Timbersaw to clear out the Eidolons. Rubik the Steel Black Hole. Not going to be too difficult up against an Enigma. I'm wondering where 9 Pandas puts this Enigma as well. Are we seeing something like a Miaru Enigma in this game? Or is Solo going to pick it up on the POS 5? Those are basically the 2 positions they've run it. I don't think we've seen Antares play this one at all. So, at this point, with the Enigma being counteracted, it doesn't feel worthwhile to run as a core. You might as well just focus on, say, Malefice and Midnight Pulse more than anything else, and just help win a lane. We'll find out as the Doom still comes out, so this should just be our solo Enigma for sure.
Should be. We'll see. I think Miera just going back for the comfort is perfectly fine, especially considering you are up against a Timbersaw, which is arguably going to be the nothing to say hero. Could still be the new Timber as well, you never know. But the Doom generally does pretty well against heroes like this. Mind you, you've given a lot of value to this Rubik with this opening duo. Like, this Rubik has Black Hole, it has Doom to take. Already so much value. And, like, Black Hole and Doom both aren't the most difficult spells to steal. They're actually quite easy to steal, in fact. So, yeah, assuming that this Rubik plays patiently, which I'm sure the Planet will do, or even Why You Smile may do, it shouldn't be hard to at least get one of these spells.
Yeah. Gonna have a lot of impact just turning it around here in the middle. For the side of Pandas, again, you can't fault them for going back to the Miero Doom. You just have to see, I don't know if I'd say better positioning, just better jumps. It feels like he didn't really play that wrong. It's just PSG.LGD had his number. Constantly breaking up the smoke, catching the Doom first when he's standing up front, ensuring that the Doom never goes off. We can't see that kind of performance in this game. We've got to be able to see 9 Pandas playing on the offensive with a blink up on the Doom once Mir has that up. And he has to really catch some big heroes. Maybe the Timbersaw is a good one. Honestly, dooming a Rubik in the late game is just also not too bad if we reach like 35 minutes in. The Ags build up feels like it's going to be important because the Timbersaw alone is already a pretty big target, and you still have potentially Nothing to Say's hero and Shiro's hero for sure to still come out. There is some flex for PSG.LGD as well in deciding their lanes here. They can run Nothing to Say on the Tim, but for the most part they do give that over to New on the off lane. We'll see. A surprise Timbersaw mid up against certain matchups can be pretty devastating for Kiyotaka if he's not too careful.
Be one more ban to come from either side before we can continue with these drafts. And Pandas. Maybe one more position 1 ban out to come here against LGD. Have a bit of a think about this one. You still here? Oh, I was about to say you still have the Bloodseeker that was removed. The Pango now being removed from 9 Pandas end of things just in case. LGD. I mean, you've already got rid of the main Timbersaw counter in the Bloodseeker. See if they want to just focus on another position 1. If you are going to run the mid nothing to say Timbersaw, like the Snapfire being removed is usually your main issue's already gone in the Snapfire for the Timbers, so probably not too much more to be afraid about as the mid Timbersaw if that's what nothing to say is going to play.
Taking their time. I feel like PSG.LGD don't want to necessarily reveal the Timber mid all too early, and they prefer to run that on you for the most part, so maybe just trying to bait out the Pandas a little bit. And Pandas not really falling for it. I mean, the Pango ban is a pretty big ban up against nothing to say. A lot of Spirit Brothers here still left in the pool though. Storm's still available, which is the main Spirit Brother that's being contested. Ember can still kind of fit in. If you feel like the need for clearing out more of the Eidolons, getting some split push going here, having something to follow through from your Timsaw jumping forward. PSG.LGD actually ban out the Tinker, and they bring out the Dawnbreaker on the side of PSG.LGD.
That's interesting.
Very interesting. I would say this is support. We've mainly seen support Dawnbreakers come out. I wouldn't be too surprised if Plan picked it up, but it's open enough that you could maybe arguably run it on you. Mind you, the Dawnbreaker, its damage values are just really, really awful right now. Like, its output is not the best in lane. It's not the most pressuring offlaner right now. So I'm very curious what LGD will want to do to that. Jug once more for Ramsey. I mean, I can't fault him. He loves his farm-heavy heroes, and Jug is one of them. It's just, hey, you have to fix your decision-making, you know? You can't run up like that, like we saw in Roche. You can't just dip out of your high ground to farm up a wave when you just freshly bought out the MKB either. Those kinds of mistakes, again, you can't repeat any of those mistakes. If you're 9 Pandas right now, you just completely forget game 1. Think of this as a game 1, or maybe not, because I feel like every time we cast 9 Pandas, game 1 never goes their way. And I'm not sure on the stat in that, but it starts to feel like that, Mike.
It certainly does feel like that. I think every game we've casted of 9 Pandas, they've just lost. Which is, apologies to 9 Pandas for that. 9 Pandas, they're gonna go for a Witch Doctor pickup now. So, another hero I can't say I was quite expecting to pop up, but well, there you go. Not the worst hero to see. It does quite well against heroes like the Timber with the Maledict, and can still be a very annoying hero to play against. So what, is this a pos for Witch Doctor we're looking at? Like, is it pos for Enigma, pos for Witch Doctor?
You'd much prefer the Witch Doctor for sure to lane with the Doom, but again, considering how they play here, I think 9 Pandas will stick to like the solo Enigma coming out. Jug plus Enigma in lane isn't too bad. You've got Malefice plus Spin. It can be aggressive early on. PSG.LGD into the Medusa is rather interesting. We've seen this hero still pop in and out. Still can work out. I think the matchup against Jug is still rather iffy, depending on farm timings. Like a Jug with Swift Slash and Omni Slash can still fully eat through a Medusa's early farm. The invulnerability state can be a massive problem as well, but if you can pin down the Jug, then it shouldn't be too bad here for the side of PSG.LGD. So I'm really curious to see what they do here with their lanes. Like, are we seeing something like a Medusa plus Dawnbreaker lane come out, a Rubik Timbersaw lane, and then something else for nothing to say on the mid? It doesn't sound too bad to run any of those, like Dawnbreaker plus a ranged core, kind of going back to just having a tanky melee pos 5 with a ranged pos 1, and that lane can still kind of work out for PSG.LGD if they want to run it that way. For the 9 Pandas, fairly straightforward. There's a lot of aggression a Doom and Witch Doctor can provide. Early heal, Cask, and Maledict, and still tear apart the Medusa, so you have to respect that. Doom into Medusa lane as well. If you get the mana burn creep, you're going to be laughing your way to the bank here on Miero if he manages to get that kind of creep for himself in lane. You have some ways of covering yourself here. LGD banning out the Darkseer is rather surprising, as I don't know how exactly they're expecting the side of 9 Pandas to flex a Doom here. 9 Pandas, for their part, just taking care of the Lycan and the Ember. Again, unsure as to whether or not New or Nothing to Say will play the Timbersaw mid, so covering 2 heroes that would be rather annoying. They will have to show their hand first on 9 Pandas, as LGD does have the last pick overall.
Excuse me, final pick up to come from 9 Pandas. 10 seconds reserve time left. They don't have much time to think about this one.
PSG.LGD.
Oh, we'll go down the Void Spirit route, so that's a mid hero coming out here from 9 Pandas. So it should be an off lane Doom and a safe lane Jug as we were expecting. LGD, on the other hand, how do they want to respond? Do they want to just run the mid Timber? I mean, I guess you kind of are with the Dawnbreaker being picked up, but it could still be a support Dawnbreaker, so you never know. It's all up in the air right now for LGD. They still have a lot of flexibility. But I must say, John, I think the Dawnbreaker as well does have that added value of stopping the black hole with your ulti. So, you know, you've got that. It might make the black hole very challenging to actually pull off and make kind of impactful this game. Could just be a support Dawnbreaker, just for the sake of having that the ulti available.
Yeah, I think it's safer in support. I'd expect the Timbersaw off, but with the Void Spirit pickup, you kind of want to run Timbersaw versus Void Spirit. That lane does feel really good for a Timbersaw. Really easy to harass out. Yutaka from having a good game here. Just get something else for you on the off lane. Up against a Jug. What options do you have left? Maybe something like the Beastmaster could still work out here for you if you want something like that. You still have... I believe you still have the Mars, unless I can't see through properly, so that could be one way. Instead, they'll go with a Storm, so they'll just run the Timber off instead. Storm versus Void Spirit matchup, still rather straightforward. And again, we will have Y on the Dawnbreaker 5. So, Dawnbreaker Dusa lane, as I mentioned, it's a melee support plus a ranged core. It's not too bad. You can be aggressive, although getting aggressive on top of... Oh, they're running Antares Doom. It's a Mirror Enigma.
Okay.
I was expecting Soul to play it. It works out. It's just, again, it's not the easiest Enigma game. As a core Enigma, I suppose you could always go for the Aura build-up rather than emphasizing your black hole. So you still have a lot of utility coming out for your team and sustain. Maybe a fast Guardian Greaves. The Solar Crest is what we see as well. Can start to help the cause in finding these pickoffs, but I would say, just looking at the draft, I'd say PSG.LGD has a much more straightforward draft. I think 9 Pandas does have this potential to run down very early on in laning phase. And they do have some decent scaling coming out. You know, it's Jug versus Dusa. We've seen Ramses shine on the Jug versus Dusa matchup in particular before. And again, the laning of 9 Pandas is pretty strong, but I don't know, like, the strat from PSG.LGD just looks very comfort for them. It's nothing too strange. Neo on a Timbersaw, nothing to say on that mid-storm. Like, it's all very straightforward. The lane matchups aren't too bad for PSG.LGD, despite 9 Pandas having a lot of aggressive potential. So as long as they don't lose out too much in the lanes, I can see PSG.LGD just hanging on and hitting their spikes here.
Let's see how it does pan out. Game number 2 here between 9 Pandas and LGD, set to get underway. Should be a very interesting one. Of course, 9 Pandas backs against the wall now, looking for a draw at the very least.
Looking good.
Or at the best, I should say. LGD looking for a 2-0 victory at best.
This pleases me to no end.
A 2-0 here for LGD catapults them above 9 Pandas' position, I believe, and 9 Pandas is in danger of being relegated out of the group stage, out of the playoffs here, with a 2-0 loss. So, it's a lot in the line. Again, we're in the penultimate day of groups. You only have so many matches left to play in the next day. So, every win counts. That one loss for 9 Pandas hurting them quite hard, and that boosts PSG.LGD by a huge margin in terms of trying to stay in contention here. So, we'll see. Shout out to Bengen, says Solo.
Bengen. Okay. Oh, I have no idea who that is, but shout out to him. Or her. You don't mind the Dawnbreaker as well against this offlane Enigma, I must say, John. Like, Dawn support, arguably one of the better heroes against a core like Enigma. Like, Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker makes it impossible for you to hold on to those Eidolons. As well, laning stage as well with the Medusa is going to be kind of tough with all the poking and prodding that can happen between the Medusa and the Dawnbreaker, as they are going to move in solo. We'll be just fine to walk away. into the laning stage, see exactly how all of it pans out. As of course bot lane, Shiro up against Untitled and Miro once again. The Doom vs Enigma laning stage from 9 Pandas. I do feel like the Dawnbreaker, even though the numbers, the values of these spells aren't great, I think he should have a pretty damn good time on this Dawn pos 5.
It should be alright. Again, you've got some damage to back you up here with the Dusa. If you manage to get a couple of good Mystic Sneaks out, you can harass pretty well. My concern is jumping forward. These two targets aren't that soft for you to really fully kill threat on. They've got a lot of control as well. Like Malefice just pins down the Dawnbreaker pretty damn bad. The Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker. And just a casual Infernal Blade out from Antares will do a lot in trades up against Y. Overall, though, again, you tend to still go for that early Eidolons, and you do clear it out. Up top, Ramses does manage to find you.
He certainly does. Meanwhile, mid lane, Yotaka's gone. Level 2, nothing to say, takes him out. John, that's without the Vortex. That was just Overload and Static Remnant taking him down. What?
Yeah, it's a little bit funky. Where at least you don't get the first blood bonus coming out here for nothing to say. And I suppose overall that's a reset for Kiyotaka. We have seen this lane matchup before, and it does tend to favor Storm. You know, you don't care too much about the Void right clicking you down. He has to gap close. When he gap close, so you have the Static Remnant. You've got the Vortex to bail you out. You've got the magic damage to just burn through that Resonant Pulse early on as well. So nothing to say, should feel pretty stable. Look at him just he's just standing there and right clicking, and Kiyotaka can't do anything.
I like it. Just man up. Come at me. Kiyotaka, we'll see how he does try to deal with this as time goes on. It looks like already a bit of a tough time here against Nothing to Say, who's just not backing off. It's constant aggression. Kiyotaka obviously going to be a little bit behind in XP as well. Off the back of that death. And to say surely hits level 6 before Kiyotaka with the way things are going. Should mean a bit of an opening later on against this Void Spirit, assuming maybe a support rotation. In now, but say we'll be okay. Well, bottom, why are you smiling? Antares going at it. Even the support Doom, like, you're just not going to have a good time against the Dawnbreaker 5. Just the spells you can throw out early, the Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker, can add up, and you're seeing why you smile. Jumping right into the Eidolons down a bottom lane, clearing all of them out. Miera, he just spawned them up to boot. They just get deleted instantaneously by why you smile.
I'm surprised again that they decide to go for this core Enigma. It feels like if you ran core Doom, support Enigma with emphasis on some like Malefice instead of just looking for higher uptime and demand conversion, you'd have a much more playable lane. Instead, you're getting a lot of protection out for Shiro to just get the freest farm of his life. And not too much impact coming out from Antares. He's just basically jungling. You know, getting the Devour off, playing with a Scorched Earth in the small camp, contesting pulse, I suppose, but beyond that, not really able to do as much to ensure that the Enigma is not suffering as hard. So, strong laning starts coming out for PSG.LGD. And that first blood up top certainly did hurt just a bit, but New's hitting the point where he's not going to care. Level 3 up on Timbersaw means you go for your 1-1-1. You're fairly safe. You've got some aggression with a Rubik with a lift back. Solo already hitting that 1-1-1 early does, again, provide a kill threat for 9 Pandas up top. But for the most part, Ramses, if he can farm, he'll just sit back and just do that. Doesn't care too much.
The lane, to say, getting very low on the storm now will be alright. But there is a big group up in supports for these 4-minute water rune. Bit of a chase here from Solo onto Planet. Planet's going to be just fine. Yotaka can't really back him up. Solo's still going, in fact. Very aggressive play from the Witch Doctor. With the Melodic now. More of a chase, but Planet will be okay. While you smile, looks like he's going to take over the mid lane as to say, forced to run back towards the fountain. We have a decent amount of time for Kiyotaka to catch up in the XP department. Like, he's still behind the storm. This might be just enough time to even out and try to hit level 6 at roughly the same time.
Much needed room here for the side of 9 Pandas. Nothing to say. At the very least, doesn't die, manages to head back into lane, has a level 3 overload for those trades once more. And that movement does clear up the side lanes a bit, but just ends up being more farm. This again does feel a little bit better for the side of PSG.LGD in that you've got the Dusa. You do want to take your time to build up here. You are getting a lot more out of your lane right now on the Dusa in comparison to Ramses on his jug. So Ramses is number 1 in that fort, and off the top of that kill earlier on, is still feeling pretty great on Jug. As long as he doesn't get somehow solo picked off by New, then you're pretty happy.
Ace onto Shiro, but Miero now is the one being targeted by YU Smile. The Y is getting very, very low and should go down eventually to the melodic damage, but in comes Planet with a telekinesis onto the high ground for Antares, but he'll just TP away. Meanwhile, mid lane, Kiyotaka is 1 hit away from dying, but will survive on 30 HP and walk his way out. Nothing to say, trying to get aggressive prior to that level 6. Can't quite claim the kill, but now he is level 6. Once the TP comes back in, Kiyotaka, if he's not careful, he could just automatically die. And speaking of dying, Ramses again getting soloed by New.
Oh, I just said it. As long as he doesn't randomly die to New, you're fine. He's taken
Yeah,
out.
you did, Joe.
He didn't have his spin. It happens again. It's... I mean, it is Jug versus Timbo.
Double damage on Nothing to Say now mid. Kiyotaka, he just TP'd in to try and get that farm going. But he's only level 5. They could just die both of them now. Solo will go. Kiyotaka is safe. There's Nothing to Say is out of mana. Antara is going to try and rush forward with the blood grenade and try to snipe the storm kill. They actually get this. Nothing to Say dropping very low, but seems like Antara is just playing very safely. We'll back off. So as long as Kiyotaka survives that onslaught, you're going to be okay. They will just only get away with the Witch Doctor kill. I think the bigger loss is definitely that top lane where Ramses just died solo than New again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Timbersaw without Chakram. It's all just the chains and the whirling death, and that gets the job done for New. Have to be really cautious with when you pop that spin.
Back home?
Oh
yeah, he still got the Wisdom Rune. Miro was trying to stop him from getting the Wisdom, and why you smile? Oh my. Had he got denied off, I would have just felt terrible for Nine Pandas, but they do get the kill.
At least they find it. And it's probably one of the only black holes can get New. Ooh. If he dragged Ramses back in that chain, that actually would have been a kill on this Jug. Ramses should be happy. Didn't bounce along there, but yeah, it's a little bit awkward right now. It's not all doom and gloom for Nine Pandas for sure. They've got the slight network lead, but feels like PSG.LGD, they're the ones dictating this game with a smoke out now.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Wait. Ramses, I mean, he doesn't have the Omni. Solo doesn't want to get caught instead, though, as they do see it. Underneath that Observer Ward, Solo is going to get picked off. Nothing to Say will take his second kill of the game now on the Storm. Kiyotaka, of course, unable to help at the moment on the Void Spirit. Does at least get himself an Arcane Rune, but that's about it. Does have to sit back and continue trying to secure some farm, as he's still yet to pick up his brown boots. Kind of how badly the mid lane went for the Void Spirit. I suppose Nothing to Say needs the exact same thing, but he's playing Storm, so it's a little bit different. Rotations again from LGD. They'll run through the river up towards the top lane. Ramses has already left the building. Ramses just farming the top side jungle. Bottom lane in the meantime, Shiro was getting jumped, but he's going to be just fine to clear out all the Eidolons, and he is out of mana, but they are not going to have the spells to throw at him. Back to top lane, Solo is hanging around to do something about this tier 1 top tower, but realizes he can't really show his face. So that tier 1 is gone.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Can't really do too much. Can't look for a solo pick-off right now without the ult. He's just forced to try to soak some EXP, maybe spot some movement out. They will spot that gate usage here from Y. Have some good wards, at least watch that area, but not going to be able to do much with the info. So this is back to the Nine Pandas playstyle that we know coming out from laning phase. They lose out in lanes, they sit back and farm. As long as Ramses doesn't die in the next few minutes, you're happy. Don't die, Ramses.
You said it, John. If it happens now, it's on you! Ramses, be careful! It's me. Bottom lane, they might be looking to set up onto this Enigma soon. Miero is standing back, realizing that YU Smile might be around this area. Torres is around the corner on the Doom, but he is still level 4, so not really in a position where he can help defend his Enigma if he does get jumped. Meanwhile, mid, a bit of a fight over the power runes, but a nice Aether Remnant from Kiyotaka, locking him down on the storm. The shield rune is going to be picked up by Untitles, but Kiyotaka, he's being focused here by the side of LGD. Problem is, they are out of mana for the storm. So they're not going to be able to continue the chase onto Kiyotaka. Actually, the power rune anyway, just going to Untitles. The thing is, now New has shown up into the mid lane, and with the siege creeping coming, this mid tier 1 tower is not going to survive. I don't think Nine Pandas can actually defend this.
No. And they've got the black hole ready from Miero, but nothing to really help him initiate in. And again, it's not an easy game. You just go for these black hole plays and have to surrender these objectives out. You are getting space for your rather greedy draft when you've got support room. You've got Awfully Enigma with Chug and a mid Void Spirit. Someone's got to get thrown to the wolves right now. That is Kiyotaka. He is still trying to work into the Echo Saber. The timing just feeling a little bit off right now for the Void Spirit. Bottom network core, but not too far behind. Nothing to say at the very least. And you're starting to get some breathing room out for Ramses. So the Chug is still working into the Battle Fury. The issue is you're not going to be out farming Adusa anytime soon. Shiro's just always going to be on top. He'll hit Manta, he'll go for something like the Butterfly. And that'll force maybe an earlier MKB from Ramses than he'd like, as durability will be there for the Dusa. I know, like Nine Pandas just can't do too much. They need to sit back and farm. Maybe when you have level 6 on Antares, it starts to get a little bit easier. Level 6 as well in solo. These supports are heavily starved in comparison to what PSG.LGD is able to get away with.
Absolutely. It certainly has not been the easiest of times here for Nine Pandas. Here we go. Nothing to say, showing up down a bottom lane with the smoke. Does have Planet right behind him. Miero is obviously the main target they're looking for, and they might run right towards him too, because Miero is going south. The chase is still on from LGD. They know he's around here somewhere. Planet eventually going to spot him, and this should be a pretty simple kill, unless we can see a black hole, but I don't think there's much of a point. Miero already down. You Smile out with the Solar Guardian, just to ensure they've got the damage. It's kind of tough, like with the strong start that Nothing to Say has had, it's pretty difficult to slow LGD down for the moment.
And it is. All you have to do is sacrifice a core, use the space elsewhere, farm up, cut your losses, and try to build up. Considering what PSG.LGD's managed to do on the map, being 1k behind isn't the worst thing in the world. And you're expecting the Medusa to farm up a lot faster, but Ramses is keeping up pace, has the Battle Fury up, they're sharing map space quite nicely with Antares as well. I have to say one thing, Wise going for the Ags rush once more, which on the Dawnbreaker support does make sense, but it's funny that he's doing that 2 games in a row.
Here we go, dump in, while you Smile. Getting Hurricane back, still has the Celestial Hammer to throw out, but looks like he's just as good as dead. Little pick up there from Nine Pandas. Kiyotaka still rushing forward, just going to try and steal the farm away. Does throw an Aether Remnant out on it to Nothing to Say, but will not land it. Going back to the Ags build up on the Dawnbreaker, I think he switched it up, right? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
It does feel like a pretty good Ags game for the Dawnbreaker in this game.
It would have been. It would have felt better than the initial Ags Rush Bane. But he's going for the utility. Medallion into Solar Crest. A little bit more to buff up the team in the middle of these fights. Ags can always come later. It's not necessarily a high priority pickup. A little bit of a smoke out from Nine Pandas. Looking for New up top. Kumisar relatively tanky though. Has the Vanguard up. But if they commit all their spells, they could just find his kill.
Good New. He's the big boy. He'll go for a TP play out. Aether Remnant, it's off the mark. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. I don't blame Kiyotaka for that one. He did guess the right position. But you, a bit of foresight, knowing that they would try that, he just stays in that same position right north, and it works.
He makes so much space. 3-man rotation up top. More space out for Shiro to just keep free farming. Already has the Manta up on the Dusa, going for the Butterfly Rush into the Scotty. You're getting some space out for Nothing to Say to just finish up his Orchid as well. And now they're going to go for the smoke. 4-man smoke out. They've got 8 Relents up on Planet.
I got kind of confused for a moment, John. I thought it was the Eidolon that they smoked under, but it was actually the Rubik Eidolons. Never mind. Miero. He can black hole. He's going to try and flip 3-man, but now Planet's got it. Planet's got the black hole. Oh boy. Oh, Antares, he's not going to be able to get the Doom off in time. Solar Guardian flying in to try and help out. He's going to get cancelled. At least Planet He will go down. Yotaka able to clean up a double, but now the turn back around, just getting shredded by New. A double kill for the Timber. Solo's not going to make it out, I don't think, here, John. He is just as good as dead, but in comes Ramses. Maybe able to trade something with the Omni, but he shouldn't have enough damage. New's just tempting him. He's just going, come on, Omni me. Not going to happen.
No, not the target you can Omni down right now for Ramses. Looked like a decent comeback, or at least a decent pick-off back from the side of the Pandas, but they lose 4 heroes for 2. And just going for... It's not an easy Enigma game for the Black Bolts for Miero. He sees the opportunity to get multiple, but you don't catch the Rubik, you're in for a rough ride. He's always got control, heck, even down the line if you catch the Dusa. If Shiro manages to get Stone Gaze off, then you're still in for a rough time for Miero. There's just no easy answers for the Enigma to have a good time.
Ramses, they got the Orchid, nothing to say. Oh, he's gone. Ramses, he's going to try and survive, but not for long. Nothing to say. He literally just picked that up. They were running towards the jug as the courier was incoming. His new bottom lane at least might go down. And he will. He won't even try to chain away from that situation.
Only what you are.
Find a little bit of a trade. Much better trade for PSG.LGD. Slowing down that win condition on 9 Pandas. And without the Manta coming out here for Ramses, it's going to be relatively easy for the side of PSG.LGD to just keep getting that control out. Again, for the 9 Pandas right now, your draft just necessitates a lot of farm. You have to just play passive. Cut your losses. Use the space. They might have to cut their losses up top here if you're not careful on Antares.
Actually, don't scout him out. They barely miss out on seeing the Doom in that scenario.
How do you see him with the ward?
They will now. Basically a free kill if they want to make the jump in. LGD trying to pretend like nothing's happening yet. Now they'll reveal that they've got the ward on the high ground, so Antares will know that they can see him. Or does he? Jump is there. Nothing to say. Still jumping in. Antares will survive for now with the Glimmer Cape usage. Just hurricanes out of there. Double hurricane in fact. Jiro, why you small? They're going. Why you small? May just go down, is still fighting before he is inevitably dead. Meanwhile, though, Kiyotaka is the much bigger target. And now even Solo, like, still trying to TP out the planet. No, he's not going to have the vision. Would not go for the lift up. But it won't matter. You trade your POS 5 for a mid laner. You're still extremely happy as LGD.
It's just a room where Shiro manages to get some activity out as well. Pops the Stone Gaze, gets the cancellation on that full Death Ward coming out from Solo. Soaks up some EXP, soaks up some farm. Butterfly not too far out for Shiro. At this point, 11 to 8. 9 Pandas. I don't see an easy solution here for any of their heroes, like in terms of item pickups. Probably the biggest impact is maybe a Blink on Antares. Blink BKB from Miero as well. In the right circumstances, could be enough. If they manage to split up PSG.LGD and force out some earlier steals from Planet, could be one way to get things done here. But again, it's very execution heavy for 9 Pandas, whereas for the side of PSG.LGD right now, it's all about just running up, finding some kills when you see it happen, trusting your Dusa to carry through. There's that full butterfly out for Shiro now as well. So he hits like a truck. He has a lot of durability with the missed chances. And 9 Pandas, and they just trying to farm up some answers. Get some Blinks going. Get some BKBs, some Mantas up to deal with the Orchid. And hope that PSG.LGD provided with an opening. Still, Roche being taken by PSG.LGD off the back of that butterfly. Not going to take too long.
Certainly will not. Roshan. Running the way of the LGD for free, it seems. 9 Pandas, just no way of trying to fight this. They do take the time to at least find a blink out on Antares, so you do have some nice blink initiations from the Doom now available, but I'm gonna say the same thing about Planet, who also has a blink coming out on the Rubik. 9 Pandas. Now with an Aegis behind, you are starting to farm the Diffusal on Ramsey, so he will soon enough have the answer towards the Medusa. But with the Butterfly already up, I can't even say that's going to be enough. Like, Ramsey's going to have to farm real deep into the late game at this stage as Antares gets a Doom off on to the Storm. This will be a big one. Nothing to say. Left behind will go down. That's the blink reveal from Antares.
It's the big one they needed.
Ramses?
Find an isolate wound.
Ramses, do not die. You cannot die right now, sir. He's gonna spin TP, he should be just fine. Unless Planet gets a lift off in time, but no, the spin lasts too long.
Dire's bottom tower
Just a bit too long. Ramsey's playing on the edge, but does bail out. Big kill earlier on from Nothing Say. Blink reveal paying off. And this is exactly what 9Pandas need to do. When they see the split up from PSG.LGD, punish them 1 by 1. Get these kills. Try to stall the game further. Your Jug can still deal with a Dusa. It's just a matter of a lot of items that need to come out here for Ramses. Shiro, more than confident right now, has a little bit more stats with the ultimate orb. Still has the Aegis for 3.5 minutes. Just gonna be able to solo siege. No clear response for 9Pandas outside of just looking for more kills while they're split apart.
And there was a bit of a chase on why he's small, but it seems like he's gonna be able to just kind of get away from them. He does have to give up that Wisdom Rune on the Radiant side, but not the biggest of deals here for the LGD. They'll still find one on the Dire end of things, and they'll even find a Tormentor if they want it. LGD. Shiro saying, let's go high ground. You still got 3 minutes on the Aegis. They've got a siege creep standing there as well. That certainly helps their cause. This will be forced immediately out from 9Pandas, but LGD, they might just keep going. They know they're the stronger team. Antares, what was that blink?
Oh
no. What was that? He had Hurricane, but that's all he had. He didn't have Doom, he didn't have a stun. Maybe he was trying to drag Shiro back for a moment, I'm not sure.
Perhaps try to isolate the Dusa, get an Omni, force the Aegis out. Even then, that's just Aegis. They hold on to the high ground off the back of that at least. The next creep wave doesn't take too long to come in.
There goes, Dance out and Ramses forcing out the Manta already. Ramses will commit the spin, trying to go into Shiro, does drain all his mana. Shiro should die to the Melodic, but no, the mana is there in time. They've even stolen the Healing Ward. So Planet will give the reset off to Shiro. The thing is though, Shiro needs mana, he doesn't need HP. So it seems like LGD, they'll play it safe. They've still got 2 minutes on the Aegis. They'll just back off and get some farm going and maybe reset and come back a little bit later.
Yeah, no rush for the high ground here. Still 2 tier 2 towers left to take away from 9Pandas. 9Pandas again, they've stalled out pretty alright. All things considered, yeah, it looks a little bit funny when Towers dies, but tier 3 still stands down bot. So you still have that objective to play for. Ramses almost at the defusal. So we'll have a way of melting through some mana, although again, Butterfly Evasion is still going to be highly annoying for the Jug to kind of contend with here. But some solutions are starting to present themselves. Even Miero, you know, he's got the blink up on the Enigma. He managed to catch the Rubik in the black hole, and if he managed to somehow cancel off the Solar Guardian from Y, you're going to have a lot of play for the black hole to just kind of help you isolate these heroes and start to clean up shop. Only a 1k lead standing for PSG.LGD, all things considered. A lot of that gold is just going out to the Dusa. So everyone else kind of sacrificed.
They've got you with the Doom. Antares will keep the chase and the vision up. But nobody else from 9Pandas was there. They were all TPing. Now, sit back in, nothing to say. He'll just take a free kill on the Doom if they want it. Nothing to say, getting a little bit low on mana though. Needs to get out, will do so. Ramses, he's been kind of this whole time. He'll go after YU Smile and set into the Omni Slash now into the black hole. It's gonna hold down 3 of them. Miero makes it in time. But can they do it with the Medusa a second time? Shiro, he's taking the full Death Ward damage. Does put the Mandarin down, the stolen black hole planet. He's got Ramses. Ramses is gone. What a steal from Planet. They'll take down Solo. Oh, it was such a nice fight for 9Pandas off that black hole. But Planet just keeps taking it away.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And you can see, PSG.LGD don't even need to catch multiple heroes with a stolen black hole. Just the one, just Ramses. Or even Kiyotaka if he was caught out. Like, these are the 2 that you really need to pin down. They managed to take care of Aegis, but sure, more than healthy to just keep going with his push. Has the Scotty flying out now as well.
That was so close. He almost lost that. Like a split second away from that courier dying at the tier 3 tower damage.
Yep. He calculated usage of courier. Again, can't go for the tier 3s, but no teamfight spells here.
That's a big one. Got nothing to say. That's a great kind of punish. LGD can't really stick around, I don't think. Shiro trying to run. Manta is there to avoid the cask, still running, but they do lock him down. He's out of mana. Shiro forced the fight, but 9 Pandas will successfully take him down. The 2 huge cores going down for 9 Pandas into things, and an immediate tip from Solo onto Shiro. They love tipping this guy for some reason.
What they do. Anytime something just, doesn't end up Shiro's way, instant tip out. They do focus a lot of their energy onto him. And again, all things, if you consider map state, all of that farm is on Shiro. And you've sacrificed Nothing to Say, it's scaling up, sacrificed New as well in this game. Just to ensure your Deuces built up the big hyper carry to carry you through here.
This will be a dieback if they can get New. They've locked him down. Solo Guardian, though, going to keep him alive just a little bit longer. New, no, Chain's not going to make it. He's still surviving, though. New, he's not going to die yet. Eventually, he will go down. Kiyotaka, he'll just keep rushing. In fact, they found the Doom on Nothing to Say. Oh, boy. 9 Pandas, they may have really just turned this game on its head. As it seems like another kind of team wipe here.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom tier 2 tower going to be under siege by Ramses. They're going to find some objective out of this. Suddenly LGD not looking like the stronger team.
Just kind of falters. They overstay their welcome in the high ground. They get picked off one by one. And again, when 9 Pandas finds you split apart, that's their opening. They can just get an easy chase down. They've got the damage. They've got the control when you're split apart. PSG.LGD has to keep playing as a team. They start to lose out in these wildly split apart fights. And the Pandas, and they've managed to hold on to this game really well. On the lead now, 8k up. Only the Dusa ahead of anyone else from the Dari end here. But Nothing to Say and New just being sacrificed extremely hard. Nothing defensive coming out from Nothing to Say. So if Antares finds that Doom, then your Storm's just not going to do anything. Your Deuce is still manageable. And you've got the mana burn coming through. You've got a lot of output, a lot of enough magic damage to kind of take care of the Deuce here as well. Like, Mayor's just been focusing down on burning through Shiro's shield. Even if Black Hole's stolen, as long as Shiro's mana's gone, with the Black Hole and Midnight Pulse, you're pretty happy with that result on Miero here. And he's understanding his role really well. For PSG.LGD, it does feel like at least a defensive item up on Nothing to Say. Like, help him up against this Doom. Either the BKB to help him with a Remnant, or the Lincolns to help him with the Doom. Either one. Kind of allowed his Storm to keep playing as far forward as it has been. After this Hex, of course, for Nothing to Say. Just wants that additional control on the jumps. But now it's not a straightforward game for 9 Pandas. For the side of PSG.LGD. Right? Like, it's still all in on this Dusa, but your items have just fallen a little bit short on you and on Nothing to Say, and 9 Pandas are starting to punish you when you're starting to work the map. You have to watch your spacing, watch your position, stick together as much as possible, and just try to play for the objectives. Still nothing found in the high ground outside of that tier 3.
Looking for Roshan, perhaps. 9 Pandas heading that way. Roshan officially going to be started by 9 Pandas. Ramsey's now with the full axe up, so has the Swift Slash again. LGD, they are slowly making their way up to that area. Roshan at half HP. LGD still very, very slow to get there. May not realize it has begun. Now 1/3 of his HP is left, and Roshan looks to go freely to the side of 9 Pandas as Solo is just tailing them almost. He tips Shiro again. Shiro gonna get jumped as well. They found the Medusa with his Doom is out. They've called the Medusa, but do they have the damage? It doesn't seem like it. Ramses, he's the one in trouble. He got doomed to boot. They might just lose the Juggernaut. Now the Black Hole. Miero will try to save the day. Miero trying his absolute best to take Shiro down. They've got the Medusa. LGD falling like flies as they'll lose New to boot. 3 gone for the Radiant. Nothing to Say, desperately trying to run out of there. Still being chased, scanned out. Antares though may die for this. Nothing to Say, how much work can he do? He doesn't kill off the Doom. He'll try to zip out instead, but the chase is on. Antares somehow survives. And Nothing to Say. He can't do nothing, not without the mana. He just has to stand there and man up.
There is nothing.
Tries to play greedy. Just try to bait someone in. Look for a way to even out the fight. Nine Pandas, a little bit dicey to start things off. The Doom out onto Dedusa, just not enough to really stop that. It felt like Nothing Say could maybe find a little bit more, but the BKB being available for Miero, just having that to protect from the Solar Guardian was massive. You didn't see any way of stopping it. No stolen Black Hole this time around from Planet to help things turn around. And things go south very fast for the side of PSG.LGD. Again, a very split apart entry into that fight. And 9 Pandas, that's exactly what they need. If they can draw you in one by one, they will find a way to clean you up. The Ags up on Kiyotaka again without anything defensive here. For Nothing to Say just means a silence alone from the Void Spirits more than enough to hold you down. Nothing defensive either coming out from Shiro. To be fair, it is a Dusa. We don't tend to see too many defensive items up, but it's starting to feel necessary. At least the Lincoln's up to stop a Doom onto one of these pivotal targets, but no room for that one.
There's the Nullifier up now, going after YU Smile. That'll be the Dawnbreaker immediately being bursted down as now they look towards New on the Timber. New not seeming that tanky at the moment. Nothing to say. He will rotate in, zipping onto the Witch Doctor. New is still dropping very low though. Kiyotaka is not done with him. They want the Timber real damn bad. Chase is on. New. Oh, not able to get the chains away. Gets jumped again by Kiyotaka, who does finish the job off. Like he's going for more now. This Void Spirit just losing his damn mind for a moment, going right into the tier 3 tower. Will eventually back his way out. Huge kills for 9 Pandas now as they've got a 15k advantage. And all the weight of the world is on Shiro's shoulders at this point.
It's all about positioning here for him. Has to not get caught out by the Doom, maintain a forward enough position to have some impact with Stone Gaze and get his damage off. But it's not simple.
And it's just deleted. Kiyotaka gonna lose the Aegis for now, but the jump is in. The Stone Gaze was popped. They may not care for it, though. Nothing to say. Trying to go after the Void Spirit. Take down Kiyotaka. He's a big problem, but he still gets away just in the nick of time as Ramses. He just shoots a Swift Slash. There's your Omni out. He'll kill off YU Smile, who has no buyback available. Sure, you drop the Omni, but now it's a 2v5 scenario, about to be 3v5. Yu does respawn. They smoke up in preparation for this next fight. 9 Pandas looking to put an end to this game. Shiro, very hard to fight now without the Stone Gaze up. Kiyotaka just looked and jump in. No fear in the world as this Void Spirit. Nothing to say, he's just getting bursted and he's gone. A Black Hole in celebration, catching nothing. Shiro down, tipped again by Ramses. And that should be about it. Without the Medusa up, surely no way to defend this. Kiyotaka again will jump in. Onto the Timber. New is gone. He has buyback, but it seems like they won't pop. But as GG is called, LGD have seen enough for this game too. That'll be a 1-1 draw between these two teams. Props to 9 Pandas, because this game looked like it was a big lead for LGD to get things started, but 9 Pandas make the comeback.
That they do. We see what happens in most of their games. You know, they lose out in laning stage a little bit. We see Ramses kind of get picked off again by New. But they hold on. They manage to find these mistakes that PSG.LGD make, overstaying their push on the high ground, not even finding the racks, just finding the tier 3, getting the turnaround from there. And then PSG.LGD starts splitting up for farm. They're a little bit slow for the response into Roshan. And again, when you stream in 1-by-1 up against this lineup of the side of 9 Pandas, they still find their openings. Sure, it was a pretty challenging game for Miero, but he knew that you're not going to use Black Hole to cancel here. You're just giving away Black Hole, so you've always got the opportunity to at least burst down Shiro. And if you can burst down Shiro, you find your openings. A lot of back and forth play still. This LGD, you know, we had some good steals from Planet. We had some great Solar Guardians coming out from Y, and a lot of zips across from Nothing to Say. It's just, and one mistake too many here for the side of PSG.LGD.
Still a fantastic performance from 9 Pandas, at least for this game too. And we did say earlier, like the one thing you didn't really want for either side is a draw, because they have been stuck in the bottom 3, the 9 Pandas and LGD. Essentially, you might move up a little bit just based off having an extra game under your belt, but it doesn't really help your standing too much for either side, sadly. So, you know, while it was a nice series to watch, at the end, the scorelines do remain very, very similar to what they once were. You are seeing the final highlights. This one big team fight, just absolute chaos from 9 Pandas and LGD, but ultimately in the end proving to be a much better fight for Nine Pandas. And I mean, props to Kiyotaka, John, at the end of the game, just completely going nuts on this Void Spirit. Semi realizing he's just seems seemingly invincible. Like, he got this nullifier up and he just said, screw it, I'm just gonna dive into their base constantly. And that he does, and it felt like he never got punished for it.
Just never did. Your control was not the smoothest coming out from PSG.LGD. You really and nothing to say to Zip and Orchid. Get the Vortex, follow up. Hope that you're around with left back on your Rubik down the line. That you can hammer in Celestial or the Starbreaker down the line as well from Y, but it just needed such tight coordination for these late game fights to find that hard hold in Kiyotaka. Whereas for Nine Pandas, again, they had Black Hole. Again, not the easiest time for Mira, but he gets the work done. You've got the Blink Boom for Antares. And then the Ags build up here from Kiyotaka just did all the work with the Nullifier. Nothing defensive coming out from PSG.LGD at all. We didn't see any BKBs come through. We didn't see any Lincolns. We didn't see anything to counteract that single target control. And the side of Nine Pandas get to dance around that. Again, it felt like game one was a little bit greedy from Nine Pandas with their draft, with how they itemized in their supports, with that Dagon from Antares. This time, PSG.LGD feeling so strong that they felt like they could go all offense without any defense. Then once you're caught out, you're...
Absolutely. It's still a fantastic performance, at least from Nine Pandas, to finish this one off. And with that, we do get to move on to our next series as well, right? We've got BBT up against your boys. The Talon boys are coming up, so see if we've got any base words from John X5 to say after that next series coming up between them and BBT. And to be fair to Talon, Jonathan, this is not an easy matchup at all. This is arguably one of the harder teams to beat. BBT and Talon both sitting in first place, so winner of this one, Jonathan, will clearly be in the first place for the groups of Group B. But before all that, let's head off to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our game one between BBT and Talon. We'll see you all again soon.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside. Where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the Riyadh Masters, of course, group stages. Here it is, MLP Dota and John X5 back with our next series for BBT up against TALON Esports. Jonathan, this is a big one. Both teams currently sitting in first place, tied up in Group B. Hard to say who the favourites are based on the score lines, but I'd say BBT maybe the slight favourites going into this. But what are you thinking, sir?
I think it can be rather even. I think everyone is surprised with that early loss for BBT up against Secret. Otherwise, they've faced up against really tough opponents in Tundra, Liquid, arguably Shopify Rebellion as well, although they've been a little bit more hit and miss as well. But this should be an interesting one. Again, as you mentioned, the standings in Group B are still very open to shaking things around. Talon has been rising up. You know, they've had a lot of time to stew on this one for this tournament, Mike, missing out in Bali. So that time off is showing up for Talon just a little bit better here. We'll see if they can maintain it. BBT is not an easy team by any means. We've seen them pop off very hard. We've seen some amazing plays from every single one of them, pure in the off lanes, just looking dominant in almost every game that you and I have watched. Toronto Tokyo's been so on point with his Pause 5, stuff like his Elder Titan. It's just so hard to lane up against, so this should be a fun one, at the very least. A fun and close matchup is what I'd like to see here.
I would agree, Jonathan. Hopefully we'll have a close match on our hands. I mean, you kind of said it. Talon have had a lot of time to think about their I don't know what to even say, gameplay, I suppose, strategy maybe. But they're looking good, Jonathan. Tied in first place. There's nothing base to say yet from John X5. We'll wait till after the
Not
series.
yet.
Maybe you'll have something else to say. We'll see. Hopefully not for your sake, because I know you get very passionate sometimes when you see certain things happen with certain teams, Jonathan. So we'll wait and see. Talon, I mean, they've been running some interesting stuff as well. Obviously, offlane Meepo been coming out for Jabs, I believe it was, and Jabs, to be fair, is one of those players that does run the more niche kind of stuff, which we love to see in particular. See if it does come out. In fact, what was it? Talon's last matchup was against TSM yesterday, I believe, and they did 2-0 that series. So that's a good little warm up, I suppose, from yesterday. But BBT, again, in my opinion, probably going to be the hardest matchup they have. So if they can tie up or beat this one, I think Talon will be sitting in a pretty nice spot. Not going to be very easy to do that, but it'd be a very strong win if they could make it happen.
Yeah, they 2-0 TSM on, I believe, Whitemon's birthday, and it was his birthday. So that is quite the birthday gift for Mr. Whitemon. Just a Southeast Asian gift, I suppose, coming out there. You mentioned Jab's unique offlanes for our sakes, for any Talon fan's sake. I'd say you really hope Jabs doesn't do that. It can be funny sometimes. Nothing like offlane Rubik Jabs. That's something that we'll leave that at the DPC. We'll leave a lot of stuffs in the DPC for you, Jabs. You ran offlane Meepo, as you mentioned. If it works, it works. But let's calm down just a little bit. Let's not get too crazy. Where's Sunby with a whip? We know he has that whip from Fnatic. He's been holding on to that whip a long time. Just let them tone it down. I know
Did Fnatic have the whip? I don't know if they did, John. I'll be frank. I mean, back in those days, I can't remember any. Props to Sunby. Like, Talon's been doing great ever since he came along. I couldn't exactly say the same about Fnatic back in those days. But anyway, moving on. Draft 1 is now underway. BBT versus Talon. Go on, Jonathan. What are the priorities here? I mean, you're the Talon representative. Tell us, what are they looking for?
Well, who knows? Again, it depends on what mood they wake up in, how crazy they get with the drafts. There's some flux on hand. Nothing too off the mark here on any single one of them outside of that offlane Meepo for Jabs. So should be relatively straightforward in the draft. Maybe something like the Undying ban. Instead, they take care of the LC, which you know, prioritizing 23's lane a little bit more, not wanting to deal with more annoying off lanes coming out here from Pure. I'm wondering if they're considering stuff like, say, the Pure Ench off lane. That is pretty oppressive no matter what hero you play for the most part. So that could be something that fits in for BBT as well very early on. That's something that we've seen a lot of success for BBT as well. We shall see. The Timbersaw ban from BBT is taking care of a Jabs Mikado flex there, and they will take care of the Broodmother. So, not willing to give out the cheese. They did have first pick overall in Talon. They could have maybe gotten away with leaving the Broodmother up, but don't want to have to deal with it either way. What's going to be the opening? Should be some flex on hand, although sometimes Talon does go with like 2 core picks in the first phase. Could be something they start off with, but should be something simple here. Maybe something like the Ollie hero or Ollie Jabs flex. Something like that. What we tend to go for, they usually save a Q hero for later on. Sometimes they even last pick like a Q Jabs hero. So something a little bit more open here in the first phase. What is available? Undying's been left in the pool. Should be a fairly straightforward pick if they want to give Ollie that. It's been a very popular hero for good reason. It's just so lane dominant, really good contribution in team fights. You know, most of the time you really just would rather not play up against an Undying.
They're thinking about it, Talon. A lot of emphasis on this first pick, but they're going to go down the Silencer route. So BBT now have the option to go back for the Undying if Toronto Tokyo wanted to play that. You do also have heroes like the Enchantress for save. We know how great save can be on that hero. Other heroes, though, the Older Titan you pointed out is still available for Toronto Tokyo. We know BBT in particular still runs the support Pugna for save to boot. So that could certainly be an option if they wanted to go, say, Pugna Storm or something like that. Even the Coddle's still available if they wanted that. The Chen. So many options. But the Undying is the one they want.
Yep. Straight into Undying Snap, preventing the early Tombstone clear here. Come out for Talon. There is flex as well for the mid snap fire here for GPK. They're pretty open. Mid snap tends to crush a lot of its lane matchups as well. So I'm interested to see what the response from Talon would be here. Maybe just thinking about Snapfire as that mid once more. There's some flex. We've seen Save play it a couple of times on pause for before, although I do believe not in this turn. We'll go straight for the TA on Talon's end. Leaves the question as to whether or not that's our Mikado or 23 hero. It's one of Mikado's favorite heroes. He argues it's one of his best, and he has been running that TA for Talon this tournament. So it should just be mid TA up against Snap, which isn't too bad. You don't really have a good way of clearing out Refraction, or the Refraction here early on. You don't want to get a laning level of Little Shredder. So you should be fairly free for Mikado to just try to play the lane, play with the side blades. Level 1 could still be a little bit rough. By the time you hit level 3, it should stabilize a little bit for the TA, but the Snap does have a lot more play potential in comparison.
That's fair. Think about these next ban outs here from these two teams. BBT. They'll get rid of the Meeper. So they're not going to risk it against Jab's offlane Meeper. Fair enough. From what I heard, it was actually a pretty nice performance as well. I didn't get to quite catch that game, but I heard he was doing pretty well with it. There's that.
Yeah, give props to good old Jabs. When he can get it going, it can look good, but I'm just thankful to BBT for taking it out. I don't want to have to try to defend it if it falls apart. You know, it's going to be hard to reach for ways if a Meepo falls behind on the offlane, like.
Yeah. Final bans to come, BBT. Imagine they'll just continue focusing on the offlane of Jabs. Talon doing kind of the same thing. They ban out the Medusa, they get rid of the Tide.
Talon Esports.
BBT, in my opinion, one of the more flexible teams that we have at the Riyadh Masters 2023. Certainly their drafts just feel like it can go any other way. It's very hard to know. It's like you've got all these players on BBT that are just so versatile, I'd argue. Like the fact that you have to ban out LC first phase against BBT because you don't want to give it to Pure. It's going to be kind of annoying because it's one of the only teams that you even think about banning out LC in the first phase of picks. But BBT also is one of the teams that will just snap pick it if they do want it, and actually Talon don't seem to want that against them.
Yeah, it just makes the lane a lot harder for 23. We've seen what happens when 23 is under a lot of pressure for Talon's end. They end up having to stall for a very long time, and Savage's impact gets delayed by quite the margin. He does participate in a few early fights depending on the hero he wants, so he wants some tempo coming out from safe, and getting shut down early obviously just removes that. LC just kind of gets that job done for you all by itself. Lycan being banned out as well by Talon, and just preventing any strong offlaners coming out here for pure. BBT, what's going to be the ban for safe lane? You already see the TA. They take care of, again, going back for the jabs here and the darks here. Just again opening up their lanes for themselves here as well. Lots of options left, particularly in the safe, I suppose, here for Talon. Stuff like a 23 Slark is available. He's had Monkey King games. He's had a Pudge game as well, which it's not the comfiest up against Undying and Snap, but you already have a big win condition in TA. So again, you could look for something up-tempo here for 23, and something like that Monkey King or the Pudge could be one way to go about it.
Let's see. BBT having a think about this third pickup now.
Talon Esports turn to techies.
Oh, they're going to go down the techies route. Okay. It's one of those heroes, still pretty powerful. I thought maybe they'd think about something like the Ench, but not quite. They'll go down the techies, which I think techies, the main strength apart from the laning stage of this hero is the fact that you still get a hell of a lot of info with those mines, and it's a pretty strong support to have against a hero like TA. Because TA, you know, you get a Dragonlance Deso, you want to go Roshan. Techies is one of the heroes that can kind of have that info ready for his team, where you can kind of tell your team, hey, they're going Roshan pit. My mines just went off. I think that added value against the Templar Assassin is probably going to be very valuable for BBT.
Yeah, I think overall, just breaking up smoke ganks in general as well, it's pretty big. Just the information gathering, even outside of Roshan for techies, is massive. It's still surprising that the hero is taking the back seat in terms of being prioritized. Felt like for a long time it was almost always pick or ban in first phase. Does slide through into the second phase for BBT. We've seen Save play this hero multiple times. Yeah, with something good for Pure that can still be aggressive here, it can be a lot for 23 to kind of deal with on the safe lane. I suppose the Silencer can somewhat mitigate the spell spam a little bit with the Arcane Curse, but right-click trades will just feel a lot better for the techies anyway. Yeah, I don't reckon you can kind of orb walk around that with Glaives here on the Silencer. Should be fairly confident for BBT, depending on what they pick up for Pure. Talon really taking their time in the reserve here. Going all the way down, they will pick up the Naga Siren to come out. That should just be our 23 Savage hero very early on. I say that, but I can see Jabs maybe trying something like an offlane Naga if they were feeling that spicy here.
Yeah.
But I doubt.
Hopefully
Maybe.
not for Talon's sake. I mean, unless you want it, John. You never know with Talon. It's very hard to tell as Talon. They're going to go down the Rubik. I mean, I like this hero. I think Q's one of the better Rubik players coming out from SEA. And quite frankly, I mean, Q, in my opinion, is probably the most stable position 4 coming out of the region right now. Just based off this year's performances. So give him the Rubik. Why the hell not? He always tends to perform in this hero.
Yep. You've got some pretty big spells to steal as well. The Kisses, if you're in Vision, can be pretty easy to take. The Tombstone's nice. Prox Mines can stall out the game indefinitely if you do manage to pick that up as a Rubik, and can give you a lot of output as well. There's a lot of value coming out here for Talon. Looks like they are saving the Jabs here for last. We'll have to see what options will be left in the offlane, unless, again, you get something quirky like the Naga offlane, which, theory crafting a little bit. It can be fine. It's an aura builder. I believe we have seen stuff like an aura building Naga before, although that tends to be more like the support role. Stuff like in NA when Sammy was still playing support, but it's somewhat viable. I just wouldn't expect this anywhere else but 23. Naga into Techies lane is stable enough. You have some outplay potential depending on how well you hold your image. So you can try to dodge out. See the blast off. You can still hold steady farm up against a lot of melee offlaners for Pure. Still has some options here, like, say, the offlane Ench could still come out for BBT if they want to draft that out now. And that can be a moderately annoying lane for Naga. Instead, we'll go for the Pudge. So, That is one way to clear out illusions. Pudge Rot with the Ags to make short work of the Naga illusions coming around lanes. You can get fairly tanky as well in the Pudge, but Vanguard, Crimson Guard builds, you won't care for the chip damage as well from the Naga. It's one way to also burn through Refraction from the TA. If you manage to pin down Mikado or just blink on top of him, TA's durability is not quite going to be there until maybe the BKB is up. A lot of good solutions here from the side of BBT. I like the Pudge. Granted, again, you're giving a lot of value to a Rubik. There's always the whole stolen hooks to play around here now for good old Q if he wants to have fun, but that's always the case when you're up against Rubik. You know, you just put it at the back of your mind and just try to outplay.
Okay. Final bans to come. See, position 1's being removed from Talon. So Pure might just be playing that offlane Pudge. Why the hell not? We've seen it before. I think it works fairly fine. Still looking for a hero, arguably for Nightfall, of course, as they do ban the Gyrocopter, which we did see yesterday from... Am I remembering correctly? BBT ran the POS1 Gyro yesterday? Yeah, they did.
That they did.
Talon Esports.
There's the Morphling banner, just in case. Talon, how do you want to finish this draft off? Offlane pick for Jabs is what we're looking for.
I think they're expecting the offlane Jabs Naga, actually.
Oh, they are.
Those are all.
Yes.
They're both 23 Savage bans on the Monkey and Morph. What's left for Savage if they are going for a Savage pick? Gosh, I guess there's a Slark, although that can be mildly annoying. There's something like the Face's Void. You don't have the best damage to throw into the Chronosphere, but that is a Savage specialty. They'll go with the Enigma.
Oh.
Okay, so they don't actually go with the Jabs offlane Naga. They'll run it more bog standard here for Talon. They'll go with the Enigma instead. I mean, I say they'll go with the Enigma. Jabs has run the offlane Rubik. So, again, and that was in the DPC. It didn't quite work out, but could happen. You can never say never with Talon sometimes.
No, you certainly can't. Oh, BBT, final pickup. Let's see what they want. Do they want the off-lane Pudge? Do they want the safe lane Pudge? I still think it should be the off-lane Pudge, but... I mean, safe lane Pudge against Enigma is pretty nice. Kind of the thing, like, the impact of the islands are going to have just do nothing. And yeah, they go the off-lane route. They'll go the Sven instead to deal with the Enigma. And it does well against the Naga, to boot. Might still be a high armor hero in the Naga Siren, but it kind of works the other way. Because now Naga might have a few difficulties dealing with this Sven. Either way, though, I don't mind this draft of BBT too much. Might be a little bit challenging to execute, but I do like it.
I like the Sven into not really just Naga, but TA in general. Warcry plus eventually your shorts if you get it for free. Does mean the minus armor burst play coming out from Mikado. It's going to be hard to pull off even up against these squishier targets in the backline. Like stuff like the techies can actually stay alive through the onslaught. The initial onslaught coming out here. So it's a really great solution. Your one worry here for the Sven is kiteability, but you've got this potential Ags build up on GPK to help you just catapult your Sven forward. You've got saves coming out on BBT with, say, the shard pickup on Pure down the line. You've got a lot of aggression in your lanes. This is a Sven and Dying lane coming out for the bot lane here for BBT. Not the easiest thing for the Enigma to deal with. And we have seen what happens with a slower Enigma game for a lot of teams on the off lane. If your timing's thrown off, your impact can feel a little bit hard. Outside of that, though, all things considered, this is a pretty decent black hole game for the Enigma. Again, not the Eidolons per se, but playing around a big teamfight control here for Talon, you've got the Song to set up. You've got Song into Black Hole that can potentially come out. You've got the follow-through damage from Mikado if they're clumped up. There are a lot of fancy things that can happen for Talon, but the execution bar is a lot higher as well.
Okay. Well, we'll get into it very soon. Game 1 between Talon and BBT. See how this one does work out. Again, this is the both teams that are sitting in first place right now, along with Aster in Group B. So this is a series to see if we can kind of, you know, jumble up the first place spot a little bit. Because three teams tied in first place, never going to feel too good. You want to see just one team being at that top place, and we'll find out very soon as Game 1 is slowly getting underway. Again, I think BBT might be the slight favorites going into this against Talon, but Talon are one of those teams you can't really underestimate because they do tend to pull off some magic when times get tough. And well, I imagine we might be in for a longer game as well because Talon they tend to drag you into the depths of that those very, very long games that we're used to seeing in SCA these days, which I do blame on Talon, by the way, Jonathan.
That's the Talon's fault, though, Mike.
Well, because they slowed it down, Jonathan. I swear
No,
before.
if you watch the DPC, they do actually play fast games. The first iteration of Talon was a lot slower. Last year was, I mean, we had like a 14-minute game with no 10 kills until like 42. So that was definitely Talon's fault last year. And this year has been a little bit quicker, but they can default into a slower playstyle, which with the Naga Siren and TA, you can get yourself into, which is, you know, not going to be too fun.
I think I just got PTSD from that one game we did, that one grand final. I think I just can't forget it. I just
that
can't
was ESL Genting qualifiers. That was Polaris versus Talon. I want to say game 3 or game 4, but that entire series was like 5 hours, maybe 6 hours. That was like an incredibly long series. That was prime Southeast Asia. Although again, like Talon can play faster games, and we'll see if this is one of them. It certainly doesn't look like the fastest draft, to be fair. Their average match time, do I have the stat here? Yes, I do. Average match time for Talon has been 38.8 minutes. Pretty sure for BetBoom it's been a lot. No, BetBoom's been longer, Mike. What are you talking about?
Really?
BetBoom said 40 minutes average match time in Riyadh Masters. So, and Talon's not as slow. There you go. Some good news, I suppose.
My apologies to Talon. How dare I insinuate they're going to drag out the game? I guess if anything, both these teams might just drag out the game, John, with their playstyles. We'll have to see. In case people are wondering why we haven't switched over to the game, that's because we have a pause right now. So, going to have to wait that out a little bit as Talon and of course BBT will just spam some voice lines. Looks like we're waiting for Q to reconnect on the Rubik. So Q's having a couple issues, but I'm sure that'll get resolved rather quickly. And hopefully we'll be able to have a good game 1 on our hands. Again, I think I favor the draft of BBT going into this. But I do believe it is still harder to execute. I say harder to execute. You've got an Enigma Rubik on the other side of things. So I can't necessarily say BBT has the harder draft to execute, but to be fair, I suppose you have the Naga sleep into black holes and everything like that you can kind of abuse for Talon. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, Jonathan. I just want to see how the game goes. We didn't get there yet.
Yeah, I'd say there's a good argument for an Ags here for Savage, right? Like you just want to kind of kite around a Sven. Just having Ensnare through BKB is one way to make this game even tougher for Nightfall. Again, the Sven's going to have a little bit of a hard time early on for BKB anyway. That is the one weakness of Sven. It can be a massive hero, but if you've got the kiting locked in, you can kind of just prevent him from getting that damage out. We shall see as we do get into the game. Bugs have been resolved, whatever bugs those may be for Q. A lot of tips flying out early on once more.
Smoke on smoke situation, but it's probably not going to... I say it's not going to amount to a kill. It seems like BBT want to go for a kill. They're running through the Radiant Jungle into the river, right into the Dire Triangle, where they might run into Jabs. Jabs sitting back with his own smoke, not going to be spotted, but BBT are still wrapping around, running right into Ollie, but Nightfall, he's not seeing the angle. They know somebody was there. Just not within vision for him to throw the Stormhammer out, and by the tier 1, tier 2 towers, it's a bit risky to try and dive in like that.
That it is. And they had some interesting setup though. Just a Stormhammer into a hook could have been a possibility here. Do manage to get a forward ward put down for themselves. Not spotted out by the side of Talon as that was under smoke. But they might have an idea that the ward's there anyway from that movement. They could try for a D-ward down the line. Still posturing for these runes. I mean, you're up against a Pudge. Some cheeky hook plays Pure can get done here.
Nightfall.
The battle begins.
He's spotted. Jabs and Q. Gonna just bully him away. Gonna be, I think, a 2-for-2, though Talon might find a third. And it seems like they will. Ollie's running right towards the third bounty, so they will get another one. Great start here for the side of Talon. Bottom lane, of course, is where we will get started. Jab's going to be on the Enigma, along with Q on the Rubik, against the support of Toronto Tokyo, Undying, and, of course, Nightfall on the Sven. You kind of already brushed over this, but this safe lane at BBT, could be pretty damn dangerous. Undying with a stun is always going to be scary to go against. I think Jabs and Q... I'm curious how they try and deal with the aggression that BBT can bring out.
Now, all you can really do is just kind of hold out, try to get your level 2, level 3. It's still fairly annoying to deal with Undying once Tombstone's up, but you at least get some counterplay going with the lift back to help kite around the Sven if he jumps in. You've got the Malefice to cut off the aggression. It'll just take some levels to really get that going. Otherwise, it devolves into a farming lane. And that's a pretty happy lane for Nightfall to farm in. You can always threaten onto the Eidolons, as you mentioned. Jabs is not going to get too much utility out from Demonic Conversion outside of the Deny. He's going to be bleeding some gold back to Nightfall. The one thing you are getting out for Talon is the fact that Toronto Tokyo is not really finding double decays, so it's Q copying all the hits. And as long as Nightfall can't connect to all of those decays, then Q's just wasting a lot of mana, a lot of regen from Toronto Tokyo and burning down some mangoes. So this is just space out for Jabs and just looking for a farming lane here for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. What about that mid lane? So GPK and Dakota going at it on the Snapfire vs TA matchup. We don't see many Snapfires losing mid lane these days, though. Against a TA, he may find himself in a little bit of difficulty. Dakota, obviously a bit of a TA specialist on his end of things, so might be able to find a way to outplay GPK. But now a pretty even affair between the two mid laners.
Again, the first few levels for TA doesn't feel great here. Oh.
And top lane, first blood drawn. Pure able to get 23 Savage, of all people. Pure, he might die to the curse plus the blood grenade. Oh, he survives on 9 HP. 9 HP is when he survives under the punch. Calculated. And sadly for Savage, that'll be his first death of the game and first blood to go the way of the punch. Excuse me, rather the techies.
It's a really aggressive lane up top here for the side of BBT. So much forward damage. Even just Sticky Bomb to slow down the Naga and isolate her away can be one way to get that done. You can bully out the Silencer. And with your right clicks, you feel pretty good. You've got AoE damage to constant deal.
Nightfall.
The Illusion Soldo.
Bottom lane, bit of a chase onto the Sven. Nightfall dropping extremely low. Meanwhile, Pure does go down top lane. Nightfall barely surviving on the Sven. Save. Not looking too healthy himself on the techies, but does at least make it out. Will hold on to the Salve for himself. Bottom though, it's getting rather spicy now, John, like BBT. I thought they'd be a little bit more dominant than they have been at this bottom lane, because so far, Jabs and Q, they are in control. Look at Q, trying to set up onto Toronto Tokyo. Only level 1 Fade Bolt, so can't really decide to secure a kill. But they are in control of this bottom lane by the looks of it.
Yeah, they just rode through that rough first level, really. Like, not giving any openings for the double K. Means that you can't really run forward here on Toronto Tokyo. He's popped 2 of his mangoes. He's popped the Clarity. He still has something to play with, but you're just basically boiling this down to a farming lane with some aggression out for Jabs. There's always the threat when the Malefice does fly on. Have to be a little bit cautious.
Nightfall. Again, the chase is on. Toronto going to cut them off. We'll have the Tombstone off cooldown now, so can use that defensively if he does need to. He would rather use it offensively if he can. Toronto, getting quite low. We'll try for the pull with Nightfall, and looks like this time they should be able to get away with it. But no, the Eidolons are going to intervene. Nightfall at least going to get those for his trouble, but this bottom lane, it seems like they have to halt on the aggression for now. It's a little bit unfortunate for BBT.
Not the ideal thing when you've got the Undying in lane for sure, but your farm for Nightfall isn't too heavily impacted. Not too far behind in comparison to Savage's farm. Definitely a lot better here for Jabs. The mid lane's where that difference is starting to ramp up a little bit more. Mikado is starting to feel really confident here.
Mid lane, Makoto, he's going right for a dive in. And that is indeed confidence. He'll find a solo pick-off on his own. Nobody around to help him out with that. Meanwhile, top Ollie at least going to drop for BBT. They do get a nice hook from Pure. That's a pretty huge kill from Makoto. Finding GPK solo.
He's got the levels. Level 3 Refraction, not easy to melt down. For the Snapfire, allows you to dive pretty damn deep as the TA. You land one meld. The Snap doesn't have the best armor early on, although you do have the stats to pad out, but still not enough against continued right sustain from Mikado.
23. They missed the hook at least, but it won't matter. Pure now, he'll just dive Ollie. Ollie's down. Double kill for save. Savage, he just walked right up to Pure and just cops it.
Yeah, he's not the strongest on the Nog right now. Level 1 Riptide, level 1 Mirror Image, really long cooldown and trying to dodge out spells. and gets punished for it. Does TP back into lane, but he is 2 levels behind, now 1 level behind as he hits level 4. But once Pure has the threat with Dismember, it becomes even easier to just manage that lane and look for the kill threat. Talon finding some play down bot, losing a lot more up top. Mikado's going to be the difference maker here. This early start for the TA has to map up into something.
He's going after save. Kisses to zone out Makoto, though he's juked almost every single one out. One of them does land, but it's already too late. So sure, you don't get the Techie's kill, but who the hell cares? If you force out the Mortimer's Kisses, they are still going to find Q, who does rock up for the 6-minute power route. So you still get something for GPK. Makoto on this TA is still having the freest game of his life so far.
And he is. Still able to farm up a Storm, force a lot of utility down in mid, force all the rotations down mid as well. Although it's not opening enough space for Savage to really start playing his own game. Does have the double Wraith Band at least in Naga, but again, not quite enough levels to start hitting up that jungle. And that is the one big concern for Talon. Like, your top lane has kind of gotten crushed from these kills. Savage isn't having the best of starts, and Mikado the one to compensate for that. Mikado is rushing for the Dragonlance Blink, so he wants to take some early activity for the team, which is fair. Again, you've got some slow farmers in the Enigma and the Naga that will need build-up. So the TA taking up some early tempo here is going to be the one thing Talon needs to bring out. And for the side of BBT, and again, it's been a little bit rough as well for Nightfall, but the Sven can always catch up for him in the jungle. There is some stacks in the triangle that were built up in the large camp at the very least. So he can easily clear out once he has the Mask of Madness up. And Jabs, he's been given a lot of room to just get some solo XP going. Could look for some early black hole plays. It's not that straightforward for BBT to look for the cancels in comparison to, say, a Rubik game or a Silencer game. So Jabs has some room in plays when some early items are up, I suppose.
Almost 7 minutes in, 5-2 now. Top lane. Oh, Savage. Savage, he needs some help right now. The TPs aren't incoming. They do at least miss the blast off. He will make it out this time. Like, he's gonna run right into room time. Try to see if he can take that, but it's not gonna work out. Toronto Tokyo just TPs to ensure he gets it. Doing a fantastic job of not allowing the Naga a game. Like, yes, you are still gonna have the problem of Makoto, but at least you don't have to worry about Savage for a while.
Yeah, he's gonna have to take a lot of space to recover. Already dipping into the jungle. 3 heroes up top. We've got the Dismembered threat on Pure. Early Vanguard up as well for Pure. And all you mainly have on Talon is physical output. It's gonna be a little bit rough for Mikado, especially if you manage to get that full Crimson Guard up here on Pure. Like, the Crimson Guard plus Warcry winning these fights, you're not gonna be doing damage for a good chunk of that initial fight. Talon has to find a way to mitigate that. Let's see. They are taking the gate across. That is under their own vision. Nothing to spot that. Talon's end. Just here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
BBT. The Enigma Jabs. Hang around the large camp. Just fine. In fact, Ollie's going to show up now on the Silencer just in case he needs the help. Save wants that blast off initiation. But there is actually quite a few heroes around this bottom lane. Even Q's shown up on the Rubik. Makoto, he is sitting in the Dire Triangle. So they are going to make the jump in very, very soon as they pop the God Strength on Nightfall, but the jump is not there yet. They're baiting them forward though, a big blast off! Save has found 3! And with the Tombstone, Jabs, he's not going to last with the Black Hole! Oh, it's a terrible fight for Talon. Even Q gets hit by the Sticky Bomb slow, and Toronto will take him out for a double. That'll be the tier 1 tower bottom lane going down. Talon getting baited into a perfect setup from Save.
Just didn't have the forward vision to spot that movement through the gate. It's all BBT, the vision games. They've got good aggressive wards, good defensive wards down bot. And Jabs trying to go for that black hole. Doesn't catch the Sven. Instantly cancelled. Would have died to the kisses anyway from a mile away from GPK. Really awkward for Talon. 8-2, strong start for BBT.
Pure goes for the Dismember on Savage. Savage going to try and turn now, but Save is there with the blast off into the Sticky Bomb, into the mine. Savage might just melt and will. Pure surely at least goes down. Pure will have Fade Bolt in 2 seconds, but can't keep up the vision. Save zones him out, so they get away with the 23 Savage kill for a third time.
Dire's middle tower.
It's starting to feel like Savage just needs to leave this top lane.
And he already did. He was already farming the top jungle. Not sure why he's going back into lane. Probably just, again, expecting some room with all the movement onto Jabs down bot. Nightfall left alone, but has a TP.
Oh, can't get him in time. So close yet so far. One more hit would have done it from Makoto, but Makoto already so much pressure on his shoulders on this TA. Just nothing else going right for the team. He has to carry here for Talon, at least for now. We'll take down the Tombstone, being donated by Toronto.
Are fortified.
Now tier 1 bottom tower, just not going to last. Talon is getting an objective for themselves. BBT trying to set up for the exact same thing at the top tier 1 tower, but they don't really have the greatest push. Just trying to pull the wave away and actually let their creep wave do the job. But Talon, they are going to rotate and try to fight. Here we go. Pure's the big target, because Pure's getting a little bit too close to the axe for comfort. Slow is there. Nurse hits as well. Pure should go down. Jabs. Oh, a nice lift from Q. Mid blast off, not allowing the save potential from save. Q very quick with the fingers that time around. Even took the proximity mines for himself.
Important kill to find. The streak on Pure was not quite there. It's actually on save as Q.
Oh, there goes those proximity mines I just talked about. He's gone. BBT able to punish at least somebody on the side of Talon for that punch kill. Won't get a big one. Pure dying there is a much bigger deal for Talon. Problem is, again, Pure's getting relatively close to the Ags, and that's a pretty scary timing when you're up against the punch.
What it is. It's just going to be able to burn through all of those Savage illusions that he's going to want to use across the map to clear out. The Eidolons are going to be free food for him as well. So playing the split push game here for Talon isn't going to be as comfy. They still need to stall for time, for sure. They're not too far behind. BBT 10-3, but only 1k up. That's mainly down to Mikado farming like a madman. Like it really is all in on this TA early on. He's the only hero with the game so far out of all the cores. Has his Blink Dagger already up. So can start to look to be more aggressive on the TA. Not even wanting the Desolator first, just wants to be able to get some activity out. BBT taking the gate true down south here.
I'm gonna find a target. I have to leave this situation be. Everyone backs off from Talon. They're thinking about going back up top now. BBT, they'll go back through the twin gates. Up towards the top lane. Jabs is there defending on the Enigma. Pure couldn't really land a hook onto Jabs. A bit hard against the Enigma, to be fair. But they might be able to slowly start thinking a bit early, but if they can find a pick-off on Jabs, it certainly is possible for them to start chipping away.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke is out. They are behind Pure. The twin gate usage now from Talon to go up towards the top lane. So now they've smoked up looking for a fight. This has not been scouted out by BBT, but they do leave the area successfully. Nobody's left there for Talon. Excuse me, rather for BBT. And now BBT in a position to take the mid-tier 1 tower. Still looking for a pick-off, but it seems like all the... Oh, 23. He will send the illusions. Unless DPK finds him. But no, they got the wrong one. They even have a sentry, an observer ward watching 23 Savage, but they do not get the right target.
Not gonna get the kill, but we'll find the objective. Gives them space to start to invade, cut off even more farm that Talon's still trying to build up. And Talon?
Huh? Makoto gets the trap slower. Still keeping tabs on Pure. There's a sticky bomb on Makoto. Hooky away from GPK. Hook out, they catch Jabs with that, but the global silence was immediate, and now the black hole to ensure Pure just goes down. No messing around from Talon, they'll get one, and no, that's a great song. Savage, he's locked down two right next to each other. And it's gonna be GPK. Oakus down, but a big blast up from Save, not gonna be anywhere near enough, I don't think. He does get some nice mines down, but it won't make the difference. They're all taken out. Save is slowed up. Already 2 down for BBT, and it might just be a third. Makoto finds a double kill. 4-0-1 now on the TA. Doing God's work at the moment for Talon.
That he is. It's one of those games, you know, this tends to happen in a lot of Talon games, Mikey. Mikado takes control in the early to mid game, compensating for rather rougher starts in the sidelines. And to be fair, even after all those losses, Talons were keeping up in net worth quite nicely. They've got the Midas and Jabs, Blink up for the Enigma now, so Blink Black Hole always ready to go. Mikado being far forward here with the TP Sin though.
He's certainly very far forward. He's got the help though. Nice cookie stop with the Q lift up, but Mikado, he gets out. Quick blink away. I can't believe he actually blinked out of that. That's incredible. Well, that's refraction.
Just not enough. You need Pure around to help you melt through that shield. You need that rod. You don't have Little Shredder at all for GPK. He's still going with a smoke here though.
They might find Ollie. Bit of a consolation prize. Lord of Atos will lock him down. Ollie has no gameplay. Has to walk and accept his death. Savage sticking around. Oh, Savage? Isn't that the song? They're going to try for the techies. Save. Will go down. Tombstone to be dropped and they're going to go for the fight. BBT. Or with their pants down the die triangle. They'll lose two. And now GPK being chased out by Makoto, who wants a bit more. And he might just have him. GPK's gone.
My God.
That's what you love to see from Talon. I mean, I questioned the reinitiation from Savage, but his team was there to back him up.
And they were ready for that move. They sacrificed Ollie first. Managed to bait out a lot of spell use on him. They were baiting around with illusions earlier, so they don't expect Savage to actually step up anymore. And he shows up. He has the Manta, double Wraith Band, does enough damage. Has enough stats to play with, just a little bit. That is a lot of space coming out for Pure to full up for the Podge. So you can start to really melt in if he finds a good position, finds a good hook here in these engagements. The issue is just working its way into the middle of these fights. It hasn't been as tightly wound here for the side of BPT. They're trying to play around their spikes. They're giving Nightfall some space out as well, and the Sven does have the Blink up along with the Mask of Madness and Echo Saber on that Sven, so he can start to really jump in and try to focus on that back line. But Talon, again, they've done a good job of recovering quite a fair bit from some really atrocious lanes. Mikado with a full Deso now, so you can really start to melt through the heroes. You don't have the full Crimson Guard up yet, and of course you're not going to have something like the Sven Shard anytime soon here. So more Burst Blade to come. Starting to clump around down bot. Good scan from Talon though.
I'm just waiting 5 seconds for the Black Hole, John. Link is up. This could be a very dangerous fight for BPT to try and start as Toronto Tokyo is just destroyed by Makoto. Save trying to get out, but there's your stun. Save. He's down. You will take it with the Fade Bolt. Talon in complete control now of this game 1. Looking to move into that lower side of the jungle. They could find Nightfall and GPK. It seems like BBT will retreat. Get out of that area. But you may have to sack the T2 bottom tower at this rate. Maybe Talon just go for Roche? Perhaps that's where they're headed.
Need to take the gate up. Yeah, it does look like they're just going to stand back. Keep that build up. Supply that pressure. You're not seeing the rest of BBT. The Talon's vision game isn't that good. They don't have vision across the river. They've got one ward really just watching the river and that's it. They're playing under BBT's vision instead. Really good wards right on the edge of sentries to spot out. Not being able to get that deny on the river rune here as well. River ward coming out from BBT. Double damage coming out from Mikoto though. Maybe then that could lead into some aggressive plays out. Again, BBT has the info. Talon's just sitting back and farming right now. And it's BBT to group up for that Roche with a Sven. With a God Strand at level 2. We've got the damage here.
I'm really surprised BBT gets away with this. It does feel like Talon have missed an opportunity. Like, you have the Deso up on the TA. You have a double damage room bottled up on Makoto. This feels like it should have been Talon's Roshan. BBT, though, kind of getting away with murder, I feel. They will take it. Aegis will be handed to Pure of all things in the punch, but I suppose he's the one kind of jumping in on the front line, so it makes enough sense. You know, I do feel as though Talon probably should have had that one.
The first Roche, maybe not the biggest deal to kind of hand over like that, considering that, again, there's some counterfight on BBT. So, if Talon got it, I think it would have ended up being just a farming Aegis. I don't necessarily think they've got the high ground anyway, so if you're going to farm anyway, just let them waste your time on Roshan themselves reveal their position, farm on the other side, push your own tier 2, which they're getting done here. Work their way down bot, use that Deso and Mikato. They've got some Eidolon to help tank through, and it's going to be a tier 2 gone. Yeah, you mentioned this earlier, but the push coming out from BBT isn't as fast. So even with a room up top, it's not like they can easily melt a tier 2 themselves here either.
That's true. I mean, they aren't looking to fight. BBT just at least trying to get towards the BKB of Nightfall before they even think about fighting, but even then, he probably will want some kind of crit. You are. Make it caught. I mean, he's underneath vision and a creep wave. Makoto, who will activate the DD rune with the trap. Fuel's been slowed up, but Talon do not want to move to the high ground blind. Yeah, Pure does take a fair bit of damage from that Naga illusion, but to walk away. That could have been the Aegis removed from the game, but yeah, going into the high ground of the triangle without vision, not very safe for Talon. They won't risk it.
And there's still the tier 1 TP point as well. Mass TPs did come out there from the side of BBT, so they avoid any awkward fights coming out for Talon. BBT, and they managed to secure their Tormentor. They've got the shard for free on Toronto Tokyo. He is working into his Guardian Greaves as well. If he did manage to get something like the Blink on the Undying, that Blink Tomb Entombment would be pretty damn big here in terms of saving from the burst plays of Talon. Talon, for their part, they feel pretty confident where they're scaling. BKB up on jabs, literally nothing to stop him from just black holing down unless Pure somehow gets a hook dismember angle going for himself here. And beyond that, you're free to just start these fights now with a black hole. Yeah, Savage having that full Mage Slayer up, working towards the heart. Mage Slayer being a pretty good way to counteract what you're trying to do here with your Pudge. So, one hit down, 35% less spell damage, plus the magic res. Rot doesn't feel as tough to play into, although the slow is still going to be really impressive. But at the very least, you're not going to instantly melt on 23 any longer. It's pretty easy to pass along the debuff anyway. So, have to see if this investment will pay off. Still maintaining a 4k lead, marginal at this point for Talon, but it's still up there. It's at least an item up in one of your cores. That's the side of BBT, looking for their own push onto that tier 2 now.
Why the hell not? The safety of the BKB for Nightfall. It's still the Aegis intact. They are feeling a little bit confident. They're trying to find a target. Jabs, he's the closest one to them. EPK can have his smoke broken. We'll reveal Jabs is around here somewhere, but they... Talon, they aren't really reacting to this at all. Like, they're just still farming the bottom side of the map. They don't seem to be at all afraid of losing that tier 2 top tower, which is fair, because it doesn't seem like it's going to go down anyway. Jab's just using the Eidolons to ensure that the tower does not take any damage from these creeps. Meanwhile, Save, narrowly avoiding a dust from Q, will be okay. I suppose Talon with the Naga TA, they're just more than happy to drag this game out a little bit. There's just no rush.
There isn't. I think they're confident in trying to kite around Nightfall as well, with some control. Even with the BKB again, down the line, you've got a potential Ags build-up for 23. You've got the Black Hole to hold that Sven down, which doesn't care for that debuff immunity. Now, in certain group up top, they are playing under vision. They will get the D-wards out. Again, just a stall game from both sides. It does feel like BBT might want to be a little bit more aggressive, though. Like, they've been sitting on this Pudge Ags for quite some time. Yes, it is a farming tool for Pure. At the same time, it's when you're really strong as the Pudge. You know, before any BKBs, before anything like Pipe comes in, you're just going to be able to rip through pretty much anyone. Talon, though, going for their smoke out now.
Running right towards Save. Save in a decent position to break the smoke from Talon. Not going to be the kill they really want to start with unless he had the gem in his hands, but he doesn't. Kind of lucky for Save that he didn't have the gem yet on the courier. I mean, it was on the courier, but it wasn't anywhere near it. Otherwise, you would have actually had some decent value with that kill.
Yeah. Take some map control back would have been nice, but one big thing you get is Q having procs mines again. You get some information on your side. Pretty happy about that overall in the Rubik, of course. So they can take control of this bot jungle somehow.
I love the mines on Rubik, man. The range at which you can put these things down. And it's so hard as well, because in the middle of a team fight, sometimes you just can't tell whose mines they are. You know, like they're so annoying on this hero.
That they are. Especially if you don't have any techies cosmetic equipped. So, tends to feel pretty rough. And, you know, just having a Rubik mines for your own high ground defense. I don't think Talon needs that anytime soon, but always got that as well. to stall this game out if you somehow want to curse this mic into that era last year of Southeast Asia being slow. Where they end up happening.
Was it this year? Was it last year?
This year when it was really worse last year. Like it was last year with the 40 minutes, less than 10 kills. That was last year. That is
Savage. It was. Congratulations for getting forward, of course. 23 Savage. We're gonna know he's moving up into the triangle. Of course, the mine's gonna give all the info. But Savage, he's got a full heart up now with the Mage Slayer. It's very, very tanky Nagasaran at this stage. The big spike that Talon have been looking for, they can really start to play off. Mind you, Talon may want to wait for the next Roshan to really get started onto these objectives. They might just start securing these top objectives. Like BBT, they're nowhere near the area. They show themselves down to the bottom lane. Very, very clear BBT are not ready for a big fight. And BBT probably have the exact same plan. Get the Daedalus up on Nightfall, either force a smoke or force the next Roshan after that.
Yeah, and this should line up with the BKB flying out here for Pure. So more frontline protection for the Pudge. You can start to play around with that Blink a lot more aggressively if the opportunity presents itself. A lot of respect being shown from both teams. Again, it's slowed down quite a fair bit. 11 to 12, we've been hanging around that since maybe the 15-minute mark. Last year, 2 Touter of BBT just being taken away. No defense coming out. The Talon just taking complete map control off the back of that. Mind you, it doesn't mean you're out here for BBT, although they pop all the mines, again, giving info for Talon that they were hanging around down south. And Rubik Mines, well, does the same thing as Techie's Mines. It tells you where the enemy's farming or where they're smoked off.
I can't believe they didn't change that in the last sub-patch. I thought at least they would change the whole sound cue issue with the mine. Maybe in the next time they'll just remove the sound altogether. Who the hell knows? I don't know how you adjust this Techie's Mines issue. BBT, maybe they'll show us in a moment. You are jumping in for a hook, does actually land onto Q. They found the Rubik, but a nice lift away and a global silence, but Nightfall, that's a lot of damage. They've got the black hole in time for the tombstone. It's gonna save. They grab Nightfall into the tombstone, so Talon can't really prioritize off the back of the black hole. Savage, he's gonna pop the song to try and escape this team fight, and he will be okay. Can Makoto do the same? It seems like he probably can. So they only lose Q in the end.
It's a pretty big win for the side of BBT considering all the spells committed out from Talon. Black Hole, Global Silence down, and the Entombment still being a tool for Toronto Tokyo. Saving Nightfall. In the middle of that fight, they managed to find that Sven kill off the back of Black Hole. It's been pretty detrimental for BBT, but Talon then forced a Black Hole in the middle from that initiation anyway. Not the best to catch multiple heroes here for jabs. Not able to capitalize off the back of it. So more stalling out. It does feel a lot better for BBT. You are starting to see their power here in Talon. Like they might have a couple of issues in damage, especially when that Sven comes in with Warcry. Still, Talon are the ones going for a smoke for the re-engage here.
They are trying to make their way over. Roshan has officially begun. Still trying to make their way, but Roshan's still very healthy, so they've got plenty of time to try and make this fight happen. Mines will reveal 23 Savage's position. It's down as well. You get a little bit of info here to Talon. He was still messing around in the tree line, just waiting for a hook. We'll go back towards the Naga illusions instead. I mean, he wants the right hook onto support. Hook is there, they've got jabs this time. The Enigma caught out mid BKB, not looking too healthy. Still able to get away though as Makoto at least finds Toronto Tokyo. They're still chasing down jabs. They have taken him out, but it seems like BBT might need to retreat. Talon, they are still healthy enough to fight, but they are hanging around the north of the Roshan pit here, BBT. Waiting for the right moment. The Naga illusions, not scouting him out yet, but there you go, they will see them now. EPK getting jumped on by Makoto, but the dismember is out from Pure, locking him down. Makoto trying for it by himself, does force up into the Roshan pit. They are still alive. Oh, Nightfall, he gets drag-bucked by the hook. Oh, it's very, very messy from BBT.
Oh,
Song is out. Does at least cancel saves TP. And there you go, Roshan to go the way of Talon.
That could have been so awkward as well. Q's own hook got blocked by Savage there. He's looking for the hook back on the TP, but the Song's there to save the day, and off the back of another back and forth fight, Talon manages to get Roshan. They manage to hold on to Black Hole as well as Jab dies without using it. So you've got that utility for the high ground fight. Second Rosh, much bigger for Talon to find. They've got the cheese to give out. Aegis up in Mikoto. They don't find the biggest kills. They take the fight at the perfect time. You know, God's Strength was fading away from Nightfall. They couldn't really stick around to do the damage. Still a ways off from GPK finding his level 25 here as well.
Oh, Savage! They make the jump in. He's got some help around, but he's already lost half his HP pool. Can they keep him alive? Savage, no, he's gone. BBT, they see an opening, they jump straight off the bat and take it. Talon, they had no way of saving him.
No global sounds that time. Ollie manages to bail out.
Hook is there, Pure, to find Q. They've been pretty on point with these hooks. Suddenly, I mean, Talon, they took a great team fight for the Roshan, but suddenly now, losing Savage and Q, seems like BBT are the ones that are trying to maintain map control again.
They're trying to at least shove Talon away from their side of the river. And with all their tier 2s gone, with all outer towers gone, it's a little bit easier for Talon to play the push game. You can't afford to lose Savage like that up front. Not respecting the TP point in that outpost. Having that rotation out from BBT does actually give them an opening. They could look for a tier 2 if they wanted to. They will pull back to their side of the river though. Not looking to get too aggressive while the Aegis is up. And for Talon's end, they're going to have global silence on the respawn of Savage. They will have Song back up relatively soon as well. So they've got the opportunity to take a fight. You will be fighting into Nightfall's big power spike of Silver Edge. You can just dance around if you don't have the vision ready here on Talon's side. You have the gem still standing on Jabs though. That should help them out in trying to chase down something like that Sven with a full Silver Edge. Let's see it. Aegis still standing for about 3 minutes. They can try to build up a little bit more. Savage is going into a full Abyssal Blade for some control on the Naga, some durability here as well with the damage block. Can get some utility going. Jabs just defend. Full defense build out as you'd expect from the Enigma, just to ensure the black holes are continuous for the side of Talon. But the lead has shrunk down to just 2k. It's been bouncing around. And this game is still rather close. BBT having a lot of fight left, having this level 20 spike that can eventually come out for GPK. It has been a rather slow game for the Snapfire though. Not being able to really soak in those kills is a little bit troublesome for the Snap.
It is very true. Like, GPK has been rather quiet in the Snapfire, just 3, 3, and 4. Level 24 levels away. Pure, top lane, may cop it. Talon are moving in. We'll have the lift up on Pure. Black Hole immediately committed here by Jabs. No hesitation. Just wants the punch kill, though Pure has not died yet. He's going to go for a PKB TP out, and he may just make it. And he does. You needed Makoto for the damage. Makoto, though, he went for the double damage rune. So he does get a great rune for his trouble on the TA. But they use Black Hole for nothing.
Don't find the big one. Need to take care of that Pudge. He's been doing a lot of work.
They're
for
going.
the side of BBT, huh?
Double damage activated by Makoto. He wants to jump in. Toronto does survive. Nightfall jumping in. Shreds through the Jabs. The Enigma is gone. Pure gonna try and keep the Sven alive. The Tombstone will do that job, though. Pure needs to back off himself. BBT kiting in and out. They've got Savage. Savage locked down, but does go for the Song to try and get out of this. Does he have a TP? Yes, he does. They will be able to disengage. It's still not a very good team fight for Talon. They lose their Enigma. They get nothing out of this. BBT just hiding them out perfectly. That was with the Aegis, with the cheese, and with the double damage route.
You're seeing the issues you have playing into Pudge and Sven here with the physical lineup. Warcry just does so much work. You've got the Shard already up on Nightfall. So it's just a lot of armor. The minus armor burst is just not going to be happening here for Mikoto, and Savage has no damage himself. He wants to chip and prod with the illusions, but doesn't really do too much outside of tank for his team and try to reset the Song. It's all kind of starting to bank on Jabs. It does feel like this game's actually hinging on some big black bolts and some good follow-up through it. Talon has to coordinate around that spell. They've got to have Mikoto ready to play with that burst somehow. They do manage to catch someone out. You've got to find a way to control Nightfall here. Warcry is just doing too much work. All the HP in the world. It's a Sven and Pudge with an Undying. There's so much sustain. Look at Toronto Tokyo's build. He went triple Wraith Bands just for more armor. This guy's just not going to die.
And it's doing its work. Like Toronto, he didn't take as much damage as you would have expected from that meld strike initially from Makoto. Makes sense. Sometimes Wraith Bands are the way to go. Here we go, BBT. Only 1k behind Talon now. Sure, Savage is still top of the net worth board, but he's only 2k ahead of Nightfall, who's hitting like an absolute truck. Nightfall gonna have a full Satanic up on the Sven very soon. That's a bit concerning if you are Talon. Just go for the push through the bottom wave. It's like both sides maybe prepping for Roshan, but it's still a while away before it does even respawn.
Smoke.
BBT, do they want to keep going?
Find anyone?
They will not find anyone, John.
It's not enough forward vision. Down managed to dodge out. Maybe under trap vision there. You managed to get a good read. And back off. They've got the Nullifier up in Savage. A little bit more damage, a little bit more counter control here as well. Just to help pin down the target. Saves at the very least if they do come out here. Try to clean up. Need something more. I mean, they haven't even knocked on the high ground. Aegis has expired. And it's still going to be a little bit of time till Roche is up.
BBT have vision around this area, so it seems like they want to fight. Q were trying to bait them in. Does get lifted by the telekinesis of Q into the Stormhammer. Q now copies the Nullifier. Still has the BKB ready to go whenever. He's just tanking through all this damage. Look, it's right on target. He actually got Savage. He'll force the global silence and the song usage as Jabs gonna jump in. Does not have a great black hole. In fact, he does. He'll go for 2 targets. He's got Nightfall to spend, but do they have the damage output? It doesn't seem like at Nightfall. He's gonna survive as Jabs will be the one to go down. Now even Pure takes down Oli. They'll go for more. Savage now with no escape route will get caught by the blast off of save. They even got Makoto on the TA. Talon are falling apart. And that they will. Off a beautiful hook of Pure, who will get the tip from Toronto. Completely blind hook. You miss everyone you don't throw out, John, and that time Pure, he certainly did not miss.
That he didn't. Talon, very messy fight to take. The hook onto Savage, the Global Silence to break off the Dismember. In the early BKB from Jabs, he popped BKB while Song was playing. So when he comes in for the Black Hole, doesn't have that debuff immunity, gets cleared out. Just gets cookied up, and that's the cancel. I'll show you something funny in the map if we can get yes in our good old obs to look. There's been a gem that's been stuck right around the secret shop area of the Radiant side. It's been stuck there. I was so confused when I saw that right next to Mikado, and no one's picking it up. It's hidden by the trees, Mike.
Oh, it is too. Look at that. Yeah, you can't see it. Oh, it's
he
found.
took it. It saves
There you go.
gem as well. It saves gem.
BK in the middle of nowhere right now. We'll find Q. Hook out from Pure into the Dismember. He's okay. Pure's gonna save the day again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, this game for Talon, it's all down to black holes. It's all down to Jabs. Because your physical burst isn't there with Mikado, even with this full Daedalus up. Not into the Sven with the Ag's Shard Warcry. And you don't have enough damage as well coming out in Savage. And Naga's much more of a sustain here up front. You've got the level 20 talent up for GPK, so his physical output with a little Shredder is starting to get overwhelming here. Your supports just die in one spell use pretty much here on Talon's end. 21 to 14, BBT and Control now. Despite the tier 2 tower still standing for Talon, they can't really do too much across the river. They've tried multiple times, but just falling flat on execution. We talked about this when this draft was being made. It's very high execution for Talon. Like, they've got to be able to land a Song into Black Hole. They've got to be able to get their BKB uses on point. They've got to be able to isolate some key heroes here from BBT, and just haven't been able to. 8 usage across.
They do get between gates. Talon might see them split up very, very soon. With BBT, they are still hanging around the top side of the map. They'll group up again as 5. Makoto gonna show himself on the real TA. Naga Illusions immediately sent out to try and scout. Fuel will take care of those. Roshan now 10 seconds away from respawning. You are looking for a big hook once again. Does have the blink to set up if necessary. Jabs might be needing to look for a really big black hole this game, this team fight, because the last ones he's thrown out have not amounted to what Talon need, which is some kills to get the fight started. If you're going to commit this black hole, it needs to be at least some decent impact, I'd argue, as BBT still just standing their ground as Talon did pop a smoke. Roshan now officially is up. Talon, they're running right towards the bottom lane. Screw it, we're out of here, boys.
Is under attack.
It's gonna be a daytime run for Roche anyway. They're setting up for that Roshan themselves. Looking for the fight around the pit. They know that side of BBT will have to go through the gate. Your vision around the gate has expired, though.
Pretty rough. BBT gonna get there first. Mine's immediately being thrown out by Save, but he is out of the charges for now as the Naga illusions do take them out. Talon. Well, see Pure. The Naga illusions do scout Pure out, dismembering one of the illusions as he'll just continue sorting them out. Makoto's thinking about moving in. Nullifier is there. The Ghost Scepter will not help Pure, but he does have the heals coming in from Toronto, Tokyo. Now they will force a fight under Roshan. Makoto again onto Nightfall. Jabs, he's got a black hole. He found 2 targets with the global stance to help out. They can't save Nightfall. Nightfall should drop it. No, he's healing up. A secondary black hole from Jabs to ensure they get these kills. They've got him this time. BBT, they don't have the buybacks. Toronto, he'll be the third to drop as Savage will pop the song holding the last 2 down. GPK, he'll be the big target. Ensnare out, mid-song, hold it down, and the kisses from Q. Throw the cubes out. It'll be a full team wipe. Perfect setup from Jabs.
Oh my god. It had to be high execution from Talon. Jabs delivers this time. Comes in with a surprise refresh, skips out on his Lincolns, and he makes it work. He grabs the Sven twice, isolates them from the rest of the team. Take the third Roshan, free Ags now for Jabs as well. He's got that pull. He's got the additional max XP damage, the old Midnight Pulse in play. That is going to be so painful. A great team fight this time from Talon. It looked so awkward to begin with as well, but just that refresh, just for Jabs to start the fight this time, that's what they needed. They couldn't play around with the song with Jabs popping BKB first. It had to be just instant BKB black hole. And Talon, they managed to make it work. They split up the side of BBT. Onto the high ground they go. All tier 2 is gone. They could gun for a lot in the high ground.
They certainly can. Talon, they're going to try and make it happen now. Or even an Axe coming out on Q. You've got the double spells that you can steal now on the Rubik. Very, very scary. Swift blink on Makoto. 1 lane of barracks at least to go down. Talon might even stick around for the second. I mean, why not? No, they'll play conservative, they'll back off, they'll reset, maybe force another fight a little bit later on. But Makoto was a little bit low on mana, so you might want to reset on him. They'll just take over the Radiant jungle for now. 43 minutes in with the 13k advantage. And still 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the Aegis, so plenty of time to try and go towards high ground again. And it's going to be BBT naturally that needs to find a way back into this game at the moment. BBT off the back of that last fight, not looking too healthy now. And Talon, well, they've got double black hole back up now on Jab, so an immediate 5-man smoke. They are not going to wait.
This can get really scary. And that black hole with the Ags, so much damage. That pull, you can't run.
BBK, if he's very cautious, Jabs might just solo black hole him if he's not too careful. In fact, they don't even need it. Telekinesis, Nullifier, kisses, everything being thrown. Nightfall gonna jump in, but the black hole is out again. Jabs has got 4 targets with that one, and he'll refresh on a 3 targets. They are just gonna melt. Or are they? Nightfall, he was saved by the tombstone of Toronto. Nightfall's fine. Nightfall will heal up, and suddenly Talon are the ones to go down. Makoto trying to run, gets harpooned back by Nightfall. And it seems like Makoto may just drop the Q, is trying to save his life, but can't do it. Well, was that a tombstone save from Toronto?
Yes,
is that what it was? Oh my.
It's really just that entombment, man. Saving Nightfall. Ensuring that the black hole doesn't have that big impact you'd want it to, and all of a sudden Talon can't burst down the big issue. They can't take care of that damage coming out from the Sven. they get wiped. That's a double black hole gone here as well. They're gonna be able to rip through mid into the high ground. They can start to pressure. No buybacks in Talon. It's a scary time. This is gonna be a really tough defense without Mikado up. And Jab's 20 seconds away to at least one set of racks can fall here.
May look at the tier 3 tower. Even a slight device up on Toronto Tokyo now. It's a pretty funny build to look at on Undying. 19 Grooves, 3 Ray fans, and a slight device. That's where Toronto Tokyo is at the moment with this Undying build, but it has been working, so props to him. Last off from save, not gonna land. That'll be... Backdoor is out, but BBT, they will still get away with that one rack. So even out the game, if I say even, maybe they even take the lead in the game, because that mid-rax is a bit more valuable, I'd argue. Suddenly the network lead is nothing to write home about for Talon. Just sitting at 5k. Gonna be even less now with a couple bounties being found by BBT. Man, Toronto Tokyo, what a player. Like, this guy goes from winning TI by playing POS 2, to then switching to POS 5 in a brand new team, and just... every time we see a game with this guy, he's always making huge plays. Every time.
And he is. Just stands far back enough to get the tombstone off. And he has the Guardian Greaves to deal with the silence from Ollie. So you need to be able to find the Undying here, but he stands so far back. That last fight worked out for them on the Roche just because they were so clumped up around the pit. That next Roshan still a long time away here as well for both sides. BBT. One good team fight away from basically just clearing out high ground. You're not even having to gun for Megas. Tier 2 still stands down bot after all. They can certainly end the game off the back of another fight with no buybacks for Talon. Talon going through the gates, going hunting, but they don't have the best forward vision right now. Just the watcher in the ward watching the pit. They know that they are being pushed in, so they could try to flank from the south here.
Yeah, tier 2 bottom tower gonna be sieged by Talon. Excuse me, by BBT. Talon, the ones that need to respond. Talon. When they are behind, they'll get some vision down, they'll try to prep for a fight. Nobody from BBT have moved their way down towards the south yet. I think that they'll take the Watcher and maybe just take the Tormentor. That they will. No shards even, I think everyone's just got shards right now, so they don't even need it. Talon waiting towards the south of that bottom lane. Their opportunity, just trying to hope for a straggler to walk into them.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You what? Immediate TP. Nightfall though, jumping in. We'll go into the Silver Edge and just run. They actually make it out freely. Nobody gets caught here by BBT. Even Pure and Nightfall just casually walk around and walk away.
No one showed up for the high ground defense. No one shoved back the waves. They expect Talon to be doing something sneaky through the south. Just managed to dodge out in a big fight. Jab's being very patient. He's been looking for that double black hole again. Identifies the targets he needs to go for. He's got to find Toronto Tokyo. Talon, I mean, even with a very marginal lead, at least have one full set of racks down bot. That lane will always just naturally shove in. Mid being down melee does hurt a little bit more. But you've got the Nog. You can always send the illusions out to clear out. So they are keeping most of the waves shoved in their favor here, except for top. Let's see. Next Roshan, we'll see in about a minute and a half on that respawn timer. Could end up pretty much just being a daytime Rosh down south. Another free Ags can fly out here. Something like the Ags, I suppose, on Mikado could be really nice. Just work the map a little bit better, dance around side of BBT. Along, of course, with a secondary life. Just being cautious. One good team fight is all it takes for both sides here. Buybacks, you have a few set up. A lot more on Talon than are on BBT though.
BBT still holding their base for now. There's your smoke out. 5-man smoke. Line being drawn towards the top lane of barracks. BBT maybe trying to do something a little bit cheeky and force a defense from Talon. Rushing right towards that area. Keeping in mind, they can take these racks very fast. Even Pure now. Refresher Orb available on the Pudge. Full Dismember. Be a bit of a problem, I think, for Talon. Roshan Could be up in 10, so they're not going to go directly towards the top lane, but rather just check for the Roshan. Scan is out from BBT, but it's only on some Naga illusions. So Pure is just going to go back and address that. Roshan's still 2 minutes away. Quite a bit of a timer. He's going to buy some time for both sides to get their lanes pushed out respectively. In the meantime as well, you did have a butterfly being built up on 23 Savage, and he does have the full item up now. You are approaching that very late game stage where both sides are just going to have 6 slots on all their cores. BBT also almost at that level 25 mark for GPT. So looking to get that up, looking to get the full Daedalus up on the Snapfire so he can actually start hitting real damn hard. And towards the bottom corner of the map. Around that Roshan pit again. BBT will get in there in time to take the Twin Gates high ground. Some D-wards on these traps. Roshan 1 minute away. This next fight would just dictate how the game finishes. Such an important fight for either team. Viewer again walking up completely blind. Is going to get blood righted up here by 23 Savage, but he's just such a tanky boy. He'll get the BKB off and he just heals through it. He is literally just healing through all the damage output. They can't deal with him.
No. Does force the BKB out though. Allows BBT to regroup with the smoke. They've got that vision control from that ward they have on the gate. They can try to force something out if Talon does get a little bit too cheeky. Roche only 30 seconds away. This is the fight that determines the game. Our scan lands it.
Got the information, they've got the scan. Nightfall looking to blink right in. Has found himself a silencer. They need him alive. Instead, the black hole though comes up from Jabs, locking down the Sven into the global silence. Can they get the second? Yes, they can. Jabs has got 3 targets in that black hole. The tombstone not doing enough for Nightfall. He's not down yet. Nightfall is still running around trying to kite in and out, but his team is dropping left, right, and center. They'll jump in again. Nightfall still alive, still trying to fight. Does go back into Makota, but now the song. It'll lock them down pretty much permanently now, though. Nightfall is still fighting, but they've got the control. They'll take him down. He'll buy back into the team fight. Talon, can they keep going? Makota's gone. Savage, it's all him by himself, but it's not enough. Talon is in a very tough scenario now. Roshan should go the way of BBT.
Costs a lot of buybacks. Very worthwhile for BBT. Securing that Roche. GPK hitting 25 in that fight as well. Clears through all of Savage's illusions.
Pure's been kind of caught on the punch. Ollie and Q will take him out. So there's that going for you. They at least got an offlane punch for their trouble. But Roshan's certainly going the way of BBT.
Big one to find. Covering the buyback of Nightfall. Getting the free Ags up for Toronto Tokyo here as well. More strength to steal in the middle of these fights. Let's see if he hands it off to someone else. Maybe feeling like perhaps something like the Minefield could be pretty impactful here with how far Talon's moving around in these fights. With your relocate potential on the hook with the Minefield sign as well. And be quite a fair bit of damage flying out here. Talon on the back foot. No Aegis. Down 6k in gold.
Save. Get caught. You and Ollie. The support duo trying to get as much impact as they possibly can right here as they will global silence and TP out. So there's no way to cancel the TPs here for BBT. Win probability sitting at 51% right now for BBT, believe it or not, John. 51%. That's where we are.
That's crazy. It's all down to, again, just having this big team fight execution left for Talon the high ground. If Black Hole in the high ground is going to feel great. You've got the Song to entrap them. You have to find a way to handle GPK now on top of Nightfall. Like, this Snapfire with 25 with a little Shredder. And everyone dies. Like, it happened to Savage there. Illusion Smelt. Mikado cops a few hits as well. Stray shots coming out from the little Shredder. And you have too many cores to worry about on Talon's end. You've got to worry about the Sven. You've got to worry about the Pudge. You have to keep your eye out in Toronto Tokyo with the Entombment. You've got the Snapfire who's hitting like a truck. Still has a lot more scaling left as well. It's just not getting any easier for Talon, but for BBT, I mean, it gets a lot easier. Blink up now on Toronto Tokyo. He's going to have a fantastic time just looking for those Tombstone saves. And they've got to be on point with the silence usage on Ollie. He's got to be able to stop that. He has to Try to see if Toronto Tokyo can pop the Guardian Greaves first, get the Global Silence on top, and then stop the Tombstone at all. But that's a very specific sequence of events that hasn't happened too often here for Talon.
No, it certainly has not. BBT. It's not the kind of game where they can rush high ground yet, but certainly looking to be in their favor for now. In one good team fight would be all they need. And you do need to deal with Savage and Makoto twice, because they do have buybacks. Just what do you do now as Talon? But hold the high ground and wait. So you don't want to fight against this Aegis of Nightfall. They've had so many issues dealing with him the first time around, let alone the last. You can't really afford to try and deal with him twice. Even with these double black holes, they just have not proven to be quite enough. BT. You look at Pure, is that a heart he's buying out on the punch? I mean, it may just be at this stage. Just has a Reaver casually queued up. Might just be the strength link, in fact, never mind the heart. Do rush towards the bottom lane now. There's your overwhelming blink for Pure. Be a real menace in the middle of these fights. Savage. Savage has been caught. Toronto once again on target, but Savage is still alive for now as he gets a song out. But Nightfall with the BKB, not going to be able to get it done. Savage is fine. And Toronto Tokyo, Johnny, he's really been on point with the way he's initiating these fights on the Undying. Like, very, very, it's rare you see this much impact from a Pos 5 Undying, but Toronto's been fantastic.
He's been insane. Like, these saves have been massive. Just having the blink plus the Sight of Ice means they've got even lower committal way of just coming in. Talon, they smoke up, they're running into mines. The information's given out here.
The thing is, Pure is so tanky. He's so tanky. They're gonna try. Hex Nullifier, Midnight Pulse, and I say he's tanky. Pure is dropping pretty damn quick, but no, the cookie away. Onto the high ground though, so Jabs will just black hole. No messing around. Maybe a little bit unnecessary from Jabs with that black hole, but I think right now they'll take the kill where they can get it.
Just take it. Can't afford to bleed anything out here on Talon. And BBT instantly just going back to base. Holding out. We know Talon's going to be looking for a high ground somehow. Buyback is available on Pure. Double damage on Makoto. And that could be the big turning point. This could allow some of that burst to come true if they manage to isolate and some of the key heroes. They've got to stop Toronto Tokyo with the saves. They've only got one black hole to work with here. Could be enough.
What damages has Makoto found this game?
A lot.
A lot, right? It's been like non-stop double damage for Makoto. Nightfall. I mean, he's a tanky boy. Another fire will be thrown out. He is still perfectly fine though. Song is there. Nightfall going to be locked down. Jabs does have that secondary black hole to throw out now. But it's not going to be thrown yet. He is waiting patiently as the global silence going to be committed. But Nightfall will get the BKB and turn around with the God Strength. That's the God Strength BKB down. Talon slowly getting through the utility of BBT. Onto the T3 towers. Keep in mind, you do have level 26 now on GPK, so he does a lot with that little shredder. But not enough apparently. The Naga Illusions is tanking it at this point. Nightfall jumps in again. Makoto, he's the big target. He is still fine with refraction. In fact, Nightfall may have gone a bit too early. He is still trying to heal up through with the Satanic. Nightfall alive. The black hole. Jabs. He got two targets. The Tombstone again gonna save from Toronto. He's just not letting him do anything. There goes Jabs. Savage in trouble. Savage, he'll get in the Tombstone as well. But it's not the same kind of Tombstone. He's down. He'll have buyback, but Toronto, Tokyo, somebody stop this guy.
They don't have backline jump. Oh, Makoto barely gets away with a blink. But they just don't have the backline jump here on the side of Talon. Like, they can't clear out the backline. It has to be Jabs coming in, but you don't have a high mobility hero on Makoto. He's having to do the damage when the initiation comes in. Now there's a clear path here for BBT. Down the mid. Big save. You didn't have buyback ready on Nightfall. Now he's going to have it in 40 seconds, and they've got the opportunity for high ground. God Strength back up. No black hole. No buybacks on 2 heroes.
Oh, Q, he's hooked straight away. He does have buyback available, but it's going to be a 3v5. EBT going right in for the tier 4 towers. How do Talon defend this is the real question. I mean, they've got to try. They don't have the time to wait for jabs, I don't think. He's still 24 seconds out from respawning. They can try to buy the time to give themselves a real good chance, but there's a song. It looks like jabs. He's got buyback gold. This could be a huge black hole, but where is he? He's going to jump in. There's a 5-man, but no, the tombstone is down. Nightfall, he's being dragged into the black hole. It's not going to be enough, jabs. It's just no damage. There is no damage from Talon. EBT just shredding them. Mikoto is still trying for Nightfall with the tombstone. It's just going to save everything. Nightfall is the light through all of this. We'll make it out. EBT still going for more. Makota's going to buy back. He'll try one last time, taking down Toronto, but not quite. Toronto makes it through. There goes Makoto. GG needs to be called. It's a full team wipe. With no buybacks left, BBT have done it. Game 1 to go their way 60 minutes in. Just as the tier 5 items spawn up. EBT will get it done. And Talon, John, I mean, it was a great performance from them to get things started, but I mean, one lost Roshan fight, and that was about it. They just end up losing the game.
Now, a lot of back and forth in this game. A lot of highlight-worthy plays. Toronto Tokyo playing out of his mind with these tombstone saves. I don't think we've ever seen it be as impactful as it was in this game, but good God, just getting all of those saves in those black holes, having such a fantastic start here for Pure on his offlane, a massive factor as well. And it just felt like, for Talon, going into this draft, you ended up with such a high physical lineup up against a Sven and a Pudge. In the end, that was your massive issue. You had so much armor you had to eat through that the TA doesn't take care of. The Naga doesn't really rip apart. No burst damage on hand. No backline jump as well with these heroes, considering that you have to have your TA playing with the front line when the engagements do break out for the damage. And it's just really damn tough for Talon. Like, BBT played out of their minds. Like, insanity. Pure and Toronto Tokyo really were the highlights for me. Like, these two did so much work. Pure in his laning, Toronto Tokyo with his saves. Like, it was amazing to watch. Talon, they found some opportunities. They were getting some good black holes off. Jabs was delivering the goods, but still not enough. It's a challenging one for Talon. And BBT, I mean, they're showing us why they're #1 right now, Mike, in their group.
Oh yeah, Talon obviously showing a pretty good performance themselves. Like, BBT, yeah, like they win game 1. Props to Talon for putting up a great fight here against his side, at least for game 1. I wonder what you change up going into game 2 for Talon, because it was a pretty close affair, which looked like it should have gone Talon's way at a lot of the stages of the game, and so many fights to kind of keep into consideration. Like, how many times did Nightfall get that close to dying, but just was saved, or just managed to lifesteal just a little bit? So many times it felt like this was the Roshan fight Talon actually won. And then the next one was the problematic one for them that they just could not pull off. You see Talon very, very happy with jabs that time around, but again, big black holes coming in, and yeah. The saves coming out on Nightfall, making it impossible to deal with the Sven. Just what do you do? It's outplayed at the end of the day, right?
Yeah. Just again, all the space in the world for Toronto Tokyo. Stand back, play with the Guardian Greaves, wait for the Global Silence, get the Entombment off. Has the Hex to initiate as well to force out usage from Talon, force out utility. And it was just an overwhelming game for Talon. BBT, they're showing off why Undying should be a ban every single time. That save. This is post-nerf as well. It was way easier to get those saves off beforehand, but yeah, it's such a crazy spell, a Tombstone right now with the utility you get, and well, BBT, they take game 1 in pretty strong form. A lot of back and forth, a really exciting game. And it's down to Talon. If they can force out the draw, they're still in the contention for that tied spot for first place, and of course just keeping their position in the upper bracket start. But a 2-0 here could start to drag them down, maybe into a lower bracket start as well if they're not too careful. So we'll have to see if they can rally for that game number 2.
Let's see if it does happen, John. We'll head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 2 draft between BB Team and, of course, the side of Talon. We'll see you soon.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game 2 draft here between, of course, the side of Talon. Almost forgot Talon's name versus BB Team. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, I don't know what it is. Every time I'm casting with you and it's a Talon game, I gotta throw in a shot here and there, I suppose. But that I honestly did almost forget that time. Still, game number 1, 60 minutes in. BB Team. Would you call it a comeback? Because it felt like Talon were in a pretty solid lead at one stage. I guess it's fair to say it was a pretty even game between the two teams, but BB Team managed to take it out game number 1. Game 2, you tell me. What changes do we need to see from Talon to try and give themselves a good chance in game number 2?
Ban Undying, I think, is the one thing I'd like to say. That was really a massive issue there. And Savage's laning was pretty atrocious. Let's face it. He died multiple times to Pure. Pure had an extremely strong start. He had really good timing on the Vanguard Ags, even though the impact of that wasn't really felt until later on. Still managed to farm up a Storm, so you'd want some stronger lanes to come out here for Talon. I think the one shining light there for Talon really was just Mikado. He basically carried him through the early to mid game. Like, it was all down to his TA. If he didn't manage to get that momentum going, I feel like Talon would have lost by maybe 25 if that TA was shut down on top of everything else happening in the side lanes. So they need to get some stronger laning presence. I think the Jabs Enigma wasn't too bad. Again, it didn't have the smoothest time up against Nightfall, but eventually you did have your impact with the double black hole. It's just grab ally is it's a spell, so you have to remove Undying. If you don't pick Undying yourself, just take it out. It's really dumb. And props to Toronto Tokyo. He really played that well. I'm not taking anything away from him, but the fact that this spell used to be even worse is kind of insane.
It is insane, Jonathan, but like you said, props to Toronto Tokyo for making it look... I'd say he made it look even better than it usually does, quite frankly. There's just so many saves in the middle of these black holes, and Toronto has been certainly... I wouldn't say surprising me, because again, he is a TI winner, and basically won TI based off his analysis of that Game 5, but nevertheless, John, it just... fantastic performances all around. I'm always kind of intrigued by the fact that he went from POS 2 to POS 5, yet still has incredible impact on his team, which is, again, very, very impressive from his side of things, and that was another incredible performance from the man. See if he does repeat the performance here in game number 2, as we should be heading into the draft rather soon. Talon, of course, the ones now with the backs against the wall, trying to force a draw against BBT. And you know what? If they do force a draw against BBT, I think Talon are just still sitting in a very strong position for the group stages. And I think just taking one game off a team like BBT is going to still feel really damn good. Even if they did lose 2-0 to Secret earlier, nevertheless, it is still BBT, and they've been a fantastic team throughout the Riyadh Masters so far. So we do have a draft on our hands now, so we can head over to that. See if they do prioritize that Undying ban you talked about for Talon and the things. But my main issue with that is, John, you ban out Undying, you still have Ench, you still have Chen, you still have Elder Titan.
They left all those heroes in the first draft, though. They left literally all of that, so I think if you had to choose any, they could have gone into any of those, but it was the Undying that came out. It was the Undying that was really the bane of Jab's life and all of Talon's life. Might as well take care of it if they can somehow do it. They don't have first pick here on Talon as well. They can't try to sneak that Undying pick for themselves. And even with their first pick last time, they did open up with a straightforward silencer, so we'll see if things change. BBT, they do take care of the Elder Titan themselves, along with the Timbersaw. Talon, they do take care of the Broodmother, just preventing, again, that strong offlane from showing up. Will they want to ban the Undying, or will they let it through now is the question. I mean, they can pick up the Snapfire themselves if the Undying is first phase. Got the back-to-back picks here. But that could make it a little bit more manageable and just melting through Tombstone, making sure the save won't be as big. They could also look for better backline jump here. Like, all you had was basically just Blink Black Hole. No one else could reach further back to stop Toronto Tokyo. You could maybe rectify that with a Spirit Brother pickup for Mikado, although again, if you change its mid-hero from the last game, I don't think you'd even last past 25 to 30 minutes, considering how bad the laning start was for Talon. Maybe the change isn't going to come out from there. And we'll see. Talon digging really deep into reserves here to figure out their last ban for the first phase.
This is where that Undying ban comes in. You've asked for it. See if Talon are going to make that Undying ban now. They are thinking a hell of a lot about this this second ban, and they're going to get rid of the Snapfire instead. To be fair, GPK didn't have the worst game on the Snap, but certainly did not have the best. Seems like Talon just do not want to mess around with this hero again. Fair enough. BBT, they'll have first pick. They could go for the Undying if they want right now. Nothing really stopping them from doing so.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I wouldn't fault them for just going straight into it. They go to Bat Rider first, as that was left in the pool. And that is something that we've also seen start to surge back in support and offlane. So, should be feeling pretty good. That tends to be the Toronto Tokyo hero. That are just starting off at a really oppressive lane once more. For Jabs to kind of have to try to deal with. We'll see what the response is from Talon. They've still got the silencer that they can go back into that Ollie does love to play. It is something that they've constantly drafted for him for the past 3 tours now, it feels like. And they'll go with the Ember pickup first. So they hammer in the Mikado hero of choice. I say that, but I do get flashbacks, like other position Embers. Offlane Ember is the one that's coming into my mind for some reason.
10 seconds remaining.
Takes me back to good old Masaros playing that offlane for whatever reason. Masaros, funny enough, Q played it as well in Pause 4, didn't he?
He did. I'm trying to remember who was the first person to do the whole Ember Pause 3. You might be right. It may have been Masaros. I can't remember. But it was somebody that did that.
Okay. I think I can clearly identify Masaros as the offlane Storm Spirit. That I am certain of. And I'm pretty sure we've only... I don't think you ever played Ember, but we did get Q Ember 4, which honestly wasn't as strange. I remember Raji saying that Ember Pause 5 isn't griefing. Like, that was before he was kicked from every team, so to be fair, that's a very different time for Raji as well.
Necrophos comes out now, John. A very bit of a different hero for us. We haven't seen Necro picked up at all from the games we've casted. So here it is, BB. They go for a second pick, Necrophos. I don't know what to expect from this hero, John. I haven't seen it in quite a while. I don't know what position they're intending on putting this Necro in either. It's pretty open. Could be anything.
It is. I just had a giggle because now you have the entombment up against Reaper's Sight, so you get to experience that yourself, I suppose. Kind of funny just to think about. Whether or not the talent can execute the same way, of course, is a different question. It was pretty high stakes plays from Toronto Tokyo. I'm curious about where they lane this. It does feel like this should just be our pure hero on the off lane, but there is some quirky things you can get done. Like a mid Ember up against a Necrophos is not a great lane for Ember. Necro will melt through your Flame Guard, he will out-regen you, he will right-click harass you down. That's actually a really winning lane for GPK if he does decide to run Necrophos mid. And the issue with Necrophos mid is that it's not really a hero that plays too active. I mean, you run around with your team, but you don't really set up the plays. You're going to be relying on probably Pure. Again, if you are running GPK on Necrophos, you're relying on Pure's hero, along with Save and Toronto Tokyo to set things up for you. So, we'll see if that is something BBT is willing to sacrifice. Some playmaking from GPK just to have this really aggressive start to shut down Mikado. That would be one way to go. Again, Mikado did leave Talon in the game in the early to mid, because they pretty much got washed out in the side lanes. That was a complete wash for Talon in the side lane. So if they just repaired their mid, potentially BBT just doesn't lose any lane and just carry through the momentum a lot earlier here.
Nakasaran being removed now by BBT, not wanting to allow Savage another chance at that. Talon, they'll have to think about their fourth ban out.
10 seconds remaining.
The scary thing about this BBT team, that I feel like I say this every time we're casting one of their series, but just such a versatile group of players. It'd be very, very exhausting to try and draft against these boys. For sure. Talon already down to about a minute 10 reserve time for this fourth pick. And that first game must have hurt Talon quite a bit, like being 2 Raxes up and just not able to finish off the game. Understanding how close you were from pulling off that game 1 victory is always not a very fun mentality to have going into game 2. I'll ban the Bloodseeker now.
I feel like BBT have to take care of something like a Necrophos here. Oh, sorry, the Phantom Lancer for the Necrophos here. Necro doesn't quite deal with Illusion Heroes all too well. PL into a Batrider support lane is pretty fine for a PL. You can kind of dance around early on. You don't have the hard lockdown you'd want to really pin down the PL either. They will ban out the Morphling instead, so Talon has a PL option here for 23 Savage if he wants that. What else is available in the core position? I suppose the Faceless Void can slide through as well, but FV into Batrider or FV into Necro is never comfy. Talon have to take care of, I'd say, maybe a pure hero. They take care of the Nightfall here instead in the Slark, although there has been Flux in the offlane, of course, but mainly Benamar, who's not here. So it should just be targeting Nightfall. What are you going to gun for, Talon? Probably just going to pick up a support, as they don't have the back-to-back picks. Looking for something for Q. Does love activity on his pause 4. Does have his Enchantress again. That has been left entirely alone. So could go back to that. Dispel on hand to help you with Necropos, I suppose, is nice. And helps you win out lanes. Could get some good rotations in early if you get a good creep. Although rotating onto Necrophos is never easy, nor is it ever fun. You might just focus on your side lanes a lot more here for Talon.
I'll see you 35 seconds now of reserve time. Do they want the end? Is that what Q's asking for? They're gonna go down the Lena route now. So where's this going? Well, what's going on now, John?
Lena mid.
This...
It's got to be Lena mid.
So where's the Ember going?
Savage Ember? Q Ember? I shudder at the thought of saying Q or Jabs Ember. But chances are that's where this draft goes, Mike. We're actually getting the good old Motivate Trust Pause 4 Ember, perhaps. Definitely a possibility that we can't write off, unfortunately.
I mean, I think I prefer Pause 4 Ember to Pause 3 Ember, I'm not gonna lie. I guess we'll see. BBT, they're gonna go for the Lycan pickup.
Yeah.
Why the hell not? I mean, it's it could go anywhere. I know Nightfall's played the Lycan before. Pure could play the Lycan. So this hero can be very hard to contest if you haven't got the right heroes. In a kind of meta like this, it's proven to be pretty damn strong. So BBT, 4th pick now.
5 seconds remaining.
They don't seem too concerned about this Lena pick either. Like, perhaps the confusion about where the Ember's going is just not there for them.
To be fair, Lycan can run down Lena, especially as you are going for mainly your spellcasting build. Lena can clear out the army decently enough, but they do get really tanky, especially the Overlord creep. It's not going to be that much of an issue for BBT. You don't have the best hard hold here from Talon as well to prevent the Lycan from dancing around. And they go with the Techies pickup here on BBT, so that should be our save here, with a Toronto-Tokyo Batrider potentially coming out. Just a lot of aggression, a lot of map control once more. Techies +1 lane we've seen for BBT work out really well for Nightfall, or for Pure.
10 seconds remaining.
Lycan Techies lane it's pretty oppressive. It's not the easiest to lane into. The Undying Tombstone can be cleared out by Techies decently enough. Level 1, level 2 doesn't feel that amazing for the Tombstone. What with some Wolves to also help you out as well. So not the worst thing in the world. Talon, they've got to show their hand now. I mean, Ember Lena should be... I mean, I'd say it should be a support pick, but... And memories of a support Ember are there, and they'll go with a Terrorblade pick. So guess what? We could be last picking the Jabs here, Mike.
Uh-oh. Let's see. And I think if I had to choose, I'd still prefer Q on the Ember.
Yeah, that looks like what will happen.
You know, the thing is, I could have sworn there was a time back when Midwin was playing Pos 3. I'm pretty sure he picked Pos 3 Ember at some stage. And that's kind of been left in my mind, because I'm pretty sure that was a pretty rough time.
I'm trying to remember if I've seen that. It might have happened. I have
sure
no
you were
clear
there.
memories. I feel like it all washes away, you know, Mike, is a lot of the moving under gunfire games, well, the gunfire never ends.
No.
The team that's still moving under gunfire, so, you know, it just all disappears in a hail of bullets for me. My memory's pretty much just Swiss cheese at this point. It could have happened. Again, my memory is really just Motivate Trust, and I'm trying to remember if it was actually a off-lane Storm with the Pause 4 Ember, and I think that's why it really stood out, but I can't verify that. I remember we were laughing so hard about it, and I'm pretty sure Motivate Trust lost that, but they did put up a really good fight. Then again, they're gone. So,
Yeah.
none of that's relevant at all, Mike.
No.
10 seconds remaining.
Talon final banouts. Well, what are you even banning? Is it surely a +1 for Nightfall? Like, the thing is, again, I think Nightfall would happily take the Lycan if he finds it to be the right game. Maybe not so much against the Terrorblade. High base armor hero, not the best for the Lycan to play against, but could still be his hero. You never know.
You could take care of something like a Drow here for Nightfall if you're really that concerned about +1 matchups. I mean, overall, it doesn't feel like you need to dump down onto the Terrorblade even more. Seeing that you do have the Necrophos, Reaper's Sight just kind of ruins the Terrorblade. And you have some... Toronto, Tokyo showed off last time. So maybe Talon can do the same thing. Darkseer ban out here for BBT as well. So they are expecting... Well, I can't confidently say they're expecting Ember +4, but I feel like they must understand that it's going to be a Lina mid to deal with Necrophos here, as that is the one lane that feels stable for Talon coming out. But, I don't know. What's left here for Jabs? There's a Beastmaster. That's an option, I suppose. God, is Jabs going to think about doing something weird with his offlane?
What do you mean? Think
I
about
don't know.
doing something weird. It's pretty much every game
Hey,
something weird's happening with Jabs.
Well, you know, last game was more bog standard for Jabs. You know, you have to admit, it wasn't too strange. Tidehunter does come out. That should be our pure here on the offlane. And very stable lane. Just run Tide Techies, easy to run down. Some minus armor early on to deal with Terrorblade whenever Metamorphosis isn't up. It's going to be a pretty dangerous lane for Savage to deal with. Maybe get some relief out from your Undying. Good team fight coming out from BBT. Good push. You've got Howl minus armor plus Gush. They can rip apart some of these heroes very fast. What is the Jabs hero? What will it be, Jabs?
That's the question.
What?
That's the big one.
What is... the Meepo's there.
It is.
He wanted to.
Oh, he's going to get a Phoenix.
Hey.
So what's going on here? Is this an offlane Ember? Is it an offlane Phoenix? What's Jabs and Pew doing? It is Makoto Lina.
So that's pretty obvious. Yeah, no, they're keeping us on edge here. Come on, pick it up.
You look so scared. You sound so scared. Like you're really on edge right now. I can tell you just. Would you rather Phoenix or Ember offlane, John? Tell me. It is Phoenix offlane. Never mind. Do you like it? Is it the pick? I mean, it's good against Necrophos, right? Like Sunray burns you out pretty bad. What is it, John?
To be fair, you don't have to right click to deal with egg, I suppose. There is that. You get some fire spirits going. It feels pretty good. You can go for a veil build up. It's going to be pretty nice. Radiant's not too bad as well if you can somewhat rush it for Jabs. I don't know what to say. We're seeing an offlane Phoenix and a +4 Ember. It's a fire lane, Mike. It's a fire lane. They don't have any water here for BBT. The water's all the way down with Pure on the other lane. So, you know, they can't set those fires off.
That is
I guess that's maybe Talon's game plan. Set the forest on fire if they could. It's a solid enough draft if you get over the fact that you will have an Ember +4. But again, Q's done this. I can't believe that's relevant. Q's done this before in Motivate Trust. Why is that relevant here? Why did they do it? Sunby, why did you allow this? You baited out the Necrophos matchup, but why?
I think that's the whole idea. Like, they saw the Necro, they're probably going to be like, okay, that's a mid Necro we're playing against. Let's not run the Ember, because it's going to be a hard match, so choose the Lina instead. Q, can you play +4 Ember? Of course I can, boss, is probably what he said, and then we go. We're off to the races. Game number 2. I love Talon for this reason, though. They bring out something different. It might look really, really dumb, but it might be really, really good. We don't know yet, Jonathan. We're going to have to wait and see.
Could be. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Ollie to basically save this team. Just get your shard, Ollie. Do what Toronto Tokyo did. Just channel your inner Toronto Tokyo. Get some tombstone saves. And you have a pretty good time. It's mainly just wide single target control coming out outside of Ravage. So you save some from Lasso, you're happy. You save someone from Reaper. Happy tips out to 23. I mean, to be fair, 23 also picked Terrorblade into Necrophos, which is also pretty atrocious. So we'll have to see how much Savage can cook. And his
Let him
sponsor
cook,
is
John.
still saying, let him cook.
cook.
I let him cook all the time. And he cooks me sometimes.
If he doesn't perform, John, he might be actually cooking very soon. There's some kitchen jobs out there, I'm sure, for Savage. If we have another performance like game 1, that laning stage is not good. He's got to fix that up real quick. He didn't have as much as he does. To be fair, it was against a pos 3 putt. You know, like you get hooked out of position, you're kind of just screwed. So this time against the Tide, he should have a much more stable time, arguably.
That he should. Shouldn't be as rough here. We'll see. I mean, I liken... No, sorry, you're right. The Tide Hunter plus Techie's lane is stable enough. Just have to watch your spacing. If you get caught by Blast Off, you can die. For 23 Savage, not the highest HP pool. We'll have to just measure back. I'd say it's down to Ollie to work the aggression in that lane. We shall see. No forward movements for these runes just yet. Looks like a 2 for 2.
Perhaps.
The battle begins.
And it should be. Pure going to show himself topside, not going to go for anything. It'll be a 2 for 2 trade. Last game around, I believe it was actually a 3 for 1 in favor of Talon, so this time, a bit more of an even start between these two teams, and of course we will start with the bottom lane. You're going to have Q and Jabs on the fire duo of the Phoenix Ember Spirit against, of course, Toronto Tokyo on the POS 5 Batrider and the position 1 Lycan of Nightfall. Tell me, Jonathan, how does this lane go?
This lane is pretty passive. You can start to get a bit aggressive early on for Talon's end. Maybe level 3 is the time that starts to feel good. I'm wondering what Q decides to level up at level 1 because he still hasn't gotten any points. He does have the early Orb of Venom to try to harass out. And I'm not sure what to expect. It's been a while since we've seen the Ember support. I suppose the Chains and Sleight of Fist build isn't too bad. Although there's always that awkwardness in how long Sleight of Fist is, but that does give you more time as a support to get free invulnerability, right? So it's free harass for a support Ember.
I don't know why it bothers me so much to see how slow the Sleight of Fist is, honestly. I'm not even an Ember player, it just bothers me seeing how slow it's going. This doesn't feel right. Top lane.
Does not.
Save and Pure, of course, against 23 Savage and Ollie. Ollie having a decent enough time. It's Undying after all during the laning stage. Have a very strong start. Pretty 16, or rather 12 strength on the Undying at the moment through the decay. Doesn't have the level 2 though, so can't really go for the dive on Pure, though Pure is playing a little bit forward. Here's a reflection out. Blood Grenade does land and Pure is gone. Great play from Savage that time around. Already off to a fantastic start on the TB.
Now, all set up by Ollie. Again, in this lane, it's down to this Undying to help set things up for the Terrorblade, help zone out the side of BBT. For BBT, level 3 starts to feel pretty good. And a threat of Blast Off and Sticky Bomb. It's a lot of magic damage to deal with 23 here.
Bottom lane, he's on fire, John.
Savage is dead.
Oh, Savage is dead. Okay, that's not good. Save. He will go down for this at least. Pure does just focus down the tombstones, so gets that for himself to do. Toronto Tokyo, he got very close to dying down at bottom, which is why I was talking about it, but he does barely survive on a 20 HP. The level 1 Icarus dive and the Fire Spirit's not proving to be anywhere near enough damage. Yeah, I mean, a bit of an awkward start. Like, you get first blood gold your way, but Savage then ends up dying immediately. I guess it's a for
Just to watch himself every single time. Like, the magic damage just from techies is more than enough to actually handle. The Terrorblade, heck, even Gush is magical, so we'll just rip through 23 quite easily. And just have to try to sustain through. As level 3 approaches, that gets even worse. Down to the mid lane, which we haven't really taken a look at too often. Mikado is doing quite okay up against Necro. It's still a Necrophos lane. As Alina, he's still going to sustain right through. So you're not going to be getting as much as you'd want in Alina in terms of a kill threat, but Mikado is finding stable farm. Much more stable than he would have if he was the Ember. He is still set to have a decent ramp up into his Arcane Boots. Probably looking for something like Arcane's Disassembly Ravels, perhaps, or just rushing some like Kaya, maybe a Witchblade for some mana sustain, and going for your Shard and Ag somehow. If you can get that done, then Lina does start to burst down quite fast, but it does take quite some farm for you to scale into that point in Lina here.
That it does. I mean, a bit of aggression onto Nightfall. Nightfall behind the tier 1 tower with level 2 Feral Impulse, going to be just fine. See a lot of value for the magic stick in this lane, Nightfall. He has spells being spammed out for him. Jabs doesn't seem to be having the worst time, but the thing is, like, in terms of trying to slow down this Lycan build-up, you're not gonna have the best time, right? Like, Nightfall, while the levels come up on the Phoenix, it may get a little bit tougher. Chances are, he's still probably gonna be able to... As I say all this, Nightfall's gonna get jumped now. Icarus Dive is there, Nightfall surely goes down as Toronto is gonna help with the Flame Break. Icarus Dive or Fire Spirit's not really landing. Nightfall is still running. Jabs could not land a Fire Spirit, so Nightfall will be fine. I was just saying, Jonathan, that Nightfall should have a decent time just maintaining himself in this lane. As Toronto now being chased by Q, who does secure his first kill on the Ember.
Yeah, he's making it work, having a lot of presence out on that support Ember already. Up top, they did manage to force out a defensive dive away. Nightfall's still hanging around.
Daisies, Nightfall.
Okay.
That's a little bit green. That was a little bit on the edge.
Man, does get punished. Nice pickup for Q. This is big for the Phoenix. You do want to skill up in levels very fast in this hero. Having that kill pretty much come out solo for Jabs, get a little bit more speed going his way, is pretty damn big. He is rushing a Meteor Hammer build up here as well. Yeah.
Be okay top lane. I used to love this this build on Phoenix, the Meteor Hammer build. Just Icarus Dive into the Meteor Hammer on the tier 1 tower. Like, I don't rate it quite as highly as I used to, but it's almost like the Tide Meteor, right? Like, it's a hero you can't really kill when he's just pushing down towers with Meteor Hammer. So it can be really frustrating to deal with, and it tends to create quite a bit of space for your pos 1.
And it does. You also have to remember, I don't know how relevant this is, but Phoenix is universal. So his right-click damage build-up with Meteor Hammer with a crown is actually pretty alright. So he can threaten some trades here.
Mid lane, Laguna already thrown out by Makoto, but they missed the slide from Q, so no chains to follow up. GPK, he's got the Reapers. Not going to be able to get Makoto low enough yet, but oh, they just need a bit of vision now. Makoto, he's going to survive through the initial, but will go down eventually. At least he doesn't give a stack away and gets a kill before he dies. Though you'd still have to argue, probably a bit of a win here for the BB team in this mid lane.
And definitely is. Getting some early activity out for GPK. Q firing one. Nice dodge.
They have an Arcane Rune active on GPK, so he's happy to get aggressive, but perhaps not so much into the tombstone. Even being just back his way up. This Necrophos, he's off to a great start. 44 and 5 in terms of CS. Very close to the Rod of Atos now. Doesn't seem like it's going to be the most challenging game for him.
No, certainly not. Until items are up, until that burst potential is truly realized for Mikado. And again, that does take time here. Bit of a sneaky play here from the side of Talon. Ollie trying to grab a rune, will find it. It will still be a 1-for-1 as Toronto Tokyo snags away the opposing rune from Talon's end, so not the biggest loss for either side. Not going to be able to find any kill opportunity either. And a 2-5 start, Talon looking a little bit better coming out of the laning phase this time around. But again, for the side of BBT, you're still finding your farm. That build-up is still there for Nightfall, although it's a lot slower than you'd want it to be bottom network right now. On the Lycan, the pressure from Talon has been a lot more consistent coming out there from Jabs, and Savage has had more space for himself. In fact, Toronto Tokyo.
Is Toronto actually going to survive? Ollie, though, would go for a blind decay if he lands it. It's a kill, and he will get it. Very, very nice. Ollie just... Sometimes you just got to try, and he certainly does that time around. Bottom lane, Savage has rotated through the twin gates. Jabs now has the Meteor Hammer up on the Phoenix, so the tier 1 tower is being forced in quite nicely. Pure is going to rotate to try and hold the line down in this bottom tier 1. There are 3 heroes around. Pure, looking like he's tanky enough to go through this, but the egg does get dropped by Jabs into the chains of Q, locking down Pure, and now the body block's coming out. 23 Savage doing a great job of it with the Ravage. Will be committed, landing on only 1. Was 2. But nobody getting really caught here by BBT. Talon, they are safe to walk out. Savage did not get hit by the stun of the Ravage. In fact, now Talon, they might move back in. They've got Makoto to join them. Onto Toronto, they go with the Laguna. Toronto somehow still alive, but the Icarus Dive, no, it's not going to land. Jabs in danger again. GPK, he's got the Reapers, but won't have enough to Sunder. Savage saving the day. GPK to drop. They'll get Q at least, but it's not a good trade.
Good God. That is not the play you'd expect from your Terrorblade Pause 1, but he gets the save going for Jabs. Waste the sight again, and they find a kill onto GPK. They trade away Q, but a Pause 4 for the mid this time. Much happier times for Talon. So they'll be on to that push. This is something this lineup can do with Terrorblade, with an early Metamorphosis, with a Meteor Hammer build-up. You can certainly look for these objectives and just try to play with space. The issue is, you're not really getting space for any of your cores. I suppose Savage has the bot lane to play around with now. No one's really able to soak up top. I suppose Mikado's trying to manage that lane himself. And does get the perfect neutral for the mid Lina here. Does have the Fairies trinket up. So, you know, just getting some early value on. Again, this hero doesn't get too silly until you get your Shard and your Ags going. Like, even just Shard plus Kaya can start to feel pretty strong, but we're still a ways off from that. So, with Mikado at number 2 in net worth, it shouldn't take too long to ramp into that point as well.
Certainly shouldn't.
Dire's top tower is
So
under
far,
attack.
pretty even matchup between these two. Savage, top of the net worth board, just followed by Mikoto. Savage seems to have all the space in the world for now. Compare the farm between Savage and Nightfall, and it's not looking too great for the position 1 Lycan at the moment. Meanwhile, Toronto. Icarus 5 by Jabs. Q's going to show up to boot, but Toronto moving a little bit too quick for them, and they just don't have the lockdown for him. Q does show up in the end, but can't really get in range for a slight change yet. Instead, though, Jabs is more than happy to just start abusing the Meteor Hammer in the mid lane, forcing Q to rotate once again on the tide to ensure that this tier 1 tower does remain defended. Toronto, he is under vision. Q, not going to go for it. Instead, they are still pressuring the mid tier 1 tower. It's perfectly fine because the Meteor Hammer's back up again. Jabs will go for that. Meanwhile, chains are around Toronto, Tokyo. They'll go for a chase on the Batrider. GPK is going to join in with the rest of his team to try and chase down Ollie, who goes for a TP attempt, but GPK will lock him down with a lot of Atos. He does have the Reapers to boot. He won't commit yet though. Ollie is just going to die to the right. They'll save the Reapers for Q, but it's not enough. The follow-up damage was not there, so Q is still running. Eventually he should drop. Meanwhile, to the north, Pure pops the Ravage, trying to survive the onslaught of Savage. They are going after GPK on the next. Hammer lands. Savage finally gets the kill done. Onto Pure he goes. He wants a tide. Pure will survive for now, but not for long. The Sunray from Jabs does the work. And I'm going to give Jabs credit, John. This position 3 Phoenix, it has been proving to do a lot of work so far.
That it is. Even Q on the to get really annoying with the Fire Remnants up. Just jumping forward, disrupting the back line, forcing a lot of attention onto himself. And all your lockdowns really locked into these big ultimates. You're locked into Lasso and Sight, and you don't really want to pop that on a support Ember. So it forces some really big choices here for BBT. And Talon are getting a lot of activity early on. Mid-tier 1 cleared out, Savage joining in these fights while still finding his build-up. Yasha not too far off now. You've got Mikado already done with his Aether Lens, going for the Blink. Some aggression. For the side of BBT, the Aetos being up for GPK is pretty massive. They are having an issue in trying to get the burst damage to just instantly drop someone to trade for the Reaper's sight. And that does make it a little bit tougher. Nightfall, he's had to go for the Midas here on the Lycan. So looking to scale as the game goes on, which is a fair choice. Lycan is a hero that scales really nicely as well. With Feral Impulse and being a universal type, of course. But that push is already coming in from Talon, setting their eyes onto tier 2 just with Jabs. Meteor Hammer alone and some illusions can get that done.
It certainly can. It's Toronto now, trying to just split push the bottom lane. Can he reach for the slide chains? No, not quite. Look at a fantastic job of just setting a pace here, Talon. And this Meteor Hammer Phoenix just doing so much work already. Just continue. It really does remind you of the Tide, but almost just better.
Yeah. It's a lot safer. Having this bailout and Icarus dive, being able to reach further out, kind of get that done. And you do actually have the mirrored item, of course, on Pure. So you do have both offlaners going for the Meteor Hammer, the efficiency play. They will find mid-tier 1 for that on BBT, but they sacrifice that tier 2 bot. They have good wards still maintaining some control on that bot jungle. No D wards on hand here for Talon. That should allow BBT to avoid any more of aggression here. Again, if BBT are allowed to scale, their wombo combo is pretty damn significant. You're banking on Talon to kind of replicate what BBT last game with saves. Like potentially an Ag's out for jabs down the line with the egg save is there. You've got the tombstone save, of course, for Ollie, which is the exact same thing we had in the So, as the game goes on, it doesn't simplify for Talon. It does feel easier for BB to start to stretch their legs with their Lycan, with their Tide, and with their Necrophos here. But it's been a little bit slower. Like the fact that GPK's had nothing but Atos, no Reaper's Sight charges up as well, is kind of rough considering the cooldown on that spell.
It's on Pure. Scan out onto Ollie on the tier 2 top tower. BBT, they'll throw the scan out, but doing too much off it. You're still waiting for Nightfall to get to that Echo Saber timing so he can actually think about going for these fights with his team. See, Nightfall had to go for a Midas to feel like he can actually come back in the farm department as save. Was considering a jump onto Q and Ollie with the blast off. And the taser, but besides better of it. Makoto now showing up topside. GPK will see him. The initiation though is somewhat lacking. I say that Pure now has the Ravage available, so it looks like the GPK bait is going to be coming as the blast off is going to land save. Landing on 2 with the blast off. Pure looking for a Ravage opportunity, not going to find one yet. Save, popping a fair bit of damage. Laguna through as well, going to get the job done as Pure. Is he going to Ravage? He will eventually. It lands on quite a few heroes. But it may not matter. Pure is still chasing him down. Chains up in 1. Needs the Sleight of Fist for this. Pure is still just trying to outrun him. With the Rod of Atos, Pure might be fine. They only lose save for now, but they do commit quite a bit for this. With no Ravage, you probably won't want to fight anytime soon.
You certainly won't. Ravage for Egg. Overall a fair trade, but you still lose out from your support. Talon is dragging a lot of heroes out here, and we'll try for a smoke sneak around here on BBT.
Pure is in big trouble.
Q breaks it.
Abs are going to be targeted. Toronto, he's there with the lasso into the blast off and the Reaper's side. Savage will at least take down Toronto by the looks of it, but no, he won't stick around for this. Q will rush forward instead, but the Soul Reaper is going to keep him alive as now Savage, forced to sunder, does go on to GPK. Ollie dropping low, will go down on the Undying. BBT, they're rushing. They know Savage has no Sunder available. Can they save him? Savage still running. Meteor having to be thrown out. Does land from Pure. Savage has no way out of this. Will turn around with a reflection, but cannot make it. They don't have the saves. Strong plays from BBT. This is all without their Ravage up.
That's a little bit awkward. Talon, Q broke that smoke as they were coming in through the ramp. Maybe not getting the vision at nighttime. Not getting that information out, and Jabs just stands his ground a little bit too long. Talon not ready to back him up there. Good pickoffs from BBT. Finally a Reaper's Sight charge coming out here for GPK. And once those stack up, it can feel really oppressive in trying to stop a Necrophos. Granted, you already have the very early Urn, of course, in action here.
Makoto.
From Q.
Hello? Hello? Toronto. Oh, he's trying so hard to get in the fog. He might actually make it. Makoto's trying so hard to get the vision. And he can't get it. Oh, Toronto. Yeah, I'll tell you, this guy has always impressed me. Every game we watch him. Every single time.
And that he does. He does. Always on point with a game sense. And all those game senses he built in mid. Just carrying over can be useful to have. Even on a support, just makes it so much harder to kind of hunt him down. Miss out on that opportunity. 8-11, 3k lead coming out now for BBT. And you're starting to approach that point where it's going to be hard to manage. Nightfall with the Echo Saber up. Going into what seems to be perhaps, I don't know. Could this be a Manta? Or is he just going for something like a Linken's here? Just going for the casual ultimate, or regardless, you're a universal hero type, you want all stats anyway.
You will cop the blast off, one of Atos, and the 3-mine setup. Save. He's very good with this 3-mine setup. He's very quick with placing them all down with the reactive taser, and it's just nothing Q could have done about it with the Rod of Atos follow-up. Talon, they are still grouped up down at bottom. They are going to force a rotation from Nightfall, but he wants the farm anyway. He'll be fine to take this farm away. Doesn't want the fight right now anyway.
Dire's top tower
Talon, they'll just take the rest of the map. I mean, they are getting relatively close now to the Ags of Makoto. The Flame Cloak to be up pretty soon, and that's when things get pretty spicy.
Yeah, that's when the damage can ramp up here for the Lina. Would probably want something like the Shard as well for additional 140 damage in these fights, but it's really Wood that Ags a lot more playable for the side of Talon. 9-11, 3k lead still standing once more for BBT. Talon just needs to line these shots up. They're pumped up top.
A toss onto Q.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Talon group up as 4, trying to protect the tier 2 top, and they so because BBT back off for now. 3-man smoke up, but Pure just breaks it on his own. They just want the rotations out. They want to know that Nightfall can safely farm the bottom or mid area of the map, and now he's certainly
is once again working onto that Manta for more stats. GPK just tipping Savage. Oh, maybe pub stuff. No. Just pubs, probably. I know. Yeah,
That'll
Savage is a pretty vocal guy.
The GPK is secretly annoying. Never know.
Geraldo Pineda. I don't know what a K is.
Hey, Pineda's my name. You leave that one alone.
It's a very common name. Right? Come on, you're not unique. Your actual name is unique, though. Anyone can dox you.
We won't get into that. You are. He's okay. The tide's a bit too hard to deal with right now, even as the Luna. Excuse me, rather the Lena. Who does this favor? Like this slow game? Do you feel as though? Well, you hold that thought for a moment. BBT, they've grouped up as 4, they've smoked up as 4, and they might run right into 23 Savage. He's going to show on the creep wave, immediately popping the wolf form, and now the lasso went out onto the TV. He has no chance of survival. See, Ollie does not have the shards up yet either, so could not save him. 9-4 chasing for more. Gonna find Ollie. He'll try to abuse the Shadow Amulet. It's not going to work out, though, it seems. Ollie's still going to drop. BBT suddenly have a tier 1 bottom tower they can take for free.
Tier 1 bot, perhaps a tier 2 as well. And the Tormentors for theirs for the taken here. Savage just a little bit too out of position. And punishment is severe from side of BBT. Getting that Tormentor away as well, that could have been potentially that shard here. For Ollie for the saves. Still not out. They're not able to try to stall out the game that way. Ags for Makoto still being built up. You've got the Hex being built up here from Jab, so some single target control is starting to come true. And their tier 2 at least hangs on. Tormentor gone, but map control is still there. Talon, they're looking for their own plays out now with the smoke. They know sight is down. Ravage still ready on Pure though, and that can mess up these engagements for them if they're not careful.
They run into Pure. Pure's gonna blink away, save again in a nice position, ready to break any smoke, but instead Roshan is where Talon's going. BBT pick up on this. This will be a pretty nice steal on the Roshan. Talon get away with it, but an immediate scan out is gonna provide the information BBT need to get over there. It's a pretty slow process right now for Talon. The zombies are starting to stack up. BBT, they are moving in, but it's very slow. And it seems like they're going to let it go. Roshan just goes the way of Talon for free by the seams of it. They are still posturing aggressively, but not close enough to really make a big jump in. Perhaps assuming Roshan was already close to going down. They certainly did have a bit of time.
That they did. And they've got the blink ready on Toronto Tokyo. They could go for the aggressive lasso plays just from the support bat. Don't opt to do it. Don't take the risk. And they're in the lead anyway on BBT. It's more of Talon needing something to play with here. The last through this onslaught coming out from the side of BBT. And BBT's enjoying the space anyway. Well, Manta up on Nightfall. Harpoon not too far away. Got the Travels plus the Halberd been running up on GPK. And Pure, he's got himself the Pipe to mitigate some of that magic damage output as well. So you've got your solutions here on BBT. You're not too scared of what Talon has on hand. It's going to take a lot more time for Savage to build in to be a massive threat on the TV. And the matchup up against the Lycan isn't the smoothest for Terrorblade. Sure, still have a lot of armor, but there's some armor reduction coming through just from how the base damage reduction as well. It's pretty massive for something like the Terrorblade reliant on his agi. You're still gonna have a smooth ride here on the Court 4 head-to-heads. And Talon, well, Aegis, first Aegis does always feel like a farming Aegis. You just sit back and build up, maybe try for a smoke play out. They've got the Ags up on Mikato. So his Flame Cloak is ready with 35% spell amp. That is significant.
There we go. It makes the big difference that Talon need. But having a bit of a quieter game, 2-1-2 on the laner. Group up into the mid lane, they'll go for a 4-man smoke. Savage still has plenty of time on the Aegis. We'll try and bait for the team by the looks of it. Right into a haste screen to boot, so Makoto will go ahead and bottle that one up for himself. Big wraparound through to the Radiant Triangle, but EDT seem to have a pretty decent idea of where they are. They will show on the bottom creep wave. Now Talon have to rush across the map if they want this fight. Seems like instead they might just start pressuring the tier 2 mid and force EDT to come back to them.
Is under attack.
Smoke will wear off though.
Dire's structures
Here
are
comes the TP rotation. It's gonna be GPK there to defend. But he knows something's wrong. He's got to watch out for the setup of Q with the chains. No way to purchase that off for himself. Q is going to TP in now as well, knowing that Makoto is here. Here we go. Ready for a big team fight. One of Atos is out onto Q with the lasso setup. They've got the Ember locked down into the Reaper side. Q's down with that fireback. Savage still sticking around. Has 2 more minutes on the Aegis. Almost got the tier 2 tower, but not willing to risk his life for that. In the meantime, Nightfall just casually takes the bottom tier 2. He actually never TP'd back towards his team.
And that is something Lycan can get done by himself. Has the damage output to deal with the objectives. Doesn't need to join his team. On the side of BBT, and they're just getting freebies. And GPK gets his 4th Reaper side stack, 14 HP regen, 7 mana regen on top. When he pops that Ghost Shroud, he's going to be feeling pretty damn good in the middle of these engagements. And you do have the Spirit Vessel on Q. He has at least 1 charge here, but doesn't feel like it's going to be enough anytime soon. He's Q.
They're going to try and jump in on the save. Thing is, they don't really have much damage. It's nighttime with Howl from Nightfall. Like, he's removing 60% of your damage. And nighttime globally with that Howl. I think, in particular, Talon really don't want to fight it during the nighttime against this Lycan. Not a very fun time. You can see Save just took no damage.
Force Staff was there to dodge out the Lina spells. They aren't able to really lock in for Talon. Every kill opportunity they have just slips away from them. Side of BBT just way too slippery, way too on point for their item usage. And again, in a choked out game, this doesn't necessarily get any easier for Talon. You are still banking on something like the Shard of Volley to help you actually find these engagements, and he's having to farm up for it. So the timing is stalled out. Gonna try to smoke, but again, BPT hasn't given any opportunities away. They push a wave, they go back, they know where Talon's going, they know where the smokes are coming through. Talon just has no play.
They're going to rush down towards the bottom lane, see if they can force a fight there. Toronto, Tokyo, and Save are still around the area, but they've got their own vision in that area. The TB Illusions and Makoto show themselves in the bottom creep wave anyway. The note to get out of there. Talon, they have more time for jabs to finish off the side, the Vice and the Phoenix now. A bit more control coming out. Into the mid lane they go. He just does officially expire on Savage. Getting very close now for Nightfall to have a full Skadi up on the Lycan. It's going to be a bit problematic against the TB, that is. BBT hunting a Wisdom Rune at the 28-minute mark. Both of them, in fact. Talon. They got the mid-tier 2 tower with the TB Illusions. Still unable to find a fight. Even Save's just mining up the area. The right side of the map. The Toronto Tokyo is kind of screwing that up for him, but he's getting some mines down preemptively as Toronto again just Not letting him place that one down. Oh, what are they, just waiting for someone to walk in to that area? Is that it? Just walk into the mines? Is Toronto just going to lasso them and pull them in?
Looks like it. They're showing now.
Komodo's a big target. If he ran up that staircase, Toronto, he's going to try with the 4-star into the mines, and it might just be enough. Trap was set, and it worked out as well. Makoto just could not survive it.
They just play it patiently. You know, BetBoom literally doesn't have to do anything this game. It's Talon that has to try to step up, and they're also opting to default to the slower style of game. So now you have to deal with a 378 damage Lycan with crits coming out on the shapeshift. And that is not something that they can contend with. Not with all the heroes they have to worry about. No saves still coming out on Ollie, and speaking of, he's dead.
That's a lot of damage. Only gonna get caught. He is certainly just gonna die. That'll be the tier 2 top tower to go down. BBT again playing a very clean game. Now have the full Skadi up on Nightfall. They're even close to finding a double damage rune for themselves. So that's certainly gonna help them in the next team fight. The 10k advantage sitting for BBT. You still have Savage being the highest net worth hero, but it doesn't really make a difference when you can't fight.
No.
BBT, they are not giving them the 5v5 they want.
Really not. Splitting Talon apart, finding some pickoffs, choking out the map, understanding that Talon, they default back to the slower playstyle.
Toronto gets forced up the way. Pure in the meantime jumping right in, though he does get X up immediately under the egg, but gets the Ravage off, and Savage! Oh, Savage. Never got the Sunder. Pure's gonna survive through all of this damage to boot. Jab's getting caught by Nightfall with the harpoon setup. He's alive for now, but probably not for long. EPK will claim the double. And even more, EPK wanting Ollie. Won't stick around for him. Just waves him goodbye. But they can go for the probably go for the mid tier 3 tower now. Like there's 25 seconds without this TV.
Yeah.
They won't though. They'll play it safe.
They don't need to. There's no metamorphosis on the respawn. There's no egg on the respawn. But again, they don't need to do anything this game right now. Talon just have no play. They literally have no counterplay at all. No saves still from Ollie, no ags coming out at all from Jabs, of course, as he does have the sight. Like, the fact that they're forcing these fights without Tombstone save, they literally saw the effect of it last game. Ollie just doesn't have it. Like, he had to go for the Glimmer to save. There's no play! There's literally no play. What the hell do you expect Q to do here? Absolutely nothing. He has a blink and ember. Whoop-de-doo. That's gonna do anything here.
Uh-oh, I feel some base takes coming on, Jonathan. I feel it.
Just take the slots away from Southeast Asia, man. What the fuck is this garbage region, dude? What is this?
Oh, God, John. He's got a full blink up now with the Hex out. It's even more control coming in.
Where'd he go?
Alan, I mean, they're going to go for a Tormentor. It's a very tough game for them. It really is. I think BBT are just playing a very, very clean
They
game.
really are. They're playing really clean. They've played it patiently. They understand their scaling timings. And Talon kind of miss out on this early timing that you were kind of gunning for with Mikoto. A few of those early fights did look like it could go their way on Talon's end, but again, once things go southbound, they just go back, play slower, and it just feels like BBT knows their movement every single time. They go for a smoke play, dodged out. Wrong side of the map every single time. And they just stand in one part of the map. They have wards, they have mines. They go for the lasso plays. Like, BBT is just such a smart team. That's why they're #1 in the groups right now. Maybe that 2-0 loss to Secret. I don't know how that happens, to be fair, but you know, stuff happens sometimes, and going 3-0-1 in the groups, they're looking like the favorites. And Talon, they've had their shining moments this series, a little bit more back and forth, just defaulting back into the slower games that you called out for in game 1's draft. We are getting those slower games here, Mike. Good old Southeast Asia delivering the goods once more.
There's a 5-man smoke yard. BBT, I mean, there is a Roshan to play for if they want it. They'll just ward the area first, of course. Sure, they have the vision around this area in case Talon want to try and fight. You are in a position as Talon where it feels like you kind of need to fight with this Roshan. You're 17k behind. Aegis Cheese is available now. They will scan it out, so they have the information that Roshan's happening. The group up is there from Talon. Roshan, it's a slow process, so Talon can certainly make it in time, I think. I say that, it's half HP now, maybe not so much. They can still try to force the fight after Roshan. 1.5k left on the Roshan's HP. It looks like it is officially going to be too late for them to try and steal the Aegis. Do they want to fight? Toronto Tokyo, he'll get chained up, but GPK with no hesitation jumps in for the Rodaway toss onto Ollie. Ollie will get taken down on the Undying. Dakota trying for a TP out, is not going to make it. He was underneath the ward vision. They did not get the D ward off in time, by the looks of it.
Nah, it's a fresh ward. Planted right then, post Roche after the chase.
Right.
And they managed to secure everything. No buyback for Mikado. Respawn's fairly short at this point in the game at the very least, and they still have Egg for high ground here on Talon. But you've got everything you need on BBT. Sure, you pop Ravage, doesn't even feel necessary for these fights. You still have the Reaper Sight on GPK, and still no saves on Talon. So, if Savage sticks his neck out for a moment, he's just dead. To watch themselves. High ground siege is going. Nightfall, he's been really patient for the shapeshift, just not popping it. They just go through with sheer raw damage.
What a lasso! Toronto right in. Reaper Sight. Savage is dead. So is Ollie. 60 seconds without the PB, and it's off the back of this pos 5 of Toronto Tokyo again. What a menace. Onto Q they go, the Ember. Oh, he's gonna try and go for a remnant out of this, but he's underneath the tier 4 towers and he's just dead. I mean, GG's called, they've had enough, they know that the game's over. BBT, they've hit their spikes and they've well and truly deserved this 2-0 victory, I think. I mean, game 1 was a great game between the two teams. So props to Talon for putting up a great fight then. Game 2, BBT, I thought they were quite behind in the first, say, 15-20 minutes, but they just a couple good team fights. They just avoid Talon altogether and they make it work.
Yeah, that's the one consistent thing across these two games is that every single time Talon would go for a smoke, BBT would just read it so well. They'd back off, they wouldn't give any openings out to Talon, and Talon just not able to get anything done. You know, they get a decent enough start in the laning phase, they find themselves a few kills, although there was that one death of Savage once more, and they were finding some trades up top, at least this time around. I think you had a couple of issues for Talon to try to playmake here. You ended up having to give Q the Ember. And he did have some impact early on, but what do you really expect him to do? He doesn't redirect Heroes back, he doesn't have big team fight spells, you can hope for chains out, I suppose. He had some utility out with a Spirit Vessel, but it's not enough. Considering, just compare that performance with Toronto Tokyo on the 5. Plus 5 Batrider having the Blink and Force Staff did a ton of work. Whereas Q, he'd break 1 or 2 smokes. They didn't even have the vision to see those broken smokes. They couldn't do anything with the information. And it just falls apart. I think Talon, again, they had to shift gears because of that early Necrophos, but they picked a really early Ember there as well. You know, they just first picked Ember. It's like, alright.
I mean, it's a real shame, because, again, in the early games during the laning stage where I thought the Ember would be weak, it was actually looking quite good with jabs on the Phoenix, who was doing a lot of work on that POS 3 Phoenix. But yeah, just unable to catch BBT, who just played a very, very good game of avoiding Talon through all those smokes. And BBT just understand the state of the game was not theirs earlier, but certainly at this 35-minute mark, it was no problem for BBT to just take over and finish off the game. And you know, I think they're very well deserving of a 2-0 victory here over Talon. And I believe that makes BBT just sit in the first place now of Group B. So props to them. They are, in fact, I say that they're currently, I believe, in second place because Team Aster's taken over, apparently. So the scores may not have updated, to be absolutely fair.
Yet. It hasn't updated yet. I believe that should put BetBoom at, or BBT at 4-0-1 and an 8-2 scoreline. That puts Talon at the 6-4. So potentially Talon still hanging in on number 3, but a much more perilous spot for the Southeast Asian team. We'll have to see if they can rally things up and do a little bit better next time. BBT, again, this is a phenomenal team. They've managed to rise up quite nicely. They've bounced back into top form. Toronto Tokyo's just been insane. All of them have been playing quite well. Like, Pure in this offlane has been a menace. And finding these solo kills by himself, it's a lot to deal with for your safe lane, and it forces a lot of these teams to just go back into a slower style, which BBT punishes very well. They read that map movement when you're trying to get some space out, and they just keep avoiding, keep preventing you from finding openings, and they just take over.
Well, with that, John, we are going to have to head off to a short break because we've got another series coming up rather soon. So it is MLP, it is John X5. We'll be right back after a short break for some more great Dota. We'll see you then.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another fantastic day here at the Riyadh Masters. We are halfway through the day, so you get some new faces. My name's Cryptic, and of course, y'all familiar with Fog. How you doing, man?
Good. Good morning.
Good morning indeed. We got some sick games today. I mean, I feel like we've been pretty lucky. We've had some pretty cool series, and even ones that we thought were going to be like maybe a little one-sided, didn't end up being so.
Yeah, and today let's say, it could be similar, right? We did see Secret just beat down BB team. It wasn't even close. They actually just completely exposed them. So that was a treat to see yesterday. Now today, yeah, we've got, a bit more like similar kind of underdog, I would say, the OG versus Quest one. That should be pretty interesting. I mean, I don't know what to expect because OG, they seem to be kind of like 50-50. They trade with almost anybody, it seems like right now. They're really riding on a lot of momentum behind like Seb playing his Coddle and stuff like that. So that should be a fun matchup.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, that's the thing about this OG team that's a little scary is, again, they have some kind of unorthodox drafts, right? Like a lot of people don't really expect, or maybe don't have as much experience playing against like these Coddle type heroes as of recent. Like it's really only OG that's picking this, and they pick it a lot.
Yeah, and I'm actually happy to see it picked because I thought it got like, it did get some nerfs and everything, but Berlin was the CM Coddle show, right? Like every game we were having CM Coddle, then techies started to come in toward the end, and people were like, oh my god, this is broken. But yeah, it was very quickly that people were playing with this hero because it just gives you, it opens up so much of your draft. Like there's so many pairings. So we even got to see like Coddle Puck, which is, it's not like, your Embers or anything like that, but it helps. Coddle SF, very similar. So yeah. Definitely looking forward to seeing what we're going to get. I don't think we'll see the Coddle. I think we're going to see a 3-4 ban. That's why I was bringing it up a bunch, because I think it is a pretty big tool for OG's toolkit.
We will find out as we get rid of the Enigma, followed by the IO. Silencer actually first phase banned here from OG, which is a little bit interesting, but this leaves in a lot of options. So they'll end up just grabbing the Rubik. That's kind of a quest staple.
That's snap. Do they Coddle first too? Ah, there you go.
Coddle. You were right.
I figured this was going to happen. So now they can... The thing is, like, you may not want a Primal Beast, because Quest was looking at the Rubik Primal combo a lot. They'll now move for a Puck. Okay, so this is really interesting, because then it gives them the catch throughout the game, ways to find this Coddle and stuff like that. So already we're having, these teams just... They came with a plan, versus each other immediately.
Yeah, they did not mess around on the drafts here. This was just... Go, go, go. Like
yeah.
Just, no reserve time spent. They get through the first 4 bans, the first 4 picks, and now they're like, all right, where do we go from here?
Yeah, okay, so we do get to see that. I think this is Seb's best hero at the moment, and I think it opens up a lot of, like, not just the hero pool, the way that OG wants to draft with it, but I actually think it really helps the way that they want to pressure the map and stuff like that, because Seb, he's actually quite active. So it's really nice to see what he's going to be able to do and pump up BZM Storm Spirit, a hero that's been still looking pretty damn good.
I'm trying to think like Quest. Like we only got to see a few of their. Did we only get 1 or 2 of their series? Maybe we got 2. But I felt like in every game so far, outside of one, I think one game they got shut out pretty hard. But they have like a pretty consistent. Maybe they didn't. Maybe we didn't. Actually see them lose.
Oh, which one? Sorry.
Quest. I'm like looking back to like at some of their previous games. I'm like they've looked pretty dang strong the whole time, but
we watched them do the 70-minute game versus 9 Pandas. That's when they lost, if I'm not mistaken.
That's what it was. Okay.
That's the only one.
I was like, I could have sworn like I saw them lose once, but it was, there's just so many games these last few days that have blurred up.
They've mostly only lost, I would say, to the teams that are really like looking very, very strong right now. I would say like Extreme 2-0'd them, and then they went 1-1 with them. 9 Pandas, they're a strong team. They're just like sometimes have these like one-off games and stuff like that. They went 1-1. Quest went 1-1 with Gaming, and then besides that, they 2-0'd, I think, pretty much
everyone. Yeah,
everyone else. So
that's good.
Yeah,
so they're doing pretty well. They're sitting in a good position in their group, right? Like I think they're literally top. Yeah, 7-3. So very good chance that they're going to be moving through the group stage. I think it's probably very actually Group A is actually really close compared to Group B in terms of like wins, but either way they've got to be pretty happy with where they're at so far.
Yeah, no, absolutely, especially when you're playing with like a new guy and he's killing it. Honestly, Malik has been incredibly impressive and cool hero pool too, as we've seen.
Okay, I guess we should probably mention it. The Meepo ban, How do you feel about this? Because obviously we see the mid Meepo. So you were mentioning it the other day that we've been seeing some offlane Meepo kind of weasel its way into the meta a little bit.
Yeah, into high level pubs and stuff like that. I think the hero is. I was saying yesterday. I think there's some like broken kind of potential there. So I think it's fine if you don't want to draft something that has to worry about it. Like, yeah, just get rid of it. So they're not going to want to worry about that when they have a puck. It can really ruin these. You can really ruin something like a puck and a Queen of Pain. The game just becomes very complicated for you. You don't have big burst damage unless you snowball really hard as a puck. And, yeah, I mean, they just don't feel like playing versus this. So. We understand the Booster ban too. They have Coddle, and the Beastmaster ban even makes more sense with the Coddle too. Just all these chakra kind of OP heroes, and looking at Void, Mars, and Naga ban.
That's kind of like all over the place.
Yeah,
you know, that's like a scatter shot, just being like, all right, there's a couple of these heroes we just don't want to play against. But
it's,
I guess I'm trying to figure out the Faceless Void though. That's the one that's the big question mark to me.
It's horrible for Coddle in lane. It's better now because you don't play around Blast as much inside the lane, but it should still work this way. But time dilation affects Coddle twice with Blast.
That's right. With the that's right.
And that was Yatoro was the one who kind of brought that to fruition a lot. So I think that's why we do see that probably banned him.
You got your Primal Beast. Dude,
I think they should always do this.
So good.
The Primal Puck combo, I mean, we saw them run it to perfection the other day. Just every single time, it felt like he's snapping the coils with his charge, even with his grab and stuff like that, since it's got that vertical pull. Yeah, he's amazing on this hero.
Dude, that was so nice. And then on top of it, you get Undying, an incredibly strong 5, really good lane bully. Should be able to help protect your carry.
Do they snap, or do they just decide we'll find something else to kill Tombstone and stuff like that? Because it is in the pool. Like DM.
Being off lane.
So maybe not the most wanted.
And I think Quest has kind of put him in a position. It's like, well, you don't have a Tombstone killer, right? So
yeah.
Snap. Just deal with it.
Snap versus Puck, Primal, and Rubik is not the best either.
Yeah.
Primal just gets to you super easy. Puck gets to you super easy. Rubik has good spells, so could be something. Could they still wanting it? They'll go more for just straight lanes. So, if I'm not mistaken, earlier today, I was looking at their. Where the hell's my tab? I have it somewhere right here.
You see lots of razors.
Yeah, I think they did this morning, if I'm not mistaken. I think he popped off on the razor. I think he went 19-2.
Yeah, they went IO razor.
Yeah, he went 19-2. Yeah. Well, he went CM razor. It's the same thing. So they just played to smash the lane. They're playing versus Tide Hunter, and I think I mentioned the other day, like razor versus Tide. That is like the worst. Primal at least has a way to play around it, right? You have a charge and stuff like that to potentially break, and you can kill him, you know, during the link and stuff with trample. Sure, you lose some damage because it's based off your attack damage, but cool. I mean, OG's looking to kind of play well in the lanes, like have a good lane position, and then play well in the mid game. And they have looked good when they've been able to have these good lanes. Just when they have catch, at least. I think we did see the unfortunate troll lineup have 0 catch and get danced on, but
yeah, I like this a lot. I mean, I will say, like, the tools to dealing with the razor, I guess now makes sense with the Faceless Void band, the Nagas Iron band. Like, those all are actually also very good against this hero. So maybe they were kind of predicting to be playing up against this Primal Beast or something, but OG just trying to bring something new. They get rid of the Timbersaw, the Tide Hunter.
Starting those offlaners. I mean, DM, this is pretty much the same exact. This is 4 heroes, the same exact draft they had for Spirit. It's just the Beastmaster that was in for OG. That would have been a very nice. That would have been a GGAM pick.
Yeah, there's just nothing for this hero.
Yeah, pretty much no catch. So very, very good band there, and the Morphling band too. Very I mean, not exactly the same, but same. Yeah, elusive core.
Can you pick a Slark or not without seeing your offlane matchup? Because I feel like some of these matchups are super, super hard to deal with. If you're not playing into like a Tide, Tide's already banned. Okay, just go for TA 2000's TA, of course.
Strong
I mean,
lane.
that's not great against the Razor in terms of the matchup, though.
No, definitely not. But he has heroes that can body for him, right? He has the Primal and the Undying to body, and he can build, you know, Pike and stuff like that eventually. They have a Rubik lift to try to break the link off of him too. So
5 seconds
I just want OG to keep on the color scheme here. So I want a blue hero of some kind. That is.
Oh, that's a DM classic.
That is a DM classic. Also, very weird looking blue hero.
Okay, so they're pretty fragile, is the one thing I would say about OG. They don't really have the best front line overall. The Veno, they're looking to just really shut down this top lane, in particular for the TA.
I mean, that's a super good lane against the Undying as well. Like, he can't really pressure these heroes up against Caudle and Veno.
Yeah,
a ton of magic
cool.
damage. They don't really care too much. Like, they're not going to lose like damage. Well, I guess Veno does now that he's universal a little bit, but it's going to be pretty solid. Like, Undying gets out of position for a moment. You're going to have Blinding Light. You have Illuminates. Of course, the slows from Veno.
Yeah, I'm a little worried just because the limited catch for the puck, and I've seen these pucks when they're not playing versus enough catch just go absolutely crazy. So I potentially want to see BZM maybe go Orchid this game.
That's actually cool.
Because I've seen like Kiyotaka, DePrescott, who's like probably like the best for me, this best storm lately. Yeah. He did that a bunch at Bali when they lacked disables, and it was versus the pucks usually. So BZM could do that. So, okay. Let's see if this will work. I'm a little worried. I like quests a tiny bit more, but OG, they do have really strong lanes, so they can snowball if they do get that big lane advantage and stuff like that. But I would say that quest is a little bit more well-rounded. But let's see. I think these lanes could cause some issues at least. We'll have to see how that top lane in particular goes. This Veno plus... Or sorry, the bottom lane, sorry. The Veno plus Caudle goes.
I mean, if he gets a little bit of space, he should be feeling pretty good. And I feel like the mid lane Puck versus Storm is still pretty okay for Puck.
Yep.
My attention's still going to be on this Primal Beast. It's just flashbacks to Malik playing it the other day. It was absolutely perfect. He was involved in all but like 2 or 3 kills in a 46-minute game or something. Like, it was absolutely ridiculous how much he got done. Granted, that was against, a Drow Ranger who did, kind of give him a couple freebies, but this game, maybe he makes it happen again.
Yeah, especially because he's not playing versus the most ways to prevent his charge. The 2 main things he really has to worry about. We'll talk about the third one afterwards, but it's CM Frostbite and Blinding Light. Veno Gale can be annoying, like if you're in the lane and stuff like that. But yeah, if he's going to be onside, he's not going to be playing in that lane. It's going to be different. So it's not the easiest to prevent Malik from just kind of going bonkers mode. These 2 heroes, Puck and Primal, we've seen them just do so well for a minute in the past, and let's see what we get this morning.
Absolutely. Super excited. It is our first game, but the third series of the day. Now, for those of you who are just tuning in, it is Quest taking on the side of OG. And both teams kind of on a burner as of recent. We'll see if OG can keep their momentum going, because people are a little bit, wondering how they were going to perform here just in general, let alone with the stand-in. And
yep,
I think so far they've got to be pretty happy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Seb's looks pretty damn good. Caudle's been kind of running the show, and he's playing it again. So this is the test, I feel like, for the Seb Caudle. Playing versus Quest. See how they do. Let's see how well this top lane does, too, in particular, right? Because they picked CM Razor. They're picking this to shut this Primal Beast down. So let's see if it does work out very, very well.
You think Malik is forced to go Onslaught in this lane, level 1? Because I feel like a lot of times, like getting a casual point in Uproar at like 2 is pretty like standard if you're taking a lot of harass. But I can't imagine.
Probably
they won't be able to run him down.
Probably. I was checking Omar if he was holding skill point, because you can just get telekinesis and stuff in some situations. It's never great, level 1, but could have seen a perhaps. We'll see. He does have Omar to play around, so. But speaking of Omar,
there's the Gale. He gets the Fade Bolt out. Malik is here. He might just go for the deny. I mean, he's got so much damage. It doesn't end up connecting with it. Yoragi will be the one grabbing first blood on the safe lane Razor.
Cool. Venomancer, almost a free first blood in a lot of situations still. Gale so potent.
Sometimes you just be slow to 50% for 15 seconds.
And that's actually pretty big that Yoragi gets the kill if he wants to go down like the quick boots. Alright, he actually buys the Band of Elven Skin. I thought he might just go for the boots to be able to dance around inside this lane, but wants some extra base damage. Right.
I actually don't like strength gain is so high. He does go Onslaught, running at the CM as they saw the plasma field get thrown, and Taiga's just dead.
Good lord.
Okay.
The boots for a reason on the Razor and the CM. This is a lane that if the lane position is not right by your tower, it's constant kill threat from Primal and from Rubik. We'll have to see if that ends up being okay.
It's wild because that's just not really like an expected result. I guess you have Crystal Nova doesn't about
right. 280 on CM Razor, 310 on Primal. He's always gonna have a pretty good way to walk down.
You ever like watch a Dota of like a hero that you really like, but you don't really play that often? And you're like, I just need to play this hero more. That's I feel like how it is with Primal Beast. Like, I just love this hero. He is so cool.
Yeah, I mean, I love Primal. I suck at it because I'm not used to playing it. You know, you haven't used S to stop your onslaught, and it's muscle memory. This hero definitely takes quite a bit. Or I just suck at it.
Yeah, knowing like getting the onslaught cancels is actually really, really, really important. Also, the chain stun, right, from Pulverize into onslaught, so you can't BKB it. That's like a big, like you can't afford to mess those ones up.
And it looks really cool. You combo it perfect, right? It's just like this little like nudge that they do right after the Pulverize, but it does a big burst damage. Yeah, it's neat. He'll actually take Hyper level 2. I guess it's a way to kind of counteract static lane.
They're so slow!
Like, look at how much damage he has, too. Like,
yeah.
Oh. Okay.
It works.
Approach. I wonder what build Malik's going to go this game. So, I'm bringing this up for a reason, because when I look at OG's draft, so Hype is like 10x more valuable, even though it's not a value pickup usually. You could see him perhaps even getting it this game relatively early. It's literally all magic damage on OG.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Albies hate building that item. Actually, Taiga taking a lot of damage. We'll drop the Frostbite as Razor throws some like extra damage, but that just sets up for an uproar instead, and Primal Beast wins another.
Decent link for Yuragi at the least.
Yeah.
But another kill for Malik. I'm looking at bottom. The harassment so far is not working out for DM and Seb. They're bringing Kaori a little bit. TA2000 is absolutely free farming.
Yeah. I looked down there a few different times, and Kaori is just tanking all the spells.
Yeah.
So TA is not getting like really zoned out at all. And look at the CS too, right? Like DM sitting at 10-2, Seb at 6-2, which is happens actually quite often when he plays the Coddle. He does grab.
See you later, nerds.
Sorry, it's just
another headset.
Another headset down. Seb grabs CS in the lane actually pretty regularly when he plays this Coddle.
Yeah, I mean, securing range creep is definitely important when you don't have like a nuke on your offlaner, so he probably just blinding light pushing stuff like that to secure some. But yeah, I mean, they're not slowing down the TA by any means, so mid lane going well as well too for Quest. And yeah, top, I mean, they're doing excellent up here so far versus this Razor. This Razor's about smashing the lane, and I mean, first 3 minutes, definitely not the case.
Yeah, not at all. Mid seems like it's mostly just a wash right now, like pretty much at even.
Yuragi?
Yes. Ooh, wait, you're right. Yuragi gets gone on, but they don't want to dive a tower. They're just winning trades though.
Yeah, he's got his boots now. Oh, he eats the tango. I think Taiga actually put a tree for him, and he actually didn't need it. We'll see.
Oh,
Malik?
wait a minute. They're going to get aggressive on Malik, and he is taking a lot of damage there. They try to save him. It's not going to be in time, but Yuragi just getting pelted by Omar.
And
There's
Taiga.
a huge creep wave. This might just be a double kill. It is Omar as the carry, and he eats the tree. Oh, no. Insult to injury. A dive to the tier
Wait, what?
2 tower?
Wait, what? Just... I guess they wanted to push them off the creep wave. It was like a double or triple wave with Tombstone, and now they'll actually get Tombstone as well, too. So you get a double kill in that. All right, bottom lane salvaged.
I guess so, yeah. I like look over and I'm like, oh, okay, Undying Chase, but then I see that also TA2000 is dead. I'm like, wait a minute. How did this happen?
They must have. This was like, I didn't get to see if it was like a double or triple wave, but you only dive like that when you're trying to ensure that they're not getting like a 3x or 4x range creep. So.
Yeah.
Must have been some type of scenario like that. DM's still very, very low on net worth, but a much needed kind of comeback for in there.
Yeah. I don't think this is going to slow down TA2000's game all that much, right? Like, he kind of just resets. He's going to lose a little bit on XP, of course, there, but overall, with the wave being under the enemy tower, they probably didn't lose too many creeps. All right, which mid laner do we think is going to be getting active early? Because I feel like that could make a big difference in some of these side lanes, especially this bottom where you have like pretty immobile off laner of like DM, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably going to be Noob. It's maybe just around the power rune, but they do even have kill threats onto BZM here, because Noob does have coil available. BZM does have raindrop, so a little bit tankier, but
yeah.
Fiori might have to get denied.
Down. Yeah, he's definitely going to get denied. TA with a collapse.
Does mean that they should be able to secure the rune for BZM, since there isn't that secondary support. OG,
true, that's really
double
big.
checking it.
Oh, well,
Noob gets it.
Gets it anyway. Waiting rift right on top. Dude, I feel like there was a game I watched recently where the power rune spawned like over half a second late. And like people were confused because they waited for the rune spawn and it didn't spawn, and then they like used blink or something to go away, and then it ended up spawning.
So I'd have to test it, but I think every time a rune spawns, it's like a server tick extra for it to spawn throughout the entire game. So the later and later it goes, I think they start spawning a little bit slower and slower, if I'm not mistaken, unless they fix that. It's been a bug since the new patch, or the newer patch 7.3.3.
I was like, maybe I was just blind and they were blind, but you never know.
Ooh, do you see what builds we got going here? I've seen this a couple times on the Primal. Let's see if he does commit for it. It's a lot of uncontrollable damage. He's got Blade Mill queued up. That's always been a traditional anti-Razor build, so...
Yeah, and this is a hero that has plenty of HP to make it effective.
Yeah.
And Kaori steals the Wisdom Rune, by the way.
Oh, boy.
So this is pretty rough for Seb. We've seen him almost every single time on this Coddle actually not only dominate the early game, but usually gets the double Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, they usually get one of the Wisdom Runes, but he also usually has stacks, too. So, I mean, he's been kind of playing around the lane. He only has one stack, if I'm not mistaken, right now, so...
Definitely slowing him down. They brought Taiga to here with the CM. This is kind of just giving a free lane to this Primal Beast, though, right? Like, he's held this creep wave at his tower. Razor's forced to jungle. They're trying really hard to shut down TA2000, but...
He's just jungling.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think TA minds. She can jungle pretty effectively. I don't know if you want to dive, and I'm dying.
Hey, getting pressed off the tower. Getting pressed out here is...
Go for it.
OG's pressure's pretty nice right here.
They go for the dive onto the Undying. He's probably going to tick down here in just a moment, but he gets the damage. Seb, one more tower shot. Is it enough to finish him off? No, down to 17 HP. Taiga into the trees. We're going to see if they can bring down TA2000 now with Yuragi's rotation. Noob is down here as well, actually managing to get a lot out of this fight. They forced him away. His DD was popped, looking for Omar now. He ends up getting level 6. He steals that plasma field. He's got a blood grenade. 4 heroes in pursuit. Can they actually find these kills? It has to come from someone, but Primal Beast doesn't come bottom. He has no TP.
Big dives. I love this pressure play here from OG. And they bring the entire squad. Quest does not want to lose this tower. OG is going to decide to bail out here. A couple of the heroes starting to leave. I mean, DM's still lingering. Noob, he's on the hunt for him. You might just be able to find him.
Yeah, if this orb hits, does find him now, drops the coil. I think this is a super worthy kill. Just getting the tail end of the DD there. Noob will take a pretty good amount of harassment here just from Venomancer, but at least finding something. Also giving some space back to the lane.
Yeah, and they protect their tower. They really just wanted to emphasize bringing down the squad there. A good dive, though. I still think that OG makes a really, really nice move going for that. They have Seb with like the earn charges, too, so he's able to pump everyone up. Like, look at TA2000 net worth now. He's actually been massively slowed down after that rotation.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty good. And Coddle picking up a lot of net worth now all of a sudden, sitting almost to his vessel. He's just about 1,000 gold away.
Yep. It's always good on Coddle. So I mentioned it, but the solar bind thing, it's super nice to be able to combo. And it's always going to be nice versus this TA. They have a lot of different ways to be able to break this refraction. The CM, the Frostbite instantly pretty much breaks it. Veno, Coddle with this build.
Kaori has gotten level 6 now on his Undying just because, he's basically been the bottom lane hero since a couple minutes ago.
And those 2 Wisdom Runes, of course. OG, though, they have hit level 6 on the 2 supports, too, so after that whole play that they made bottom, they got a lot out of it, so.
Got a ton, yeah.
Yeah.
Very worth it. We're going to see the pipe the first item from BM. Kaori going to get dove under the tower here as BZM goes in for the grab. He's going to drop the tombstone, and that's a lot of mana spent here on... Oh, the coil misses. So close, but in comes Malik. He's looking for DM. He's got the pulverize. Will let throw, but a ton of magic damage. Back the other way. As they lose that Primal Beast. Now comes Omar trying to do what he can here with the stolen Venom ult. Doesn't get it done. And 3 for 1. A great trade from OG. The Chakra Magic. The MVP here for BZM.
I look at the numbers again. This is really reminiscent of what we've seen every time I feel like they've played with this Keeper to Light. I feel like it just forces them to rally so much more early. Seb, he's 3-0-3. Vessel, it is pretty much soon to catch up to the TA's net worth. This is huge. The OG, relentless aggression, and Noob off the mark with the coil, perhaps causing some big issues for his team.
Yeah, if that coil hits, completely different. DM stuck at the tower. Doesn't get the mana refill there from Coddle.
Malik maybe will just kill him instead of getting turned and gone on. So, yep, good moves. OG playing very quick this morning, as we've come to see from them.
And it looks like Malik is going to go to the blade mail. He's close, 200 gold. We're talking about tons of just uncontrollable damage coming out from OG. We saw that in the last fight. They just let a flurry of spells go out, and
I mean, let's see how beneficial the Blade Mail is going to be in comparison to him doing more like these team items. Like I said, it's not the usual that you want to do a Primal. I'm not advocating for it by any means, but it just is such a good pipe game that I saw perhaps an argument for it. So,
yeah,
Blade Mail into BKB will be his build. Maybe one of the supports or something will try to go for something like that, or maybe he goes back for it. We'll have to see. But OG, with some good momentum right now, Seb has the Vessel coming.
That's everything they need, and they're looking for Omar mid. Very easy kill there for him, but Coil does come down. They're turning around here on the BZM. Can Noob do it? He doesn't have his Witchblade quite yet. TA2000.
He's alive.
Not gonna catch. Oh, man. With the Witchblade, it's a kill, and honestly, those two fights bottom just slowed him down enough.
Yep. End up surviving. I mean, every little thing, right? Just like a Kato, I think an Illuminate, maybe heal, pops him up for a second there. But either way, OG, again. It's like 4 or 5 euros. They're always just having those numbers there for these moves. And he is going the Orchid, so I was hoping that BZM would do this game since there's some limited catch for the puck. He's got the idea.
We might see a rotation bottom here. Or, oop. Gonna bottle up, I guess, get his bottle refill. They have a good ward here scouting this out, so DM's Venom shouldn't really be in any danger. He's got the 4 points in Plague Wards as well, which super annoying to gank into.
West probably have to just slow a little bit down and wait for overextensions from OG rather than fighting them in the open field for now. TA2000 needs some time, and Malik right now, yes, he can reflect a lot of damage if he gets a clean initiation, but he can just get stopped in his tracks if the Veno's there in most of these fights. And yeah, DM, he is just going to rush that pipe. Yes, there's multiple forms, you know, lots of damage instances, or lots of different types of damage on Quest, but still pretty damn good pipe game.
I really like how Yuragi is just full carry mode. Like, he has been managing to farm super well despite these, 2 rotations to the bottom lane that he's made. I think partly because of the Twin Gate, but I really thought his game was going to be slowed down because of the fact that, you know, they had to leave Primal just in the lane alone for a while.
Malik!
Ooh, they actually get the second Frostbite off, and Malik is in trouble. He drops the Blade Mail. In comes BZM and Yuragi as well. That is a big kill. Dude comes in, does have Coil, drops on a 3 to silence there. He's looking for help, but who's it going to be? Plasma Field back the other way. That's where Omar with a level 4 Plasma Field doing so much work. Noob taking a ton of damage. They chase him down. Yuragi trying to get the kill here with this Undying. He's falling low to Plasma Field once again. Double kill for the Rubik. They get 4. Finally, Quest finding some openings here.
Omar, you monster.
That is all Omar. Oh, he actually steals the Veno ult, but he's going to take down there the Solar Bind combined with that Vessel. Too good. And Seb's actually not done. He's going to force TA2000 to TP out.
Oh my god. The battle of the 4 positions. They're the true carries. This Kato, honestly, this might get moved up to the first 2-ban, man. I mentioned it pregame. They moved it up priority, and Seb is doing it again. He did the highest damage on his team in that fight. And now he might go down. Malik, can he actually finish him?
Oh. He needs to get this. Yeah, he needs to get the pulverized. Malik trying to run away here. Has a haste rune, just barely escaping the Razor's clutches. But maybe not the Storm Spirits. He's coming, baby. BZM with the chase. Coyote is here as well. He can try and save him. They will find the hat. They will have the damage. BZM, he is low on resources.
They might
you
get
have
him.
a puck looking to chase you. Oh, Uragi gonna sacrifice himself here, maybe? They have Coil. I felt like they were gonna go here. They have
I
the
think
numbers.
Noob's gonna go. Oh, he looked. I thought so too, because the Deso's being delivered, but I think they're afraid. Okay.
I mean, the Coddle's dead. You got Coil next to your tower. I felt like that was the time.
Well, now he's
EZM's
back
now
up.
got Coddle. He's got his Orchid delivered.
Orchid and a Glimmer on Seb too to protect his buddy. Noob. This Orchid might just catch him off guard.
Oh boy. We'll see Seb there for the moment. Get the initial slow. The Tombstone's going to get dropped here as they're trying to chase back towards this Razor. There's the Coil, but in comes the Silence. They've caught him. He needs help and fast. Glimmer Cape doing some work for the moment, but the dust is there and Noob will fall. TA2000 deep in this fight right now, surrounded by
He's
4
dead.
OG. Crush him. It's going to be a CM dying on the backside, but she's managed to slow up Omar. She's going to try and Glimmer TP on out of this. Do they have a Vortex? No, he's gone as well as Kaori. But again, a great fight here from OG. Quest maybe a little bit too hesitant initially.
Maybe. I mean, they initially didn't want to go because I guess the heroes were like respawning, but either way, I mean, OG, they respawn, they bring the numbers again and again and again. We have 31 kills in 16 minutes. It's never stopping. And the relentlessness, and BZM's not going to find an Arcane, so this ain't going to slow down.
That's awesome. I love it. We've had I will say OG and also Secret have been playing very similarly in these early games, right? They just non-stop aggression, great map rotations, and yeah, it ends up with these super high kill games, which is always fun.
Yeah, Quests at the moment are just, they're getting outmaneuvered. And I'm seeing Noobs, a couple of his rotations now, time and time again, they're not working. Another kill, Kaori, he's going to go down.
Yeah, no way he gets out. This Arcane Rune combined with that Orchid, BZM has got the reach. And Taiga, honestly, just setting up, just walking into the enemy jungle, seeing what he can find, and Noob's gonna get caught by the Silence. BZM's running low on mana now.
There's a Vortex in one.
You could turn this if you get help. He's got Coil. He's forced to just Remnant away instead. Okay.
Up top.
Yeah, top though. They use this time to find a kill onto DM, so rather than responding bottom, they will grab themselves a kill onto the offlane Venom.
Yep. Love the itemization so far, though, from OG. We see the Manta Halberd build coming out for Uragi. He's playing versus the TA, so it's always really valuable in that front. And then, yeah, seeing the Orchid build as we see from the Storm Spirit. Excellent versus the Puck. Yeah, no complaints here right now from their side. Oh,
Omar just puts a ward on the side and just casts Freezing Field from the low ground. And like, Taga's like, maybe he doesn't see me. We'll see. Like, that was just very funny.
This game really feels, this is the battle of these 4 positions. Who's going to pop off harder, right?
I mean, he steals Frostbite. That's a big one. Level 4 Frostbite on a Rubik is very scary. The catch on this is huge.
Absolutely. That can be a difference maker versus BZM. BZM, again, another power, but I feel like he's been able to find all of them with how active he's able to be on the map because he's just always pumped up from the Coddle. Like, look at OG. 5 heroes again. Wester, they
know
prepared
he's
for this.
coming. They did scout him with the ward. Yori, making it into the tower for now. Uragi's here as well. So they do manage to dodge this gank.
A gem. Look how early it's picked up from Seb. I mean, they're playing versus TA, so they're really looking to control map here. So far, the map movements worked perfectly, so can't blame them.
I feel like it's not the first time we've seen this. Like an early gem pickup due to the TA, right?
Especially because I mentioned it the other day, TA2000, he's the guy that always does like Blink, Deso, Shard, like almost every single one of the games. And this is a very good Shard game when he's playing versus the Storm Spirit and stuff like that. So if they can clear out those traps pre-fight, they can actually protect versus those multiple silences.
We've also got dual Glimmer Capes coming out, right? So we got one done on Omar. Yori's working on his, and then they had the gem on Draghi, but they took it back.
I guess
back on Seb, but
I guess that was like a temporary gem pass just so he could check traps on the top side so Seb didn't show.
Oh, BZM, there's the Frostbite into the telekinesis. He doesn't even need it. Oh my goodness. The amp damage from the Undying, and you said it could be the factor in finding the storm, and it turns out it is.
Just a spell like that. Now he's got a blink. A huge kill. TA2000 during this downtime of like 2 minutes also has been farming like an absolute beast. Level 16 blink, 2 Deso stacks, nearly has the shard. And Roche is actually shifting toward bottom. They're making their way down here. They've got Tombstone. They might be able to look to force this Roche with that kill.
They need to be very careful of this Rubik Like, he can just frostbite them from so far away. He picked up an Eye of Vizier, now with a Blink Dagger.
Oof.
Like, the reach on this Rubik now is pretty scary.
Oh, absolutely. I saw that he was going for Kaya Sanj in the Storm. BZM switches it for now to BKB, perhaps just because there is going to be that extra control. Still is going to have to worry about Pulverize, of course, even if he does go down the BKB route. But West.
Good moves from OG.
Gonna dodge them.
Find Omar here, potentially to smoke it instantly. Popped as in comes the Storm. They've got the vision thanks to them. The double Glimmer Cape's not doing work because they're looking for the puck on the backside. Omar gets away with the ball lightning.
How?
Puck? Noob? Does he survive? No, he gets the coil. The Tombstone doing a little bit of work here. I mean, the fact that he survives is wild.
Malik's
now they
got
look for
BKB.
Storm. He's silenced. And Malik go in. He needs to pulverize. He doesn't have the vision. Oh, the Glimmer Cape going back the other way, doing some work here. Malik, like you said, has the BKB available, and TA2000 up onto the high ground. They're looking for the turnaround time, but where is it going to be? They need help. Rubik, Omar, he's coming close. Malik with that onslaught away. They find TA2000, an even better pick, and he just gets evaporated. Omar now forced the ball lightning away. Malik, though, in trouble still as OG are diving the base. As 5, and it pays off big.
And they're still full health. Seb just blasting them time and time again. TA2000 died in a fraction of a second. I guess Solar Binded and just hit by all of the magic damage. He literally just evaporated. Desperately needs that BKB. OG, dude, another big chase, and they get a massive amount of kills here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love, just that now with that kill, BZM feels comfortable to be like, okay, I can actually stall out that BKB. This is like that, you know, you feel very confident after you get a good team fight win. You can go back for the Kaya Sanj. And I think what DM, he actually has a full Aghanims already finished up.
This is one of the most confusing Ags in the game right now. It is just so weird.
Why?
It's just like this passive that triggers based off of Venomous Gale and heroes dying. I don't know. It just seems like a weird interaction. But
yeah,
it's good, I guess. It's just very bizarre.
It's kind of like mixed in a way of like the old end where you used to just run in and suicide for Poison Over and then just that was it. Like that was your team fight. Now it's like you literally suicide for Poison Over and it's good.
Yeah.
And OG's actually the ones to be making the move to the Roche first. I mean, after those kills they got, this is massive. Denying it away from the TA on Dying Grab. Huge move for OG.
All right, I mean, this is great. Aegis on Storm Spirit. He's got the Kaya Sanj done. He's gonna have plenty of time here, and survivability, obviously, before he needs to get that BKB. So this first Aegis gonna get put to incredible use. 4K gold lead for OG now. First kind of real lead of the game, honestly. It has been kind of neck and neck for a while.
Yeah, I got to 4K for a little bit before, but then the quest slowed down, got some time to farm for TA2000, but OG now can put a lot of pressure. Like Noob, his game is difficult. You see what he's killing BKB. He's feeling like he absolutely needs it because of this Storm having this Orchid so early on.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely gonna cause him issues of scaling overall, because this is just it's very defensive that you have to be forced to go down this route rather than your usual Kaya Sanjas and stuff.
Yeah. Like, Yules is like the one defensive item that usually you're like, okay, I'll build a Yules on Puck, I guess. But yeah, he just actually has to get a BKB.
I mean, that was a long time ago we used to see that. I feel like it's been days now. People just BKB or A on disc nowadays versus this. Or Kaya Sanj. Malik.
Yeah, caught him in the mid lane. He does have the BKB to play with. He might just be trying to bait it.
He waited way too long.
I was like, bruh. I thought like he was trying to stall out for his team, maybe, but that is such a costly death. You don't have buyback.
They do not. No G, they're all around the area looking for another pick-off here.
Maybe just the thought that like if he pops BKB, he can't do anything in the next fight anyway. Like I'm not really sure, but this is a green light here for OG to just start knocking on the bottom tier 3.
They can just stay full HP too. Seb's just blasting them back up to full.
Micro protection will slow for the moment, but the creep wave, it's on the way. As Quests are just cutting waves, like they're just pushing the mid and top, trying to avoid this, right?
I mean, Malik has no BKB when he respawns, so this defense bottom, it's pretty difficult for them.
And that's the tier 3 done. They'll have a second round of fortifications here, but they are seemingly... Wait, Noob cut the bottom wave.
Yeah, they're glyphing to try to hold it. It should kick back in.
Yeah. Well done by Noob. Good patience here from Quest, not panicking. They get a lot, actually, out of top and mid here for both, you know, Theory and TA2000 that we're split pushing.
Yeah, the important thing is TA2000 just finishes BKB during all that time. Level 19, so still, I mean, super high level, super high farm. Actually, the highest level by a significant margin still in the game, so can't count them out at all just yet.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
See, Omar's been the X factor in a lot of these games. Now it goes in and gets the pulverize right onto the Storm Spirit BZM. They get the Aegis. A freezing field comes out. Omar, he's looking for a seal potentially. As TA2000 takes down DM on the backside. He's going to be forced to TP on out though as the Razor is there. The coil's catching too. Can Malik finish him off? BZM gets out.
Stolen
freezing trouble. The stolen freezing field doing work. BZM into cancel. This Tombstone is doing some heavy lifting right now though, but it's not enough. Malik will die. 3 are dead. Noob looking for Set, but the Glimmer Cape's going to protect them.
Noob could be dead now.
Wait a minute. Noob is in a lot of trouble. He's got... Oh, he gets the silence off from BZM. He's got a phase shift, but the damage from that soul burn will be enough. 5 heroes, or I guess 4, as TA2000 did TP out, but a big win here for OG once again.
A sick fight for them. TA2000 back up with the haystone, might be able to find a snipe kill. He's looking for Sep. He might actually be able to find him.
He's got Glimmer. Oh, he's looking for the
Glimmered a creep.
Oh, baby, he got him.
He glimmered a creep.
Wait, did he actually? Is that what happened? Oh no. You know, sometimes you just accidentally misclick. You know what?
Hey, do you see how much gold he just gets from that kill? Holy crap, 728. All right. Well, that last fight, TA2000, he disintegrated DM and then actually had to immediately pour it out of the fight. So right after that, that fight actually looked really complicated for Quest. Noob going in at the end there, he kind of killed himself. Noob is having a difficult game this time. He's really feeling that pressure of the Storm Spirit and everyone just focusing onto him.
2, 4, and 5, dude. That is just not what we've seen out of Pucks, right? For the most part, this tournament, Puck has been a super dominant hero.
TA2000, though, he is level 21 after getting those 2 solo kills back-to-back. Another 2 levels increase for him. And he's got the Pike now, so a way to disengage versus the Static Link.
That's a quiver, dude. That burst damage adds up. I mean, maybe they find BZM here again. He's glimmering up onto the high ground. The ward. Ooh. A little bit of vision here, but they don't see the Storm Spirit. Uh-oh.
Whoop.
Oh, he finds a courier. Okay, so that's going to tell him a little bit about where they are. They will back to the other side. BZM grabbing his Wisdom Rune.
TA2000 still very farmed, but it's not an easy game for the TA to solo carry. This Puck and this Primal Beast having this rough of a game, they can just put a lot of attention onto TA, and they've itemized for it, right? Looking at a Halberd on a Razor, a Halberd on a Coddle, a Suna Halberd on the Venomancer, so now at this point they're all just itemizing to deal with this TA. Even though she is so big, it's difficult. Quest not out of it by any means, but definitely difficult for TA2000 when he's just going to have all the attention thrown onto him.
The other thing too that's just like super important is the fact that they've never tossed this gem back the other way. They've had this gem for so long, and it's just paid off so much. Like they're able to control so much of the map. It's super hard for Quest to actually get any vision out at this point.
Yeah, and it's hard for them to have like multiple traps in a team fight pretty much ever, right? Like a lot of times when you have this TA with the shard, it can be like three shards in a fight that just cripples you, but yeah, it's been really clever. And just Yuragi, good itemization. He Satanic now after his Manta Halberd. All about that survivability.
Or he's going to walk here in Taiga, centered up on the high ground, but there's going to be the Tombstone in response, but a quick burst damage there. Even committing the Freezing Field, that will just take down the Undying, the Tombstone bounty as well.
Tormentor, I believe, was taken though. So TA2000, he just took it. He just snuck it while all that was happening.
And it goes to the Undying. So the... I like the idea that you came up with in terms of the call. I am sticking with Entomb. That is the best name for it.
Oh man, and I thought I saw a couple other ones that some people had suggested. There's some pretty cool names, but either way, Tombstone in this game, the grab ally, whatever you want it doesn't exist anymore. But throwing it on people definitely can be a pretty big save since they are looking to commit with a vortex on a lot of heroes. If they vortex pull and try to kill Noob right away, if Kaori's in place, could get that extra bit of save.
was so fat. On his way to a Shiva's Guard is his next item as well.
I like it.
Seb getting a Yule's. I mean, it's just Seb's itemization is so sick because his Glimmer Cape, you're never going to be able to really keep vision of the Coddle. He's always going to be, pretty safe in the backs of these fights, and Noob as well as TA2000 just won't have detection. And now he has the Yules just in case as well. So it's like he has so much that he can use to like buy time.
He switched to Hex. I actually was gonna say I don't really like if he goes Yules unless he's going Wind Waker or something. But I think Hex, you're playing versus the puck. The cast range you get from these type of things are just so damn useful, right? Like from his ult, if he does get a Hex. But either way, on Halberd and Glimmer is amazing.
Yeah. Stupendous. Smoke in the mid lane. We're gonna see Quest see if they can find themselves their first pick up in a while. But
I mean, if Storm shows BZM, this could be the grab.
Oh my goodness.
Woo! And with that, immediately OG's gonna ping bottom.
Yeah. That would have been absolutely massive. You need the telekinesis, right, to start that, and it just barely missed in time. And because they're on the high ground, knocking on your door, you got to TP back pretty much everyone. In comes Primal Beast. They grab Yuragi. Not a bad way to start the fight, but then they finish him off. He pops a Satanic. He's actually losing all of his health, but Noob
is
falling low as well. There's the heal. He's back in it, baby. Malik low. He's gone. Noob on the run. He's got a blink in one. Might be able to survive, but the blast from Seb catches him. Double buybacks coming through as all of OG is still alive. BKBs are spent. Omar's looking for the catcher. We'll find DM. Does have these Crystal Novas trying to get away. BZM is out of mana, but Kaori just getting chased down here by your. Has to get back at the base. Waiting rips up onto the high ground. He's going to be fine, but dude, Seb is just absolutely doing so much work on this Coddle.
There's too much heals, too much sustain. TA2000 also just can't hit targets. He's getting like triple halberded and everything in these fights, and he's. This was a heal, and I believe it was a greater healing Lotus that they just had picked up from Seb.
Yeah.
That got literally just grabbed that.
Force feeds his Razor some health and mana. He's like, you cannot die, sir.
Yeah, and it is a max duration Rosh respawn, so OG won't get lucky off of that one there. But a big fight, Seb. He actually has the ulti orb now just after that fight.
They have vision of TA2000 right now, and he does not have his beacon. Everyone is coming to the top lane right now. He's got to be very careful. He is definitely surrounded. Glimmer Cape comes out with Yuragi. There's no chance of escape. 5 heroes in response.
And the trap is set. It's literally 5 on top of him.
Yep. Absolutely beautiful rotation there from OG. This has just been their play from the beginning of this game, right? They just bring the numbers every time.
They're so active, and I think it is. It's obviously, I was saying Seb's Coddle, but even, the CM mana aura and everything too. Like, everyone is either full health or has mana to always have presence on the map. I think it's causing Quest just too many issues. Lanes are always being shoved in, and OG just has numbers, and everybody's just always healthy to be able to fight constantly.
And yeah, they look very good. New back to lane cutting here on this puck. He does have his BKB and a shield rune. He's pretty safe for the moment. As long as he has that BKB available, he shouldn't really die. So it's kind of his job here to stall things out until this TA comes back up. And I mean, the saving grace for them is the fact that this is such a long Roach. They are wasting a lot of time on OG.
Yeah, they should be able to get it, though. Manta's already popped up. They'll spawn in a second. Should be able to grab it. They're actually moving away as it respawns. Slightly unfortunate, but they'll make their way back over.
I mean, it's going to move to Dire side here in 1 minute. They should have the damage to kill it if they make they get back there quick enough. Yeah,
they do. With the amps as well too. Just Orc should have more than enough. And for Quest fighting in that area, probably a bit too complicated. So TA not up. It's still I'm struggling to see how the Templar Assassin, unless somehow she's able to get covered and they get rid of some of these Halberd heroes, she just get hit. She can't actually stand her ground and hit in an open field. The best situation that happened in the last fight was the fact that they were in their base, and even then they couldn't really clean up anybody.
Yeah, if they had gotten that kill onto Yuragi to start the fight, totally different. But they expended every BKB to go for it, and it didn't work. So
yeah,
maybe you've got to like readdress and consider going for Seb's Coddle, but again, he's got Halberd, he's got Glimmer Cape. This Coddle's sitting on almost 2,500 HP.
Yeah, he is absurdly tanky. He's higher level than DM too at this point. He's actually okay. I was gonna say almost tankier than DM. It's pretty close, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
DM
It's
also super
tough.
tanky.
It's tough to address the backline. Malik, having such a rough game this time around in the Primal Beast, it's caused quite a bit of issues. Zoji back to bottom with a fresh Aegis and a soon fresh AC, I believe, on Yuragi too. So more itemization to just cripple TA's potential.
Yeah, he's super close, just about 400 gold away. And DM just being super annoying with these Plague Wards, just trying to just drop them deep into the base for some vision as Omar is doing his best to clean up these waves. They don't actually have tier 2s mid or top, so this is just one lane of barracks as they have to address their waves now. So Quest, obviously rough losing the barracks, but I don't think they're too upset.
They played the eco game instead, right?
Yeah.
You see the net worth actually changed, like what, about 2,000 or maybe 1.1K.
They're looking for Seb as well. Can they actually get him? The Science Bells come out. The Halberd is there, but he's got the BKB already used. They get the Veno. The CM's back on the other side of the map, and Seb is falling low and fast. Can he finish him off in time? He does. TA2000 needs to get out for the chases here. They've got the detection, the gem on BZM, so it's a costly set of kills. Kaori TP's out. You actually only lose TA2000 for 3.
Hey, that's pretty damn good. The split push of the lanes work. They catch people all over the place on OG. This time they set the trap. I think it was double melts. Yeah, really nice.
Yeah, double melds plus the enchanted quiver. Doesn't get the halberd off fast enough. I love just instant BKB. Don't risk it.
Yeah, just prevent those halberds so you can commit for these kills. Yeah, nicely done.
That's a huge gold swing, I think, overall.
Yeah.
They needed that really bad.
About a 3K swing with the way that they split up the map. Hey, smart moves. Rather than reacting and being like, hey, we're going to defend our racks, they end up getting something pretty good out of it. Not the gem, though, right? I believe.
Not the gem.
No,
that's what they
BZM
probably need to get this thing. There's a Hex now done on your BZM Storm.
Yep. He continues to just be a big problem. I mean, him and Yuragi, they're having pretty flawless games. 12-2 and 8 on one, and then 12-2 and 16 on the other.
Jeez.
DM is the sacrificial lamb, 1-5-21, the standard for a Veno. All about him just running in and dying for his boys. Omar.
Woo. It's the blink. He's going to get found for the moment. Does have a glimmer in a second, but with BZM here, not likely to get out. There's the Hex. And a quick couple auto attacks. They find themselves a very nice kills. This Rubik has been super strong in these fights. Malik, they're pinging him. He's cutting another wave. Okay, no, they're not heading to him. They're going to take all the portals to the top lane instead.
They're playing to catch Noob. They're seeing the way that Quest is playing around the map. Quest is literally just cutting waves. They're not letting them actually make it to these. He's even dropping Tombstone to push the waves. If you look at mid, he actually dropped that one to kill that creep wave also. So they're doing anything they can to just stall and push these stuff out to buy for their next item timings. Noob now has a Hex.
I was going to say, how do you feel about this Hex?
Very good. I mean, you need extra disable for the Storm.
Okay.
I feel like that's really nice, actually. Because then TA2000, if he is starting to ramp up to some absurd damage numbers. He's 25 now, too. You might be able to just burst him, and he finds a Mindbreaker.
That's a good one. That's a very good one. All right, they will finally get a second tier 2 here on the side of OG. They've been needing one of these for a bit to try and continue this push.
Yeah, time to they're like, we got to stop them from just trying to split off. They do have 2 creep waves, I believe, coming in, so they have some good amount of time to be able to push here.
A minute left on this Aegis. Like, Yuragi wants to put this to use, so we'll see if Quest decide to try and fight this one.
Spell Prism picked up on Seb in the last few moments, so more and more blasts as well to heal. And he's
2000.
Seb's also 20 now, so Spirit Form, it's got that only like 20-second downtime or something.
Yeah, absolutely huge.
Creep Wave has been cut, though, so Malik, I mean, we said they only have 2 Creep Waves, and BZM, is he actually going to find him? He does.
He's going to find him. He could BKB, but I don't think it really matters all that much. Gets the disarm for the moment. The team from Quest, they're going to smoke towards the Primal. They want to offer some help. He gets the blink out. Malik actually surviving. He needs to onslaught away, but he might just walk right into the rest of OG. Taiga's found him.
His team's
He's
coming,
still
though.
got the BKB, though. Aegis expires. This could be everything Quest is looking for. They jump in on Taiga, but the disarm is there. He still has a BKB. He finally will use it. In comes the rest of the Quest lineup. Malik falling incredibly low. TA2000 laying into Yuragi. The coil is out. They're going to be able to chase down the Primal Beast, and they finally get him. And they're going to lose the Undying as well. Noob, like orbs away. Seb, is he He doesn't want to be done chasing. He is looking for more. TA2000, he has a BKB. The Silver Edge is there. Doesn't connect onto the Solar Bind quite yet.
He's trying to force the BKB at the least.
Yeah.
Oh, but loses vision. He doesn't have that gem. BZM does. He's out of mana.
He's going to cut the mid wave again.
Quest, they try to go for a fight, but they quickly realize they're just too tanky. Even BZM, they get the Hex initiation on him, and they're like, oh god, TA2000 actually can't get through this Razor. Iragi just continues to be too strong for them to get through.
He's got Trickster's Cloak, AC, Satanic Halberd. Like, without an MKB, you actually are just going to miss a lot.
Yes.
The Blink Hex opening here on the Iragi, but he is out telekinesis holding back. He has no BKB. The Disarm is there. The Satanic not going to come through. Can they actually bring him down this time? He's going to try and heal himself back up. There it is. The Satanic doing some work.
TA2000's gone.
TA2000 is dead on the backside, all alone there.
GG.
And the GG comes out. No buyback here on the TA this time, and this one is over. OG will take game number 1.
That was sick, and I'm going to say it right now. I think you banned this Coddle maybe first 2 versus OG. Yeah, because, I don't know, this was crazy. This was pretty absurd stuff, how much they're able to pressure the whole map. And yeah, they really did just dominate pretty much like the way that they were pressuring, right? It's 40 kills in 41 minutes from the side of OG. The 2 cores, the 2 main ones, Iragi and BZM pop off 14-2 and 16-2 respectively. Damn, that was sick.
Yeah, absolutely such a sick game. There was a little bit of, I would say, a little bit of like problematic BKB usage from Quest sometimes. Like they go to initiate maybe without their BKBs. Like in this last fight, you know, both TA2000 and Malik were a little bit slow on them. They get the Halberd off. They get the CC onto the Primal Beast before, you know, immediately at like following his Pulverize. So it's like, I think Quest just felt the pressure, right, from OG.
Yeah, I think OG, they played really well and they itemized really well. And that just caused a lot of issues for Quest to just find ways to be able to take these fights. They shut down Malik super hard in this game, where he's just kind of recovering. I think the Blade Mail did not end up doing pretty much anything, unfortunately, for him. They shut down Noob with the itemization of the Orchid on BZM, and then they super itemized for the TA. Triple Halberds, Shivas, all this armor and stuff like that. It was, honestly, like, pretty damn clean, and it's very, very kill-hungry, too. Like, at this point, it's 28 kills, 16 minutes in the map. And Quest trying to fight back, but those again, most of the situations, the fights just almost never went in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, OG averaged a kill a minute this game. It's actually so nuts how fast they played. And just, like you said, how aggressive they played. And they actually connect on almost every single rotation. There was only like maybe one or two that were actually dodged out by Quest. But even when they're split pushing, trying to like survive on the outskirts of the map, it's like you're losing something elsewhere most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, Omar, he tried his damnedest as this Rubik, of course,
he
in
played
the game,
so
but
good.
This just got difficult. Like OG, they played super well. I think there's gonna have to be. I really do think this Coddle's probably got to go. Maybe you just remove like Coddle Enigma or something like that. Then they get Io. It's something you're gonna have to discuss with your team because I accept this. This is definitely by far his best hero. It's not just about what he's doing. It's about how much he opens up for his team. So yeah, we'll see.
It's kind of like a flashback to the Seb Windranger moment, right? From that tournament where like everyone was just like, why is this hero owning? Like, we don't understand. This hero sucks, but Seb was just making it look really good.
Yeah.
And it's just the same thing again, but this time it's Coddle.
Yeah, utmost comfort. And somehow, every game, I feel like he has like a 10 to 12 minute Spirit Vessel. So it does cause some big issues, as we see the Spirit Form plus Solar Bind. I think TA2000 in 3 fights didn't even realize what happened to his hero. He just died instantly because of the Magic Amp.
Oh my god. Yeah, it really got out of control there. Yeah, I mean, just super sick game. I mean, the damage numbers tell kind of the story, right, of a team that just was on the back foot the whole time. TA2000 definitely the highest damage on his team, but it's not much. He barely out-damaged the like Keeper of the Light, you know? So not an easy game.
And look at the heals from the Keeper of the Light, too. Like, Seb, 16,000 healing done. So he caused a ton of problems. So I think that's probably going to be the likely one that I look at. But I think OG, you know, this Razor pick, really clever. They made it work earlier today. Pretty much the same draft they used earlier today versus Spirit, besides the Veno substituted for the Beastmaster. And they made it look amazing again.
Yeah, you get the Veno into the TA lane. Kind of slowed down Kaori as well. I loved it. This was just a really cool draft from OG. We'll see what Quest do. I mean, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board here, maybe give some respect to this draft specifically. But we're going to go to a short break, everyone. We'll be back with game number 2 of Quest versus OG here on the Riyadh Masters. We'll see y'all after the break.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. Hope y'all enjoy those little short breaks we give you between games. We try to make good use of them ourselves as we're getting ready to go into game number 2 of Quest versus OG. And I don't know, man. OG looked pretty sick.
Ban Coddle. That's all I'm going to say, man. Got to ban Coddle from this team. Seb is just way too comfy. I think it just makes them look so much better. I think they're just looking super active. There's something definitely about them having these early good laning phases and then kind of snowballing that I've seen at least. And man, a lot of these teams that I didn't expect to look this like convincing in a lot of these games, especially versus like Quests and the BBs and stuff like that. I'm primarily talking about Secret and OG right now, but
yeah,
it's definitely great to see that they're getting their footing going here. And I'm glad to see even, you know, I wouldn't say like full experimentation at this point, but people reaching out to newer heroes and stuff like that. You know, we've seen quite a bit of Razor have a lot of success now.
Dude, and I love Razor. I think he fits like a really cool part in Dota. Like, right, he's not like your standard carries, right? He's kind of always been that like pseudo anti-carry type of thing, and I feel like those heroes kind of fell off for a bit, and I'm glad that we're seeing some of them come back. So I like it a lot.
I hate Razor. When Razor's popular, it's so toxic for support players, man. But yeah, I know. No, I mean, it's cool to see. And his win rate's insane right now. Actually, I how high it was because I feel like I've seen it win right. 16 games, 68.75. So
that's pretty good. It's a high win rate. Yeah,
pretty damn good.
I'd imagine Coddle's probably very similar since it's just OG picking this hero and it keeps winning.
There's a lot.
Right?
I mean, it is starting. A lot of people are starting to pick. Like Aster, they love this hero too. It's got crazy. This is 30 games, 66%. So yeah. I think
there's some big winning heroes here.
Yeah, and I think that's why sometimes like these patches and everything you see some of these heroes get nerfed, like these techies and whatnot. The hero falls off a cliff. Like Coddle got small nerfs, and then I feel like he got forgotten. I swear, I was playing this hero, and I was watching this hero in like high pubs, and I'm like, damn, this hero still looks great. You enable so many core picks, so yeah, I'm glad to see it getting a lot of love here. Maybe we'll just get it. Not going to get to see it get a lot of love here. It's probably going to get first phase banned, but let's see it,
man. There's no way you don't.
Or do they just steal it, right? Do you just take it somehow or something? Because are they going to overall first pick it? Let's see. Let's see. This is the test. Do they Enigma IO or Enigma Coddle?
Okay. Leave the Coddle. I mean, having second pick means the question of do they really value it to overall first
True. Pick? Yeah, because then also like even second, like picking at 18 is not the most, not most lovely. They just go Darkseer, and they've run Darkseer Coddle together.
Darkseer Coddle. I was like, they're gonna Coddle on 8 if you don't deal with it. So you have to pick a lane here that can address this Darkseer. Probably plus Coddle, but then it's like if you all in to address the Coddle, then you might have a bad lane. So do you just try and steal it? Like, I don't know, man.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see. You just Coddle Storm.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, just take it away. I kind of like that.
Just put it out there, right? And you don't show your safe lane or anything. Darkseer's just kind of a Darkseer. You can deal with him later on. Doesn't sound like the most quest kind of thing, but where'd my quest time?
I'm really trying to figure out what they want on this opener.
Yeah. Where the hell did
I don't know if you can keep giving OG comfort, man. That's the big problem. Like,
agreed.
They go for the Rubik. They actually go back for Omar's Rubik, which looked amazing last game. I don't want to like discredit how good his Rubik was.
I think they should always. Honestly, I've been watching Urdu like since Omar's been playing with them with Rubik. I think you should. This guy's like one of the better Rubiks. I actually love his Rubik, so I'm fine with that. And they're okay. So
this
moving
is
up priority. Cool. This is cool. Neat.
Coddle. I feel like it's gonna happen.
You turn and ask Seb. You go, do we just do it? Because they're gonna ban it.
10 seconds remaining.
Or do they have anything else that they prioritize? Now that there's
maybe Oracle's good enough into the Coddle because you can remove Solar Bind. You have magic resistance. It's the only form of true magic resist.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe this is the way of addressing the Coddle. I actually kind of like that potentially. Maybe they're like you give them the Coddle and you just see how it goes. Try and bait them potentially.
Potentially.
And then maybe lose anyway and be like, all right, yeah, we have to ban this hero.
Interesting though to see how they get like the Rubik Oracle kind of thing, just because this Darkseer. The Rubik just because it's Omar, and then the Oracle just a counter, and maybe protect versus some further stuff. Yes. Let's see, OG. It's definitely the discussion right now. Seb maybe also looking at, and he's like, his two main heroes right now versus Oracle is not the best, right? It's the ET and the Coddle. He could be looking something different. Maybe they just pick like that Darkseer or something, or Clockwork, sorry. But they'll actually just move the Razor up. Cool.
Okay.
It's one of the best to deal with Oracle because you're mixed damage. You have physical, you have magical, you do tons of different things, so you can't really protect too well versus the Razor. No way to, the Link is just going to still continuously stick even through False Promise and all that, so.
10 seconds remaining.
And they look great on it, and the hero is on the rise. It does give Rubik pretty good spell steal. I think we saw a couple times there. Omar with Plasma Field almost turned the fights, but
yeah, I mean the top one, right, where he literally did the most damage by a landslide. It was like the one fight that Quest finally won. But yeah, we'll see if he can make it work again.
See you later. Yeah, if you're not gonna take it, it's gonna get removed. So that's gone. They're gonna ban their Bloodseeker to protect this Darkseer.
And Razor, right? Those are both bad matchups for the Bloodseeker.
True.
Like Razor just stands there, just watching his Eye of the Storm tick away. But yeah, I'm curious what you want to pick on Quest now. I mean, the Faceless Void, obviously pretty decent. We've seen it struggle in lane a little bit against the Darkseer. Ends up going like Midas most of the time. Decent matchups into the Razor. It's again not a bad anti-mage game, just on the cores.
Very true. They're gonna get rid of it though.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. I was like, depending on what OG wants to pick, like it's still a pretty good AM game.
I was wondering if they were gonna ban it. I was kind of like looking at the last game bans and thinking about it. Naga's probably the other one. Naga's pretty annoying. It's not like this traditional Oracle kind of combo though.
5 seconds remaining.
Could be something you just don't want to play with even if you have Darkseer, but we'll see.
The other one is Morph, right? Oh,
they'll be the one to ban it. Yeah, Morph's the other one.
Wait, they banned the Naga. Are they anticipating like Razor mid?
I mean, I guess it's flexible. Razor used to be like the Amar offlane thing too, so I guess it can. It still can technically be in 3 positions. So, and yeah, there's the Morph. A good call.
We saw Liquid run Razor between safe lane, off lane like multiple times this tournament. But I saw the Darkseer. I was like, okay, so it's probably the 1-3, but
that's what I would think as well too.
Yeah. So it's a little bit weird. I've never seen either of these heroes in the mid lane, at least recently. But we'll see. Well, we still have a lot to find out in the draft. We do see the Undying ban come out last year.
10 seconds
maybe there was like some combo of like Disruptor, Darkseer, Naga, Siren stuff that they're like a little bit worried about. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Then maybe they feel like they're, because of the 2 supports literally doing nothing to illusions. They're like, okay, let's just not put ourselves in a risk of a Naga coming out, and then we have weird answers to it. I don't know.
That makes sense.
Something like, I don't know. Maybe grasping out there, but what do they want here versus this? Because the 2 main ones are gone.
OG's turn to pick.
Yeah, we'll just go for the Void.
Yeah, good one. It's a great hero matchup into the Razor. It just comes down to whether or not you can survive the lane. I think with Oracle, it's probably fine. It just depends on the floor, though, right?
Yeah, I think that the only reason that I like this, like yesterday we saw BB try this versus the Darkseer. It looked really, really sad. They got kind of smashed in the lane completely. So I think because the Oracle, it just helps versus that Darkseer so much. So I'm pretty alright with it then.
OG's turn to pick.
Oh my goodness!
My boy, let's go.
You got what you wanted. And
I've been saying, I was like, I just want the hero once, you know?
And you know what? The Cloud versus the Cloud and the Scouting. That's the main thing this is going to be providing, right? So Silence versus the Void, and then the Silence plus just the Vision to be able to go for an Oracle. A risky pick, though. It's a risky pick, and it's a risky pick, but...
Okay, they're just pulling out a whole bunch of weird things here. That's a DM here, like, combo lane, right? I feel like that's got to be Venge Darkseer.
Wait, what is going... Venge versus the Void, so then they've got Save versus Chrono and stuff like that to protect the Razor when he gets caught. The lane just... Yeah, this is interesting.
OG
Unsure if
really
it's
like
good.
picking blue heroes, I will say. They have this
This
is
is
2
true.
games in a row. 4 blue heroes. Maybe
Quest-
there's something we're reading into.
Quest snap picked this Lycan with no hesitation.
It's a very good Lycan game, right? Like
Yeah.
you
No
have
link,
0
no
heroes to
catch.
deal with this.
Yeah. Heroes don't deal with the summons at all either.
This
Darkseer can get the illusion or get the benefits of at least the auras and stuff like
True.
that. Small thing, but yeah, this is definitely really, really nice for this Lycan.
So I was gonna ask, do you think we're seeing a Ricky Venge support duo? Because it could be Ricky
I think
Darkseer in
so.
the lane, which gives you at least a melee hero to play around. But if that's your support duo, this Lycan has a field day with the rest of your team.
I mean, that's literally what it looks like. I don't know unless they still do put the Razor maybe in the mid lane if they see some type of thing. But right now they see the Razor versus Lycan, which I'm sure they're like, okay, yeah, sure. The Wolves are a little annoying for Razor and stuff like that in the early game, but he's gonna get full links because Lycan just doesn't have boots. So he's always gonna be able to get a full link. Rubik's gonna have to like throw him away every single time. So I imagine they're just gonna keep the Razor up there and then pick something else for mid.
I mean, I'm just at this point I don't even care what happens. I get to see a Ricky game. Like this is just so cool.
A Ricky and a Venge. Now I actually have to look. Did either of these heroes get picked yet?
Venge has been picked. I've seen Venge get picked at least once. I don't know if Ricky has been picked. Maybe he got picked in the groups or in the play-ins.
Did we see any core Venge?
Venge has been picked twice and it is lost twice.
Was it any core Venge? Because this could be a Yuragi. This could be a carry Venge and a Razor mid or some weird kind of stuff still. This is still...
This is the first Ricky game. He is completely unpicked.
Okay.
I don't even think he's been banned. He's not even been banned. He has been unpicked and unbanned.
Okay. I think this might be... I think this is... I don't know. This might be carry Venge. I'm not sure. This looks strange. Carry
Dude,
Venge versus
I will
Lycan,
say
though? I don't
Ricky
know.
as a carry in this game actually isn't that bad.
Did you
if
actually
you do
just
want
say
to try
Ricky
and
isn't a bad carry?
I mean, in this game, right? If you manage to get like to an early diffusal timing, it's pretty solid. But like,
sure, yeah.
Then you're committing to having like a literal. You have to like win the game in 25 minutes or you lose. So I don't know.
You have some Razor mid Darkseer off lane.
Yeah.
Sounds a little strange. Go for Al. All right. Whoa. Okay, so now they have the Alcalast pick.
Yeah.
So that's the carry, obviously, and then. So we have a decent amount of minus armor, actually. Acid Spray, Venge, Wave of Terror, and Ricky's Shard still gives, what, -5? 6?
It was 7.
It was
I think it was
7.
nerfed to 6. Or it was nerfed to 5. Let me see.
It was
nerfed to 5, yeah. So 7 to 5.
And you cannot target the allies, right? When you're covered
Nothing.
by
Force Staff, Oracle's Kit, nothing.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's actually pretty cool. If you're going for like a Shard timing fight, with this Ricky versus Oracle, you just completely focus fire the target that's getting gone on, and Oracle can't save. There's some cool stuff here. I'm unsure if it's good, but it's cool.
Yeah, that's the big question, man. We'll see what happens. Quest last pick here for their mid lane. You just got to pick something that dumps in damage to this Chrono. I feel that also plays quick, like with this Lycan, right? Because you don't want to have just 2 heroes farming while this Alchemist comes online.
Hmm. I mean, what noob heroes are left? A lot of them are taken out. That's just I'm starting to struggle to be able to find his overall what is left for him. Oh, okay.
That is one for sure. That is so good.
SF Venge, Tiger Ricky, BZM Razor. I think they probably expected that Razor mid, so they have DP versus it. Whew.
Isn't Death Prophet like relatively fast now? Didn't she get movement speed buffs?
Pretty sure, yeah. I think she.
Well, she's still 285.
Okay. She got nerfed back. Remember, she got like the crazy ones and then got pushed all the way back down. But you get innate movement speed just from skilling your ult, right?
Yeah, you get the passive at 6. Yeah.
So, but in lane, you know, if you do get linked up and stuff like that, it could be annoying. Of course, you still can get last hits and everything too with your Crypt Swarm and decent amount of harass, and you have range advantage. But, whew.
It's going to be a fun game. This is going to be a very fun game. I'm excited. I can't wait to see how this plays out. I like Quest's lineup, I think, more. I think it's a lot less risky. It
A lot
seems
less
pretty
risky.
straightforward. But OG, dude, with how fast that they've been playing their games, with how aggressive they have been playing their games, if Uragi gets to a good start, if like BZM kind of owns mid, Darkseer is Darkseer. You can't really slow down the hero too much. I mean, maybe the Ricky Venge supports will make it work.
Yeah, I mean, I have some doubts for it for sure, but I'm looking forward to see what they're going to be able to do and if we're going to get to see the Shard kind of hit that timing, because I think they are playing around like a pretty early timing here. They're going to look to just really pressure in the early game and kind of snowball. Not to say that the side of Quest can't fight early, but there is a little bit slower with that Void being in there without the best kind of combos and everything too. So let's see if OG can come out ahead in these lanes. It does look a little bit harder this time.
It does. I have a question for you based on like this matchups that we've been seeing in this Faceless Void versus the Darkseer, right? A lot of times what we've been seeing is the Midas as a response being kind of like you have to just kind of get this item because you get shoved out of the lane eventually and he takes your tower and you don't have a lot of space. Can you afford to build a Midas into this OG draft?
I don't think he has to. I think the Oracle actually just changes the lane. Right?
It does. Okay.
So you just like dispel the Ion Shells constantly. You'll have extra heals and sustain and everything for the Void too. So I think he can actually go a more aggressive route. I think he doesn't have to go down the Midas.
I also want to point out, we were talking about an all blue draft from OG. People probably like, oh, Ogre's not blue, but
he turns blue.
He turns blue. He's got the skin as well with the big purple zombie coat. So it is a full blue team. So Uragi actually goes into the store, buys a blue cosmetic for Alchemist,
and
equips it, all just for this draft. I just want you guys to know that is exactly what happened.
OG trying to maybe catch something off guard here, get some like cheeky little first blood, all positioned on high ground.
I mean, they saw the ward get placed. They know about that one.
Yep, Malik, he'll scout it.
So they might go for the D ward here in mid lane. I'm sure they will. There's no way they just leave the D ward for free.
Yeah, it should be a two.
Oh, it did reduce the blink strike. Yeah, there's D ward. It did reduce the blink strike's slow duration by a pretty hefty amount, actually.
Needed to get nerfed. It was way too strong.
Yeah.
It just no longer scales, right? I think it was like scaling all the way up every single level before in the past. So they do deny one of the bounties, so 2 for 1. Malik actually uses a wolf to take that one away. And see how these lanes end up going. Let's see what the Oracle does to counteract the double melee lane with Ion Shell.
Well, instead of dispelling the Ion Shell, they harass the EM. So we'll see how that works. The Taiga is just flicking the Oracle. I will say, from casting a ton of South American Dota, I have watched Matthew play, I don't know, countless games of this Ricky. And this is quite a different starting item build here that Taiga's going with. A lot of times he just goes the Orb of stats and just runs the support.
Oh, interesting. I think I like the stick quite a lot because you know they're going to be spamming Time Walk. You know they're spamming double spells on you.
Yeah.
So I think it's a super value at least.
The stick is super good.
And Blood Grenade's broken. So.
Yeah. This might have been before Blood Grenade was introduced. I don't remember when this item even showed up. Or before people started realizing how broken they were.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to see how much like the synergies of these drafts kind of kicking into. Like OG's draft, there's some funny, like really kind of interesting minus armor mechanics that are really coming in here with Eye of the Storm, with Venge, Wave of Terror, with Ricky and everything. Bottom Omar.
Yeah, that's gonna be first blood. You talked about just the minus armor that they already have in the team, Acid Spray, Wave of Terror, and a quick magic connection there. They take down the Rubik.
I mean, -6, he's put negative pretty much immediately when they get connection onto him there, so.
Oh. Ooh, does he get the wave block? Oh, he gets it. He gets the kill. Goodness. Seb, so close. He even commits the Wave of Terror just for the hopes of getting that wave.
Well,
or the creep camp. That's huge.
Yeah. And mid, we're seeing that DP versus Razor. I feel like I used to see this matchup so much in the past, where whoever gets like the better start ends up just eating the other one. But even if you don't get the better start on DP, there are chances of you just eating the Razor anyway. This hero just, Razor wants to run in and commit, and that's exactly what Death Prophet actually wants in a lot of situations with Exorcism. It can't just melt a hero like Razor.
Right? She's like, oh, I dare you, please.
Yeah.
You max the Spirit Siphon, you just walk at the hero. You have the move speed advantage, right, when Spirit Siphon's out, so...
I feel like they're going to have like 3 really successful lanes on the side of Quest this time around, compared to last time where OG did kind of crush in these lanes. Bottom, I think Uragi should do quite well, especially because he's not very much of a pressure lane, but Malik should farm down here. So I would say that they're kind of going to perhaps win, in a way, all 3 lanes. Maybe, like, I would say, like, just 2 lanes. Quest, the top and the mid lane look like it should be pretty damn good for them. And then bottom, Lycan's going to farm and trade with Alk, so.
And Alk is one of these heroes that doesn't like to stay in the lane, right? He wants to kind of leave, go farm jungle combined, right? Like the 2 camps behind the tower are, as soon as you're like level 5, you're just acid spray.
Oh, they're actually getting aggro.
Time. And yeah, with Howl, they're just getting super aggressive here. Yuragi's gonna be forced to throw the stun, but the wolves with the body blocks are doing work. Does he need one more auto attack?
Holy.
It's enough. Seb leaves him in lane, go for a pull, and didn't think he could die. He's got Belt of Strength, Wand, like he's got almost 1,000 HP.
I think the Howl caught him off guard. That big minus armor. Like, most people just skill the Feral Impulse. That's a really cool way to actually make this lane have kill threat.
He goes to 0 armor.
Yeah, he puts him to 0, and then they have a blood grenade, and he had, what, 5 creeps on him or something? So, that was sick from Quest.
That was really, really good, like, kind of acknowledgement of that situation.
I feel like we see, that's more of like a pub thing, but Core is dying when support's pulling, right?
Yeah. Yep, that's me most of the time when I play core. Yeah,
yep.
So I don't try to do that.
That's me when I play support, but that's why I just don't really pull half the time anymore.
You're like, my core is gonna die if I pull this lane. I'm pretty sure. Like, ping them like, hey, by the way, pulling.
And Noob right now,
walk up the tower.
I'm watching in this mid lane. He is actually just bodying VZM. 400 difference of gold right now.
Yeah, I've been kind of just watching him Spirit Siphon and walk him into the tower over and over. He's got 3 points in the Siphon now, so you're just going to always win the trades.
Yeah, it's like, who you want to keep linking me? Fine, I'll keep linking you. Let's go. I got more charges than you.
You also bought Boots Windlay, so you like your plasma field will not slow down Noob enough. Like, he will stay on top of you. I actually like this a ton.
Yeah, I was wondering which build it would be because I've seen a lot of different variety from. Oh, Yuragi.
Howled under the tower? What?
Oh,
he's just gonna stun himself.
Self-deny.
Yeah, okay. That's actually the best possible scenario, but also not great, because he's dead for a long time now.
No, and their lineup is honestly like mostly about getting an advantage in lanes right now, and they're kind of losing all 3. I mean, Alk is farming, but only by a small little margin ahead of these counterparts, so really, I did not expect them to get that aggressive down bottom, but really taking advantage of Seb moving out of the lane.
Yeah, I know I was kind of joking when I said, like, you go to pull and your hero, your ally, like, your carry walks into the tower. I was kind of joking, but maybe a little bit of a curse there, because Jiraiya actually does it. But we'll see. Top lane's going fantastic. The Oracle has made a world of difference. Like, we see this lane, it's usually, like, a Faceless Void, flying tons of regen, not getting a ton of CS. He is crushing.
Absolutely free farming, and they're slowing down DM a lot. And this is a beautiful start here for Quest. And their draft, it scales very hard. That's the thing, too. So if they have a successful early game, at mid game, it's going to explode.
I go with the body blocks, holding KORI back, but it's setting up for Noob. He comes with the Exo. Uh-oh. Dude, he's not getting out.
That's not going to work.
There's no way. You said Razor, a full commitment type hero, and yep, gets punished for said commitments as Noob will grab himself a double kill, go mid. They're looking for Seb even as Omar's got a telekinesis. He's going to be forced to throw the stun here to try and buy himself some space, but he's just trapped next to the Death Prophet now.
He's dead.
And that is 3 kills across the map. What a series of rotations.
I don't think you could have a more successful haste rune. 3 kills. He's even going to kill the catapult and perhaps get some damage onto the mid tower too.
Dude, this Death Prophet's game is a real solid. Level 7 now at 7 minutes.
Phase, a Windlace, and 1k gold.
Yeah.
Jesus. I've seen some of these guys that go back for like Falcon Blade. Could be because he's so farmed. KORI even snatching away the Wisdom Rune. Gets a courier.
Oh,
and the neutral deny. Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Bro, that is... Last game, they got the double Wisdom Rune. This one feels way worse.
I don't think anything could have been worse, actually. Your Razor tries to make a move. He dies. Noob gets a triple kill. You lose your Wisdom Rune. They're getting almost more than half damage on the mid tower here from this movement here.
Dude, it's going to be down to like a 3rd HP.
Yeah, less than 1/3 HP. And look at bottom. Malik is actually 6. Yuragi gets 6, but he might still die. It's going to be close.
Unless he gets some really big crits here, he doesn't have Howl. He would need some help. And it looks like top lane, KORI will just find a solo kill there. This is This is an immovable object meets another type of scenario. They are doing nothing. He's wasting the entire chemical range duration, though, at least.
I think he's going to keep chasing him out here with this. If he can keep
Mid lane is where the real fight is, though, is Noob diving BZM. He's got double Spirit Siphons out. Kaori with the heals as well. He's got another Spirit Siphon available. They're just destroying OG under the tower. This game is falling out of control now.
The Razor is 0-30 last hits now. Noob. Oh, look at that. Another power boon as well, too. And this Death Prophet pick. Besides just the laning phase, it's perfect. They even have an Oracle. Even in the mid game, he's going to be super safe. All three lanes going incredible here. OG's experimental attempt here this time around, the lanes in particular, absolutely not working. They're going to have to make some moves around to salvage these lanes.
Yeah, it is, only a slight gold advantage. I want to point that out. Like, I know we're talking like, oh, Doomsday. The problem, though, is a lot of this is just the Alk effect.
Yes, and it's an Alk who's almost even net worth with a Void, so it is pretty Doomsday.
Yeah. He's going for an early Radiance, of course, as he's scanning. Oh, he's just taking their stacks. That is neat. That's very necessary.
Yuragi's going to have to go absolute Super Saiyan in this game somehow, so this is already like a cool little Q play that he can do. Because the supports at this point are crippled. Razor's also crippled as well, too. So the mid game right now for OG, it's quite difficult.
Look at the smoke in the top lane. Noob. It's a good ward behind the tower with the Exo ready. Kaori is level 6. They're going to lose the Venge bottom anyway, but it could be worse if they're looking for more top. DM gets the wall out for the moment. He's trying to get away. Vacuum back. The damage from the spirits is too much. You don't even have to commit the chrono. And he will go back mid. Wait, is Yuragi dead? He's just getting chased down by the wolves.
He is.
The body blocks. They're doing way too much damage. Oh. Wait. Loses the shapeshift.
Omar.
Woo.
Can't get the range. Okay.
Well, mid. Some TP response. Oracle with the save. Will keep Noob alive. He's able to get away for the moment, but that exorcism, when it comes back, will completely heal him up. And they actually just find Razor. Omar off the rotation. Here. He steals the level 4 plasma field. Again, we saw what he did with this last game. He's looking for his opening. He's going to throw it. Clips Seb. Looking for the Fade Bolt in one. It's not enough. The Raindrop will save it. And Omar might tick out here next to the tower. A surge forward with Taiga. They're trying to bring him down. He's falling low and fast. There's the plasma field again. Oh my god. The Rubik.
At least they get a kill on OG, but they are getting completely run over. All three heroes top net worth. Void's like, I'm chilling. Nobody's pressuring me in my lane. Mask of Madness almost javelin treads. They got to chase for these type of kills. They need anything they can get on OG right now. But look how far they're having to go.
Yeah, I was like, this is just such a long chase. He finally dies to Yuragi, but you just sent 3 heroes completely across the map as they just continue to farm.
I think you just have to, like, it's the old school like OG thing, play monkey mode at this point right now, because your lanes have been pretty disastrous. You have to start running with numbers to try to take advantage of Quest. But Quest, they're actually the ones with the numbers up here.
It's such a sick read. They just know that this gank is coming, and TA2000 thinks about going for the chrono. Noob, unfortunately, revealing, so they just back off. But, I mean, 3K gold lead here for Quest, 4-11. TA2000, the Mask of Madness, on his way to the Maelstrom.
He's huge. Yuragi does have the relic, at least, so the saving grace. He's, like you said, it's going to be all really up to him with his timings, how much he's going to be able to rally and bring BZM back in the game, because BZM is super shut down this game. And there is quite a bit of damage to be able to get on top of this Razor to burst him. DM also quite slowed down also on this Darkseer this time around.
Yeah, that's true. I think when we saw him play this against the Faceless Void last time, every time he would see the hero, he'd just wall drop him, Ion Shell the illusion, and just chase the Faceless Void around the map. He can't really do that this time. It's like he can get punished.
And Noob already has it. Oh, jeez, so fast this timing here. He has a Yule Scepter, 603 on this Death Prophet already.
You'll see Taiga on the backside as he walks near a sentry.
No dust on Omar at the moment. Oh, yeah, he does. Sorry.
Dodges it out. But yeah. Okay, how do you feel about this Yule's first item? Because I saw him kind of queued up. I wasn't sure if he was going to go for it. You were mentioning the Falcon Blade to tank up. Is the Yule's just too good? Like against heroes like Alk?
Against Darkseer too, preventing Surge, dodging Concoction. I feel like it has a lot of merit in this game. And he's playing with Oracle, so you can just prevent time. You know, you do the Spirit Siphon plus Yule's play also, and it gives you that immense amount of healing while you're up in the air, so... I think to each... There's a lot of different builds you can go on these type of things. I've seen Witchblades, Falcon Blades, Yules.
Smoke to the bottom. They want to try and find Yuragi on this Alk. He is holding his Chemical Rage, so it's not an easy kill by any means.
And he is getting the Radiance delivered right now. They do seem to know exactly where he is.
If they see him for the moment. I mean, if you can get the silence for... Oh, he actually just doesn't have silence on Noob, so maybe not. But Yuragi, yeah. Yules buys him for a moment into the swap, though. Yeah, nicely saved here from Seb, but the damage, is it just too much from Noob? Will get saved. The Blood Grenade is out. He's going to continue to try and chase here under the tower, and he's done it. The Death Prophet is just way too strong, and nice vacuum here into the smoke screen, but you're just too far ahead, it seems. Taiga dusted up, running away. He's going to fall. Kaori actually surviving as he's kiting out BZM. And now you've got it back. You've got Malik and Noob here.
Here comes the Void.
The Chrono, it catches all three. A perfect placement from TA2000. You've lost the Exo is about to expire, but DM's still going to fall. They don't care about this wall at all. 4 for 1.
Great pressure play from the side of Quest. The swap comes out, but it's a full channeled Fortune's End. So 2.5 seconds, Alk's still caught. They just commit onto him. And, TA2000 just comes out of left field.
Where did he come from? I didn't see him at all.
He must have been running for like 60 seconds or something to get there. Yuragi?
Omar, top lane. He can steal Chemical Rage here. He does. He might live. Okay, no, in comes Taiga. Very good stuff.
And Kaori now, maybe.
Yeah, very nice. This will be a cool double kill. This is huge for Yuragi. He needs this.
Give him both as well, too. Nicely done, Taiga. Give him both last hits.
Good ward behind the tower, scouting this out and setting up some good movement here. They will finally be able to take their first tower of the game.
And let's see if this timing does make a difference. It's about to be 15 minutes. I see Taiga. He's got the shard queued up, so let's see if this Cloud, all this minus armor now that it's going to start kicking together, is going to be able to stop a little bit of the relentless aggression that we're seeing from Quest. Because then maybe these saves won't happen on Tanub, and maybe they Death Prophet.
You just need it once, right? The first time it happens is big. Like when you... Oh, his career?
That was...
Close. He's going to lose it anyway, but...
Yep.
Gets the dust delivered at least. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like the first time it happens can honestly change a game. If you manage to kill the Death Prophet because you can't false promise him or something. Mid lane Noob going for the wrap around here onto the Razor, but a nice stun from Seb will buy him some space.
Well, Malik
can be out.
Malik can pop Shapeshift. They really wanted to try to run down the Razor there. I think he wanted to get the Yules off, but the stun actually stopped it.
Instead, he'll just take some Ancient stacks. Yuragi's like, bro, guys, these are mine. You can't let him do this. He just keeps
He's just taking them.
He's like, what are you going to do, man? Oh, that's good stuff. I love that. He steals it. Oh, my goodness. The Fireball actually just stole almost all of them.
And they're trying their best to just make sure that this Alchemist is slowed down. Yuragi with a Blink Radiance. I like that he's gone the Blink. I feel like he knows that he needs to be a bit more active right now to try to bring back this mid game right now.
Omar swapped right on in. They will know about the ward now.
Nice catch.
But yeah, very nice catch indeed.
Taiga, he continues to scout it. Continues to scout, giving this information on the Ricky.
Has been killed.
And they find more. It's spotted. Quest is running into this.
Can they do anything? Oh, they are indeed. A nice 2-hero stun. They've got Kaori. Noob needs space. He gets vacuumed right back into the wall. He's going to buy back on the Oracle. He can save him. He just needs a little bit of space. They will just drop the false promise in case. Taiga trying to get surged away. Can they? Okay. A lot of magic damage there to finish him off. Noob will full heal, of course.
That's
huge
big,
buyback.
Though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hear Yuragi, instantly, as soon as buyback's there, he just bails. To get Taiga, whatever, we got what we wanted here. They almost actually get Noob. That was big. I mean, that ward right there comes in clutch. It's going to probably get dewarded instantly, but they get on top of Kaori. That fight could have gone the complete opposite way if they don't get on the Oracle.
Yeah. They got both wards, so they will actually give themselves a little bit more map control back because both those wards actually just netted some serious big kills. But yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that Yuragi's, playing a little bit more active. Just because, he just like BZM can't do that. If BZM does that, it's just like gonna more grief his game than it already is. He's 0-4 still on this Razor, so DM is catching right back up. In the meantime, though, Greaves is finished, which is going to be very, very nice to help out this out.
They're just... I just kind of forget there's a Razor in this game at times.
Yeah.
To be honest, but
and it still is a bit of it's a pretty big concern, of course, that the Alchemist it's now it's starting to get a little bit better. He's got like a 3K separation between him and the Void, but TA2000 is still very large on this Void.
Yeah.
Draghi positioned up top. He's spotted by Ward.
Taiga heading bottom. We'll just walk into Kaori.
Plus, he'll just force a Roche. Level 2 Exorcisms online. Helm of Overlord. They're making the move, though. OG does seem to know this is
actually
happening.
Holding the Exo.
Okay.
Okay, they're not going to hold it anymore. I was like, this is going to take way too long. And yeah, here comes the rest of OG. I don't know if the Ward spotted them. Doesn't look like it did.
They see BZM running across the map to try to go. This feels very difficult for OG to contest. You're playing into Chrono and Death Prophet ult.
They have the vision
Still
now.
has duration.
Did see them with a Ward. So Malik even popped the shapeshift just in case, trying to scout here. But yep, they get themselves the Aegis onto the TA2000 Faces Void, which will be fantastic for him, as he's still about 1,000 gold from his BKB.
Level 13, though, still continues to be quite massive. Giragi still has that separation. Void ahead of him right now.
Okay, this is a hype dream if I ever seen. Taiga has a on this Ricky. Bro, you got some, I guess, dream big, right? Don't let anyone tell you what to do, but that is a big dream.
It can be godly, right? You're playing
it can
versus,
for sure.
You're playing versus the Oracle heals, you're playing versus the Yule's Death Prophet, but yeah, that is the definition of a pipe dream.
Dude, it's 20 minutes of the game. You don't even have the net worth of the Sacred Relic yet.
I love it. I mean, what else does he want, right? Like,
I don't know, dude.
He's probably just telling his team, "This is what I want." You know, this is the goal.
1 second chair XD. All right.
Chairs, headsets. What do we got? You know. Malik holding quite a bit of gold here. He actually hasn't bought his shard. I guess maybe he's also dreaming big, but his dreaming big makes him, he's second in net worth, so he's going to be able to get his AC. He can farm very easy.
This is my biggest gripe with the Ricky hero, because it hurts my soul because I love this hero, because it was named after me, obviously. And dude, you're kind of just a ward.
You're a walking ward. I mean, you're a walking ward and you're a courier sniper, as we've seen. That's the way the Matthew plays it. So
he stalled out a game against OG actually, which I'm pretty sure tilted them for like 25 minutes by just sniping couriers.
Wasn't that the one that broke the records? It was like the most courier kills by far. Like
it wasn't even close. It doubled the next closest. It was absurd.
Yeah. TA2000 BKB's completed. He probably feels very, very good to be able to show up in fights. Exorcism back up in 20. Quest. They may look for a fight right now.
You are correct. They smoke up. See what they got.
Taiga
just breaking smokes. The walking ward does it again. He's under a sentry. They actually see him this time, but TA2000 is just ignoring him, looking for something else. Ward.
He's buying time. Yaragi's like, good job, Taiga. Keep it up. Keep tabs of him. I'm going to go hit this next camp as well, too.
Yep.
And they're even going to be able to set themselves up for their Wisdom Rune as well, too. So, nicely done. The walking ward. Literal invisible impact.
Yep. What a hero.
Yep.
He's managed to farm another 100 gold towards his nullifier since we mentioned it.
Damn, he really needs that Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, he needs Philly so bad.
He's giving info of the backline, so he's looking for the supports, but they're actually making the move for Yuragi.
He's got he doesn't get it. If he had vision there, the Yules, that is a
and look, they actually know they're separate now. Taiga is immediately pinging on TA2000. He pops Mom.
He's got a lot of he got a lot of options here to work with. Malik does get the shapeshift off, and Seb just going to get beat down here by TA2000. A couple of bashes. Nice Guardian Greaves. He drops the Chrono. It's going to set up for Malik as well, as he's just going to lay into the darks here. But Faceless Void trying to find a kill. He swaps out DM. That's going to be great. Nice back wall onto 2. TA2000 likely to die here. Will be his first life. But here comes Noob on the Death Prophet, gets a silence. Malik still got some damage coming out here.
Yuragi's in.
Yuragi, he's able to get on top of Oracle. They get the kill. He's dead. BZM with BKB surviving, and Malik falling low, but the TA-2000 Void lays into him. He's done the damage. Yuragi, the BKB about to expire. He's gone as well. They're looking for more, baby. They are hungry. The dust will connect. Taiga try to hobble away. They will dive this base, but now too far away as Taiga will get the Blink Strike. Honestly, OG had some moments of brilliance in that fight, but they're just too far ahead.
Noob is just too strong. He is not answered whatsoever. 8-0 and 8. TA-2000 baits a little bit. A nice vacuum connection and a nice connection from Yuragi finding the Oracle immediately, but then Noob turns up and Jesus, I don't even know how many bashes TA-2000 got there.
I would say at least more than 3.
Yeah, it looked like it. Because he got a couple on Seb even too. Noob, Exo is wearing off, but
he's got a haste. He's fine. Oh boy. So TA-2000 queuing up the Eye of Scotty next. A great answer to some of the healing that's coming out from the Alchemist as well as the Darkseer. Do you like this?
It's gives him tankiness. Great versus Alchemist here. Amazing versus ranged heroes as well too versus the Razor. So yeah, this feels great if he wants to go down it.
Yeah, it looks like they have plenty of damage, right, on the side of Quest. It's mostly just he can't afford to die, I guess.
Yeah, he just needs to tank up and survive and just, you know, if they can just make these fights last like that, you know, 50 seconds or whatever it is during Exorcism, then, or 40 seconds in particular, that's the dream. So he just needs to survive. Taiga's bought the first component.
That's pretty big.
Actually, and he gets he doesn't get a Philly. He gets a Gossamer Cape. So he can walk around. He can be the walking ward faster.
Yeah.
There you go.
Iron item.
It's
right?
one of the most valuable items.
Yeah, so I'm not like upset that he gets the Helm of the Iron Will, but you know, we'll see.
I mean,
35, 40-minute nullifier, it could come.
He's building for himself. I mean, both supports are. I see Drum, Aghanims queued up on even the Venge, too, so they're both just really looking to play for themselves rather than going for, like, these 4 staffs and whatnot. So, choice they made
for it.
Nope.
He just buys the blade.
Even though he has an Alchemist on his team, they could eventually give it to him. He wants to get it earlier. And that's going to come so late. He probably wants it earlier.
Yeah. I guess there's 2 other Ags you'd probably prefer at this point anyway, right? Eye of the Storm and Darkseer Ags are very strong.
AC was finished, I believe, toward the end of the tail end of that last fight from Malik. He's got a Hex queued up next. Yuragi, he's trying to finish up his AC before the fight. Because talking about minus armor now, Quest, they do have big benefits when they have this AC, even the Death Prophet, of course. Sab is showing in mid, no TP available this time.
Wolves are coming. If he gets the cripple and the body blocks, okay, there's the body blocks. Well, good, just micro overall from Malik. Okay. Goodbye.
See you later.
I need to see how much damage the dragon did. I think it hit him once for like half his health. Yeah, the dragon did 500 damage and crit.
It's no joke when they do crit. When you have the howl and everything applied to you. Yeah.
Howl plus AC. Yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, the minus armor is nuts.
BZM, he doesn't have mana for TP by 5. He does now, but they're right on top of him.
I mean, Chrono, if he wants it. Oh, nice juke out north here. Well played.
Oh, that was sick, actually. They thought he was
gets out of vision. There's a blink on Noob now. So very mobile Death Prophet. Also a fantastic item when playing with Oracles, right? Because you can blink during the False Promise.
You stole me. You stole mine. Yeah.
I've played the game before once or twice, you know.
No, I love it. Because like you see the Shiva's queued and then he decides like, I can just go this. It's really just because of the Oracle. So glad you pointed it out.
I'll give you a chance for, I'm sure, like 1,000 other things to talk about. So I gotta highlight, you know, every once in a while.
Yeah, no, you're good. Any other timings that they've hit yet on OG? They've got Blink now on DM. The potential for Vacuum Concoction is always going to be something there. Guess that's probably what he's going for, to be able to get themselves some type of team fight. Because right now their follow-up for Vacuum, it's non-existent. So now with Blink, maybe they can get a connection.
Yeah, I'm trying to, like, I kind of like what OG is doing and just, like, not fighting Quest.
Yeah. But it is buying time for this void to just get larger and larger and larger. And you're playing an Alchemist draft versus multiple scaling cores, and your Razor still just hasn't found much of anything, so...
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I'm not seeing like much item progression at all on the supports too, which is kind of a big deal for OG. Like they actually do need to get these supports to a point where they can contribute, because they're kind of just outside of swap and like smokescreen, they're just liabilities. So
yeah, they're like wave of terrors and smokescreens. It's very limited.
But here we go, the Lycan push plus the the noob death prophet, like. Tier 3 taking a decent chunk of damage. Roach not respawning for a minute and a half, which will put it very close to bottom side of the map now.
TA2000 has the full Scotty finished up too, so they're keen to fight. He is super tanky. He also finds a Vindicator's Axe, probably the best thing he could have found right now.
I think they might have seen them bottom. Taiga is cutting wave with the classic Ion Shell and Invis hero.
This is the Ion Shell Wolf strat from the past, but you use a Ricky. He's going to walk up, but he's actually walking up into a gem. Hello!
Oh boy, they get the Yules. That is big. The walking ward, unfortunately, countered by a gem.
And now they're shifting top, and it is going to be, you know, Roche, it's going to be spawning very, very soon. They kill it in time if it does, if they see it right away. They kill it super fast.
Do you think, like, if you're Theori or Omar here, you just sit in the pit and wait? Or do you, like, play with the team? I mean, Noob is just running down the map. Oh my goodness.
They actually see the end.
Yeah, they're gonna find him. He's gonna blink right into it. He's like, why is the Death Prophet here? Gets caught from the Yules. Nice play from him. They need the save here. It is gonna be the swap. A good stun out as well. TA2000 unable to do much, but Seb just chewed through by Malik on this Lycan.
This last pick, DP, still seeming too good. 10-0-9.
Malik's not done. They find Yuragi.
Oh, Malik has a full Hex. Holy moly. Yeah. That was close.
I think he just got it on the secret shop there as he ran up. But yeah, Hex is done. They grab the tier 2, nice fortification. We'll buy them a little bit of time here, but the last outer tower is going to do wonders if they can get it. Just open up that base. But it's time for OG to get active. They're jumping in. Dude, with nice Yules. Dude, sick play. He has the save from the Oracle if he needs it, but he's standing his ground for the moment. There's going to be the Chrono catching 3 in some trouble here as BZM will beat into the Death Prophet, which is doing work, but Yuragi needs to get out of here. The wall actually keeping them all nice and healthy. New full heals despite the Razor's best efforts. You're down 4v5, but a lot of spells committed. The Exorcism as well as the Chrono. Yuragi, he is looking, throws this concoction, does connect onto Omar. BZM, that static storm is about to expire, gets hexed instead. And Razor now in a lot of trouble. Nice smokescreen there from Taiga as it will get them out, but...
Okay. I mean, they kite the Chrono and they kite the Exorcism. They only lose Sab. They lose him twice. Could have been way worse, though. Roche, it's back up, and a walk toward bottom.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were just going to portal immediately, and that is exactly what the rest of Quest is doing. They're just going straight through the portal to bottom. They want to set up a Roche. They've already got 2 fantastic wards here.
I think Yuragi got the BKB and the Rage off before, or he had the Rage already popped, right, pre-Chrono, so he actually sustained through that fight pretty decently.
Yeah.
Big fight now without Chrono, without Exorcism. OG, they actually do have pretty much everything ready once those BKBs are up.
And they've got the ward. They find Taiga. Malik's going in to try and bring him down. That's a big kill to start this one off. He's going to buy back. Nice silence onto 3 from Noob, and Yuragi needs to run.
BKB.
He's actually chain stunned. He needs to get the chemical rage off, but he's not going to be able to. He's going to save it for the buyback, but they turn it on to Razor now as well. 3 dead on the side of OG. DM on the run. Omar with the chase doesn't catch him. As he gets the blink out, they're looking for more, though. It's going to be Ricky caught with a Hex. They've also caught Seb on the Vengeful Spirit. This could be it. Dieback on 1. Yuragi wanting to get active. Self-stuns instead. Taiga will get away.
That ward does, honestly, like, they just waltz one by one under the vision, and they don't have BKBs up. They just get chased out there from Quest.
They don't even care about, like, no, just go. The Yules, they find the Alk. He's got a BKB available. He's going to be forced to pop it, but he's dang strong here. A hard target to go for.
That means no BKB for when the Chrono's up. It's up in 10 seconds.
And he has his BKB, right? You can't stop TA2000 in this Chrono now.
It's going to be
might want to respect the wall, though. Tier 3, that will be another fortification available for OG. But they have spells for Roche. I mean, Exo is up in 7 seconds.
That that bottom fight in particular just blew the game wide open for them. Like, how much gold for each hero? Over 1,000. That was without EXO, without Chrono. They get that beautiful chase out. Another setup for Roche with absolutely everything. OG, the BKB is still down for Yuragi, so this fight, it feels very difficult for how they can approach it.
I love that they're just faking this again, right? It's like, it's just 2 times in a row. The Hex comes out onto the Razor. TA2000 goes in. He's looking for his opening onto Yuragi, but he's able to get the blink away. This entire BKB is wasted, but they managed to find Seb on the vent. That's no save for your Chronosphere now, and TA2000's looking for the opening, and there it is. He finds the Alp, the minus armor from the Hal. The Vacuum will catch the DP into the Chronosphere, but the damage is done. Instant GG on the death. Huge win here from Quest as they managed to tie the series 1-1. But dude, such sick plays from them this game.
Sick plays and sick draft in the way they execute. This last big DP was honestly the perfect pick. Noobs 12-0-3. He doesn't let BZM get anything this game. BZM ends 0-6. So just because of this Death Prophet, because the way they played these lanes, they came out pretty much ahead in all 3. Like Alki's slightly ahead in the gold after like the lanes and stuff like that, but that usually means you're behind. Alki usually wants to be quite ahead after that lane, and not the case whatsoever. Relentless aggression from Quest.
Man, it is, I'll have to say, it's with a heavy heart that I see Ricky lose another game of Dota, but it is, you know, I don't want to say the expected result with how this hero has felt over the last couple of patches, but this now puts Vengeful Spirit at 0-3 in the tournament as well. So both these heroes have not managed to find really any success.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely felt like a little bit of experimental kind of testing. Will this work versus this Oracle? Will we have also this swap versus the Chronosphere and stuff like that, right? I think they were trying to find some solutions. But I think Quest, they covered their bases really nicely this game. I think Snap picking the Oracle in the second, it crippled DM's game to try to, like, pressure this Void by any means. He still got some farm, but overall, you could see the DM wasn't able to actually, like, play very aggressive and get too much done besides that. So, yeah, really, really good way that they kind of sequenced the draft. And then, yeah, DP last pick felt perfect, and the lanes looked great.
Yeah. It's just such night and day in the Faceless Voids game with the Oracle. Like, we've seen this exact matchup before, and you're backing for a Midas, you're trying to play recovery the whole time, and instead TA2000's full aggression. This was sick.
Yeah, and it's like, it's a combo of like multiple different things, right? Because it's also the fact that they're double melee versus Oracle. Yeah. So if they maybe had, like, let's say one of these, like, I don't know, these Bat Riders, these Coddles or something like that, then they play the lane differently. And then maybe they just play around pulling lanes and whatnot and, you know, this other type of stuff. And stuff, it's just like, instead it's just both Ion Shells getting dispelled. You can't go for these aggressive dives. Because, like, most double melee Darkseer lanes, it's like level 3's hit, you double glyph, you glyph the wave, you double dive, blah, blah, blah. You try to get these kills and pressure. That was never the case. This Void was completely full HP the entire laning phase.
And sick games. Both these games were really fun. I think OG played just like a near flawless game 1. Quest, it basically Uno reverse cards them here. Plays like, you know, very, very few mistakes in this game. I mean, when you have both your safe lane and mid lane go 0 deaths, you're off lane with 1. I mean, that is about as good as you can get.
Yeah, about as good as you can get. This was a really fun series that we got to see in a very, I guess we could say, the OG Classic. They come in, they go 1-1 again, right?
Yeah, they do.
Looking amazing when they're playing with their Coddle and stuff like that. This game, like I said, felt a little experimental. The game felt pretty difficult after lanes and stuff like that. They fought back in some decent approaches, but yeah, I mean, OG, they're still looking pretty decent, but they definitely are maybe, I wouldn't say like completely reliant on Coddle, but definitely reliant on when Seb is having a good game from what I've seen. Seb and BZM seem to be the X factor a lot of the time.
Yeah. They're at their 5th draw now. That is the 5th time that they have drawn the series 1-1. The highest of any team so far, but you know, there's other teams trying to do something similar. They're at least staying above kind of like that, you know, out of the tournament zone. Like they're getting close. They're right on the edge there, so they need to get themselves a 2-0. They've still got some heavy opponents coming up next, though, which are going to be Game and Gladiators. So we'll see what they can do. That's going to make or break it, I think, for the OG lineup in this tournament. Maybe we'll see some tiebreakers. Could be fun. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Well, maybe. That's going to be a tough one to bring back versus. Good luck going 1-1 versus Gaming. But Gaming has been dropping a bit of games. I don't know. Yeah. I'm looking forward to see it, but let's see.
Yeah. Group A is just super tight. But for now, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with a Group B series, which should be a lot of fun. I think you and I were both looking forward to this one. Is going to be BB Team taking on the side of Aster. So We haven't had a chance to cast Aster ourselves, I don't think. We've watched a lot of BB Team, but yeah, you excited for this one?
What do you mean? Of course, this is going to be amazing. I mean, Aster's been one of those, like, I think everybody's always excited to watch this team just because of, Sumail jumping in and everything during Berlin. But now they got Kaka. So I've been a huge Kaka fan for years. I used to play versus him back in the day and stuff like that. So since I haven't gotten to actually cover one of their games, I've gotten to watch a little bit of it. I'm super excited to get into all of it.
All right, well, everyone, we're going to be going to a short break with the final series of the day here on the Riyadh Masters. Stay tuned. We'll see you then.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave them with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. Hope y'all enjoyed that little bit of a break and maybe got to tune into some of these other streams, as there's been some very hype games happening over there. But we are back here with another 6 series. It is Team Aster taking on BB Team Fogged. How you doing, man?
Good. I was a little bit late. I'm sorry. I was literally watching the stream upstairs outside, and then I looked and I was like, oh my god, I missed my timer. Because there's some crazy crap going on in the mainstream if you were looking. Like, these...
Yeah, dude.
I'm going to do a slight spoiler, but these black holes have been absolutely absurd. So if you're not watching that one, maybe tune in for a little bit and then come back here, because it's been a treat to watch. So sorry for being a moment late.
No. I will say, though, the 9 Pandas Gaming Gladiators series has now completely shook Group A.
Yes.
Because there are 3 teams at 6-6 and 3 teams at 5-7. So this is going to be incredibly close. So very excited to see how that tunes out. We can talk about all that later.
Speed.
We just are zooming through the draft. They've already done a ban as well. Aster opens Snapfire Medusa. We get the Coddle Storm here for BB. Talk to me, man.
No hesitation. I mean, we're having Coddle go. I feel like it's going up and up and up. I think this is similar to what happened in Berlin. It's now got like 30-something picks, 60+, 65% win rate, something like that. So I think we're going to see this. This is the new Pugna. So we've got the Pugna Storm combo coming into play. I think people are also looking at Storm as a monster of his own, especially if he's got this mana outlet, because this hero scales so damn hard into later games, as we saw from Kiyotaka the other day. So excited to see this. Aster, they're sticking with their guns.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
Yeah, this is going to be... Honestly, I'm totally... I'm trying to think of, like, if it's okay to open Snapfire Medusa, but it seems like right now there's not really a good way to address the Medusa. Like, you can protect ban it here. We're going to see the Anti-Mage, the Morphling, probably Faceless Void as the third. You could also opt to go for... like a Phantom Lancer, which we haven't seen all that much. Oh, Darkseer, of course. Yeah.
I think Darkseer likely, because the other one is...
Darkseer's the big one.
I think the big 3 for me, it's like AM, Morph, Pango, but there's a Storm, so Pango's off the table unless they want to run some offlane Pango, which is not really the greatest. Only like 1 or 2 people like to play it, so I think, yeah, Darkseer is probably the one that they're looking at the ban for.
You can't
BB.
pick the Darkseer here, right? Like, you don't have first pick in phase 2, so... You can't deny pick it.
No.
So, Darkseer, yeah, makes a lot of sense.
I mean, look at that
it
ban,
so
too.
Good.
Like, a Lion ban comes out also. Sure, yeah, you're playing versus Kaka, so you always want to ban it, but you're playing a Storm, and, you know, there is the potential if you wanted to get a Darkseer, too, so... Like, that Lion ban is, like, triple different functions of why they are looking at it.
Incredible value.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, if it's not a Darkseer ban, I'll be a little bit surprised. Do you think BB Team just grab it immediately? Like, run the Darkseer Coddle lane? We've seen OG actually have a lot of success with it. You know, it doesn't really, like, crush the lane. You could go back for an Oracle.
That's the one
on
thing.
Aster.
That is the one problem, right? There still is potential for that, so maybe they don't even go down that route.
Man, there are some really interesting draft dynamics that have been starting to develop over this last day.
The other crazy thing is, too, is, like, BB doesn't really, like, that's not really a pure hero, to be quite honest with you. He's more about the Dooms, the Legions, you know, like, these kind of heroes. Even some, like, Pudge, I think I saw him play earlier today, if I'm not mistaken, maybe. So, yeah, he plays, like, a different kind of style from his offlane. So maybe he doesn't even want that. And maybe it's going to make Aster consider this, like, do we ban it or do we just look at something? Yeah, they're opting against it because they're like, I don't think the Pure plays it. That's more Pure's route. The Tidehunter.
The Tide, yeah. Definitely. I mean, we'll see. Like, maybe BB will go outside of the wheelhouse here to grab it, but... I would like the response of an Oracle. I think it would be pretty sick. It ruins the game of the Darkseer, at least in the lane stage. It protects the Medusa heavily as the game goes on. Quick question. Does she doesn't lose mana in Oracle's ult, does she? Or like, because it blocks all damage, right?
I think it's...
But you can get mana burned, though,
I'm pretty sure... I think you still do lose mana. Oh, God, that you actually put me on the spot for that one.
I mean, it's like
I've never seen
Medusa has made some weird mechanics with her new ult, so I don't know, or with her new passive.
Pretty sure that it goes to the damage. The burn will go through. The HP won't move, but the mana will move. So
yeah, so Oracle Dusa not a great combo then.
Someone will. I mean, I might sound stupid. I might be dumb. I literally haven't tested it. I've never even thought about an Oracle Dusa on the same team.
Yeah. It's like one of those things where it's
but it's the shield is before any type of mitigation.
Damage reduction or anything.
Exactly, so I would imagine. Someone will say in a second, but either way. They're taking a bunch of time here, BB.
How could you, Fog? I can't believe you didn't know this super niche interaction with a new mechanic.
I get really mad at myself when I don't know that stuff. I actually have no idea.
No, I'm just messing with you.
I test so much stuff, and then Owen half the time puts me on the spot.
I know. I see you in practice lobbies testing stuff all the time, too, so I know you do.
This is so much time spent. I mean, there's some crazy mind game stuff going on here. Okay, Enigma.
I totally forgot the Enigma was actually just still in the pool. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Hey, there's
Here's Legion.
Right,
you were right,
so
man.
This hero, this is a pure specialty. I mean, this is so good with Coddle as well too. Actually, really, really nice, old school kind of combo.
Yeah. Dude, new overwhelming odds is nuts.
Yeah, really, really nice.
10 seconds remaining.
I think this hero, we're gonna start to see it way more. I mean, we're already starting to see that trend here at this tournament. I think it's got quite a lot of picks, if I'm not mistaken, like 20 plus. Yeah, 23, 65% win rate, flexed all over the place too.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
Pretty good.
I think I saw a clip yesterday of XXS playing the Legion Commander in 3v1. Well, dies at the end of it, but kills 2 heroes. There's a God Strength Sven hitting him and killing himself on Blade Mail. So.
Yeah, I saw that. That was so sick. I saw that clip. I just like those types of plays are just so funny. You're just like, yeah, okay, we can get it. We have so much damage. You just press his Blade Mail, and you're like, maybe we need to wait. Maybe we should wait.
Yeah. Let's see. What do they pick?
You remember Whispers? Freaking solo kills a troll with like Blade Mail, no boots, nothing, and just wins the game almost because of it. Yeah, cool item.
You want to get
a lot of teams crushing their reserve time now.
Yeah, I'm like
That's
thinking
nuts.
they're probably thinking like, do we want to save? Do we want disable? They probably want to get some type of catch and stuff like that for Storm. We've seen quite a bit of the puck in a response to be like that extra catch first to Storm. Storm itemizes for the Orchid and stuff like that, but perhaps something they go down.
The darks to themselves.
Okay.
I'm okay with this. It actually hurts some of the Medusa counters because Terrorblade's a decent one.
Yep. And its hero just seems to be, even in games where it's not countering anything in particular, it seems so damn strong just for the team fights over and over again. It's back to, feels like it's back to the olden times of the Darkseer where it's just like king of team fight, right? You show up with your auras, you get a good vacuum wall, you're gonna win the fights, even if you're not against like a Giga Morphling Dusa carry.
Yeah. The thing is now Aster, this lineup, it seems like we're seeing the Tricore right out of the gate. Snapfire has been such a dominant mid hero. I'm fairly confident in her ability to just beat a Storm Spirit in mid. Like, that is a Snapfire favored lane.
Sumail's been destroying everyone on this hero, too, from what I've seen, so... Oh, this is nice.
It's a little bit iffy into the Legion, but this hero owns Coddle.
Yep. I actually really like this Darkseer Batrider duo. I think it's looking like one of the stronger ones that's not a dual melee. I think this hero actually takes advantage of pretty much every single aspect of Darkseer. The Surge, Ion Shell, Vacuum, everything feels so good with the bat in lane. And it's BKB Piercing, so it's always going to have that extra little element inside the later stages. They'll go for their Void. Okay, so that does mean it is versus a Darkseer Batrider lane, which could be a little bit more difficult, at least in the laning aspect.
You ban the Oracle, right? Like, we know this. We just learned about this. You ban the Oracle here. I feel like you have to.
Yeah.
Also, Oracle Legion we've seen be a pretty cool combo at times.
It's Oracle versus Darkseer and the Bat, right? So
yeah.
Probably something to
if you don't ban the Oracle here, I'm gonna be so confused. They get rid of ET.
Okay, so looking more about mid game rather than about lane, I guess, right now.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
And the Pugna. So that means what?
I mean, save for the Chrono, I guess, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's also... Wait. Actually, wait a minute. I guess because it is with the Dusa. Also. The man...
Oh,
the
yeah.
Mana, even though the mana has been nerfed and stuff like that, the save versus Legion and Void is also pretty good.
5 seconds remaining.
That's interesting, babe.
Dude, if it's not an Oracle ban, I'm gonna be shocked. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank God. It's like there's no way they're looking past this.
Not if you have both Bat and...
Yeah. It just crushes your off lane.
They could use some burst damage if they want to run like this Coddle in like a... I mean, as like a 5-ish roll, they could still look for some type of nuker. Like some, I don't know, Sky.
Like Sky?
Sky's not terrible with the Legion. It's not fantastic versus the Dusa, but Does give you a lot of aggression early.
Team Aster's turn to
Get rid of the Rubik. I mean, good spells to steal this game. It's always fun into the Storm Spirit. Aster, I mean, you need some catch here for the Storm, I think, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you don't have the Lion. That's been banned.
Is Cock about to bust like Shadow Shaman out or something? Like, knowing him, he loves these like.
Dude.
He loves these double disable heroes, but.
That would be funny. I haven't seen a Shadow Shaman in a while, but I think it's unpicked and unbanned, but...
It's Kaka, so I'm just thinking he's going to do something.
CM, maybe?
Yeah, they'll be more normal. That's a snap Shadow Demon pick. Okay. I thought
it makes sense.
I thought Aster might actually go for the SD earlier, but then they got the bat, so I thought it was against it, but... Okay. I mean, it's SD versus Dusa, so that's always going to be great. The Demonic Purge is very useful in this game also versus Darkseer and Spirit Breaker. They don't have great kill combo with the Legion overall, though.
No, not at all. Here is going to be like relatively alone in terms of finding these kind of dual victories outside of GPK, like eventually showing up. But I worry, man. Kaka's Batrider can do some serious work in the early game. We have seen Batrider, Shadow Demon, the matchups from the support side. And I think Shadow Demon had like 9 deaths to Batrider alone in one of these games. Like he's just absolutely crushing this hero. So yes, Shadow Demon, great for the game. Disruption, amazing against Medusa. Demonic Purge, amazing against Darkseer, Spirit Breaker. But
lanes,
see how the Batrider does.
Lanes don't look the easiest for the side of BB.
No.
And we did see yesterday when they put themselves into a laning concern, Secret just completely destroyed them. All 3 lanes, if I'm not mistaken, in both of the games. Maybe one of the lanes actually ended up going their way, but overall, it was Secret just running over the lanes, and I feel like Aster, they set themselves in a position with some pretty damn strong lanes. They've got the Snap versus the Storm. They've got the Dusa with the backup of a tanky front line, and they have this great kill combo versus a Void that doesn't have a Dispel, so we'll have to see how that bottom lane, or how this, the Faceless Void lane in particular goes, but definitely liking what Aster's got, at least in the laning aspect, and their mid-game fights are pretty damn strong, too, so let's see if the Storm and the Coddle can work its magic, but liking Aster's a bit more.
I agree. I'm with you on this one. I like the Aster draft a lot. I think it's pretty dang straightforward. We'll see what they can do. Coddle, Storm, always an incredible combo. We've seen Coddle just pop off so far this tournament. It is now, like you said, moving up in priority. It is first picked. So it'll be interesting.
Aster have to play pretty, I would say pretty pressure heavy, though. That's the one thing I will say about their draft. Like the scaling, this Void, he'll be able to get to that type of crazy type of scaling if he does get there in the later games. So I think for Aster, probably on a bit of a timer to put the pressure on, but fairly balanced draft. And I'm looking forward to see how these mid-game plays and how these lanes end up going. Let's see if Sumail ends up doing his Sumail thing on the Snapfire that we've seen him do to almost everybody.
Just dumpstering everyone in the lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. For everyone who's just tuning in, you're all trickling in now that we are just past the draft. It is Aster versus BB team here in the first game of our last series. That's an interesting way to say that. Could have probably said that differently, but it's fine. I'm sure it makes sense.
Whoop. Save. Yeah. He gets the ward down just on the cusp of breaking it. Doesn't get broken, so shouldn't get spotted. Let's see if timings work. Let's see if these timing lineups can actually be sure to pressure. BB, they did struggle yesterday when they were the ones on the back foot, so.
I mean, my eyes are on Kaka's Batrider. Like, to be honest, I feel like the Batrider might be one of the strongest heroes of the tournament right now. I think people are not respecting the power this has from the floor, so.
I'm actually on the same with you, but I'm on the flip. I'm actually watching save. I think the Coddle for me is the one that's, it's a bit
that's
of
true,
These 2 4s like, seem to be the absolute kings. This is the rise of what they're able to do. And Coddle is one of the best heroes at stalling games out, being able to recall, cut waves, etc., and stuff like that too eventually. So, yeah, if BB can do that, we'll see.
Kaka just like threw his flame break across the river, like revealing that they have a ward.
Oh,
but
weird.
It's all right. They will grab the rune and the little trade there. It's gonna be 2-2 for each of the teams. We're getting ready to head to the lanes. All right. This man, dude, I don't even know which lane I want to walk. They're all gonna be really good.
I was literally about to say the same thing. I'm like, man, I wanted to stare at mid, but I also want to see what happens with this top lane because I feel like this Darkseer Batrider can take advantage a lot versus this Void. But then bottom also, like, it's a pretty aggressive lane from both, like pretty aggressive lane from BB versus Monet. So
Man, I'm just stoked that we get to finally watch a Aster game.
Same.
Like, this is gonna be cool.
No,
GPK taking some heavy harass mid to start it off, but does manage to clear his creep wave, not let Sumail get any denies, so really sick play from him.
Very important for these first few waves as a Storm Spirit versus Snap. If you get out-leveled right away, he's able to just stand on your hill and bully you.
Yeah, especially when you get to, you know, Crown and a couple more stat items, and suddenly you just have the 20 damage advantage that we've been seeing Snapfires have.
It's easy for you to set up even kill threat all the time, so yeah. Great first two waves there from GPK. Lane positioning now, though. I mean, he's trying to body block the best he can so that it's not on the low ground, but Sumail's got high ground advantage now versus him.
Yeah, that's nice.
So I'm going to be pretty focused around the mid lane.
Yeah, I think the first two waves are really important, so
yep.
I'm with you on that one. Oh, the high ground miss. Oh, no.
He gets them all.
No. Dude, GPK, that is rough. He's got a scatter blast in 2. He's not going to use it, though. I mean, that is...
He's still doing great, but he's getting heavily harassed.
Oh, gets a range 9. That's pretty good. I mean, he's got 9 CS, or 10 CS. It's good. It's good for sure.
Yeah, no, he's holding his own. I'm wondering if he might spend extra. I think he might have to bring some extra regen, though, so perhaps that'll be the difference where Sumail doesn't really have to bring extra regen. GPK might have to bring tangos.
Yeah. You always have to be so careful of just a stray cookie catching you. All right, we can pull our attention away for the moment. Take a look at some of these other lanes here. We've again got this top lane, Batrider Darks here. It's a scary lane, like you said. It's one of the few non-melee heroes that does actually kind of play in melee range, and it works well.
Yeah, and doesn't feel the easiest for Void to play around. Yeah, you have time dilation, which can work great in some aspects versus this lane, but you don't have an aggressive 5 position. You have a very defensive 5 position. So it does feel like Nightfall is going to be quite slowed down. But on the flip side, looking at Pure, playing versus the Medusa, he's got, what, 13, 14 damage advantage or something like that over her, so far so good.
7 denies. That was great.
Infinite
Part of me wonders, like, if it's the Spirit Breaker not really being able to offer a whole lot at the moment. He will grab the Lotus, so that's actually pretty nice.
To get it, yeah. That's nice. Definitely, right? Like, he just, every time he walks up, he gets bonked away. He can't actually trade with Pure. He's not like a Clockwork or something like that, where you can just effectively trade with just magic damage. They keep getting a lot of range denies. I keep seeing, like, I just saw Coddle even get one.
Yeah. I mean, it's just every time this overwhelming odds is up, it's just overwhelming odds spam and then an immediate chakra again. It's been really difficult. And here, obviously, I like his bracer pickup, casual bracer with the moment of courage. He's going to go for a second bracer as well. So a lot, dude, another range tonight. But a lot of sustain coming out from the Legion.
He takes
that
a clap
actually is a lot of damage.
Another one?
Okay.
Tip him. That 2 bash.
You have to tip him.
That was
the clap double bash, dude. Unreal.
What the? All right, well. And they have the Spirit Breaker too to set up for mid. That's the other scary thing too for GPK. Does have to be aware, and they're actually double checking runes here, and they're
gonna double rune.
They might actually just go for the dive onto GPK.
The charge is coming in. He forts the wave. That creep is gonna take a lot of damage to push back. He's got a scatter blast in 1. Nice vortex, but it's gonna connect. They get the kill, save. Making his rotation in, trying to bring down Kaka. Maybe with the tower. No, he gets out. The TP out from the Spirit Breaker. Oh, no.
What a move. Healing Lotus gets popped. Kaka, he's just going to suicide to neutral. He doesn't want to steal the creep wave from Sumail, from his king. A good aggressive play. A good glyph there from Sumail to keep the creep alive a little bit longer so they can go for that dive play.
Yeah, that was nice. And Sumail, 30-10 in the mid lane to 19-1 now all of a sudden. Plus the kill to boot. And he's got plenty of sustain.
The crowns are coming out. Now that damage advantage, he's going to have like 90 base damage or something to the 60 of the Storm, and he's soon to hit 6 also.
I think Batrider's just going to TP mid. I'm pretty sure he's just clearing the wave. Yeah, he's going to bottle refill here. No reason not to. This is, so much focus being poured into Sumail, especially since he's almost 6.
It's been like
DPK's not even 5 yet.
Yeah, and it's been like this since the Sumail joined them. They're trying to take advantage of these movements, trying to punish up top on tech success.
He's not that easy to grab, though. 3 Shadow Poison stacks. Nightfall doesn't actually have Time Walk for a few seconds, but with Kaka here now, your aggression's pretty much over.
Sumail, he's constantly pinging mid. He's a charge this man. We have a free kill if I get Cookie set up.
Look at the ward vision here. Double wards around mid.
Yeah.
gonna cancel this.
This has been Aster's approach. Like, it's makes Sumail have the best game possible, and he's already playing the snap, so he's already gonna have a good lane, and they're making sure that GPK actually gets zoned completely off with that charge. Catapult is still alive in mid.
Holy heck, it is. Wow. Okay. It's gonna take a lot of damage from the other catapult here, but Sumail not opting to push the wave. Wants to just play for the 6-minute rune as they've again brought both supports to the mid lane. He will get the D ward here from save. That was quite nice.
It's the standard Aster. Just double check the runes, make sure Sumail owns. Kaka now scouting out. He knows GPK is jungling over here. GPK is actually pretty much out of mana, but Kaka doesn't find him.
I mean, you're double checking runes at 4 and 6, and your side lane is still second and third on net worth.
Yeah, Deuce has gotten pretty much everything now after that point, and Darkseer, it's a Vanguard Darkseer versus a Void SD. They cannot pressure. These two heroes just don't have damage or control. SD's very defensive.
Okay, we've talked about this a couple times. There are a lot of stacks in the jungle here that Save is making, and Sumail has Mortimer Kisses.
This is
true. So if he gets bored and doesn't have a lane opponent, he can just clear the wave and go Mortimer Kiss the hard camp that's stacked for him.
Look at Aster. They're set up for double wisdoms. Tokyo,
Yes, they are.
Sumail's coming.
Yes, the cookie does get the kill, and the other side, Save does get the pushback, so he grabs it. So they end up 1-1-ing on those runes, but Sumail, nice rotation, gets himself a freebie.
Kaka takes the rune away, though. He's like, sorry, Sumail, I know you want to bottle that one. Man.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine, because Batrider with early levels is really scary.
Yeah. I mean, so far, Aster, they set themselves up for success in laning phase. BB, they drafted themselves lanes. One lane that can look really good, the Legion in particular, but the other two, kind of expected that these were going to struggle a bit. I'm actually impressed that Nightfall's held his own so nicely up here.
Yeah, he's done great. Needs to be careful, though, as there is a rotation looming. Never mind. We'll go back bottom here on the Spirit Breaker. Charge instantly canceled.
Maybe a little lucky there from Save, but does get it perfectly. Kaka getting spotted here. GPK's in the area.
He gets the Firefly off. XXS is close by. Sends a nice wall, actually, right on top of him. GPK needs to be a little bit careful.
Nightfall walks over.
He will back away.
What can he commit? Yeah, this... Aster, this is really, really nice moves around the map. Just continuing to pressure so much of the side of BB. Sumail's nearly gotten the whole mid tower, and he actually finds GPK.
He has a 2-level advantage. Oh, he guesses wrong. He tried. Oh, what can he do? He'll take the medium camp instead. First set of Mortimer Kisses, not great. That being said, they are still scouting out that stack in the jungle.
Sumail, give him a tip.
Yeah, that's a nice dodge by GPK.
Yeah, respect given. Sumail predicted wrong. But either way, Sumail, even though the kisses hit, he almost has Atos.
Kaka's coming for the stack.
Oh,
yep, there it is. Yeah, this is exactly what I was expecting.
They got it.
They have to.
I mean, but this is just a Batrider stealing it, so it's like...
And he might just get it anyway. He does.
He got like one or two. I think GPK got 1 or 2 as well. But look at this chase. This doesn't feel great. Kira will get a duel, but...
There's a 10 stick charge. Does give him a little bit of HP, but yeah, the duel will go the way of Pure. They get something, but
look at Sumail. Off of that, he's like, you're going to chase? I'm going to hit mid, and his Atos is already done. So he's got this control, and it's a really, really good Atos game. Of course, it's the standard on Snap, but versus Void and Storm, it's phenomenal. They're killing this early game.
Yeah, they're doing really good. 3K advantage, back down to 2. It's kind of back and forth a little bit. It's mostly GPK's game that's really struggling, right? Like, the Storm Spirit...
Yeah.
Getting shut down in the mid lane. He's over 2 levels behind the Snapfire.
2K net worth difference, too. Nightfall, he's going to go down that Midas route of recovery, but let's see if that recovery actually works. I saw BB when they played on back foot yesterday. They never got back into the game, so let's see if that changes.
They catch him with a nice ward. Disruption is there. The charge through. It's going to be Nightfall with a Chrono if he wants to drop it. They're going to bring Sumail low, but Hawkeye's nearby. Does have the flame break. Sumail trying to survive this one. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to. They finally get the kill. That's massive. GPK stuck up on the high ground. Does get saved by the Coddle's Chakra Magic as Nightfall's continuing to just chase the Spirit Breaker around. Finally gets the Bash aligned to go for the Chrono. And he will clean up 2 big kills there for BB Team and absolutely necessary.
They brought 4 heroes absolutely worth. I mean, Nightfall just shows up and just starts punching. And it works. The time dilation plus the stacks onto Sumail. He's able to just get that extra right clicks. He's got Midas finished up now. Getting involved with Treads, Gloves of Haste. Pretty sweet.
This Midas is going to do wonders for him.
Yeah. BB's looking to go for scale. This Deuce has been left alone, though. Monet, level 8. Imagine they're going to get some stacks set up for her as well. All right, 3-3. Not as crazy action-packed as we had from earlier, where I think we had like 20-something kills by now, but
yeah, that was
responding accordingly.
That was pretty wild. And it's just the way OG's been playing. It's just nuts.
And BB, they're just gonna look to slow the pace of the game down, right? Look back up, get some stacks going, keep replenishing everybody's mana, look to farm those up with your Midas and to catch GPK back up. We've almost brought it back to that 0. 2K leader at the moment for Aster.
Dude, the supports on BB team are actually super high level. Save is gonna just go for the vessel, like we've been seeing, almost level 7.
Stacks, baby.
Yep.
Stack Dota. Maybe we'll see some changes happen to this. Because I think this is like the most important thing for support to do from now on, but
when you have two great stacking heroes like this, like Shadow Demon and Coddle, oof.
Yeah, and then they just sit behind GPK, keep him pumped up so he can keep that farm and try to catch back up. And he still is struggling.
And on Sumail nil. Grab the Scatter Blast damage talent. Pretty decent chunk of damage. They have the Atos plus the lasso to play around, but GPK plenty safe there with Toronto, Tokyo nearby.
And they're getting quite a lot more stacks at the ready though from DPT. I mean, it's like a triple hard camp, a triple ancient or double ancients. Kaka's stacking a little bit, but he supports now at this point for BB. Gotta start to get accelerated even more so when they do back up and farm him.
The Midas? Yeah, okay. He's on his way to his Maelstrom. He's already got the
he's got the Javelin. He's big. Honestly, he's only 500 behind, or 600 behind or so the Dusa. That's honestly very, very good with the lane that he was up against. He didn't end up dying at all. Very farm-heavy game. BBT looking to make the first big aggressive move after these last 10 minutes. Gonna catch someone. Success playing smart and just iron shelling the wave.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And they'll scout GPK. Alright. And Kaka's just gonna continue stack.
I mean, if he gets caught here, it's quite big. And GPK's just gonna take the stack. He's like, you did it to me earlier. This one's mine.
He doesn't get the big creeps.
The big ones though, yeah. And they get the deny on the ward as well. So Kaka kinda safe here. And we'll get surged away.
I mean, a necessary contest, but ends up not actually paying off by any means there. Kaka just walks in, gets the D ward.
Stupendous.
And more space for Monet as he continues to farm up on the Medusa. Now, we have seen this Medusa versus Faceless Void matchup quite a bit, as it was kind of turning into one of the best late game counters to the Medusa, outside of, like, say, the Darkseer, of course. But do you think that the pace Nightfall, he can definitely contest, like, into the late game at this point?
Yeah, I mean, as long as they can keep slowing the pace of the game down. I think it's Aster's time to go, though, right? Aster, they're going to look to make these more aggressive moves to shut down BB.
Nice little grab here onto the Shadow Demon mid. Just hits a shotgun in the face.
And I feel like for them, it's much easier on Aster to make these aggressive moves, too. Like, Pure, when Pure has Blink Dagger, then they can look to make more aggressive moves on BB. But pre-Blink Dagger, Aster's got way more forms of initiation with the Spirit Breaker naturally going for it. Kaka, he almost has a Blink, too. So Aster, I feel like they're going to constantly look to kick the tempo up a little bit more, while BB's just going to look to play a little bit more of a slowdown game. Because they want to take it to late game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if they can get there without too much of a deficit, like their lineup, it scales very hard. Their Tricore is very threatening, and they have an SD, of course, versus that Medusa always, so
something a little bit interesting here. Sumail is swapping up the build a little bit. Ooh, Spirit Breaker, you went in a little bit too far here. Kaka is nearby, might be able to go for the save here, and well, this is the last, so they're trying to just deny a duel, and instead, Pure turns it around onto the Bat Rider, so that will be a kill. Backside, GPK goes in aggressively. Sumail does have that shield rune, big back wall on before Nightfall does have that Chronosphere available. He might have to throw up the Stone Gaze. Monet doesn't allow him to really turn back. Saved,
no, it's dead.
Saved.
Nobody's dead. They all got away.
All live. That is nuts.
Oh, what a play. I mean, Pure just turns and stands his ground. GPK with an instant cancel of the Mortimer Kisses, too, on Sumail. Nice play.
Very, very, very big. I forgot what I was talking about literally going into that.
I literally did as well. Oh, you're talking about Sumail. Yeah,
Yeah, he's going Ags instead of like Gleipnir. Is that like the dual answer this game, or what is the idea behind this one?
That's literally what I was thinking too. Dual answer, and then maybe just like to send the Dusa in the front, right? Just good luck. Here, I'm just gonna maybe. I guess I'm not sure. That's actually really interesting. You can save people out of, grab people out of Chrono if they're on the absolute cusp of it as well too. I guess I don't know. But I think more so it's about him just looking to get the combos with the Darks here and throw the Deuce in.
Okay, I like it. I guess, yeah, Vac Wall, it is a stun to follow it up.
Yeah.
You know?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And XXS did disassemble into the pipe, so he's got that done.
It's an interesting one, because it provides, I guess you could say, like, a different form of team fight in comparison to going the Gleipnir build, where you're more scaling and team fighty. This is just strictly team fight. Definitely interesting. Maybe I'm missing something. Cool.
Yeah, Monet does catch the Medusa. Goodbye. What a great wraparound here from BB team.
That's a massive kill. This could even allow Nightfall to catch up completely, and that would just be tied with the Dusa, which is something you never really want to see if you're playing the Dusa. You want to have that network advantage.
Yeah, it was. Okay.
Yeah. BBT, they're getting a lot out of this map. They're slowing things down. That pickoff is going to be pretty instrumental to let Nightfall keep that pace up. But now, Taka, Sumail.
He gets the blink. That's his blink reveal, the cookie to follow, and they get the trade. So what could have been a moment for this, Faceless Void to catch up, he gets taken down. He does get the Midas off at least.
He does,
so
yeah. He's still in
something.
He's still in a pretty, of course, in a pretty damn good spot. But yeah, it would have been huge if he stayed alive the whole time the Deuce is dead arm. Sumail doesn't have to commit kisses either, too. It's just a blink lasso play because he was kind of low.
Hey, come on top on Aster. They're bringing numbers, but it's like they will back away. Seeing a lot of heroes start to show up.
This is a really cool game. Even though it's very, very kill low, just the way that the macro movements are happening around the map to just find these cores. And that is the Ags now done for Sumail. They're actually going to accelerate. They're going to be the ones to force a Roshan, force a fight in the area here.
Yeah.
Or they're thinking about it, at least.
They don't have a try.
Definitely not the absolute best.
Yeah. There's no minus armor, no medallions, nothing. They're just going to try and just brute force this.
Maybe because they have such a bit wonky Rosh lineup, it's like BB's has absolutely no idea this is happening. Because this is pretty unexpected.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of damage, using a lot of spells. They will eventually bring it down. And Aegis, I'd have to imagine, is going to go to Monet, right? Like, you can't afford this Medusa to go down again.
No, you definitely give it him.
All right. Aegis for the Medusa.
BB's able to farm around the map during all that, but I wonder if they even knew this was going down. Maybe they did, but it seems pretty unexpected with this type of lineup from Aster. Especially because BB have everything ready.
So Monet closing in on his Scotty. I'm trying to think what he I feel like it's probably the butterfly build eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So you can probably imagine Nightfall is going to do like BKB Mjolnir MKB or something like that if he even feels like he needs it. Aster, they're looking to make another move here. They've got the lasso back up from Taka, and they still have that ward that was lingering in the area.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier bottom 1 should fall here to Monet.
He's trying to farm this stack, but they seem absolutely certain of where Aster is. He backs away.
Dire's middle tower is under
They see Sumail's courier fly. Wait, what the hell's going on up top? Sumail's courier's flying top. BB sees the courier and actually back away because they're thinking he's top.
Dude, dude, this is next level gameplay.
Is that next
level?
level?
Guys, they're top actually.
I'm actually unsure what. Is that next level or is that like Miss Micro? That was, I don't know, that was interesting.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I was wondering if he was like sending his courier
Micro.
through the gate or something like that, but he didn't have any items on it, so.
Yeah.
That was interesting. Wonder if it was a mind game.
Dude, that would be actually so wild if it was. They're like, oh, courier's top. All right.
All right. Very interesting.
Get the ward portal there. And 20-minute Tormentor is up, and the 21-minute Rune will be up soon. And this is a very good position for Aster to be in.
Yeah, prime for the taking around here. I think they're just BB look to make the same move. It looks like they are pinging it out that they want to try to go for the opposing Tormentor too.
It's not as easy though, because You don't have the tier 1 down.
No, you need the Void also. I mean, splitting between just your Storm and your Coddle definitely doesn't seem great. Yeah, they're bringing the rest of the squad. But I mean, that one's already dead.
Yeah, they're going to just trade the Wisdom Runes, it looks like. Well, I'd imagine so. It looks like Aster's sticking around.
I mean, they're deciding to apply their own pressure instead. They're hitting the tier 2.
Yeah, I like this.
And they're getting a lot. XXS is mid. Sumail's farming jungle. And they will be able to claim that Wisdom Rune. And they're even looking to contest up here.
Aka going in, just gets caught by a nice Vortex. He's looking for his opening, but a great vac wall comes out. GPK is out of mana. He's going to need the Coddle to try and keep him in this. There's going to be a Chakra. A nice dispel from Pure. He's looking for the Gobble Up and connects into the Nether Strike. Sumail. This man with the snipe from downtown. Very sick. That is a great way of dealing with the Shadow Demon Disruption, actually.
That was awesome, actually. And now they're going to be able to get Tormentor, too. 3-man vacuum. I mean, Monet
they're out of mana.
Yeah.
On Monet.
He's fine.
He'll get it.
It's fine. It's fine. It's split between 4. All right. I mean, another good shard also being given. They get X successes.
Yeah,
I actually got the earlier one. My bad.
It was Planar Pocket. It was Spirit Breaker.
Oh, I mean, that could actually be huge versus Duel and Vortex.
Yeah.
And even versus Destruct. Versus a lot of these single target. Even Disruption, if you can eat one of those onto a Dusa.
Yeah, there's some pretty cool situations for Planar Pocket this game.
Yeah. That's, I mean, huge now for Master. Things are starting to slow down a little bit. BB was looking okay. Now a big hit again. GPK gets slowed down for a second time this game. He's bottom of the course. By a good margin, too. I mean, good like 1,000 gold at least.
Mel's going to find a Haste Rune.
Right.
So that'll be quite nice. He's much more slippery to find now. Mortimer going to just sprint around the map. I love his haste animation. It is so cool.
Oh, with the flailing legs and everything?
Yeah, he just gets up on his hind legs and flails. It's so good.
You talked about the little things of Dota that are super appreciative, like the voice lines and stuff like that. I think these little animations, too. The wounded animation of Marcy, where she's, like, clutching her hip, too. The wounded broodmother with the, you know, the funny legs.
Like a
and
broken
everything.
leg, yeah.
Aster, smoked up behind Monet, continuing trying to force as much as they can with this Aegis timing.
Yeah, why not? Only 30 seconds left. They get a tier 2.
Aka's already hunting with the ward, too. He's got the Blink Force Staff to grab someone out of base.
This is huge. I mean, imagine he finds the Shadow Demon here. He's sitting just far enough back on Toronto Tokyo, which is great, but it looks like EV team is going to bring the supports and back, like force everyone else away. They're not losing anything on the map.
They knew. They were so far back. Tokyo, he has a gem, so he's going to be able to instantly get that D ward.
Nice gem pickup. I like that a lot.
Yeah, same. You're on the back foot. You know they're hunting you. You know you're playing the greed game, attempting to try to go to late game scaling. So, gotta watch out if you're under any type of vision. But Aster, still in a very comfortable spot. This Dusa continuing to get quite big. Her timings. It'd be problematic for this Void to keep up with them. And Storm, we're definitely seeing GPK just continue to get slowed down. So much attention on him. He's got Kai Assange, but...
That will help.
Still a bit
Just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Hey, now he's at least got 1,800 HP. He was pretty fragile until that point.
And it is going to be the Butterfly for Monet after the Iascati, which is exactly what we would have expected. And Mjolnir next on the block here for Faceless Voice. He did finish up the BKB. A little bit of True Strike, of course, from that, but
only some.
Might need to progress into the MKB afterwards.
Yeah. They're smoking. BKB finished up on Pure. So a couple item timings that BBT has hit, but will they get an angle? I think Aster... It looks like they maybe saw that.
The Deuce Illusions, were they in range?
It looked like they kind of did, but...
Ooh, an Illusion Rune for Monet. That's going to be nice. Just send these down the lanes, force them to deal with it.
Disrupt it. Honestly, maybe you just break the smoke to disrupt this illusion.
Yeah, you do.
Get your own push started, too. Maybe you can hit a little bit onto this mid tower with it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A decent chunk of damage. Where are we at on darks here? Okay, Guardian Greaves done, going for the blink. He's got a Philo Stone as well. Like,
He is
probably one of the best items you could get.
He's unbelievably farmed, honestly. And yeah, I like that he's going for the blink next. Definitely some big wombo. He's already landed like a multiple 3-4 man vacuum walls. And this shard is something that you can never really like count out. I actually think this shard on Darkseer is one of the hidden, sneaky, amazing ones.
Dude, it's so good. The fact that it just breaks blinks because you can't chase after him. Oh, Haka? Just short on the blink. They're going to get initiated anyway. GPK needs to be careful. The charge will be dodged. Nicely done from him. He's gone through a lot of his mana already, though. And with the ward on the high ground, BB team definitely have the advantage, so they will back away at the moment on Aster.
Fancy little play. I mean, GPK has to burn a lot of mana, but he charges, you know, zips into the Spirit Breaker to dodge the charge and stuff like that. But these two heroes are actually pretty annoying to kill. They're fairly tanky, and Spirit Breaker with Bulldoze, yeah, I just see him waltz away.
And they're so close to the butterfly timing on the Medusa. It seems like they really don't want to force anything until they have it.
Yeah, I mean, they're not. I think they're not feeling too forced to do it, but still seeing Nightfall grow. Mjolnir is done.
That's big. Looks like he's queued up a Halberd afterward, so
That's
a little bit more of a defensive option. Another way, I guess, to stop the Medusa.
That was the 9 Pandas, I believe it was, that during Berlin, because the Medusa was just untouched and uncontested, really, and unbeaten. This was their approach. They bought multiple Halberds afterwards and just continued taking it to late game and just kept disarming her.
Pretty quick Roche respawn, 30 seconds. We'll drop into the top side of the map.
That might be perfect in sequence with Monet's Butterfly being picked up.
Yeah. So the real question is which team's going to set up for this first, because that is going to be a really big objective here for both of these teams. Getting Aegis on Storm or Medusa could change a lot.
Yeah, Vision is going to be super important around that next fight, around that next top side. Whoever gets these type of initiations, seeing if Pure can, in particular, can get a good start of the fight to delete a hero. I feel like he kind of has to on BBT. He has to get a good, clean initiation, or the team fight overall looks like it could be complicated with the way Aster can just naturally jump in with the Darkseer. I think for me, at least, eyes on Pure if he gets a good big grab for BB.
Here they go. Aster, all 5 to the top lane into a smoke. They know the timing. It's got to be up soon. And GPK, Save, and Toronto Tokyo all here at the moment.
In Tokyo,
Batrider, that's the big catch, right? If he finds it. He sees the courier. Gets the ward down. He's going to find Tokyo. That's a great opening. And with him going down, the question is, can you find more? Toronto Tokyo's dead. Monet here on this Medusa. Just got to clean up these illusions.
That's one of the bigger grabs they can get. That's the gem. Did they actually pick it up?
Oh, duel on the backside. It's caught the Batrider. He's going to buy back on the Shadow Demon as well. Monet is almost out of mana. GPK comes in. He's also out of mana. The Stonegate was committed. The Chrono right on top of him. Mortimer Kiss is coming through. The save is not going to be there. And now Sumail needs to be careful. The charge in. They managed to catch this Spirit. A nice back roll onto 5. But is it enough? Is the damage already done? Sumail falling so low as Pure trying to chase after him. The damage is there. It's the static charge that actually makes it work. Success now on the run. Does have a blink in 1. Gets away before the time dilation clips him.
And he'll
big
be okay.
Win here from BB team.
Huge. And they lost Tokyo at the start of the fight, but then he actually got the deuce of being held in place. She lost, what, almost all of her mana? I think like 2/3 at least, just being able to try to retreat from the fight. They don't even take the gem, I don't believe, right? I think they actually ended up reclaiming their own gem on BBT after all of it, too. So, huge fight.
Yeah, absolutely massive.
Totally stopped it now. Nightfall. Enabled to be able to get a Roche and enabled to be able to get that MKB timing. Uh-oh, Aster, your timing.
Yeah.
It's going away.
Storm Spirit might be up to grab this Aegis as well. He's up in 3. He could just TP top and Aster. There's no way to contest this. They're still going to scan it. Going back, they want to try and force another fight, but
can't make it.
No, they'll grab the Aegis. They can't risk it. It goes on to Nightfall. They won't actually make this connection here. And Aster.
Can they even
catch? They all get away. They get away super clean.
They can't even catch anybody on the retreat. BB. The biggest move that they possibly could have made there.
Dead even game now. Completely dead even. A massive XP advantage for BB team, but net worth completely flat, and it's really Nightfall who's benefited the most. He gets some really big kills in that fight. Level 18 now, so the 3rd point in Chrono Spirit available.
Yep, and the greed, it's paying off. You know, this is what they went for. They went for a bit of a, you know, little bit of a greedier draft in terms of like lanes. I think they probably knew that some of these lanes weren't gonna win, but overall for mid game, for late game, and mostly for late game, this is what they're looking for. And this Void is now absolutely set. I mean, the graph's so even, but I feel like now it's pretty decent advantage for BB. Aster definitely on a timer. They need this next move to work on Aster. Now they're playing into this Aegis and Cheese and almost a full MKB on Nightfall.
Whoa, we're going to see an Aghanim Scepter from Kaka here instead of like the BKB, which is what we've seen a lot on these support bat riders. Like, it's just like Blink Force BKB, and he's just finding the openings. But he's going for the axe, opening for a double lasso of some kind.
Maybe feeling like they need some extra type of control, because control is definitely a problem in their fights. It's really just the Spirit Breaker now at this point. Sumail, his isn't really as impactful anymore compared to what it was early game. They don't have like the follow-up with these vacuums and stuff. If they have like a vacuum double lasso, maybe it could be a little bit bigger. But yeah, BBT is just getting so much out of the map. They're about to have Lincoln's done for GPK2, so he'll have coverage versus the Bat Rider in particular, and even versus the Charge.
Oop. And Save will grab Recall. That's fantastic. Gets
Huge.
The Tormentor for that. Did the other Tormentor go down yet? It has not. Okay. So we still got like I think a minute and a half, 2 minutes before that one's up. So Lincoln's queued up on Sumail as well. I mean, obviously just a great universal hero item. Does protect him a little bit against the duel, obviously, just the Demonic Purge. So there are a lot of use cases for it this game.
But his growth is totally stopped. I mean, Sumail, after he's still 5-2. Don't get me wrong about that stuff. But just looking at the game state, looking at the Storm, even though GPK is 3-3, he's pretty much same net worth, and his impact, you can start to feel it's going to start becoming a lot more apparent than Sumail's is.
We've had a lot of really cool engagements and map movements this game, but it is 8 to 9. Like, not many heroes have actually died.
No, I think this time around, like, yesterday we saw Secret when BB was trying to slow the pace of the game down. Secret just hunted them all the time. They had like 30 kills or something like that. This one, Aster, they weren't able to find these kills, and BB's been able to play for their late game insurance, which it's kicked in now completely.
Yeah. We're going to see a smoke up here from BB Team as Faceless Void did finish his MKB. He's got Chronosphere back off cooldown. We get a good ward up here on the high ground. On this mid tower, Sumail's going to show for a second. It's the blink down. Okay.
Just got to be careful.
Yeah, you need to be very careful. How far are we from this Hex? Caudle is very close, actually. About 1,000 gold from his Hex.
I mean, they're next to like a lot of big items even after they finished up their MKB and stuff. Look how Aster's playing on the map. They're feeling very scared to show kind of anywhere. Only the Spirit Breaker at the moment looking to push out these waves. And there's, as you said also, the recall is going to open up more opportunity for BBT to find these heroes that are split up at the moment. So it looks like Monet, he's like, okay, well, I have an issue where I can't kill my own illusion, as we saw in the top one, so he actually has to go for an MKB himself just to kill his own illusion. Feels kind of bad.
Yeah, that is a rough one. I mean, it's a great damage item for the Medusa always. But
sure.
Yeah, you have to deal with this. The fact that you now have Scotty, Butterfly, Manta, like, these illusions are super tanky. So, that's rough. A lot of times you'd prefer Daedalus, but that just makes your illusion stronger.
Yeah.
Tormentor's up.
BB's on the aggressive, though. So they've got bottom pushing in, they've got mid pushing in. Have to be careful if you go for this type of Tormentor if they sneak over there.
I really like their positioning. They're just putting a lot of attention on this mid tier 1. They will fort the wave. This should give them the time to actually go for the Tormentor now.
Yeah, I should be able to.
Who doesn't have their shard? Is it just Medusa, Bat Rider? Snap. Okay, so...
Still quite a few.
Yeah, still quite a few. That is taking a moment. Lord. Alright, goes to Kaka. Probably the worst one you could have gotten of the 3, but...
Yeah, but at least preventing BB from, taking it or anything like that, so...
Yeah. Nightfall's Aegis is up in 7. I was like, he has to know. He's time walking away immediately.
There's
He'll
still
smoke up onto
here.
the high ground, though.
I mean, GPK's ready to jump.
He gets the vision onto Kaka, and without a BKB, a freebie there for the Storm Spirit.
GPK online.
That ward has been so instrumental.
And yeah, GPK, he's top 3 net worth after having a very, very tough game and everything versus Sumail. It doesn't even look like that was the case. Sure, he's not some flashy kill score. I mean, but nobody really is in this game because there's only 10 kills.
Let's see, whose is the most impressive? Save on the Coddle, 2-0-6.
Hell yeah. Hey,
that's the most impressive one.
And speaking of save, the Hex, it's done.
It's coming. It is on the courier, zooming across the map.
And getting these, I mean, they get mid tower, they're setting up for bottom. Aster, they're still kind of trapped inside the base. They're terrified to take a fight.
We are, okay, MKB is done for Monet. If he wants to buy it out and not have buyback. It looks like he will do exactly that. Yeah, right, you can't afford not to have it.
No, he has to have this item.
Use up a Scythe next, which obviously a great item on Medusa, so why not?
Yep. And he's playing versus Storm and Void, 2 elusive cores, so that always makes sense.
a lot of sites queued up this game. One on XXS as well, who buy out pretty soon. Riders Ags almost done.
They need extra forms of control. Been really the issue. Catching this storm in this void. BB just playing around them perfectly.
Ooh, got
20's hit. Halberd's done on Nightfall. Level 20 talent also acquired.
Huge. That Chronosphere attack speed is the difference a lot of the time in killing a hero.
Yeah. And GPK in.
Woo! He even. And Spirit Breaker actually saving Kaka with a planar pocket there.
Oh, that's what. Okay, I was wondering what it was. Nicely done. Okay.
Yeah, he would have gotten the Vortex.
Yeah.
That was cool.
That was cool. And Nightfall, he's very confidently just kind of showing himself at this point now because he has the SD with the Blink Dagger behind him, and look at his status resist, right? He's got quite a fair bit. Got, what, 26% now with this Halberd plus this Titan Sliver.
Yeah, super value. You can look for Nightfall. It's not going to be easy. The charge is going to come through. The Nether Strike doesn't connect. He gets Hex, but Kaka, a huge back wall. He's looking for his lasso. He's only managed to catch Nightfall, but do they find the kill? He gets the Chrono onto 4. Instead, pick and choose your target. He's going to take down the bat. XXS is next. Another charge through, though. Pure, he can't get a duel. He has to back away. GPK falling low. It's Monet versus the world, but his illusions will get cleaned up. The TP out on the Storm Spirit ends up being all right, but BB Team, it's a costly fight there as you lose that Faceless Void.
So Stonegaze actually got popped, and even though he lands a 4-man Chrono, he couldn't like turn and face certain targets because so you saw he kind of like ran around in a circle a little bit because he was afraid to get Stonegaze caught, and either way, still gets caught from an initial stun at the end.
Ward Sentry pays off. It's going to net them a nice kill there onto the Spirit Breaker. They stick around. I mean, Pure is a scaling core. He didn't get the duel off last fight, but finds one anyway. That's big. 122 dual damage now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That was an interesting fight. It looked scary from both sides for a second, right? Because the 4-man Chrono and the 3-man Vacuum at the start, but things were just really awkward because Stonegaze was off. So okay.
I didn't catch that one, so thank you.
I thought Aster probably pretty happy after that fight because that did look really scary for a second there.
This is pre-act. If Kaka gets the double lasso there, this could have been completely different. Yep. You were saying, like, you don't have follow-up to the back wall. Well, maybe this is actually it. I think you're right.
Yeah,
it's the double lasso.
That plus the hexes that are eventually going to come out, some extra type of control.
Oh, Pure goes for a Spell Prism here on the Legion. Wants that CDR for his skills here. So, very interesting one. Maybe doesn't get the Vindicator Axe RNG there.
Yeah, Spell Prism is still one of the best items on like everybody. Who doesn't want more spells? Nightfall has a fresh Mindbreaker, and same thing for GPK. Monet, I believe, also found himself a Mindbreaker. And he commits. He actually buys the Mystic Staff since it gives you a ton of survivability. They've spent all their gold. This next Roche.
Anyone holding buyback right now?
Legion Commander, Darkseer, and SD. Tokyo's buybacks have been crucial, too, as we saw, especially in that last top fight. He kind of baited himself and then bought back.
Very tense Roche on here. This will be the third one of the game. A refresher could make or break it for both teams.
There's an Aghanim's on GPK, so gotta watch for these double-side vacuums.
Gobble up. He's just scouting with it, see what he can find. The charge is going to come into the mid lane. Does find Nightfall. He just time walks away. Tokyo almost gets the purge there onto the Spirit Breaker. Scouting with the illusions. See what they can find. Both teams hesitant to start the fight, but you need a perfect opening here.
Dire are scanning.
They have this gem that they really want to get the D wards. Oh, Nightfall's in pretty deep. Takes a lot of damage there initially, but Kaka comes in, actually doesn't find, but the back wall comes through. He needs the lasso, but the duel comes through instead. They caught the Spirit Breaker. Pure doing a lot, but gets Stone Gazed instead. The Chronosphere, the Mantas. They're damage from Sumail! The 20 talent just destroys the Faceless Void and GPK. He's out of mana. Silence up the gobble up the stun. Monet just crushing now. And you get out.
Oh,
Aster. What? I don't know how he killed that Void. Ridiculous damage.
I think it was a Mindbreaker plot, right? He has Mindbreaker too, so he got the silence and the burn. GPK will get a retreat kill on the Spirit Breaker, and it looks like perhaps inevitable. Maybe they'll get Roche, but Aster, they're running immediately down there.
You have to to go bottom to contest the Roach, right? You got 37 seconds, no void.
And that was... Ain't the duel, by the way? I
Yeah,
missed
it was.
It was.
Yeah.
There's too much crazy stuff going on, but yeah. And yeah, here we go. I mean, it's going to be a big fight. 20 seconds still, no void. Chrono will still be on cooldown, too.
He did 1,033 on the snap. Like, every single one of those just crushing him. Kaka goes in. He pulled the lasso, Popeye Lincoln, but they kill the Cookie, the back. Dude, they get him with the silence. It's
80
honestly
seconds.
the Mindbreaker that's crushing.
It's two of them.
Austin looking for Pure. He's going to be forced to BKB. Does he get charged? Doesn't connect. Very good attempt there. But yeah, you're right. 80 seconds, no Storm.
Oh, wow.
70 seconds without the Shadow Demon. That's a dieback on him.
Aster is playing these last few fights so damn well. I mean, the bottom fight was beautifully executed, top fight, and now bottom two is getting the catch. That was the Hex reveal. XXS had just bought it. They get the catch, even though the Lincolns ends up not eating the lasso and stuff like that. It doesn't matter. They have extra control. And now it's a Roche with an Axe.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Massive.
This is clutch here from Aster.
Get the Ags onto the Monet. You know, why not? Mystic Snake now having that extra form of Disable, which is so impossible to play around in fights. Like, you just catch a stray snake, you can CC up an entire team.
Yeah. Hey, wow, that was honestly a perhaps game-deciding kind of fight there. Just the patience there from Sumail. Nightfall literally waited so long to chrono top, and Sumail kills him anyway. They get so much momentum after this.
I really want to look at the timing on his 20 talent, because he was 20 at the fight break there. So I'm curious if he had just got it.
Yeah.
And was playing around. Like, I have no idea. That was so sick.
They all just BB also did, but multiple people just picked up their neutral items and they got double Mindbreaker on Aster.
Yeah.
So
there's 4 Mindbreakers in this game.
And it's one of the best neutral items in the game at the moment. I think that and Ninja Gear for me are the top 2.
Yeah. And Kaka gets the Ninja Gear, so you're now dealing with a Perma-Smoke Bat Rider. Didn't go BKB, doesn't need it really now. This is great for him.
Wow.
And he'll get it eventually, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Maybe. What did he just buy?
Oh, who was that? Sorry.
Aether Lens. Oh, Kaka. People. So I was like, he'll get a BKB eventually. No, he just buys an Aether Lens. He wants more cast range on this lasso. Which, I mean, with Ags, it's pretty cool. Does it increase the search range of the Ags? I feel like it doesn't.
Not that I believe, no. I mean, now with this, though, they could get these double lassos. Spiritbreaker's just in.
Oh, good old stats resistance. Goodbye.
He could get the further lassos into the base, I think, here with this Aether Lens and stuff, too, so.
Goodbye, Acorn. Rest in peace.
I mean, this has been, honestly, so impressive from it. I mean, Monet's, he's still looking good on this, so he's struggled, but I feel like him and Sumail and XXS have kind of giga stepped up in these last few team fights where they're landing kind of perfect connections. Like, Sumail's about to 25. They're getting closer and closer to 25 now, too. XXS has yet to die.
Absolutely massive. Wait, what? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
As the Aeon disc get the ready, too, so. That's great.
An Ags and a Shard for the Dusa. Things have gotten quite a bit more complicated after those two fights. And now that playing Aegis, they can't actually look to fight.
He bought the Shard by mistake.
I mean, oh.
He just got it off the Tormentor. He just got it off the Tormentor and he bought it. It's like, wait a minute.
Because I was looking at that too, and I was like, wait, what?
Oh, yeah, they just took the Tormentor and got it. He has to go sell it like side shop. Sometimes you get a little bit ahead of your items there.
There's so much stuff going on.
Yeah, it's fine. It happens. All 5 shards now? Oh, they're actually still missing Sumails.
No Sumail. And for Aster now at this point, you have a blanket to be able to sit back and farm Sumail 25. Like, BB now at this point kind of trapped in the base. They're probably a bit scared to go aggressive because the Aegis is on the Deuce, and Aster's just like, oh, this is gorgeous. Now we actually get to scale even harder. 2 or 3 big fights. Massive. They're looking. They're actually hunting. Pure?
Ooh, Pure under the Shadow Blade there. Blink out. GPK goes in. Planar Pocket absorbs it again with all of that bulldoze.
Well, it's an Axe.
It's just...
It's an Axe ball, so...
Oh, it was Ags. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. I forget the Ags now.
Either way, it's like, yeah. I think I've seen him soak like 5 spells or something at least.
That is just from bulldoze. So good.
Very balanced.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under
It was
attack.
worse at one point, wasn't it? I feel like it was.
Maybe. I mean, maybe it was 80% at some point, but either way, 70's crazy. Yeah, I mean, BB continue being kind of trapped in the base, and Aster's playing very comfortably. They're just running around with each other, so not giving an opportunity for someone to get picked off, and they have a base squad, a really deep one. Seeing all of
save!
BB.
The double lasso! It's Mountain Fury as well, but a nice jump in here from the Storm Spirit. A big back wall before the Chrono. This is the dream. You got 4 here. In comes Sumail once again. He just destroys save. Nightfall had to time walk away, and you've lost Legion as well.
Healthy.
A dieback on Pure. You only lose the Bat Rider. The double lasso already did its work.
Nightfall just doesn't have the damage at this point. Yeah, you can kill a bat, but that's about it inside that Chronosphere. You end up actually killing. You get your Coddle killed. He's caught inside of that Chrono and just gets completely focus fired from Sumail. 25 is now hit.
It's 25 as a result. It's huge.
Wow.
So suddenly you have some serious Snapfire problems. You're not just worried about the Medusa. You're gonna yoink the gem that was sitting on the ground there. So sitting on 2. In comes GPK. A nice grab at the moment, doing a lot of damage. Monet's actually falling very low, but the Aegis is up in 1 second. He needs help. He needs to get out of here. He's held in place. A nice vacuum back, but Medusa falling low. The Goblet into the Mortimer Kisses. Is it enough? It's not. Sumail doesn't have the little shredder for 3 seconds. GPK is out of mana. Sumail could turn. Little Shredder gets silence for the moment. A nice Vortex again. You need to charge through. You need to be able to save him here. The disarm, it's not enough. They get him.
What a hold.
An amazing hold from BB team.
Good God. Aegis timing out. They pass him the cheese. Had 1 second until it was going to be active for Monet, perhaps to swing things, but... Jeez. Of course, only given the 1,000 mana, so maybe he would have died anyway. But a nice call. I mean, BB, that's without their Faceless Voids Chrono. That's without Pure, and they're able to at least push them all faster.
Save as a nullifier.
He hasn't finished after. Did he get a kill in the last fight, I guess, or something? Or just a big assist gold? Okay. That's, I mean, definitely a really big pickup versus the Spirit Breaker and versus the Darkseer. And if you look,
have Ags on Toronto Tokyo as well.
Yep. That's a big turnaround. The fact that they're able to hold that high ground without Pure. Now level 25 has been hit on the Faceless Void.
Oh, that is very nice. Yeah, backtrack and do wonders for him. He's queued up the refresher. I mean, that's kind of just always the late game item for the Faceless Void, right?
Yep. And people who, by the way, just FYI, I know the cheese thing. Sumail passed him the cheese, so it's still on cooldown because he had to move it. So yeah. 6 seconds or whatever the hell it was, yeah. So, BB, I mean, 30 seconds still. They're trying to get aggressive, trying to get some information down here.
Guessing Conker's going to try and cut the wave?
I mean,
I'm not 100% sure, but...
This is big. Nightfall's actually gotten a full refresher now, so maybe that will give him enough to be able to bring down multiple heroes inside 2 Chronos.
Did he sell something for this? Is Midas okay.
Gone.
Yeah, I was like, he definitely didn't have the gold a moment ago. But yeah, sells Midas for the refresher.
Midas and I think his treads, or maybe he sold the treads before that. I didn't quite see.
Oh yeah, maybe. I mean, he doesn't have mana issues because of the Coddle, right? It is one of those things where it's like you're always gonna have Chakra Magic if he needs it. So this is big.
Executions, pretty much everything. If BB's able to get these big connections. I mean, this Toronto Tokyo having the Aghanims also is pretty massive versus something like Duso. You just can deactivate the split shot and stuff like that. You actually are quite strong.
Let's also talk about the other refresher that just came out. XXS on the Darkseer gets his.
Oh, Jesus. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I just saw it. Yeah, double refresher, or I guess double wall. All right, now pretty big.
Double hex, double wall. Massive.
Yeah, Spear Breaker. Just going to walk on the high ground, get the smoke pop. Didn't have bulldoze up, didn't feel confident.
Aster just have to be careful how much they stick together versus this a blue hole from GPK plus the double chrono.
A lot of blue.
A lot of blue. I'm just also eyes on Sumail. If he's not inside the chrono, he's got this blink to be able to angle himself for the shredders.
I love this. Monet's like illusion split right now. He's actually just grabbing the wave here to try and slow down BB and force them back, but
that's smart.
It's Roach. It's gonna move top. Or sorry, it's gonna move come bottom, but the timer is still 2 minutes away.
They'll scout it, throwing a creep there. They're actually looking for a wraparound play here. They're running right into Nightfall.
gonna get found. They get the charge onto 3. The big lasso catches too. A nice disruption from the Chrono. It's found the big target, the Darkster. He's gonna combine the Aeon Disc. The Nullifier's out though. He needs help and fast. Can he get the wall down? He's actually fine. The second Aeon Disc comes through. Nightfall needs to run. XXS still alive, but a second Chronosphere from Nightfall is in. They will finally find their connections, but the Stone Gaze doing work from Monet on the backside. You managed to buy back your on Pure. You've taken down the Darks. Your GPK falling low.
Aster's
He's
too
gonna get
healthy.
out, but Monet still here, standing his ground. A lot expended in only a couple deaths.
They barely even finish off the Darkseer, honestly. Like, it takes 2 full Chronos. The second one, Nightfall, barely gets out.
Here. Woo. They're gonna find Monet. And they actually can't find the kill, though. He's got the cheese at the right, and the Hex comes out on the Shadow Demon. A nice gobble up comes through, but the Hex onto the Medusa. Is it too much? He's burning through them, and he finally gets the kill. The cheese, again, still available. The disarm is there. Nightfall trying to do damage. He will pop the cheese as they will back away.
I think it's a 4-man Mystic Snake that restored, like, all of Monet's mana there. I think it's
Gem
Stone.
on the deck.
I think it's
back up.
Stone 4 heroes into Mortimer Kisses, too, and then he's able to just stand his ground.
Dude, they are looking so aggressively here. The Silence does catch GBK into the Hex. They get the save. It's going to be from Pure. That's going to connect for the moment. A nice Hex turnaround there. They've caught the Shadow Demon. Snapfire is dead. The damage Kaka with a nice double lasso, but it's going to be Monet by himself. He's dead.
Holy crap.
It's giving triple buybacks from Aster. A huge commitment there from BB Team as they're looking for more. He's caught the Spirit Breaker. He's trying to charge away the Goblet from downtown. Sumail just shreds through the Coddle. He gets him. That's a dieback. Monet is here aggressively on the front side. And now the advantage is Aster's. 4v5 is Roshan is up in 20.
They've got 5, and there's no Chrono either. Save dead for 2 minutes. Too many things happening in the fight, Steven. Sum it all up.
Oh my goodness, these are intense.
Crazy persistence to chase and get Monet, but Aster, they have the buybacks, and they are positioned around bottom since they are Radiant. They can TP out. Roche is going to spawn in a second here. Very difficult for BB to contest this now, too.
Another free Aghanim Scepter. I mean, we either give it to Spirit Breaker or Darkseer, right? So,
ooh, that's actually a good call. Man, they're both... Spirit Breaker one could maybe be. I don't know, actually. I'm not even going to say. I don't even know.
The extra stun from Darkseer seems pretty good. But, I mean, or they give it to Sumail and he sells his and buys another damage item. So that might actually happen. All right, no, he'll give it to the Darkseer.
Okay, cool.
Very cool.
This game is this game is absolutely insane. Like, Aster doing some miraculous fights to bring things back when BB got control of the game, and then BB doing some cool fights to almost bring things back, but the buybacks end up reigning supreme here for Aster. Now Aegis and Cheese on them comfortably.
This game is so nuts, man. Oh my goodness, a 6K lead for Aster now thanks to the double Axe blessings they've got this game, basically. So,
I mean, look at they did get Axe, but look at that swing anyway, right? It was like I think we're at like almost a 20,000 gold lead for Aster before all that kind of happened. Just chunked down to 6K, so still seeing Initiation is going to be massive, but see if Nightfall decides to buy something different, maybe some extra, I don't know what he buys though, or how he changes his build at all. It's just a little difficult for him to really focus fire so many different targets. It feels like they're very good at killing maybe 1 or 2, but then afterwards it becomes a little weird.
Ags is not the item for him. Like sometimes when you lack catch, like you can go the Ags or whatever, but it's like I'm at a loss. Like you have to backpack refresher, which doesn't even feel good. Like I don't know if you can afford to do that.
We'll have to see, because the one thing is that they're holding on buyback, right? So they have the buyback on Storm Void and the Keeper of Light, while in comparison to Aster, who pretty much used all of them except for the Darkseer, if I'm not mistaken, and he's actually short on gold. So the next fight, it still can be this weird fight where BB brings like 8 numbers, 8 heroes, and Aster only really has 5 or 6 or something like that, or 7, based off Aegis.
Refresher bought out on GPK. So double AoE Vortex is available, one of those awesome late game combos as well. I mean, the amount of CC in this game for both teams is wild.
Yeah, it's absurd. I mean, the jumps are going to be massive. Who gets the first initiation? Who gets the big vacuum? Or who gets the big chrono? And separation, really. It's like, I feel like for both teams, you can't be clumped up. If you're clumped up on either side, it could be disastrous.
BB team in their base going to smoke up as 5 and get ready to leave. I mean, everything's available. Both teams have all of it.
Yeah. BB has the slight number advantage with after buybacks, that is.
Yeah. It was so hard for them to kill XXS in this last fight twice. or like with double chrono and everything, Monet actually goes for a Swift Link, which is a great final item, don't get me wrong, but you backpack your butterfly at the moment. It's pretty decent because of the illusions, like you don't have to deal with that aspect of it, but
I mean, positioning is going to be huge. If he's able to dodge a chrono or something, it can be game winning. If he's able to just blink over a chrono and stone gaze the rest of the targets and stand his ground, that's amazing. So.
Dude, I honestly, it's like part of me like wants to see this game go to 60 minutes, but it's already so absurd and impossible to follow what's happening that it's just gonna make it exponentially worse in that aspect. Yeah. So I'm just like, I want to see it, but I also am just like, I don't know what's gonna happen.
I keep like wondering if Nightfall does want to, because the one thing I'm looking at is the nullifier in particular, right? Because if he does want to go for XXS, he needs to have Pure to actually be in position.
Nullify.
If he doesn't even actually have it, though. Just kidding. So they have to have, sorry, save.
It's save, yeah.
I was like, did I click on the wrong here? It's save. So he needs to have save ready and pretty much in position every single time to be able to go for those type of nullifiers for him. So we'll see if he does deviate.
I will point out he did do it actually in the last fight, which was pretty impressive because like the heads up on that with everything going on, like he gets the nullifier off almost instantly.
I mean, look at the cast range of it as well too, though. When you have Spirit Form active, like
oh my lord, what is this? It's like 1,000 AOE.
Yeah, it's huge. So as long as he's not the one getting jumped, he should be able to get those nullifiers off for his buddy.
Dude, Sumail is about to have a second Daedalus.
Alrighty.
So that's the big red numbers that are going to be coming out from the Snapfire.
Yep, and they're picking up even bigger items. It's been a lot of consecutive fights, so lots of items being picked up. Spirit Breaker, a Lincoln's, and near 25 also.
I mean, do you take the Bulldoze Barrier? What the heck is that? That actually sounds pretty sick for helping in Chrono, I guess.
Charge ends up starting to do quite a lot of damage in late game, but I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't think we get to see the Spirit Breaker 25s too much in these games.
Yeah, it's like I didn't even know that was his other talent, but yeah, the bash damage off charge late game seems pretty nuts. That's hard to turn down.
2 or 3 charges in a fight, but either way, I don't know if it's going to be up to him or whatever. If it dictates any of these fights, this is going to be all up to who gets these big grabs, these big chronos, these big vacuum kind of plays.
Well, Aegis expires as BB team smoked. Tried to find the connection there with that expiring time. I mean, they're doing exactly what they need to do, right? They're hoping to find a pick as the Aegis expires. They don't manage to find it, but they do at least force Aster a little bit back off the map. There are no lanes of Eric's dead. What in the world?
I think Aster being a bit careful just because they don't have the buybacks and they know that BB did. So they're just like, if we lose a fight and we just lose, we just lose the game completely if we lose these heroes someone out of position. So they're playing it like extremely careful versus BB. But that's giving BB a ton of time to finish up these, full next items on almost everybody, if I'm not mistaken. Aeon Disc on Tokyo now. I mean, if Nightfall wants to commit for something else too, then he can. Save almost an Aeon. Gotten quite a bit of gold out of the map. Not to say Aster hasn't also, but...
Yeah. I mean, overall, this is like anybody's game. This 13k net worth advantage doesn't mean a whole lot at this point.
No.
It's like we're 60 minutes in almost. Everyone has like 5, 6, almost 7 slots on almost every hero.
Yeah, execution's going to be pretty much everything. I would say, like, BB, they have... both sides just have such explosive damage, right? That's the one thing. It's like, if they get this multiple Chrono, if they get this multiple Vortex with Refresher, with this bouncing talent and everything, too, then sure. But then if they get multi-lassoed and there's a Stone Gaze, like, it's nuts. And then Sumail, the thing is, too, is like Sumail with Stone Gaze also always have to count that in because of that bonus damage. Yeah. If they're stoned and Sumail comes in, he's going to eviscerate everybody.
He's going to delete heroes build, by the way. He's queued up the Divine Rapier, which he'll probably lock at some point until like a fight actually breaks out. But if he gets like a blink onto the back line, your heroes die before you can really respond.
Yeah, just gotta watch out. There is a Blade Mail on a Legion Commander. You might kill yourself. So that is one thing we gotta always keep tabs of, is the Blade Mails versus these late game snaps. And we're getting blessed. 10 seconds.
And, I mean, are we, or is this a curse? I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, because...
It's a blessing, come on. This is where the game breaks.
All right, here we go, 60 minutes. Nightfall moves into the Radiant triangle here, so he's going to get the advantage onto these Ancient Creeps. So We're gonna see these tier 5 items start to come out. Aster smoking bottom, looking for something.
What do we get?
Come on, baby, give me that. I mean, I'm trying to think what his item is. It Stygian? Is it going for the
Pirate Hat or Mirror Shield?
Yeah, like Mirror Shield maybe. Even Ex Machina's not bad.
He got a Mirror Shield.
Okay.
And it looks like GPK's found himself a Giant's Ring. Okay, not the usual one I guess you see on a Storm, but
Sumail
that's gonna look
Force
cool.
Boots.
I don't think I've ever seen a Giant Ring Storm, so this looks sick. His model looks pretty dope.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't need. He's not a hero that needs boots in the first place, but he is super tanky. 4,400 HP almost.
Yeah, interesting, cool. What other ones do we see? Sumail got the Force Boots, nothing else just yet, right?
Yeah, we got the items on Pure and on XXS at the moment, so they're just exciting.
Okay, Pure gets a Pirate Hat. I mean, this is always you have to have one. I feel like to start digging though. Start digging up those bounties.
Use it. Come on, there it is.
Yep.
Quick little 144 gold for each player. Not bad. What XXS is thinking? Ex Machina. Okay, that's very value actually for him.
Dream.
Holy heck!
On top of the armor.
Pirate Hat Medusa.
Probably one of the best things. Pirate Hat Medusa. All right, and look at save. Okay, this cast range is going to be absolutely ridiculous.
Come on, bro. What is the cast? Dude, you can't. This is illegal. This is illegal. You can't get away. You can't do this.
Oh baby.
Unless they have a telescope just to add insult to injury. All right.
Yeah, that's going to be some insane cast range.
He can literally cast things like beyond his screen.
Roche.
At this point.
It's the next thing that's going to get started up. Kaka, he's actually taking the Book of the Dead. So he's going to have that to shove waves and perhaps get some scouting also.
I like this. The Archer Aura is pretty good with the waves.
That's true. That is actually true.
All right, into Roche we go. Can BB Team grab their first Aegis and free Agnum Scepter? We'll have to see.
Nightfall switched, by the way. Sold Halberd and he has Butterfly now. So.
I like this. This is really good.
Sold Halberd and he has Butterfly.
Mortimer Kiss is just coming through right away. Not really getting a whole lot done here. He's trying to just scout for the rest of BB Team. They're all safe.
I would say Kisses is not the most useful thing, though. He's not really a Kiss, you know. He's not playing around that.
It's a scouting tool now.
It's a scouting tool a little bit more. But either way, I mean, they're going to look to take advantage of that. They know that Aster's positioned. They're looking for a flank.
Is there any other tier 5 item coming out?
I don't know,
if
but
there's anywhere missing. But we're going to get a fight potentially first. Oh my god,
10
Sumail
buybacks.
walks in. Sumail needs to be very carefully jump in. Monet's in trouble, but GPK's looking for him. Sumail blinks the other way. He dodges it. Okay, very nice. I'm going to go scout once again with the Necro army. As, dude, this Roach can actually just get destroyed by Sumail.
It actually could. He's thinking about just making the move to call to go in it, but BB's starting in.
They jump it. GPK does get the Vortex, but Spirit Breaker is pretty hard to find. They go into Monet. He's going to turn around. The BKB comes out. There's the Chronosphere. They pull him back, actually, into the weird spot, and now Sumail in trouble. GPK jumps on top of him. He needs help at the moment. There's the second one. He's got a cheese in the backpack. Can he pop it in time? He does, but the second Chronosphere doing work. Monet's falling low, and he's going to crumble. GPK just TPing out. He's safe. No way. Aster lose 3.
It costs 2 Chronos, but they'll back up immediately right afterwards.
The buybacks are out. Aster's all here at the ready as the Roshan is on the bottom side of the map. They've got 1 minute to try and grab this.
They're still here. They just recalled GPK.
They have refreshers still on the dark so they're going to go in, look for Sumail. He manages to get caught right away. Can he do the damage? He's actually done it. GPK just solos 2. That's a dieback on them both. And now Medusa is stuck here. Spirit Breaker going to try and get back into the game, but Monet, he needs help and fast. The wall is down. Pure starting to fall low, but Monet caught once again. Disarmed on the run. Aster crumbling under the damage of Fetch Boom, and it might be game. 3 dead without buyback, and that is it. No way do they manage to make it work. Unbelievable.
I mean, they waited for their late game insurance. They waited and waited. Aster, they wanted to be patient, waiting for buybacks and stuff like that. But BB, superior team fight, power of these refreshers, really. The double Chrono, the double secondary kind of, Chrono, whatever you want to call it, double black blue hole. He gets the successful catches. GPK, coming in clutch, he deletes heroes. He gets Sumail at the end and either just kills him 100 to 0 in 1 second.
Yeah, he didn't have anything. No BKB to play around, right? Like, oh man, he is just a glass cannon and ended up just being glass at the end of the game.
And this was honestly such a sick game. Like, Aster made some incredible moves to come back in this one after BB got some type of momentum to get everything back, and then a quick turnaround right at the end. That was just a huge fight, really. That was super impressive, the way that they kind of layered their spells. And even Toronto, Tokyo jumping in, getting these Medusa illusions, starting off the fight kind of like that to give information. Aster, they couldn't really do much damage at all in the fight. They were fully controlled.
Dude, he always had Demonic Purge on the Medusa thanks to the Ags as well, right? Like,
yep.
He's sitting so far back, he sees the Medusa, instantly Demonic Purge, and double Chrono, double Vortex, like, just the saves from Legion. I mean, can't even count out this Coddle doing so much work in these games as well. This game all came down to just who gets the jump, who gets the initiation and execution and fights, and it's BB team.
Yep, and they found Sumail over and over again. Like, Sumail, he went for a pretty risky build toward the end there, just going for all this damage, right? No BKB to protect himself. And the hunt for GPK, you can see, the first fight, he commits a hard zip to try to find him, and then eventually when he does find him, Sumail, little to no impact in those last few fights, so... Damn, BB, they wanted to play this one toward the late game. It looked like it was going a little back and forth, but inevitably, that late game does actually reign supreme for them. Not in the fashion I think they maybe expected, but still, it ends up working out.
This game was absolutely nuts. I really thought the damage from the Snapfire might end up being the change, like the X factor here, but nah, it's just, yeah, you can isolate the Medusa no matter what and still find these kills.
Yeah, and Tokyo, you know, the thing about the Shadow Demon versus the Medusa is you are actually another core throughout the entire game. Like, he did 27,000 damage as the Shadow Demon. He was super impactful. I feel like every single time I saw these illusions just inside the fight. There always was illusions being able to hit back. So, really well played from BB. Just patience, 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 even though Aster took some good fights when they looked like they had gotten control of everything. This last one, GPK, just 100-0 Sumail instantly, and then they isolate Monet.
Dude, I just realized that was the Seer Stone. That's actually what it was. I was like, how did he get vision of him? Saved Seer Stone to the back of the Roche pit and scouted him, and it just gave GPK the green light. Dude, it's... Seer Stone around Roche, that's actually huge. I didn't even see that initially.
Just everything around this Roche with these big wombo combo kind of connections. That was massive. I mean, this is probably one of the best games I feel like we've seen. Like, in terms of evenness and unable to tell who's going to really take it throughout the entirety of the game. It's like, oh, yep, Aster maybe on a bit of a timer, and then holy crap, they do like this humongous swing that they're able to get control, and then BB, just with some patience and some good execution in team fights and patience for all these buybacks, ends up reigning supreme. And this is, I don't think we're going to get too many games that just have that kind of back and forth in that type of fashion.
Yeah, this was an excellent series so far, and you know, we kind of knew it coming into this one. We both were excited to see how BB team and Aster play, and an amazing game one. We'll see if game two lives up to the hype, honestly. That'll be the big test here. If Aster can brush this one off. I mean, they had what looked like several moments where it was going to be their game, but it was just, yeah, such good performance from BB team and late game execution. Just flawless.
Yeah, looking forward to this next one. I hope we get another kind of crazy one of these battles of these late game monstrosities, and both teams end up getting what they kind of want, because I do feel like, you know, Aster got heroes they wanted. They got a draft that they were very happy with. BB was probably also pretty happy with their draft, so always looking forward to see who's going to end up reigning supreme with their ideas.
All right. Well, we're going to, you know, not wait too long. We're going to throw to a quick break, everyone, and we'll be back with the game number 2 of Team Aster versus Bet Boom. So stay tuned. We'll see y'all in just a little bit. مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر
Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed a short break here. So, getting ready to go into the final game of the evening here for the Riyadh Masters group stage. My name's Cryptic, here with Fogged, and honestly, game one has to have been one of the most exciting games that we've had in a while. So, Aster versus BB, man. Whew, what can we expect for game two?
I don't know. The one thing I will say, it was a very exciting game in terms of like macro and determining who's going to win. It wasn't the most kill-hungry game or anything. Not the other game in particular. It did start pretty slow. I think we were, what, like 5-5 or 6-6 months, something around like the 20-minute mark. Did end up having a lot of super exciting late-game team fights, which was great, but get some more kills early on. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm down for that. I like the kind of the blood-hungry games. Those are always fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was, dude, it was such a good draft from both teams. There were so many like plays and counter plays that they could all make, but just came down to the double chrono just being a little bit too much. And GPK, honestly, on the Storm Spirit, just doing some serious heavy lifting as well.
Yeah, I think that lack of control toward like later end and stuff like that for Aster started to become like, I guess, I mean, it's so hard because it's a 70-minute game, but bit of control issues, I would say, toward the end, because like Nightfall and Storm Spirit, Nightfall and GPK kind of like jumped around and did anything they wanted. They were the ones jumping and starting the fights over and over again, so maybe some things they could have perhaps done a little bit better on Aster, but either way, I mean, super good, super cool game, super close.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Oh, I was taking a look at some of the other streams, like kind of coming to a close here, and it looks like, unfortunately for Shopify Rebellion, they take an 0-2 against Talon, which puts them a little bit further down in Group B. And I think that does lock BB team as being a qualified team for the upper bracket or like the top 4 essentially at
Okay.
this point. Especially after this win, so they'll get their 9th win after that. They have looked so good. They have 2-0'd every single team except for Secret, which we covered the other day, which is just incredibly surprising. But yeah,
Yeah, no, this looks pretty appropriate, I would say, I guess, right? The teams that we're looking at the top. I mean, I did not expect, I guess, Talon to look that good because Talon literally has been like the most 50-50 team for a long time. Even they themselves would say it, like, you know, 23 would be like, I don't know what the hell is wrong with us, but we just seem to never be able to just be convincing. So that's a big step forward for them, for me.
yeah, getting the 2-0 over Shopify, well, it doesn't quite guarantee them top 4, but it's very close. It's very, very, very close. So we'll see if they can hold it off. I think they just need one more win over Liquid. So if they won one against Liquid,
yep,
they'll be top 4. Secret has to like 2-0 their last. Oh no, Secret's lost 2 series. They've only played. Or are they playing right now? Let me see. Yeah, they're playing right now. They just lost game 1 to Liquid in 18 minutes. Not a good start. So still a lot still to be done. We'll be very close to seeing how these groups are going to play out by the end of the today, as there's half the games tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have to see how how all that ends up going down here. So does that mean that this game doesn't actually matter for BB? It doesn't matter for Aster, but
it doesn't matter for BB. They're already guaranteed top 4.
Okay. And does first place in the group do anything in particular or no?
Let me see. Actually, I don't know if the placement matters because after this,
I don't think so.
We go to playoffs, which is double elimination. Okay, yeah, so they go to the upper bracket. Yeah, but in terms of placement 1 through 4, maybe you're choosing your opponent, right, from the other group or something. So
yeah, okay, cool. I don't think that'll affect how they end up playing at all or anything versus Aster, but yeah, just curious. And sorry for the delay. Looks like we have a little bit of a hesitation here for the draft, everybody. So
yeah, apparently one of the computers crashed. It happens. So we'll get there in a moment. It gives us time to kind of recap what's been going on anyway, because there's been a lot of Dota being played.
Yeah, I'm still just like checking out some of the other ones because there's just so much Dota to catch. Don't want to miss out on any of these teams pretty much right now. But yeah, I wonder what adjustments we do end up having coming into this next game, because as we saw, we have to go back quite some time now, in particular for like draft order and stuff like that. But this Coddle Storm, it's on the rise. It's always been kind of there, but now we're seeing it even more so than anything. And Coddle just seems to fit in most lineups as well too, besides just being good for the Storm.
Dude, it is we can look back at his win rate, but I have to imagine it is approaching 70% at this point.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
I feel like it's won both times. We've seen it today, but yeah, it's incredibly strong. That might be, and that's one of the first losses on Batrider we've seen in a while too. Actually,
I believe, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's true. So I'm going to bring up these. I'm going to look at some win rates actually now that we have a little bit of downtime between draft. Oh, Shaker ended up losing a game. That's sad, but
unlucky.
But yeah,
those of you who don't know,
65% over 32. So.
Yeah, that's huge. That's looking very good. Yeah, we were talking and hyping up the impact of like the 4 positions going into the series, right? You have Batrider on one side, Keeper of the Light on the other. We're kind of curious, which one's going to have that late game impact, and it just seemed like it was Coddle. Managed to farm more. He went for an interesting build on Kaka's Batrider anyway, right? This like Aether Lens, Aghanim Scepter. I think he had a refresher like at one point. I don't know what happened to his money.
Okay.
Maybe, but yeah, it was very close.
He was trying to find solutions to having like extra type of control, I guess, like that. While Save was just looking to, a little bit extra control, but also he was the nullifier. He was like pretty much Nightfall 7th slot, right? To give that like nullifier so he didn't have to actually buy it, which was very cool. I was like actually wondering if Save was going to go Aghanims too. That's why I was like, oh, he's going to go the nullifier for his teammate, but they would have had like 3 or 4 different like area control spells if we wanted to, but the nullifier hex was incredible. So
did so much work. Finding the kills under the Darkseer, or at least like he forced his refresher before he got the wall off the first time. That was the big deal. Is like you didn't get double wall in the fight, you didn't get double hex off. He instantly had to like refresh just to get the Aeon disc back or before he died. So that's game changing for sure in these fights.
Yeah, game changing because it's just so much that you can do. That's why I don't know. Coddle just seems to do. He seems to do so much after watching Seb playing and Save playing it a couple of times now. You have potential to always get itemization of anything, because if you do get to like late games and stuff like that, these coddles always have like 1, 2, 3 items or something like that too. So, yeah.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Seer Stone was just the icing on the cake. That was so funny. Just casting from all across the map. Very difficult to deal with. We should have an update here shortly with the game, by the way. We are not just, it's not, Fog Deny here, just refusing to start the game. There is a little bit of a delay. So we will be back with an update on that here shortly. But what were you going to say?
So for Aster, though, if they win, they're secured, though, right?
I believe so. Yeah, I think they just need the 1 win.
Okay, so for this, it's huge, right? For them, and then they're going to go all in. Maybe BB, I mean, like I said, I don't think they're like step off the pedal, but they're not going to have that innate, like, we need to win this kind of game thing, so.
Liquid could go. Actually, Secret, they only have 1 series left. They could go to 7. Yeah, I think 3 teams. If you get an 8th win at this point, I think you're secured because the only team that could pass you is Liquid, but Secret can't get to 8 wins.
Yep, that's right. That's true.
So yeah, 8 wins is guaranteed upper bracket at this point. So Talon actually then is secured if that's the case because they're at 8 and 4.
It's do or die, baby. Then.
Yeah, Aster needs this win.
Well, not die, but it's do or potentially die. Yeah, so we'll have to see. Looks like they are getting ready, so they're almost ready. Everybody looks like the Aster's just finishing up fixing the PC or something.
Mm-hmm. Dude, the difference between Group A is actually so dang close. There's 3 teams at 6-6 and 3 at 5-7 still. And that's like done for the day. So tomorrow we could have like a slurry of tiebreakers.
That would be hype.
That would be super hype. Who has not played?
And tiebreakers are BO3?
I think so. I can double check the rules on that one. I think I have those pulled up. Or the tiebreaker rules.
Sorry, I'm terrible. I'm so awful at finding stuff like that. That's why I'm just throwing it all to you. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. I don't think I have them listed on here, unfortunately. So
I'm usually super
they should be
clueless
best
on
of
that
3
stuff,
though. They
so.
usually are.
Okay.
Unless it's like a 3-way tie, and then I think the rule on that one was a
best of 1
round robin. Yeah. So
okay.
There we go. We got a game.
Sweet. Draft's underway.
All right. The big question. Yeah, the big question. What do they change?
Is Coddle Storm going through? And which team's going to get it? Because I think either one of them might just go for it if they have second pick. I love these dynamics that
I'm like pulling up the draft from last game to look at bans and everything to see. All right, what changed?
I have way too many tabs open. I have like 45 tabs. I gotta start closing some tabs. Jesus.
All right, they actually banned the Snapfire. They don't want to give it to GPK since Sumail can't take it. IO's banned.
Okay.
What do they go for the Undying?
They'll first pick the Coddle.
First pick Coddle. Okay.
Oh man, it's gone up. It's moved up in priority that much. Okay. Do you take the Storm away is the question. Because they're very likely to pick it, or do you just hard counter pick it in these first 2 picks? Or do you
no
not care
Storm
at all?
IO, no Storm Coddle. You could go Pugna, but that one's gotten heavily nerfed.
It's pretty bad right now. The mana
it feels really
bad.
bad. Every time I've watched it, I'm like, you're just sitting here for 20 seconds waiting for mana. It's not worth it. I feel like you are better off trying to counter it than just denying the Storm pick, but
okay,
it's gonna come up to Sumail.
Yeah. Then you maybe Clockwork +1.
Preemptively pick like a really solid flex for mid that also beats Storm. Could you do something like that?
That's what
What heroes are
or
there?
do you take Lion +1 because you have Cock on your team and then you just get a catch? But then what if they just don't pick Storm? Then you have Lion's not a bad hero by any means.
Lion's not bad. It also denies the Naga Siren.
Yeah. That might be what they're up to.
You could do that.
They'll take it. All right, JK, they just take it. And it must have been a bunch of discussion because they went into like 40 seconds of time.
I still like the Lion idea. He can vomit mana into his allies. It's not good because
it takes
you have to get
time.
a lot of XP.
Yeah, it takes a bunch of levels, but
that is an option. Also, denying the Lion away from them isn't a bad thing either.
But will they take a Lion, right? Like, you have to worry about that. Probably not. So I think you take something else. Yeah, you take a kill combo.
Radiant team banned.
All right, like it.
And they'll take the anti-storm. So right away, since they know that storm's going to be there, they'll pick GPK as Tiny. Even though he didn't have the most success on it the other day in particular, we have seen a lot more people going back to the Tiny to deal with these more fragile, kind of easily gankable and comboing heroes, with the pucks and the storms and stuff like that.
Well, this should be a very interesting kind of change up in the draft here. I think like Tiny is one of those heroes that has kind of been feast or famine, to be honest.
Yep.
Like he has really struggled in some games in terms of getting to his blink timing, and if Storm Spirit manages to I think it's been specifically picked into the Storm, right? Like almost every time we've seen it, I think it was into the Storm Spirit.
I can actually.
And like Storm ended up getting like a rotation and killed the Tiny or something.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
Yeah, mostly. I was trying to check which other one. We just cast too many games. I can never really remember.
Dude, yeah, it's been a lot of Dota.
I mean, they did pick the Tiny. BB picked it versus the Shaker, I think it was, right? The Shaker mid, and that didn't end up
that's
going well.
right.
That was the one that Secret kind of just crushed that game. Well, I say crushed. They were consistently holding it steady, and then the Crystallis moment happened, I think, right?
Yeah, that's the classic Monkey King moment. Yeah, that was big.
Tiny can be risky. I'm not sure how I feel about it for GPK. I think certain players, I think Noob is really good at looking like sacrificial on it, but even him, I'm going to look up what the win rate on this Tiny is. I don't think it's super high. Hey, it's actually, never mind, 59 over 22 games. That's actually fairly high. Maybe a lot of these, I think that a lot of these were support, though, from some people, because they're playing with the Enigmas. Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
They do respect ban the pure Legion Commander, which I like. I mean, even though you have like the Skywrath Mage, it is one of those heroes that he has just looked incredibly strong on, and then partners really well with the Coddle lane. The overwhelming odds spam was just way too good. So, makes sense. I'm curious what they want for pure though, because there's this Doom still available at the moment. Do you keep banning out his heroes, or do you look for something else here?
Good question.
Naga Siren, Monkey King.
Interesting. Okay, they even get rid of the Naga Siren. Oh. What is the pure hero that he doesn't want to play versus Naga Siren? Probably the... Oh, actually, that's a good point.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe it's just a response to the Legion, because they just wanted to take it on Aster. I don't know.
True.
They do have last pick on Aster here, though, so they'll should get like the core matchups that they want at the end of the phase, but
Radiant team ban.
Slark ban. That is not one we see all that often.
Do they ban the Naga because they want something like perhaps a Lycan for pure?
I could see that. Yeah, good against the Skywrath Mage, right, as we've seen.
I think that might be what he's looking at, because you usually want some information hero when you're playing with like this Tiny, so you can go for the jumps and get these initiations. Maybe I'm on the wrong read, but
5 seconds remaining.
Bloodseeker's still in the pool, though. They want to go for the Bloodseeker.
Very true.
Let's
see which one it is.
Then the Slark ban doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, so I don't know.
Yeah. Slark ban is interesting too.
I mean, TA? Is that gotta be on their mind then?
I'm not sure. I'm drawing blanks.
Dude, these are some weird bans. But we'll see. Both these teams going into the reserve time a decent chunk now.
I feel like it's like screaming Lycan. Monkey King, Naga, and Dying bans. I feel like they have to be looking at it on BB.
You do have the ability to pick it up immediately here on Aster going into the phase 2. Which, I mean, not bad at dealing with Coddle either, right? Not a hero that...
10 seconds.
No, it's another scouting tool for sure, and it gives...
Yeah.
Could be a good...
5 seconds.
Good idea. I don't know how much I've seen XXS play it. That's what I wanted. That's what I was thinking about. That doesn't feel like an XXS here. XXS is usually, I am the team fighter. And that's what he'll stick with.
Okay. Gets the Tide right away.
Yeah.
The Slark ban makes sense, but I still don't think Slark wins the Tide lane. Like, we've seen this hero picked into Tide and lose multiple times.
It's just overall game, though. That can be, Slark has a lot to play around. So now maybe this Tide is also... Now the Lycan's not as good because we have a Tide.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I'm just hung up on too much on the Lycan, but
I will point out there is a hero that is basically a dead hero that is decent into the Tidehunter, but I don't know if you can pick it into Skywrath. It would be the Lifestealer. He's like one of the few heroes that actually deals with Tidehunter lanes pretty well. But I can't imagine you can afford to go for a Lifestealer.
I don't think I know it doesn't sound like Nightfall to me. Like
yeah,
I don't know. Have we even had a Lifestealer pick here?
I think I've seen one in the tournament.
We did get
I'd
one.
have to look back.
And they'll go for
Clockwork. Nice. That's a solid pick there.
Strong versus Tide throughout the game, especially in lane. Good versus Sky. It's an information hero too, so rockets and stuff like that to scout for the Tiny to get the combos. This is Tokyo, one of his favorites.
10 seconds
There's still Clockwork is actually pretty good at dealing with that, and Tiny, of course, as well. I don't know if you can go for Skywrath Enigma supports. That seems a little bit greedy, but
how hard do they want to pressure this Tide? Do they want to pick a straight lane counter like these? I mean, Ursa's not really a lane counter, but it's more like a Razor or something like that. I'm thinking. I don't know if Nightfall wants to play that on that route, but still go TB instead.
I actually like the Razor. Yeah,
but he goes TB.
Yeah.
TPB doesn't seem to always pick about just like dominating lanes or anything like that. They pick about like the overall game as we saw last game. I mean, they sacked a bunch of lanes, ended up paying off. Almost didn't, but
10 seconds remaining.
So counters into the Terrorblade. The Drow Ranger is available if you want that route. Morphling is still in. One of the heroes that, I mean, I don't know if it's as good anymore after the Ags nerf, but it's terrible. Otherwise, you go for things like Faceless Void and stuff like that again.
They might go for
Steal
the Void.
Storms. Yeah, Storm Spirit Void back the other way.
Yep, Void Skywrath as well too, and then they have Void versus Coddle. Does look like a pretty good Void option if they want to. Good call.
Radiant team back.
Faceless. Looked like the best one, yeah.
Juicy. Too juicy.
And now they're telling. Now you're on a timer, right? Disaster getting that super late game kind of prowess with the Storm Void.
Ooh, a Phoenix band. That would have been super cool.
And China is one of the few teams that still does like to play it, right? Like Chinese
do.
Chinese 4 positions, even the 5 positions we do see.
Yeah. I think Fly is one of the only other people that still plays it occasionally.
True.
But in terms of your support staff that's left for the 5 position, I'm imagining they're looking for their 5 position still.
What, an Aster? They have to be, right?
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
Unless you're running a Sky 5. That seems
Hell
pretty
no.
sus. Yeah.
No.
They get rid of Purist Doom. We talked about that earlier. Like one of these heroes that's still left in the game.
Don't you just take a page out of Aster's book? You could pick Shadow Demon here.
Turn to ban.
Good.
Yeah, versus the TV.
Shadow Demon.
Yeah, it might like make your damage and stuff. Maybe perhaps.
Dang, I actually was thinking Venomancer. I thought it could be pretty sick, but
okay.
Yeah, I actually like the SD as well. I think you risk giving him Darkseer with Clockwork, but if you're not too worried about it,
5 seconds
remaining. You might ban the DS.
Yeah, it's just so good. No matter what, it seems to be doing real good work.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, Beastmaster. You were talking about information heroes earlier. Lycan is still available if they want it. They banned the Beastmaster instead.
Well, Lycan's not as good anymore because the Tide, right? But
yeah,
I'm trying to think what other pure heroes. Just Axe. They just don't have follow-up for it, but that's the other pure hero that's left that looks better.
They are.
Correct.
It is interesting in terms of the matchup in a Void because I think level 1 block.
Yeah, I did not see. I don't think I've ever seen a pure really play that. I don't think I've ever seen pure play it. Am I wrong?
The Shadow lane defensive because I don't know how you deal with Dragon Knight. Like you just take.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what other hero. It's like play can look really good versus the TB. Say for Aster. Oh, Bat Rider too, right?
Ooh. Rider game.
Whoa. Yeah, we're getting some new stuff. Oh, this is cool. Wyvern, I actually asked for it the other day when I've been seeing so many summons and stuff like that. Kaka's going to... Yes, they will be playing the 5 Sky.
Concussive Blast, decent, I guess. Just run around spamming it in the lane.
Doesn't sound like the easiest lane.
Yeah, I don't know. It might create some space in the first level or two, but I don't know about after that.
Okay. I mean, this... Coddle plus DK is actually not the weakest by any means. You have good control, and they did want extra control on the side of BB to control this, you know, the Storm and the Void, which Aster ran into maybe some issues of catch a little bit in that last game. BB wanted to have this extra catch at the DK and the Tiny to answer it.
Well, I'm excited. I think it's cool that we're getting some newer picks. I don't know if this is the first time we've seen Wyvern. We could double check. I mean, I certainly haven't seen either DK or Wyvern in the tournament so far, but
they've been picked.
It does provide a little bit of control, right, on the DK here for this Faceless Void.
Yeah.
As well as for the Storm.
I mean, they have the... Okay, so they have good damage, at least, from him, and they have good ways to prevent. I mean, the Cold Embrace is definitely going to be super valuable, but the Curse versus targets next to TB is probably the main thing he's looking at, just to start and just have that big team fight. Because overall, I would say there is quite a lot of team fight on Aster, and not the most on the side of BB.
Yeah. Just pick off potential for BB, right?
This is really interesting.
All right. We'll see how it goes as we are getting into the game. It is going to be game number 2 of BB versus Team Aster. For those of you who are just tuning in, game 1 going the way of Bet Boom at like 60 some odd minutes, like 65, almost 70 minutes. Absolutely bonkers game.
I feel like
if you missed it, you may want to go back and watch that one later.
I feel like we could have similar stuff happen in this game. This could be a pretty long game. We have a TD versus Void lineup. I mean, Aster have some very, very strong scaling.
Yeah, they do. They have a lot of... DK is probably one of my favorite, like, scaling cores as well, if you manage to find farm, but it's usually only out of the safe lane. You're not going to see it off the off lane, right? Like, still, like, Manta and, like, all those things. Like, very cool, but not from the off lane.
It is pure, though. He does like to play pretty fun.
Yeah, it's true. He could do it.
But yeah, we'll have to see how he ends up doing up top. I'm curious to see how this Coddle DK lanes ends up being. It's a lot of magic damage that can't come out versus DK, and he's very survivable versus more of the mostly physical, usually. So they can get a lot of bashes, perhaps, with time dilation, but I think Pierre should be able to stand his ground up there pretty nicely and get quite a bit of denies versus Monet. Okay. Hey, lots of different forms. I mean, that's also what they want. I'm like, still just theory crafting. I think that's why they wanted this DK also, besides just extra catch for Void and Storm on like sides and stuff like that. It's just like, it's multiple forms of initiation now in the fights. Where they have like 3 different jumpers. Save?
Save taking a decent chunk of damage. Does steal the rune away though, so that's what he wants.
3 for BB.
There's 5 tangos to head to lane, so I think he'll be okay.
3 for BB. Unfortunately, Kaka did not get the value hit of the Arctic Burn onto the DK. He was very close to getting it, if it doesn't. But he'll get the D-ward.
Yeah, he saw that one come out, so easy D-ward for him. PPK going to be a little bit sad about it. We'll see how the Storm versus Tiny matchup goes in the mid lane. The idea, right, tree throw, you can just deny and CS pretty easily, but yeah, good first wave so far.
And you can ask for TPs as well, too, like really early if you just get like a toss-back opportunity or something like that. Yeah, Sumel's played this matchup probably 100 times, so.
I'm curious if Pure will put any more points in Dragon Tail to get to the 2-second stun. It's at 1.8 right now.
Oh, he just misses both last hits.
Yeah, did you just... I was like, uh-oh. I imagine he probably just goes Breathe Fire and Dragon's Blood.
Yeah, I think he's going to need the regen, honestly. It is... The Skyrat does dish out a decent amount of magic damage if there's any bashes, too, so...
What? Bottom lane, XXS, just getting ran down by Toronto Tokyo, and that's going to be first blood. Kaka now in trouble as well, as Battery Assault will chip a lot of damage into him.
That's with Reflection.
Yeah, that was Reflection. They just ran him down.
Not even with meta. I mean, that's huge. The first wave sometimes can be a little difficult for a clock. You always want to just use your battery assault and kind of run at them to secure some range creeps, but I guess they didn't trade the battery assault nicely.
They're going to do it again.
Big.
Yeah, Reflection. They're looking for Kaka now. Level 2 on Knight. Gets a big kill. Toronto Tokyo able to just zone out the Tide again.
That's a huge laning start here. Across the board, too. They are slowing down the Void a little. Well, slowing him down a little bit. He's got some creeps under him, but... Very nicely set up. Nightfall. I think the fact that they did this type of lane setup rather than having the Skywrath with the Tide makes it so that Nightfall is going to have a super free farm lane.
Yeah. I like this a lot. For BB team, obviously.
Yeah.
It's very good for them. Nightfall, like, just casual magic wand early. Doesn't really have to worry too much, obviously, because of the anchor smash. He's going to get tons of stacks from these.
Yeah, and he can just get fed tangos. You know, he's got a Clockwork in his lane who just needs, like, boots and just buys tons of regen. And Toronto actually already has boots since he got the kill. That's a lot of issues down here. Like, just for XXS to stand down. And they're just not going to be able to...
battery assault is huge.
Yeah, and they're not going to be able to apply any way to slow down Nightfall while... On up top, like the DK, he is going to be getting these continuous denies. Every time he gets a stun onto Monet, he can get these extra denies, so...
Toronto Tokyo is just going to chase for Kaka here. He's like, you want this Lotus, bud? Oh, he misses the cogs. Okay, never mind.
Give him a high five.
Well, yeah, you got to. He was sticking on the corner of the wave to get the last creep for level 3. Nice play from Kaka, actually, just to secure the Lotus. And that's big. That HP and mana swing is pretty nuts sometimes. We have boots now on Clockwork, so this is scary.
Super scary. First few waves, honestly, just the first 3 minutes are in a really comfortable spot here. BBT definitely super happy. I mean, this tiny... Sumail is handling it, of course, but... Pure is under 0 threat at all up top. He's getting multiple denies, multiple last hits, and he definitely is going to slow down Monet. And yeah, Nightfall, I don't see him getting slowed down. So perhaps
Tokyo is just going to run at the Tidehunter again. Just do a decent chunk of damage here. Reflection comes out, and yeah, you walk off the wave for a moment and chunk through half your HP. He does have Ring of Hell 10-stick charges, so he can easily reset, but almost no commitment from the Clockwork. Meanwhile, mid lane, nice rotation in. He tries to contest the runes. GPK and Save will find themselves a kill.
Save even, I think, passes over either a Mango or a Lotus onto him too, just to keep him healthy. Yeah, these first few waves, it's been huge. Nightfall is not going to get pressured down here from this lane setup. And Pure, I think he got over like the hardest, like the first 2 levels I think might be the hardest up there. Now he's perfectly fine versus this Void Skywrath. This is a very ideal start. BB, last game they played on back foot for the majority until they started swinging the game back around. This game doesn't look like that's going to be the case at all. It looks like they're going to be the ones, the aggressors.
Well, yeah, they're going to continue to chase XXS here on the Tide. The Kraken Shell will remove the Reflection, so he's not quite slowed, but just needs one more auto attack, and Nightfall's level 2 meta helps find the kill. So Tidehunter having an abysmal start to this game. 4-0 already at the 5-minute mark.
Oof. I've seen XXX struggle a little bit on this hero before, too, so off to a rough start.
Don't mind if I do.
And yeah,
GPK looking to dive Sumail. Woo.
Super close.
Runs out of free grab. And Sumail does get a decent trade back the other way still, so not bad.
Just watching Pure top just hit the Void and just deny creeps over and over again in his face. 8 denies now on this DK. 18-2 on Monet.
It is so annoying playing against DK in lane. He just stunned. Oh, nice pushback. Good silence, though, from the Skywrath.
Very close.
That would have likely been a kill.
Look at mid. Tokyo.
Ooh, nice dive. Hey, he's not quite level 6. He tries to clean up the wave in time, but it's not going to be fast enough.
Oh, man. BBT's coming out with a statement this game. 5-0. Last game, I think we didn't have... I think we had like 2 kills at this point, maybe even less. Maybe just... I think the 1 came out at 6 minutes, maybe the first blood.
Toronto Tokyo has been so active in 4 of their kills already. He is crushing it in top lane. This is leaving Pure open to a lot of harassment damage.
He's got the salve, though. Backpacks his stat items. We'll be able to heal back up. And the wave's pushing into him, so he's going to be able to continue to free farm. Yeah. A TB with no pressure whatsoever.
That's the spirit.
Most ideal
You can
setup.
probably leave him down here now at this point. Like, your Tidehunter will eventually get his Meteor Hammer, but he's not ever threatened by a Wyvern either, so.
No. He's only threatened by a rotation from a Storm or from like a, Twin Gate Skyrat that somehow catches him off guard, but...
True, yeah.
He's very high level already. He's near level 6, and he's got some insane farm already. 3,500 gold on this Terrorblade.
I see the 7 minutes approach here. No real moves from Toronto Tokyo for the Wisdom Rune. I kind of thought he might, but...
I thought so too, but... Looking to just continue protecting his buddy, I guess.
Yeah. Save, securing the top one at the moment. As Kaka will stack up. Yeah, she doesn't get the Ancient Camp, but... Good for XXS. He needs this kind of recovery. He needs to be able to get to this Meteor Hammer, start trying to chip away at this tower.
He also just doesn't want to... He's sticking around bottom whenever meta's up, too. It seems to just be too scary for him versus this Clockwork as well in Toronto, and now he's level 5, so level 3 Battery Assault's online. And I'm just looking at these stacks now, too. BB save. He's got tremendous stacks being made around this triangle already, so... UPK can go farm those if he wants to. That looks like it's going to be the call. A flawless early game.
You have a really good blink timing. A lot of times we've seen Tiny struggle to get to this blink. He's got treads done. That blink will be fast.
Yep. And this is really a flawless early game here. And a blink this... Well, it's not, not this early, but a blink that's going to come out even this early-ish, whenever he does finish it up. It's problematic for some of these squishier heroes. This Void, Storm, etc. can definitely get caught.
I mean, both supports are just food.
Yep.
Right? Like,
playing around Power Runes, GPK.
Oh, nice silence. Power Rune will spawn bottom to Shield Rune. Be grabbed by Toronto Tokyo, but GPK going in. Nice Cold Embrace. GPK will just toss away Sumail. And they can't continue the chase at all.
And Tokyo just takes away the Shield Rune. So. And GPK, he just gets pumped back up to mana. Save is right there with him, so right back up to full.
Aster, such an amazing start for them.
Yeah, Aster's trying to salvage things by moving around, right, with their supports and stuff like that, but still just BB playing it smart.
I like Pure's build. Just 3-1-1, so he's going to have the ability to farm quite a bit on this Dragon Knight.
And he is
doing wonders
Midas
for him. Yeah, he is going the Midas build.
I had a feeling he'd do it. It's Pure. He wants to always continue scaling.
If there's anything, name them, what is it, the name a more iconic duo, Pure and Midas, I think you'd have a hard time.
Yeah. Good lord. This TB this is insane, his farm. He already has Treads Dragonlance. And the Band of Elvinskin, actually. He is...
Yeah, he's like working towards Yasha now, right?
He's already hitting some absurd timings pre-10 minutes.
Success. Tokyo, I don't know if you've noticed, level 6 now.
Yep, they're setting up for bottom.
As he's looking for the hook shot. It's on the mark, baby. Traps him in the cogs. Kraken Shell cannot help you there as the third point in meta. That's a good use. And honestly, you can pressure this tower now. Normally it's the Tidehunter taking your tower, but you've got a Terrorblade.
I mean, they've got a Terrorblade. They've got a Clockwork issue. This clock's near level 7. Toronto Tokyo is smashing this early game.
Sumail has to be careful. It is so hard to commit here.
He's just here to grab the wave. He doesn't. He only has to worry about the Tiny, so he can actually step up and at least get the creep wave off. But significant damage onto that tower.
That fort came out so late. They've dropped down 3. XSS does have Ravage. If Sumail can find the opening, maybe you get Nightfall, but they're a little bit too afraid to commit. They're just going to go for the bottom tower, it looks like. Yeah. They've got, again, the Meteor Hammer will help out a lot.
Do they even look to respond to this? I mean, GPK, he's going to have the Blink Dagger pretty much done. Nightfall, he's going to be 8 also, so he can hold the skill point if he wants. Yeah, they're rotating. They have Coddle Clockwork.
I like this a lot. Why not?
I mean, they're also hitting top tower with Pure in the meantime.
So I can form up.
Yep. Super crisp early game. Yeah, these supports just massive as well, too, to be able to show up down bottom and stop a push from 3 heroes. Nightfall just comes right back. He's like, all right, I'll take the wave. And he's getting... Okay, I was going to say, does he hold the skill point or just automatically put it in Sunder? He just auto puts it in Sunder, so...
I'm trying to think what you're playing for on Aster right now. I mean, obviously it's just to kind of stabilize, play for the late game, Faceless Void with the Midas.
I think you're just playing to recover and perhaps get some counter gank setups, but this does feel pretty grim already at this point. You're
11-minute blink.
You're gonna have to play versus relentless aggression that's gonna come out here Yeah, GPK, he's going to just kick it up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They smoke on the blink. Toronto Tokyo, like you said, almost level 7. They're going to smoke into smoke. GPK, does he go? Oh, he actually tosses the clockwork. Not ideal, but does he get the pushback? He does. The damage not there to follow. And now, the turnaround. This could be good for Aster. XXS is here. Nice Dragon Tail. He's not going to be able to connect onto the Ravage. Toronto Tokyo will finally fall on the backside, but there it is.
Is there damage?
Comes down onto the Tiny. They need the damage. The heals, the sustain. It's from the save Coddle. It's doing 2 work, but finally will come through from the Storm Spirit. So Aster get a big win in this top lane.
They bring everybody. They don't have to use Ravage either. They did have to use Chrono on the Curse, but they brought 5 heroes to be able to get that, and they do at least get GPK on his reveal. A little bit awkward. Both jumped at the same time. Could have been cleaner. A nice jump there, Aster. That's the one big thing that their lineup does have. It's big team fight. That's what we did talk about from the start of the draft. If they do group up. Unfortunately, their support's still very low level, so there's no Mystic Flare. They do inevitably bring down GPK, though.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, imagine it, like that kills like guaranteed with Mystic Flare, right? So quite different. Monet very close to his Midas now, just about 70 gold away. We'll grab it off the bottom wave here. So that's going to be very important for the Faceless Void.
Yeah, it was a good fight from Aster, but at the same time, you know, Nightfall, he just stayed bottom. He took the tower, and he still continues to just be absolutely massive. His timings are looking fantastic.
He takes top tower.
Yep. And he's got meta, so if he does want to get involved with this team, he can. He is that farm that he can.
Midas is down on Pure, so your DK will eventually scale. Oh, Toronto Tokyo just having some fun here with the Wyvern. Gets him with the Blood Grenade as well. He can't Cold Embrace. He just dies. Dude, he is crushing on this Clockwork. Sumail thinking about going in. You could go for the Vortex into the Mystic Flare, but he's going to need maybe a little bit more help. There it is. They drop it. The Clockwork will go down. All right. Nice return kill. Cost 3 heroes to come to the top, though.
Yep. Cost heavy rotations, and Pure has his Midas done. XXS is... he's still decently farmed on this Tidehunter, but he's just waltzing around. He's trying to find an opportunity to use Ravage, but doesn't want to use it in those last 2 situations.
He would love to just Meteor Hammer this mid lane, but he's so scary with like a potential Tiny toss back and Coddle just always clearing your wave.
I think they might look for a move. They've got their Curse back up. Kaka probably wanted to move Sumail around.
You see Kaka's item shoot up?
Dude, he's ambitious, man.
This takes me back to the Ricky Nullifier days.
I mean, this is... I mean, go big or go home. That's I think Kaka's probably saying. Especially after this early game, he's probably feeling a little bit of that pressure that comes out from BBT's early game so far. And Nightfall, he is showing up to mid. Can't look to go for this mid tower. He can continuously get chakra'd up too, so he can keep replenishing that Metamorphosis.
I kind of forgot the Coddle TB. Like, there's just so many different heroes that benefit from having Coddle in your draft, but like, BB is also a fantastic one. The reduced cooldown on Conjure Image and meta is just massive. They get a freebie bottom here with the Blink Tiny.
It's easy for them to do this type of setup on BB. They really need to just move around with the Tiny for the most part, while on the side of Aster, they need to move around with probably like 2 heroes. They need to do like the Storm Sky or the Tide Sky or the Wyvern. Like, they need to have a lot more in order to set up these ganks. BB can do it a lot cheaper, and they're playing farm. This Tower Blade's massive. Pure is also continuing to scale, doing some stacks and stuff like that with Midas, so... Aster, yeah, they've got these Midases and they want to go for like late game scaling, but BB is definitely going for late game scaling as well.
Yeah, I like that decision, right?
Yeah.
You said it very early on. Like, we're against with TB Void matchups. It's very likely we're going to be pushing into the late game. Is recognize it right away. Like, yeah, just go Midas Pure, have fun.
It wants to be that third kind of core, because we did see what BB was able to do with the Storm Void in the late games, so they just become these total monsters. I mean, BB, they have a TB Tiny DK. Perhaps it could be enough to withstand it if they're farmed enough.
Smoke from Aster. Get the ward sentry up onto the high ground. The question is, who do they find? They get some vision of Toronto Tokyo. Not the most, value kill, but you definitely take it. I guess he's pretty high level, worth a decent chunk of money.
As long as they can get the tower out of it, it's okay. But it costs Sumail all of his mana.
Alright, tower equals secured. You are correct. Yeah, Kaka needs to be very careful. He really wants this rune. Sumail's not going to get it. Catches an avalanche. GPK with a lot of damage, but nice. There's Curse to hold him in place. Monet has Chronosphere.
They're looking for the opening. Tiny just getting ran down. Okay, some good plays from Aster here.
Nice. They bring everybody, all 5 heroes. Sumail has to use the rest of his mana, but now perhaps can turn it into a secondary tower here. Some meteor hammer push. Top though starts to get pressured. Kaka has to move away. All right, good move there from Aster.
It's really big for them.
Yep.
Slowing down the Tiny here, but the heroes they just can't address is this TB right now. He is free to do whatever he wants, and he is, I think, almost to his Scotty. He's halfway to his Scotty.
Halfway. I was gonna say what? That's like, I mean, he still has, you know, the one of the like gauges that people like to talk is like 10K by 20 is like you're in an okay spot. This is, yeah, he's got a really good time. He's 3 minutes ahead of that, even more so. So he'll probably be at like 14K by 20 minute mark, which is great. That's like almost 700 GPM.
Nuts.
Yeah.
Spear Vessel still being worked on for saves Coddle, so the same item build we've been seeing out of the Keeper of the Lights.
Yeah, I don't think you can deviate too much. And GPK, he has died twice, gotten slowed down a little bit, but does have his Echo Saber still finished up. Another game where it's just, they're playing a lot about like macro game, not that much overall like kill trades. It's 8-5 only at 17 minutes again.
It started kill heavy, right?
It did.
And that has changed.
Yeah, and it just became both teams kind of content with being like, all right, well, you want to farm? I'll farm.
Dire are scanning.
Where are we at on Monet? Maelstrom done, working towards Sanj and Yasha.
Ooh. Okay. I guess maybe you're a little worried about the control that comes out versus him, but not your most traditional Void item.
No, not at all.
Ooh, they're actually setting up for him.
Yeah, they're smoking directly to him bottom. Got Ward on the high ground there. Did some work, but it's going to be XSX that actually just pops the smoke on the backside. And
it's got a pipe.
Clockwork, very strong. He does have pipe. In comes Nightfall as well. Trapped inside the cogs. The Avalanche toss, but a nice Winter's Curse. Ends up buying him some space, and Monet is here. The Ravage on the turnaround. Sumail comes in. Excuse me. Nightfall. It's got to be... This is a huge kill if they can get him. The Vortex, does he chrono it? He's going to have to right on the edge with the save Coddle once again doing some work. And here with a really nice Dragon Tail catching Sumail Sunder onto the DK, and Sumail has to get out.
Can he?
Is he going to burn?
Taking out? It's going to be close.
Vessel.
He's okay.
Oof.
Oh my goodness. A pretty good curse to set things up. We see the Tide super tanky, but that's all the ult from Aster, and they only get the Tiny in the clock again. Nightfall, he is just too tanky. That plus save being inside with him. I think the Blinding Light messes with Monet as well too, and he's just like, oh god, I'm way too low, and then he just dies. That's all their ults, and they only get a Tiny in the clock.
That is rough. It is super rough, especially like committing the Chronos there. You feel like you have to get this Terror Blade, but
yeah.
Pure has his BKB done, doesn't even feel pressured to use it in the fight. He's almost to it, or he's like, you know, working towards the Blink Dagger. Monet has to be careful. He's gonna get Avatos right into the Pure stun, and the damage, it's almost there, but Pure Vessel is crushing him. He's gone.
Pure uses the BKB just in case, and oh, he'll find a stack with this level 2 Dragon form. Yeah, save. Amp up a Solar Bind, but either way, they even changed CC, they even messed up their CC a little bit there with the stun on top of the toss, but either way, ends up working. And it's easy for them to go for these kills on BB, as we see for Aster. They're very ulti required. BB can just find these pickoffs because this Blink Tiny.
All right, hit the 13K by 20 minutes. That's pretty dang good if you ask me. So he's happy. But speaking of the 10K by 20 minute mark, Pure hit it.
Yep.
Your offlane DK.
The Midas paying off dividends. I mean, he's yet to die. He's literally just been playing the super farm game. And yeah, he's going to have the Blink now pretty much done. So they're going to have 3 different forms of easily initiating fights with the Clock, the Tiny, and the DK now at this point. And for Aster, they need XXS, it feels like, to get a Blink to have this extra follow-up right now. He needed the pipe first, as we saw there. Kept them pretty survivable, but with BBT, they're still just getting so much out of the map. A 7K lead now for them. Ooh. Interesting next pickup. I like it if Save does commit for it. It's going to come out way faster than anything like a Hex. He's going Orchid on Coddle since he's versus a Void and a Storm.
This is kind of like the mid Coddle build that we used to see, right? I mean, less like Boots of Travel, but a lot of times you would see like, Vessel, Orchid bots on these mid Coddles running around just like soloing heroes.
And it's very good, of course, versus Void and Storm if they have no type of Dispel. XXS, they're setting up the trap.
Avalanche, Toss, Just so much damage from Nightfall. There's no way he gets out.
And it's around Roche. And that's Manta Scotty at 20 minutes in. When you see that, when you get tossed as this Tidehunter and you see Scotty in front of TV, you're like, oh god, guys. Boy's big.
Someone just starts pinging it, like, by the way, in case anyone was wondering.
They ping their Void, then they ping the TB, right? The usual kind of thing. Nah.
Where's my faceless Void, Scotty, huh?
Yeah, and Monet actually has to go for Manta now at this point too, because he wants this little bit of Dispel that's going to be able to protect himself a little bit.
Right. First Aegis will go the way of BB team. I'm sure they just put it on Nightfall. No reason to not give it to your DB.
Yep, even though he's a transformation hero, the game is about him.
Yeah. Okay, Taka has actually been farming. This dude has a blink. He's still got his Aghanim Scepter queued up, which I'm a little bit unsure of still, because that is a super mana heavy item. But
he's looking at the super late game, right?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what Aster's trying to prepare themselves for at this point in the game, because I think they know that this early game, this mid game, it's very difficult for them. So they're just hoping for like late game, some type of late game chance, and I think that's probably what this is attempted for here from Kaka.
He's got Grove Bow to boot. He will do damage once he gets the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
He's also really hard to find once he has Aghanim Scepter. That is the other piece. Nice done on Sumail, queuing up the Lincolns, absolutely necessary this game. But they're gonna smoke towards bottom.
They maybe think that meta's on cooldown, but Save is actually non-stop chakra at Nightfall. His meta's actually up.
Dude. I mean, maybe you can make a Winner's Curse play here. The problem is you don't want a Winner's Curse at TV. You want a Winner's Curse someone next to the TV, right?
Yeah, and I think now they see him pop meta, and Aster's like, wait, he has meta up, guys. They're reconsidering things.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that was expected. I think it was like 5 or 6 chakra reusages that I saw to replenish it onto the meta.
And just look at how BB's positioned perfectly. They get the tier 2. They're going to get the Tormentor.
Mm-hmm.
They steal the Wisdom Rune as well. They did, absolutely. So it's getting rough.
Waiting for GPK to get closer. They've got the blast heal coming in, so they're just stay full HP while they do this too.
I love it.
And Save gets the recall.
Wow, what am I call immediately? That's huge.
One of the best.
Nightfall immediately goes top. He's like, yeah, you can go push, man. No worries. If you want to come back to the team, I got you.
Save's just going to follow him anyway, though. I think he just wants to keep chakring him. He's even getting a stack. Oh, nice efficient play there from Save.
All right, that was cool. They're going to take the other Tormentor.
Okay, nice.
And he's just going to recall Tiny.
Yep.
Or no, he recalls Pure. Okay, well, double Tormentor immediately. That's huge.
Massive. I mean, they're getting so much out of the map here. And they just continue chakring Nightfall. Like, his cooldowns, look at this, meta was just used. It's down to 50 seconds. 50-second cooldown already.
It actually goes to Tiny, which is nuts, too. So he has the tree grab shard. That's massive.
Oh, that is huge. His scaling is definitely going to continue then. Sumail finds himself a regen. But look at the network fleet, how much it's increased in these last few moments just from double Tormentors and stuff.
Stupendous. Sumail finds a greater Lotus. The whole pool full bottom, so that is great for Storm Spirit if he can play around this. Let's smoke up from BB Team. Once again, meta not available, but he can just get recalled in anyway, so...
It's going to be up in seconds. Yeah, it's going to be up pretty much as the fight kicks
they
off.
Find Kaka on the Winter Wyvern. He's going to go for the Winter's Curse right away, but it's just Pure who gets trapped in that, so not enough to kill Toronto Tokyo.
Hey, they're cruising around the map. Nightfall sends Illusions top to cut the wave. They recall him to mid. His meta is back up, and he's got BKB. These timings just are flurrying out his items. Monet has a Manta, but his damage looks very insignificant at the moment. Long jump.
See if they can actually find him. Oh, the Chrono from Monet. Maybe this is it. Coddle going down first is huge. Nightfall, though, he's still a big boy.
He's way
You're going to be able to trap XXS on the Tidehunter, so no Ravage comes out. He's able to back away. Sumail will survive, at least for the moment. He's trying to TP out on the Skywrath, but the Dragon Tail comes through. So 3 dead for the Coddle. Chrono spent as well.
Nightfall, a raid boss. I mean, this was Save recalling him, and he lands inside the Chrono. They know they can't even hit him. And XXS, he doesn't even attempt to throw out the Ravage. Another fight that just goes heavily in the favor of BB.
It is hard to find the openings here on Aster.
It's hard to see when Monet's going to actually be able to do any damage in these fights, too. And this TB is just getting looks way too big. 6,000 ahead of his counterpart.
He just TP top. TP Cage, like, no chill, man. He just wants to run it wherever this Faceless Void is. It makes sense, right? If you slow down this Void, you just said, when does he come online?
Oh no, it doesn't feel like it's gonna happen. The rate that BB's playing around the map, the way that they're just kind of sandwiching. Look at the way that Aster has to play. They're like, we have to deal with illusions, cutting waves. Most people trapped inside the base at this point. Monet might get caught.
He had night vision, actually, thanks to the vamp thing, so he saw GPK.
Good call.
I mean, maybe you go for the Ravage play. I don't know. XXS actually gets caught in it. You gotta do something here, but if EKB comes out from GPK, if Pure is in, he stuns up Sumail, able to get away for the moment. The Aegis did just expire. The Ravage still available, but the chase continues, and XXS on this tide not having a great time. The Toronto Tokyo will trap instead. It's gonna be the winner's curse, but the BKB doesn't really do anything. That's it. He's just dead.
And they might get
looking
more.
for Kaka as well. Pure inside the base, chain stunning these heroes up. He's gonna go for that cold embrace, but no way to escape. Dude, this tide has just felt like a liability, never getting a Ravage this game.
He's got
Aghanim Scepter on Pure. What?
Yeah. Level 18. He actually used it before the 18 hits. It's not Black Dragon, but look at him
He's just dead.
And Sumail
There's
gets
just
caught.
no chance. It's just got to be over. I don't know how you come back from this. The Orchid, like you pointed out,
He just
so
got it.
good.
It came literally on the courier as Sumail jumped, pretty much. This wasn't even close so far, and I don't think we're gonna even get another fight perhaps for Master. That is back. They're ending it. It's GG.
Yeah, GG comes out. Yeah, I mean, this was just a clinic.
It's a
They,
beatdown.
from minute 0, absolutely crushed these lanes. It looked so damn good.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give... They did a clever kind of thing with this DK last pick where he just farmed and he slowed down the Void completely. Nightfall absolutely free farm. Toronto Tokyo exposed XXS. That's the best word I could kind of think of right there. XXS honestly had one of the worst games I think I've ever seen from him. 0, 6, and 7. They just put all the attention to catching him over and over and over again. And yeah, this was super clean. I mean, this was not BB from what we saw in like the last few games, at least that we got to see, where they're playing back foot the whole time. This is them in the driver's seat, and they never took their foot off the pedal.
Yeah, it just absolutely flawless game. This one just feels so rough. Like from literally first pick of the draft, right? Getting Coddle and you're like, okay, we have to take Storm, right? Like that's the option. It's like you look at this and that BB team just like forced their hand completely on what they want to do. And
I think we're probably going to see this a lot. I got to be honest with you. Like Coddle is looking like probably one of the best 4 positions, and Clockwork is looking like one of the best 5 positions. These two heroes have been catapulting for quite some time. I mean, Bali, I talked about Clockwork so much. I really thought this was going to be the absolute most picked hero. It didn't get picked as much as I thought, and it had like an 80% win rate or something. And then Coddle, Berlin, he thrived. I think now we're starting to see after some of these other heroes starting to fall away. This hero just opens up so much, and yeah, BB definitely displaying that Coddle first pick might just become the thing here.
it might, dude. It really might. This looks super strong from them. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights for the actual entirety of the day. See the actual play of the day. What we got going on here? Not a series. We got to watch 9 Pandas and PSG.LGD.
This has to be the black hole. This has to be Miro. I think
is this
Miro,
what it is?
I mean, I'm going to spoil it. I'm pretty sure Miro gets like a pretty massive one.
Oh, baby. Yeah, that is nice. Dude, even the Dawnbreaker, like, counter to try and stop it is just not enough.
That's actually cool. They did the Dawnbreaker to attempt to counter the Enigma.
Yeah.
It's an old school strategy to counter pre-BKB Enigma, so that's actually neat there from PSG.LGD, and we haven't seen any Dawn, so that's always cool.
Dawn just didn't have the Ags at that point. I think that's where you have to play for, right, if you're going for that.
He's playing 5 positions, so...
Yeah, it's like 5 DB. When are you going to get the Ags, you know?
Yeah.
This was such a fun fight. I mean, this game in general, this series in general from Quest OG was super hype.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, shout out to Noob here on the DP, just absolutely running train.
Super good last pick. I mean, that one seemed to be like the end-all be-all for them. I don't think he died, right? I think he played like a perfect
game. he didn't die. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of this where like a couple like one team gets ahead and then your cores just never die. We've seen a lot of deathless cores today.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of I feel like supports are, I don't want to say getting better and better at being sacrificial lambs or anything like that, but does he actually save him? Oh, yeah, that was pretty sick.
Pure Pudge, baby. I love it. Dude, he is so farmed in this game. What the heck? Look at that.
It's a really good pick. We've seen now a couple times people do that, bust out that offlane Pudge versus the Naga Siren, right? So
yeah,
that's just sick. Yeah,
that's good stuff.
I'm glad we get to. I mean, look at the draft from these two. Like, there's so much variety I feel like we're getting in this tournament. I think I can actually look to see how many unpicked heroes we currently have. Some of them have been banned, but I think we have 15 or 14 unpicked heroes. So yeah, pretty cool.
Oh no, unpicked, unbanned is 15. I think unpicked is in the 20s still.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, I'm looking
yeah.
right now. It says only 14 to me, but maybe I'm.
Wait, really? Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
I see
Abaddon, new picks today.
Abaddon, Arc, Centaur, Dazzle, Grim, NS, Omni, PA, Sanking, Shadow Shaman, Slardar, Sniper, Weaver, Zeus.
Okay, yeah, that sounds right.
That's 19, right? Wait, I can't count. That's 14. I can't count today.
I don't know. It's a number. Yeah, I mean, it's been a fun day. It's unfortunately for Aster, they needed the win here to secure themselves upper bracket. We talked about that going into this. So BB team denying that right now from Aster. They have some opportunities, I believe, tomorrow. As they'll be going up against Shopify Rebellion, which is a must-win series for Shopify, because if they don't, they could be in that 7th, 8th slot. We'll have to see. A lot going to happen tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, Aster's fate no longer really decided by themselves a little bit. I mean, slightly, right? So that could be really, really cool. So this is going to be a very, very interesting day we go into tomorrow.
Yeah, congratulations to BB team, which have looked incredible. They have the most wins of any team right now currently in the tournament, sitting at 10-2. So absolute bonkers. So congratulations to them. But we are going to call it a night. As has been another fantastic day here at the Riyadh Masters group stage. We want to thank you all so much for coming, hanging out with us to watch some amazing Dota 2. But as all good things, they must come to an end. So we will see you all tomorrow. Same place, same time. Thank you all so much for watching. And as always, have a wonderful night.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، والأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.